Others do live streaming to sell food, clothing, and health products, while you do live streaming to sell suspects. At this moment, you are standing in a dilapidated residential building. Introducing to the sparse audience in the live stream room, this is a live streaming room for selling products. Those who come in can look forward to the goods. The only two audience members, upon hearing you mention selling products in the live stream, look puzzled and say, "You're supposed to be selling products, but where are the products? You don't even have a decent live streaming background. It's all dark and gloomy. What are you doing here?" Seeing the questions on the screen, you smile slightly and say, "Everyone, please be patient. The goods are a bit special. I am preparing to stock up now, and will start selling as soon as the goods arrive." The audience is left speechless by your words. How can you start selling without any goods? And what could be so special about the products? At this time, you climbed to the third floor, in front of an ordinary rental house door, facing the audience and said, "Everyone, please be quiet. I will start stocking up soon. After watching, you will know what I am going to sell." Then you ignored the live broadcast room. Attached the nano camera to your chest to ensure that the audience could watch the whole process. In your mind, you recalled the appearance of the other person, took a deep breath, and kicked out with one foot. With a loud bang, the door shattered. In the room, a bald middle-aged man was lying on the bed. Upon hearing the sound, he immediately got up and grabbed the small knife on the table. "Police, don't move!" You growled and rushed over, one after another. About 100 people entered the live broadcast room, all startled by your shout. They couldn't understand how a perfectly normal live broadcast turned into a capture scene. Soon, they became frightened and saw the vicious criminal waving a knife at you from a first-person perspective. But as a professionally trained person, dealing with him was a piece of cake. You sidestepped, grabbed his wrist, took the knife away, kicked him away with a knee, and shouted loudly, "Lu Xiqiang, you can't run away." Unexpectedly, Lu Xiqiang seized the opportunity, jumped up and leaped out of the window, performing a death-defying run on the roof, with you closely following behind. The intense chase stunned the audience in the live broadcast room, and some recognized the criminal. "Isn't this the wanted criminal?" After chasing for more than 10 minutes, the two of you chased from the rooftop to the ground. When Lu Xiqiang saw you closely chasing behind him, he suddenly turned around and picked up a steel pipe from the side to smash towards you. You dodged and then grabbed him, punching him down. Then, skillfully restraining his hands in a reverse scissor hold, you asked the onlookers to help find a rope to tie him up. At this moment, there were already thousands of people in the live broadcast room, and the barrage of comments started flooding in. "Anchor, are you okay? This is a wanted criminal, a murderer. I didn't expect him to come to you as Joe." Seeing the comments, you couldn't help but smile and say, "Thank you for your concern. I'm in good physical condition, not injured. Now, let's get to the point. As I said at the beginning, I am a live streamer who sells products. Now that I have finished stocking up, I will start selling." As soon as you finished speaking, the audience was stunned. "What's going on?" "That's right. I'm going to sell this tied-up person. Let me give you a brief introduction to the product details. His name is Lu Xiqiang, 41 years old, single, unemployed drifter, classified as a first-degree wanted criminal. He got into a dispute over gambling, killed 4 people, and has been on the run until now. Caught by me. Look at his good eyesight, intact features, no missing limbs, a skilled worker. If anyone needs him, you can bid directly. If you don't want him, you can also hand him over to the police and make a profit of 90,000 yuan. This is a one-time offer. First come, first served. The live broadcast room exploded in an uproar the next moment. The anchor has gone crazy, daring to sell a person. "Anchor, aren't you a police officer? How dare you sell a suspect?" "Brother, we dare not take him. I'm afraid he'll stab me when I bring him home." You were actually a bit embarrassed, but there was nothing you could do. You were bound by a troublesome system and could only complete the tasks given by the system and earn points by selling products. You explained to the audience, "I used to be a police officer, but I resigned the day before yesterday. However, it doesn't stop me from protecting the people from harm. So, everyone, don't worry, I'm not a human trafficker." The audience grew more and more, but after waiting for a long time, no one placed an order. You were a bit puzzled. The price was 10,000 yuan, and you could make a profit by buying him back. So why wasn't anyone buying? This made you a little anxious. Could it be that the audience didn't have any big spenders? It seems like you have to ride the wave. You went straight to the microphone. Soon you connected to a live broadcast room called Two Sheep. The two brothers in the live broadcast room were also promoting their products. You directly challenged them to a PK. The brothers immediately agreed, and the PK began. Big Sheep and Little Sheep shouted in the live broadcast room, "Brothers, the products we sell are absolutely guaranteed in quality. In terms of PK, We have never lost in terms of numbers. The live PK instantly occupied 90%. On the other side, you also spoke up. Everyone, take a look. This is my product. Named Lu Si-chung, 41 years old, male bachelor, with 4 lives on his back. Before finishing the sentence, the brothers on the other side were stunned. Little Sheep couldn't help but ask, "Brother, are you kidding? Do I look like I'm kidding?" Big Sheep quickly searched on his phone, and then his face changed. "Brother, he's serious." Little Sheep was also shocked. "Brother, we admit defeat." The big brothers in the live broadcast room quickly support the other side. "We will just sell some ordinary products. We can't compete with you." As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly hung up the call. Many viewers came in from the Two Sheep live broadcast room, thinking you were just playing a trick. Someone asked, "Are the wanted criminals being sold genuine?" Upon seeing this, you directly slapped Lu Si-chung in the face. The enraged Lu Si-chung stared angrily at you, as if he wanted to devour you alive. "Everyone, look, if it's not true, why would he have such a fierce expression? Who can act out this kind of gaze?" Some viewers who watched your live broadcast from start to finish commented, "How dare you doubt the anchor?" When the anchor said he was restocking, do you know how he restocked? Going alone into the wolf's den, subduing the bandits barehanded. How could that be fake? The barrage kept coming, and the gifts for appreciation kept increasing. As the live broadcast room became more and more lively, the Uizhou Public Security Bureau received a report that someone was trafficking people on the platform. When the captain clicked into your live broadcast room, he looked somewhat familiar because the daring human trafficker was actually a former colleague. Upon seeing the Uizhou Public Security account entering, you immediately realized what was happening and quickly said, "My goods are only 9,000. Do you want to be a new friend from Uizhou?" Several officers in the bureau looked at the captain in unison upon hearing this. The captain's mouth twitched and he said, "What are you looking at me for? Film it. Are you going to let him escape?" At this moment, there were hundreds of thousands of people online in the live broadcast room, and the previous live PK had a great impact. After seeing the goods being bought by the Uizhou friend, you messaged them, "Come to the hardware store next to the market. I'll deliver it there." 10 minutes later, a police car arrived and handcuffed LV Si-chung and took him away. A police officer couldn't help but speak up. Why would a good cop turn into a wanted criminal seller? "No choice, life forced me to." LV Si-chung was quickly taken away. You addressed the audience in the live broadcast room, saying, "Thank you all for watching. The goods this time are sold out. Those who didn't get it, don't worry, there will be another chance next time." Those in need can follow for updates. What you didn't expect is that someone edited and posted your live broadcast video online, and then this matter exploded. Your number of fans began to skyrocket, attracting the attention of many official accounts. In the Yudong police station, the credit came so quickly, but unfortunately I didn't see it. In the Uizhou Nanhu police station, is there a mistake? They didn't even call me for the auction. The fan list is full of many official accounts such as police stations and public security bureaus. Fans are overjoyed. The anchor is really popular. You are not idle either. Open the system to check your points. 1,000 points can be exchanged for one lottery draw. Click to start, and a ding sound is heard. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a new skill. Your motorcycle driving skills are superb, comparable to professional players. Just as you were about to complain about its usefulness, the system voice rang out again. The second batch of goods has arrived. Please go to the designated location to pick them up. The second order has arrived, and you are somewhat excited. Every completed order allows you to draw a lottery and continuously strengthen yourself. As for money, there is no need to worry. Previously, when you sold Lu Si-chung, the Uizhou Public Security Bureau even awarded you a bonus of 100,000 yuan in total. So now, when it comes to catching criminals, you are practically beaming with excitement. Thus, Lin Duan turned on the live broadcast. As soon as the live broadcast room opened, there were many fans pouring into the room. "Wow, the anchor is on live again? I'm so looking forward to it. Is the anchor going in today? It's been 3 days since your last one." Lin Dust while going downstairs said, "Hello everyone water friends. That's right, today I open the live broadcast. It is true that I have to buy goods again. If you have the intention, you can keep in my live room. This time the goods are not the same as the last time." The audience in the live room was delighted. "What do you mean it's not the same? Anchor, you're being euphemistic, aren't you? Laughing my ass off, one way or the other. I can't afford it anyway." Meanwhile, Uizhou Public Security Bureau, they are making deployments. This gang of speeding car robbers, who are exceptionally arrogant, were previously on the prowl at midnight, but now they have already dared to blatantly come out during the day to rob. Therefore, we have to spread out our police force and staked out the locations where they committed their crimes. In an effort to catch one first and then open up a gap so as to catch them all in one go, the captain was in the middle of setting up his tasks, when suddenly, a female colleague next to him shouted, "Captain! Lin Duan! He's back on the air!" The captain froze and instantly reacted. "Quick! Arrange for someone to enter his live room. This kid might have gotten in again. City police station. Wow! He's on the air again? Hurry hurry hurry! Enter the live broadcast room and squat. This time he'll dump the prisoner again. We'll take it at the police station. South Lakes Police Station. Lin Duan is getting in again? Didn't this guy leave the Public Security Bureau? And now he's in the limelight so much." In a moment, Lin Chen's live broadcasting room instantly flooded with a lot of official numbers. What, the Public Security Bureau, police station, Yuezhou local almost all came in, and even the Public Security Bureau of the next city also entered the live broadcasting room, as well as some peers who watched. Seeing so many public security bureaus flooding into the live broadcast at once, the audience was laughing their asses off. I've never seen so many public safety departments enter a live room. Ha ha ha. Laughing my ass off. The anchor is so criminal. What a great battle. The anchor is so powerful. Lin Chen had already gone downstairs and was ready to drive, only to find out that his car had broken down and there was no way to send it. The car broke down, so I had to take a cab there. Lin Duan took a cab and rushed to the location of the coordinates provided by the system. This was an intersection, and when Lin Duan arrived, words appeared in front of him. Arrived at order location. Order is in the process of appearing. Lin Dust even had the nano camera pointed at the intersection while saying, alright, I'm going to start stocking up. The audience is also looking forward to it. I wonder what the anchor is going to get in this time. I missed the live stream last time. This time I'm going to watch the whole thing. The last feeding process was really vicious. I'm shaking a little thinking about it now. The anchor was really fierce. All the viewers were posting pop-ups when all of a sudden here at the intersection was a motorcycle driving by. This one motorcycle sat two people, both wearing helmets, and then this man in the back, as he passed a woman with a satchel, actually grabbed her bag in a death grip. The woman was caught off guard and was dragged directly to the ground, and then the bag in her hand was snatched by the other party, who then took off. Robbery! Robbery! The woman was confused for a moment, then cried out, "Order generated. Please get the order." The word system appears in front of you again. Lin Chen, however, looked around quickly and found a parked motorcycle next to him, and also said he was sorry, and directly got on the motorcycle and chased towards the front. The viewers of the live broadcast only heard the motorcycle's throttle roar and also swiped their pop-ups. This criminal is too arrogant, isn't he? A flying car robbery? There's even a flying car robbery in this day and age? These people are really not afraid of death. Anchor, catch them. On the Yuezhou Public Security Bureau's side, when they saw that Lin Chen had directly found a motorcycle to chase after him, everyone was also stunned. The captain quickly said, "Quickly, all personnel help cooperate with Lin Duan. Make sure to catch this group of criminals." As Lin Chen chased after him furiously, the other party apparently also noticed that someone was chasing behind him, and even glanced back. Lin Dust's motorcycle accelerated wildly, and those vehicles in front of him dodged in time, and the speed was now up to 70 per hour. At this rate, it's not low enough. Moreover, it was continuing to accelerate as the motorcycle speedsters in front of them were also accelerating, wanting to get rid of Lin Duan. Even the red light in front of him was directly ignored and rushed straight through, causing the rest of the sedan that was crossing the intersection to make a terrified zip, step on the brakes, and the entire body drifted uncontrollably. It just so happened that Lin Duan was right behind him, and when he saw that this car was almost going to crash into him, he directly tilted his body at the critical moment, and the motorcycle made a thrilling turn as if it was pressurized, directly avoiding this car. The live stream pop-ups were boiling over. So menacing. That was close to a bump. The anchor is fierce. Countless public security officers were also watching this scene, and the captain of the Yuezhou Public Security Bureau was also sweating. This biker gang, what outlaws? Lin Chen continued to chase forward. His speed had already reached 90. That speed is good enough for the freeway, but the other guy hasn't stopped yet. The other party turned his head and saw that he hadn't lost Lin Chen yet, and that Lin Chen was still in hot pursuit. He also muttered, and surprisingly, his speed seemed to have dropped. Thus, the distance between the two motorcycles began to gradually close. Lin Duan was about to catch up immediately. The live audience was excited. Almost caught up. Almost caught up. Go anchors! Seeing that he was directly catching up, and was even about to be side by side, Lin Chen had just turned his head, and surprisingly, he saw the man behind the motorcycle, directly pulling out a steel rod that was placed on the motorcycle, which wasn't really long, but was an arm's length, and then it was just smashing towards himself. Lin Dust was shocked. Directly reduced speed, but also the whole motorcycle uncontrollably stick to the ground rotation, which is close and narrow to avoid this blow. The ground are tire marks. Before it is considered to stop, did not fall on the ground. All the spectators, in a cold sweat, Lin Chen gritted his teeth and chased after him once again. The live feed pop-ups went crazy. Asterisk 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 asterisk, is this the feed? Holy crap. The anchor's feed is too dangerous. This biker gang is too vicious. Really don't want to die? Lin Dust continued to chase after him, but the other party was already some distance behind. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen saw the terrain in front of him. A fork appeared, but this fork was leading uphill. These two roads would not intersect, but towards the front, there was an intersection that the other party would inevitably have to pass through. Thinking of this, Lin Duan drove directly towards the fork in the road. Chapter 7 Big Brother's KDA comes to 3/0/0. The live broadcast audience froze. How did Lin Chen suddenly choose this path? And it seemed to be running upwards? Did the anchor choose the wrong path? Yeah, the thugs ran the other way. And the two men on the motorcycle, the guy on the back looked back. Dumped. Humph. If it wasn't for that kid's quick reflexes, High and Low would have to give him a stick for chasing us for so long. Okay, now that we got rid of it, let's get out of here and change places. And you can see what goodies are in the bag. The man in the back flipped through his bag and couldn't help but have a smile on his face. More than $3,000, plus bank cards, cell phones, and rings, earned. Find another place, get a couple more orders, and then change places. As they spoke, they were already at an intersection in front of them and continued to start searching for prey. On his side, Lin Chen had already rushed at full speed to the vicinity of the intersection. But there was a height difference between this road and the road below, about the height of a 3-story building, and without changing his color, Lin Chen even directly accelerated and rushed towards the intersection below. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Anchor, what are you doing? The audience in the live room was stunned. Anchor, you're not going to rush down there, are you? Something will happen. Anchor, don't be so crazy, life comes first. Lin Dust's gaze was already on the motorcycle speeding party below, already adjusting his posture. And at this moment when the motorcycle flew out, his feet were already against the motorcycle seat. Swish! The motorcycle flew straight out of the sky, like a stunt in a movie, directly at the speedster motorcycle that happened to be passing through the intersection. Yuezhou Public Security Bureau. A large number of police officers stood behind their computers, looking at the screen of the live broadcast room. Their mouths were wide open. The rest of the Public Security Bureau police officers in the live broadcast room were also confused and looked at this scene in shock. Countless spectators had their mouths open. Time seems to stand still at this moment. The sun shines, the motorcycle flew out. Lin Dust is a foot stomp. As motorcycle stunts, directly separated from the car, his whole person is to use this force, but also towards the bottom. The two speedsters also sensed something and looked up, then were dumbfounded. Grass. A biker party. People are stupid. Have seen the life-threatening. Have not seen, then they are not life-threatening. This guy, who didn't even want the motorcycle, swooped right down out of the air and towards his own motorcycle. The timing, just right. Lin Chen was holding the two people in an instant. The motorcycle immediately lost control. The two people were forcibly wrenched off the motorcycle and fell directly to the ground. Lin Chen was rolling on the ground one after another. The stillness resumed, and the two bikers also grunted and fell to the ground, the bags in their hands even falling to the ground. Countless people in the live room were dumbfounded. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is the anchor still alive? Look at me in awe. This is the People's Police. It's so fierce. It's so desperate. This is even more shocking than a movie. This is really playing with life. Other than that, I'll brush some gifts for the anchor. The number of people in the live stream was already insane, with countless carnivals being given out. As for Lin Chuan on the ground, he shook his head. His physique had been strengthened, so he didn't suffer any injuries. He looked towards the two speeding car thieves on the ground, and immediately got up and went over towards them. The two speeding car thieves struggled to get up and tried to resist, but they were directly punched by Lin Chen and knocked to the ground, while the other one was viciously kicked to the ground. The drivers of the rest of the vehicles at the intersection, too, were confused. With a low gulp, Lin Chen punched the two bikers, then took out the handcuffs and handcuffed these two together. Order harvest, please sell order. The word system appeared in front of my eyes again. Only after all this was done did Lin Chen begin to breathe heavily. He looked at the live stream, only to see the live stream's equivalent of an explosion, with countless pop-ups frantically brushing up. The Yuezhou Public Security Bureau is even bristling with pop-ups. Good for you. Wait here. I'll send someone over. The rest of the public safety department is also sending out pop-ups. Salute! Lin Dust sucked in his breath and drove the two speedsters to the side of the road before he said to the live broadcast, "Alright viewers, the stocking up is complete, and now we're starting the dumping session." Originally, in the live broadcast room, with the Public Security Bureau saluting, all of them were saluting, a solemn and serious atmosphere. With these words from Lin Chen, the serious atmosphere was immediately destroyed. As you can see, these two flying car thieves, good hands, ruthless, and cooperative. But the price is not expensive. This time I hit the fracture. Not 9,800, as long as 99,800. The two flying car thieves to bring home. Countless spectators. The corners of their mouths twitched. Brother, you're selling again? Big Brother's KDA comes to 3/0/0. Big Brother, we also cannot afford you. Even if you sell $1 I do not dare to buy. Just now you chased up the other party directly as a steel rod smashed over. Scared me out of a cold sweat. Poor and vicious. It's only ruthless people like you, Big Brother, who take them and sell them as goods. Lin Duan looked at the two bikers' vicious gazes at him, and without hesitation, one of them directly gave a slap. Be honest, all of you. What if you look like this and scare my customers? If I can't sell them, I'll lose a lot of money. Lin Chen slapped down a few more slaps, making the two dizzy. Well, the live broadcast of all the old iron. Don't be anxious, they still can be very love. Can't buy can't eat lost can't buy can't be fooled. Wait, I'm going to put them on the shelves of the number 1 small yellow car link. There is a need to hurry up to place an order. Spell the time of the speed of the hand to the time. Goddamn spelling hand speed. Live audience people numb? This is called what spell hand speed? Lin Dust shouted. Is everyone ready? If you are, snap a 1 on the screen. Yuezhou Public Security Bureau. Countless police officers' mouths twitched. In the rest of the Public Security Bureau, those police officers are also twitching at the corners of their mouths. Too screwed up, right? The captain asked. Li and Jean, are you guys ready? Don't fall short of the snatch later. These two flying car thieves, they're ours. Don't worry, Captain. The rest of the audience was waiting for the one in the live broadcast, and the next moment, it really appeared. Yuezhou City Public Security Bureau, 1. Yuezhou City Urban Police Station, 1. Balsam City Public Safety Department, 1. Public Security Bureau of the City of Xinjiang, 1. A series of ones appeared, all of which were being withheld one by the Public Safety Department. This scene directly stunned the countless spectators. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The original live broadcast? There are so many Public Security Bureau? Poker face ha ha ha. This everyone is waiting to get in from the anchor. Joy to my heart. This is the funniest scene I've ever seen. Seeing that a 1 appeared, Lyndon put his heart down and then said loudly, okay, everyone get ready. 3, 2, 1. On the shelf. Chapter 8. This time the supply is sufficient. Definitely will not let everyone disappointed. With the number 1 small yellow car link on the shelves, all of a sudden, the number 1 link was sold out. Lindu asked, which friend grabbed the link? Show State Public Safety, ha ha ha, I snagged it. Lin Chen froze. You guys grabbed it? Xianzhou Public Security Bureau, thank you brother. Before this gang of flying car thieves also committed crimes in our Xianzhou, I didn't expect to roam to Yuezhou. We are close to each other. I will send someone to pick them up later. As a result, the next moment, Yuezhou City Public Security Bureau's pop-up appeared. What's it got to do with you guys? This is our Yuezhou's territory. The person was arrested in our Yuezhou, and should rightfully be handled by our Yuezhou Public Security Bureau. Xianzhou Public Security Bureau directly replied. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. This brother is not your Yuezhou Public Security Bureau. How is it that you arrested? And I have photographed it first. No. 1 link is what I photographed. How is it that it does not count? Yuezhou Public Security Bureau, how is it that Lin Duan is not one of us anymore? Although he left his job, but the file is still in our Public Security Bureau. How is it that he doesn't count? And what our director said was for him to recuperate, not to leave his job. And these two speeding thieves, they are from our Yuezhou Municipal Public Security Bureau. Show State Public Safety, bull asterisk 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 asterisk. First come, first served. Yuezhou Public Security Bureau, you're the one who farted. You're less than an hour away from us in Yuezhou by train. You have the nerve to say it's one of yours? We all filed a case. We filed a case. 2. Seeing the two public security bureaus directly arguing, the live broadcast audience watched in disbelief. Asterisk 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 asterisk. A real goddamned fight. Ha ha ha, laughing my ass off. This is a scene I hadn't thought of. I hadn't really thought about this scene. The Public Security Bureau also robs prisoners? Nonsense. These are credits. Okay? There will be credits for catching the culprits. and a good case will be rewarded by the top, so they must be grabbed. The live viewers were watching with great interest. Wasn't this much better than some romance drama? Lin Chen also looked stunned. He didn't expect this to happen. In the Yuezhou City Public Security Bureau, the captain's face was gloomy as he looked at Li Yunjin. I thought you said you were sure you'd grab it? Li Yunjin also wanted to cry. My hand speed has been very fast. I did not expect that the people of the Public Security Bureau of Haianju is even faster. My hand speed can be 5 sprays in 1 second. They are actually directly reached the Kato Hawk level. The captain's face darkened as well. Whatever. Let's go and arrest someone first and bring them to the Public Security Bureau. Lin Duan was looking at the 2 speeding car thieves again. And one of the speeding car thieves said viciously, don't expect me to tell you the location of my companions. It's useless even if you arrest me. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. You still have companions? That dares to be good. He was already receiving a system alert that this order was completed. Which means that in the end, it was the Xinjiang Municipal Public Security Bureau that bought the 2 flying car thieves. But now he heard the 2 flying car thieves say that there are still accomplices. Then his eyes lit up even more. There are still accomplices, which means orders, and with orders, which means sin points, and with sin points, you can keep drawing to strengthen yourself. The 2 speeding car thieves said angrily, we are not going to say anything. Lin Duan nodded. It's fine. When the time comes, you guys can write it down so that it won't be considered a betrayal. The 2 speeding car thieves froze, and the live viewers froze, then burst out laughing. Joy to my heart, the anchor makes good sense like that. Laughing my ass off, writing it down doesn't count as selling out, and rightly so. Lin Chen looked at them and said solemnly, you guys maliciously robbed other people's property and even dared to assault a police officer. Do you know how many years you'll be sentenced to? The minimum is 20 years to start. But if you guys speak up and remove the offense of assaulting a police officer, you'll only be sentenced to 6 years. Is it really worth it when you can't do anything for 6 years? Can't talk about your girlfriends, can't see your wives and kids, and have no place to enjoy yourselves? Lin Chen was again persuading. If you guys don't tell me now, when you are brought to the police station, you will have to suffer. Once the surveillance is off, who knows what will happen? A speeder thief said angrily, you're not following the rules. Lin Chen was dumbfounded. If you don't follow the rules, you guys are still robbing, against vicious criminals. I've never followed any rules. Furthermore, you gangs of people are already attracting the attention of the police. It's only a matter of time before you get caught. What's the point of talking about righteousness? 2 flying car thieves and not a word. Lin Duan sighed and went straight to a roadside store to buy a pack of toothpicks, then unwrapped them and directly poked them into the nails of the 2 men. Ah! The 2 biker thieves screamed in agony. You maliciously abused. Lin Chen had an innocent look on his face. What are you talking about? Don't spit blood. You're a cop. How could you do this? Lin Chen smiled. Sorry, I forgot to tell you guys. I resigned. I don't count as a police officer. If you want to file a complaint, you're welcome to do so. I'm just being righteous. Another toothpick stabbed in. Countless viewers in the live room watched and clapped. Yes, anchor, don't worry about it. We didn't see anything. People don't save this video. We didn't see anything anyway. Laugh me to death. Just now they dared to hit the anchor's head with a steel rod, and now they are saying that the anchor is abusing them. Just now if they were hit, the anchor would definitely be in the hospital. A little lighter would be a concussion, and a little heavier would be a direct little cutie. How are they good enough to say abuse? What a relief. You shouldn't be soft on criminals. Countless people clapped their hands and many public security bureaus even sent out pop-ups. Ahem, we didn't see it. Lin Chen continued slowly. Do you know why I dared to do this? I'm not a police officer. So what about this matter? To me, it's a fight and a brawl. You guys did it first. I retaliated later. I'll be fine. Stabbing inside the nails was a real pain in the heart. The 2 speeding car thieves couldn't take it anymore. I say. Lin Duan smiled. There's no rush. Let's wait for the police to come and talk about it separately. He has also said to the live broadcast, everyone old iron. Later there is a batch of goods. Everyone did not buy, don't be anxious. Wait for me to replenish the goods finished. You can also continue to snatch. In a word, this time the supply is sufficient. Absolutely will not let everyone disappointed. Countless viewers' mouth corners twitching. God ing supply sufficient. You are catching criminals. Hey. Yuezhou City Public Security Bureau came. Brought to the police station. Separate inquiry. Soon is to get the location. The moment he got the location, the system word appeared in front of Lin Chen's eyes again. Ding. New order being generated. Order acquisition coordinates have been sent. Please proceed to the order coordinates location. Lin Chen checked the coordinates and it was also within the city limits of Yuezhou, but in a suburban location. Let's draw the rewards first. Chapter 9. You two must watch him for the record. Having caught 2 criminals this time, Lin Chen directly received 1500 points and chose to draw a prize. Ding! Congratulations to the host, who has drawn the master lockpicking skill. In this instant, countless knowledge about lockpicking sprang up in Lin Chen's mind. There are actually many types of locks, such as ordinary door locks, locks for insurance warehouses, and locks for airplane pilot doors. These all locks. This moment quickly spent in the middle of Lin Dust's mind. No matter which kind of lock, Lin Dust is now confident that within 3 seconds, open its heart, insert it into its locking channel, and then snapped against the deep latch, and then as long as you dislike it so much in the front, you will be able to open the lock directly. There are still 500 points left, so we'll draw next time. After doing this, Lin Duan looked at the captain. Captain, did the interrogation yield any information? The captain nodded. They gave up their hiding place. It's in the suburban section of Catch Mountain Road Junction. It's rather far and remote. It's going to be hard to catch them. Lin Chen compared the coordinates provided by the system, and they were exactly the same as this location. Li Yunjin said, in addition, I think the arrest should be made quickly. We can't give them time to react. Now that the 2 speeding car thieves have been arrested, if the party at night and they notice that the 2 are not there, it is likely that they will cause alarm and simply flee. Well, it's best to make the arrests today. Lin Duan also said, I'll go along. Creatively was happy. Lin Duan, you've quit the police station. What else are you going to do? Getting in. Didn't I tell you I'm now a bandwagon anchor? The corners of Li Innovation's mouth were twitching, and the rest of his colleagues in the police station, all of them were twitching. And you almost didn't he let people suffocate with this answer. The live feed was still open, and at the moment the rest of the audience poofed out laughing. Ha ha ha, joyful. The anchor is addicted to stocking up, isn't he? 666. The anchor still wants to auction off criminals? But I think the difficulty is quite high. This time it's a group of people. Before the 2 flying car thieves were so fierce. This group of people is a bit enough. Anchor, be careful. Soon, Lin Duan followed his previous colleague into the car and headed over towards catching the mountain road. No siren, no police car. When he came near the location, Lin Duan received a system alert. Arriving at the order location, please get the order. Inside the car, a police officer carefully released a drone to check out the environment, and the pictures from the exploration were displayed on a computer. Lin Duan looked at the computer. A technician was analyzing the house they live in. There are several gates with locks on the doors. You can see that this group of car thieves are very vigilant. You can see through the windows. Not only is there a layer of locks on the outside, but there are also several blocked doors inside the room, all with locks. Now that the people aren't in there and haven't come back yet, if they do, how do we get them all in one place? The captain wrinkled his brow and thought, locks they certainly can't break or they'll alert the speeding car thieves. The rest of his colleagues were also thinking about it, and someone came up with the idea, why don't we just surround them here? And when they come at night, we'll just surround them. No way. This house is connected to the house next to it, and there's no guarantee that it doesn't have the rest of the cul-de-sacs, and this environment is so well connected that it's hard to catch them if they don't get caught being run off. When Lin Chen saw this, he pondered for a moment and couldn't help but ask, are you sure there's no one inside? No one, or it wouldn't be locked like that. Well then, I think there's a method. I'll leave the team in and just stand guard inside. Come in and catch one. Come in and catch one. The captain was a bit stunned. Go in and wait for the rabbits? But how do we get in? On the face of it, there's no remaining access, and to get in you'd have to break the lock. Li Yunjin from the back also said, that's right, did you see the 3 locks on that gate? 3 different locks, enough to see how careful the speeding car thief was. The technician was also on comms and said, once inside, there are 2 more doors with locks on them. Lin Chen was calm and collected. It's fine. I'll just unlock the door. You pick the lock? Inside the car, Li Yunjin and the captain couldn't help but look at him. Calm down. Calm down. A lockpicking is just a lockpicking. What's all the fuss about? Arresting someone first is important. Lin Dust got out of the car, followed by Li Yunjin and Li Innovation and the others, observing through the nano camera, the audience in the live broadcast room, also swiping pop-ups. No way. The anchor can even pick locks? Good lord. The cops are so rolled up too? Even know how to pick locks? Next to them, Li Yunjin and Li Innovation. They also looked at Lin Chen, only to see Lin Chen calmly take out a very small wire, skillfully curling one end of the wire and then stabbing it in against the lock. In a moment, though, the first lock, in front of him, opened in response. Asterisk 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 asterisk? Li Yunjin's eyes widened. You really know how to pick locks? Ha? So kidding you? What wouldn't I? Lee Innovation also marveled. You didn't show it before when you were in the police station. Nonsense. That was without need. Now there is a need not to show it? As he was talking, the captain's voice appeared over the two men's walkie-talkies. Lin Dust, you kid can. When you finish catching the flying car thief, file a registration at the police station. Ha, Captain? I wouldn't have to. Would I? You're a cop with lock-picking skills. What do you want? The corner of Lin Chan's mouth twitched. The live viewers were all happy too. Joy to my heart. So you really have to file for locksmithing. Anchor, this lock-picking maneuver is very sophisticated. If it is not a maneuver, must properly check him to see if there is any criminal antecedents. Anchor, how did you learn this lock-picking technique? How long have you been practicing? The pop-up screen is brushing. But Lin Duan can't answer the live broadcast at this moment. But Lee Innovation just happened to ask, how long have you been practicing this lock-picking? 2.5 years. As Lin Chen spoke, he opened 3 locks before the 3 of them entered them. Once inside, sure enough, there was another set of barred gates, this one with another somewhat different lock than the one earlier. Li Yunjin couldn't help but say, is there a difference between this lock and the one outside? Lin Duan nodded. The lock outside is a grade A lock, the lowest grade, and this one is grade B. The main shape of its key is also characterized by a flat plate or crescent shape, with 2 rows of concave groove seal engraved on one or both sides of the key, making it a bit more difficult. Can that be opened? Lin Dust smiled faintly, but in 2 seconds' time, the lock on the barred door directly snapped open. In my eyes, there's no difference between an A and a B. The live audience was also dumbfounded, and then shouted in unison. The next moment, the captain's voice came over the intercom again. When it's over later, Li Yunjin, Lee Innovation. You two must watch him for the record. Pust. The live audience almost died laughing. Chapter 10, The Tearjerker. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth also twitched. Captain, I'll file it. In the live broadcast room, the pop-up screen was brushed up frantically. Joy to my heart. It seems that the anchor's ability to pick locks scares the captain. Nonsense. It's like being able to pry your house open without God knowing what's going on. And with the ability to open the lock, you can go wherever you want to go. You guys see the video someone made on Shake It before, didn't you? Someone took the locksmith to play the escape room. The result was 4 minutes out. The boss people are stupid. I've seen it, and it turns out that the locksmith said 80 for a door, and it went straight to 800, and the free fee for the escape room doesn't even compare. Ha ha. Opening a second door resulted in the innermost staircase and an electronically locked door. Li Yunjin and the 2 of them were confused. How can there be more? Lin Duan looked at it. This is a super B grade lock. The difficulty is a bit higher again. This lock has a flat key. The single and double sides of the key have the standard 2 rows of concave plus S-shaped key slots, and there are also internal and external double serpentine key slots, and its difficulty in opening the lock is the greatest. But never mind. No difference in my opinion. The next moment, the lock opened directly. The 2 of them, Li Yunjin and Lee Innovation, looked at him with a gaze like they were looking at a monster. Brother, after catching the criminals later, remember to take the initiative to file. This ability of yours is too unbelievable. Lin Duan cried and laughed. Okay, I know. When this was done, they waited up in the room, and the lock outside was closed by the captain. Subsequently, it began to be guarded. It didn't take long, just after 4 p.m. or so, for some bikers to return on their motorcycles. When they came down, they unlocked the door straight away, and on the motorcycle, there were 2 other very large bags, bulging inside, looking like they had robbed a lot of people. Soon the lock opened and they came in, returning to lock the door and again unlocking the inside. Nice haul today. Hey, why does this lock look like it's moved to me? The other man laughed. Don't worry, I've been a locksmith for a few years. I bought this lock. There's absolutely no way anyone can open it. He took out the key to unlock the door and opened it before heading towards the 2nd floor of the staircase. And when he arrived on the 2nd floor, he was ready to put away the looted items and wait for the rest of the people to come and count them together. The next moment, just as he came up, he saw 3 figures rushing up. Lin Shen was the fastest, and in an instant, he was the one who directly pounced the 2 men to the ground. And Li Yanjin and Li Xinhua hurriedly came up and grabbed the 2 men's hands. The 2 bikers stared wide-eyed as Lin Duan punched them in the stomach respectively. Who are you? Police. Impossible. There's no sign of the locks outside being picked. How did you guys get in here? Lin Duan calmly clapped his hands. Simple. I can pick the lock. Impossible. The lock isn't that easy to open. Come on. I've been practicing locksmithing for 2.5 years, and this still won't open. How am I still in the locksmithing world? Don't you know that everyone else calls me the king of locksmithing? Lin Dust patted the other person's head and looked at the system, realizing that both of them had been caught by themselves. and got a little gorgeous. Detained and knocked out first. It didn't take long for another speedster to arrive. They parked their motorcycles and entered the room as well. Old 8 and the others should be the first to return. The 4 speeding thieves muttered. But as soon as they came up, a wooden stick just smacked them in the face. Lin Chen's hands showed no mercy as the wooden stick swung, beating them to the point where they held their heads and had no power to fight back. When he saw someone still trying to come at him, he directly kicked his opponent to the ground with a whip. Done and arrested. Linden clapped his hands. Li and Jean and Li Innovation were shocked. Lin Chen, when did you become so powerful? Lin Chen smiled. I've been quietly practicing extra hard when you guys can't see it. And I don't have a woman in my heart. Get it? The live broadcast audience had all been furiously brushing 666, and when they heard Lin Chen's words, they all snorted with laughter. Without a woman in your heart, you can draw your sword naturally, can't you? Joy to my heart. This is really kind of strong. The anchor is so good. Catching criminals first view first scene. So exciting. As it were, most of the criminals who arrived in succession were caught. The captain also asked about the number of people, and finally said over the intercom, still missing their leader, 2 people short. When he comes, inside and out, just grab them. The next moment, Lin Chen's voice appeared over the intercom. Captain, no, these are mine. You guys don't have to do anything. I'll do it. As we were talking, a motorcycle arrived outside. Attention, people are coming. The motorcycle stopped, and the man glanced at the rest of the men's motorcycles and then at the lighted house, not caring, but shouting, I'm back. The sidekick helped with a large black handbag and came in, only for the Hanyu to realize that no one was here. Biker boss froze for a moment. Not right. Usually he is the last to come back. According to the previous agreement, the rest of the people back after the gate opened must be the outermost layer to be guarded only. How no one? No good. Retreat. The biker boss was really alert and was about to run without saying a word. The captain in the limo in the back and all the other cops got down and made a mad dash straight for the outside. Police? Freeze. The biker boss's pupils shrank. Take the back door. They turned back toward the room. The result was that just as he opened the second door, he was met with a kick in the face. Boo! Lin Chen kicked him above his chest, and the speedster boss flew out backwards and landed on the ground. The force of the kick was so great that it almost prevented him from moving. The other junior brother was also surprised, and with a hee-haw, Lin Chen pounced on him again, directly holding down the other party and slamming him to the side. This little brother is also dizzy. The captain and the others rushed in and were relieved to see the biker boss who had fainted. Okay you guys, so good. Li and Jean and Li Xinshin looked at each other in disbelief. Boss, it was all done by Lin Chen alone. Lin Chen also said seriously, that's right, I caught all of them, all of these criminals are mine. The captain froze. What do you want with these bikers? Naturally, I'm bringing the goods, so give me a minute. Lin Dust pretended to pull out his phone and set it up, only to see that the live broadcast pop-up screen was already brushing up like crazy. Lin Dust took a deep breath. Well, family people, old iron people, anchor into the goods back. This time a bumper harvest. A full 29 speeding party, for everyone to choose. Tearful big sale, tearful big sale. There is a need for friends can grasp. The captain was confused. Li Yunjin and Li Innovator are stupid. We're all here. What else are you selling? The captain was speechless. Lin Duan, we're all here. Just hand it over to us directly. That can't be. The person is my arrest. Then the criminal is mine. The procedure should still go. Captain, if you want, trouble into the live broadcast to shoot the number 1 small yellow car link. Want a few? I'll shoot a few for you. The captain man went numb. And live. Those viewers almost died laughing. Chapter 11, this batch is really pure. The anchor is so slick. This has to be a procedure, right? Ha ha. The rest of the few co-workers all went numb. They've just never seen this scene before. The anchors are really old sixes. They've caught them and they're still dumping these speedsters. Lin Dust was already turning on the live broadcast, turning his head to look at the captain and the others. Captain, you guys hurry up. The opportunity is not to be missed. This time there is an exclusive benefit for family members. Don't 980. Don't 98. 1 bite price. 68. 68 a speeding party. Absolute clearance jump price. Absolute tearful sale. Miss this village. There is no this store. Families, old iron. Colleagues, you still hesitate what? Hurry to the live broadcast to snatch it. The captain's mouth twitched, and the rest of the Public Security Bureau's colleagues, all of them were dumbfounded as they looked at Lin Chen, who was dancing in front of his cell phone. Captain, what about this? A co-worker couldn't help but ask. Now these speedsters are in the hands of Lin Duan. What else can we do? Hurry up and get into the live stream and grab it. The captain didn't take it well. The rest of the colleagues reacted and hurriedly took out their cell phones. So the scene picture became very strange. All the police are holding a cell phone, staring at the live broadcast, and the live broadcast is right next to it. And Lin Duan is facing the cell phone camera, but also aimed at those flying car thieves. After turning the camera with Lin Duan, the live stream viewers were going to laugh their asses off. Laughing my ass off, live dumping, live ordering, live delivery, really self-produced. It's a bit of a pants down fart, but I can't really strain myself with this scene. Police uncles, can you be decent? The anchor has taken the whole picture straight to the wrong side with his own strength. The biker thieves behind them, who were tied up, were also dumbfounded. One of the speeding car thieves gritted his teeth. Kid, you're really good. I'll remember you. When I come out I'll get you killed. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Chen turned around without saying a word and slapped him across the face. Snap. The force was so great that all the audience saw was a tooth flying out. Who are you talking to? Can you get your attitude right? Lin Chen directly lifted him out with one hand, and without saying a word, directly slapped him over again. Tell me, what is your status? What is my status? The co-workers next to him were dumbfounded, and Lin Chen directly slapped him left and right, directly smacking him to the corner of his mouth to bleed, and soon the speeding car thief was a little unable to hold on. Lian Jin hurriedly said, Lin Chen, hurry up and stop. Don't kill him. Lin Chen nodded. Speak, what is your identity? The speeding thief was dazed. You're a cop. I'm a thief. Wrong answer. Lin Dus slapped over again without any ceremony. I'm not a police officer. Cops demand favorable treatment for prisoners and criminals. Look at me smacking you with such a big mouth. Am I a cop? This time, the biker was directly confused, and the biker thieves behind him froze. You're not a cop? Why are you arresting us if you're not a cop? You're not a cop? Then what are you? Lin Chen slapped over again. I'm the anchor. The speeding car thief who was bleeding from the corner of his mouth and dying. Directly his eyes stared like copper bells. He looked at Lin Duan incredulously. His pitch raised. Anchor? That's right. Bandwagon anchors. What kind of cargo? The speeding thief was flabbergasted. Aren't you? This speeder thief came back to his senses, feeling only humiliation and anger, yet like a frosted eggplant. After seeing the other side honestly, Lin Duan then turned back to the live broadcast and said, I'm sorry family members, the new goods are not too honest, but everyone can see. This is absolutely green and pure natural and pollution free, can be so alive, which is enough to prove that this batch of goods, very pure. So to order family members, hold on tight, the live viewers are really tense. Good lord, this batch is real pure. I'm not kidding, a bunch of criminals on the air. Got it. What the anchor said about pure, is that this batch is hard-hearted and black, right? After all, it's all black as hell, so it must be pure. Anchor you this live broadcast I watched too much. Other than that, give you a carnival. The police uncle also worked hard. The captain had a dark face. You hurry up. So many people are watching you. Lin Duan turned his head to look, only to see a large number of co-workers looking at him. Okay, sorry family, my captain is rushing. I'm not going to bull ***** and introduce the goods. I believe that with my business reputation, you can see how high quality this batch of my goods is. Without further ado, the first item dash. Saying this, Lin Duan paused for a moment and turned his head to ask the speeding car thief, what's your name? The speeding car thief froze. Su Dali. Lin Duan turned his head. Okay, the first item Su Dali. On the small yellow car link, do not 998, do not 98, as long as 68, you cannot buy to lose to buy to be fooled. Everyone is ready to snatch? Those police officers who were present couldn't help but roll their eyes. Okay, 3, 2, 1, on the shelf, snatch. Almost instantly, Su Dali sold out. Lin Duan looked at the transaction information. Okay, the first single item Su Dali was successfully sold. This friend called Lian Jin. We can deliver the goods here. Lian Jin helplessly stepped forward and directly grabbed Su Dali and walked away, escorting him to the police car. The live audience is going crazy on the Swipe 6. This live stream is blowing up. In the whole of Jitterbug, I don't obey anyone. I obey the anchors. The anchors KDA has come to 5/0/0. Ha, just sold out and delivered on site. Lin Dust was again taking 3 speeding car thieves with him, and continued to say to the live broadcasting room, okay, everyone must have waited a little bit anxiously, thinking that I'm too dilly-dallying. It doesn't matter. To satisfy everyone's wish, this time, 3 orders are on the shelves at once, and the 3 commodities are packaged together. The live streaming Yuezhou Public Security Bureau sent out a pop-up, Shaolin, hurry up. The audience died laughing and the officials couldn't stand it. Lin Duan said, okay, This audience is looking forward to it. Okay, then I'll say a number. 188. 3 packages to take away together. Lin Duan turned his head to look at the 3 speeding car thieves. Do you have a problem? Having learned from their previous mistakes, these 3 flying car thieves shook their heads frantically. Lin Dust re-looked at the live broadcast. Good. Commodity, they also said no problem. Wait a little, yellow car 2 Link. Need to hurry to shoot. 3, 2, 1. In a flash, Link number 2 was also bought out. There were police officers on the scene who came up to take them away, and some of the police officers looked at Lin Chen with helplessness and speechlessness. This live dumping of wanted criminals is a real first. The point is, we're all right here. What's the point of dumping? Why don't you just pass it on? Chapter 12, Who are you making faces with? Lin Dust turned his head to look, and said, family people, goods are not much. Wait, I breath on 10 single. This time a large amount of more favorable. Only 600 yuan, but also can save another 80 yuan. Can eat a son of Bo barbecue? I live the biggest feature of the room. It is affordable. The family people say is not it. Yes, buckle a 6. The police are really tense. And the live viewers, crazy button 6. 666, 6666. Laughing my ass off. Affordable is affordable, but I wouldn't dare take it. Ha ha. I'm so happy. The anchor is such a talent. You've never heard of this kind of offer before. I've heard of bringing down the price of powdered milk. I've heard of bringing down the price of the stealth bomber. But I've never heard of bringing down the price of criminals. Anchor, you're too strong. The small gifts in the live broadcast room just didn't stop. And the number of Lin Duan's followers also skyrocketed like crazy. From the beginning of no more than a few tens of thousands of fans, in a short time, it was already 800,000. Of course, the main kind of live effect. The whole shake can no longer find the second. It's so blown up. The captain sighed and simply was sitting down, watching Linden perform. Captain, what's wrong with him? Lin Chan? Some co-workers couldn't help but ask. The captain mused. When I went to some psychologists to do profiling before, I heard them mention that there is a type of personality called a performing personality. That is, he needs a kind of stage to perform himself, and if he doesn't perform, something might go wrong. I'll just say that Wai Xiaolin resigned for a good reason before, and now it looks like he should have found his own solution. Everyone don't stop him. Let him broadcast live so that he can fulfill his performance fetish. Otherwise something might go wrong with his psyche. The rest of my colleagues suddenly realized that this was the case. No wonder. I told you why he's still catching criminals when he quit his job. Looks like he still likes being a cop. And I also watched the live broadcast before. Lin Duan is really playing with his life when he caught the flying car gang before. As long as one is not careful, going into the hospital is considered light. Instead of impatience, there was admiration and tolerance in the eyes of these co-workers. And Linden is still dumping. Okay, the small yellow car Link is arranged. Will soon be on the shelves. Families, move everyone's little hand of wealth. Give the anchor point a concern. The anchor to bring benefits to everyone. The next time to ensure a better deal. Everyone spends a dime. Give the anchor point a light sign. Join the anchor's fan group. You can enjoy a more favorable price. Xianzhou Public Security Bureau. Watching the live broadcast of the public security officer's mouth twitching. They are really taut. This colleague, is really this as a bandwagon, right? You're so addicted to bringing in the goods? Lin Dustin said, thank you for the attention of the old iron line. Words do not say much. The third wave of goods on the shelves. Look at. One is an arm and a leg. Strong body, picking manure to work and so on are not a problem. We buy back. Cannot buy, cannot lose, buy, cannot be fooled. Line. Everyone is ready to. 3, 2, 1. Swish. All the little yellow bikelings were swept away. Li innovated and they stepped forward to take these flying car thieves away. After selling another wave, Lin Duan looked at the only remaining speed bike thief boss and immediately pulled him in front of his cell phone. Families, the grand finale is shining. Look at this. Look at this. The boss of the flying car thief. Look at these man-eating eyes. Look at this fierce cheeks. Look at this face full of horizontal meat. Buy him back. I guarantee that no thief will dare to patronize your house. The audience can't tense up. Anchor, buy him back, the thief won't dare to come. But I guess I'll have to be killed by him before the thief comes. It's a good thing that the anchor is a police officer and not a human trafficker. Otherwise I feel that it would be extremely harmful to society. Anchor, what's going on in your head? How did you come up with the idea of combining bandwagons and criminals? Lin Dust is still enthusiastically introduced. I know that some of the audience in the live room is very anxious. Hope that I hurry to the shelves. But let's not be anxious. This is the last order of the day. The next time to get in the goods do not know when it is. Let me first introduce the introduction of the good things I will be careful to introduce. Right? The live feed cleared the brush, right? Okay, To give you a better visualization of this item, I'll ask for information. Lin Duan looked at this speeding car thief boss. Trade name. The speed bike thief boss grunted. And as a result, without saying a word, Lin Chen backhanded a big ear slap. Who are you making faces with? You've come to my live room and you still can't recognize your status? What is my status and what is your status? The boss of the speeding car thief gritted his teeth. And without saying anything, Lin Duan had another big ear scrape over. What's the matter? Not convinced? I'm telling you, if you land in my live room, you have to have this realization. Gnashing your teeth, right? Okay. Lin Duan turned his head to look, directly picking up a wine bottle and cracking it, collecting the glass slag and placing it in front of him. Still grimacing? I'll give you 3 seconds. Grimace again and I'll make you bite glass. The speeding car thief looked at the calm-faced Lin Xuan and only felt an inexplicable chill. He felt as if this guy, as if he would really do such crazy things. He couldn't help but look at those police officers next to him. But the result was that none of those police officers moved. Instead, one of the police officers even said, "There's no need to look at us. We have to go through the procedure. According to the procedure, right now you're his merchandise. It hasn't been put on the shelves yet. We haven't bought it yet. We can't arrest you." The boss of the flying car thieves was directly dumbfounded. When did the police become so disciplined towards criminals? Lin Chen said indifferently, "I'll count to 3. 3, 2, 1. As soon as the words fell, without saying a word, Lin Chen grabbed his chin with one hand and directly tried to force the glass into the other's mouth. I say, the boss of the speeding car thieves is terrified. Lin Chen smiled. Thinking clearly? Think clearly. Lin Dust nodded his head, threw the glass slag away, clapped his hands, and turned his head to the cell phone live broadcast. Sorry family, this product looks too rebellious. Just repair it. The audience was dumbfounded. Good man. I just realized that the original police uncle is not a good guy. What's wrong with your brain upstairs? Isn't it normal to be friendly and protective to your people and vicious to your enemies? What do you think about being merciful and kind to your enemies? That's right. This group of flying car thieves directly snatched the bag. Snatched the bag even if you did not see before the anchor to catch flying car thieves. The other party directly with a steel pipe. This is clearly want your life. What's the matter? Now you start to sympathize with the criminals? I tell you, criminals do not deserve sympathy. That's right. Ordinary speeding car thieves are this ruthless. And this guy, as the boss, is only more so. Chapter 13 Commodities don't grow in the dirt by themselves. They run. Lin Duan was looking at this speed bike thief boss again anew and said directly, "Now for the merchandise information." The speed bike thief boss was confused. What merchandise information? Lin Duan frowned. You don't know the commodity information. Ha! You are the commodity now. Report the name. Oh, my name is Zhongxihai. Product information, Zhongxihai. Where is the place of origin? The flying car thief boss seemed to understand. I'm from Jingzhou. Place of origin, Jingzhou. What is the net weight? 78 kilograms. The audience looked confused as they watched Lin Duan ask the question like that, and then snorted out a laugh. Joy to the world. The anchor is really going to merchandise tag him, isn't he? Just like the supermarket? Item information, origin, net weight, no price tag yet. Ha ha, anchors are really paranoid about bandwagons. I count on seeing that all criminals are all commodities when they get to the anchor broadcast. Again, Lin Duan asked, how long have you been in this business? 3 years. After Lin Duan asked, he then turned his head to the live broadcast audience and said, families, the information of the goods is out. I won't read it out. As you can see, this goods, it's more pure. 3 years of work experience, put in the workplace is also properly able to meet the requirements of the enterprise. Compared with the previous goods, he is of higher quality, and the net weight of origin is also qualified. Some viewers couldn't hold their breath. Jingzhou, don't talk nonsense, it's none of my business? Jingzhou Wind Review persecuted. Ha ha, 3 years of work experience. If you have 5, what's the point? This work experience, even though it's only 3 years, is a blast to put in the workplace. After the introduction, Lin Duan said, okay, the goods will be on the shelves here, because this commodity is more high quality, so it will be a little more expensive in terms of price. But who am I? I'm a Shake Shack live streaming with goods, specializing in giving everyone benefits. Can an anchor do something that sells tens of thousands of dollars for a single item? Can't. Families, last order, 666. Figure an auspicious number. Hurry up if you want to place an order. The Huizhou Public Security Bureau police officers who had been watching from the side were relieved that it was finally over. 3, 2, 1. On the link. The next moment, the little yellow bike link was bought out. Okay family, it's sold out straight away. And that's going to be the end of today's live bandwagon. The audience in the live room was extremely upset. Good lord, it's over? Other than that, the anchor's bandwagon is much easier than all the anchors of Shake It Off. And this bandwagon effect is literally second to none. Concerned, there really aren't many anchors as interesting as the anchor. I hope the anchor can continue to keep the beginning. I'll watch every one of the anchor's bandwagons in the future. I can't afford the goods of the anchor, but I love to watch. Go anchors, try to knock down the price of all criminals, preferably all human traffickers. Traffickers, no, compared to him, I deserve to be called a trafficker, don't I? The audience in the live broadcast room are all reluctant to leave, and the number of Lin Chen's followers has directly broken through 1 million, and it's still skyrocketing. There were also some viewers who directly asked, Anchor, when are you going to stock up next time? When will it be on? I want to watch it. Lin Duan cheerfully said, everyone click a concern, and then click to accept the push notification, so that the next time I buy goods, everyone will be able to know exactly when to buy goods. This I can't say. After all, do our business. Everyone understands, the goods won't grow on their own in the soil, and wait for us to go to the harvest. Our goods are going to run. Pust. The live viewers couldn't tense up. Alright, that's it for today's live bandwagon. The next live bandwagon is even better. Please click attention. Next time and everyone, don't see each other. Turning off his cell phone, Lin Duan looked at his colleagues from the Yuezhou Public Security Bureau next to him. The captain walked over and patted Lin Duan on the shoulder. Really, you kid? You want to bring goods next time? Banned. That's for sure. I think this could be fun. The captain was speechless. Stay safe, and feel free to come back anytime you want. You're always welcome back on our side. Lin Chen thought for a moment. Captain, I won't go back, but the next time there's any crime files, you remember to send me a copy. The captain was happy to say. You kid. Okay, what other criminal files do you want? Both. That's fine. As the captain walked away, Lianjin and Li Innovation also came over and gave Lin Duan a thumbs up. Awesome brother. Your reputation has spread throughout Yuezhou. Lin Chen smiled. Do you guys want to join my startup team together as well? Let's make it bigger and stronger together. Lianjin was a little taut. No, I don't have your skills. I feel like you kid took a drug. So raw. When I caught those 2 flying car thieves today, I was sweating for you. Li Innovation laughed. Brothers, maybe next time you will be transferred to the criminal investigation section, specializing in solving the kind of this difficult cases, and even cases that have not been solved for decades will be solved by you. Lin Duan cheerfully laughed. I hope there will be that day. What Li Innovation didn't know was that his words were one day averted, even as Linden crossed over to arrest the criminal. It was only just now that the first step had been taken towards Lin Chen becoming an internationally renowned criminal police officer. Soon, Linden went back to the city with the police car. After going back, Lin Chen was happy. He opened the system panel and was simply delighted to see 14,000 crime points. So cool. Direct draw. Points were meant to be used for raffles, and these crime points were meant to be used to strengthen oneself. So Lin Chen had no qualms about directly raffling off the points. And it's still a $5,000 class to smoke. Picking the expensive ones to smoke. As the virtual carousel spun in front of him, a ding soon sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Obtaining the clan-level criminal investigation ability. Lin Dust was again taking a closer look at the skill levels, which were categorized into low, medium and high, proficient, professional, master, grandmaster, strongman, and tough cop. The clan-level criminal investigation ability also made Lin Duan's eyes light up. The criminal investigation ability was actually very important. By collecting criminal clues, thus arresting criminals, there were also the rest of the points, which Lin Chen also drew together, followed by a ding 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 sound. Ding! Congratulations to the host, who has drawn a power potion that can enhance his power attribute after taking it. Ding! Congratulations host, you've drawn a physical potion that can enhance your physical attributes after taking it. Ding! Congratulations host, you have drawn the agility potion. Taking it will enhance your agility attribute. Looking at the potions drawn out, Lin Chen also drank them all. Feeling the slight changes in the body was effective, but not that effective. The higher up you went, the slightly higher the potion level needed to be. And what you were smoking now was just the most basic. Okay, it's time to get some rest, and hopefully we can relax and stay off orders tomorrow. Chapter 14. The order location is exactly the same as the blind date location? Meanwhile, Shakeology. Some of the images from Lin Chen's previous live broadcast were directly edited down by some self-media, and then the rest of the highlights were selected for broadcast. Therefore, some of Lin Chen's quotes were soon just familiar to netizens. Don't 998, don't 98, just 68, take this item home. Families, This item has 3 years of work experience. This commodity of mine is absolutely green, pure and natural and non-polluting, and to be able to be so alive and well, this is enough to prove that this batch of goods is very pure. These quotes and phrases, which are considered normal, are not normal when viewed with the entire video, because the video shows Lindsay dumping criminals. So the new netizens who saw these videos are all tensed up. Asterisk 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 asterisk. He's a human trafficker, right? Hiss. Unheard of. Unseen. Who is this guy? He's too fierce, isn't he? The platform won't block him? A netizen soon came out to explain. This anchor is a police officer. These dumped are flying car thieves, specializing in snatching people's bags, and they also hit people with steel pipes. Do you think it's ruthless? This behavior of the anchor is positive energy. Why should the platform be banned? After understanding what happened, those netizens, one by one, were all shocked. Awesome. Really awesome. Just awesome. It's mom opening the door to awesome to the core. Great guy. So cowboy. A bandwagon criminal? Looking at the entire bandwagon world, it's also unique. Lee Jiachi is nothing. He can only carry lipstick. This anchor can carry criminals. Ha ha ha. What's the name of the anchor's jitterbug number? I'm going to follow a wave. This bandwagon is too funny. It seems to be called Strolling Night Wind, so everyone hurry up and pay attention. The short video platform circulated the legend of Lin Chen. So in one night, the number of Lin Chen's fans directly broke through to 2 million, and it's still skyrocketing. The entire jitterbug, all of which were circulating, were Lin Duan's bandwagon quotes. Then there was the microblogging platform, where news of the bandwagon criminals, too, shot straight to the top. Netizens were also dumbfounded after watching it. Crazy, right? There are still bandwagon criminals out there? What's outrageous is that he's discounting it. He's really trying to sell it to us. Laughs and cries, laughs and cries. This anchor is awesome. I'm following. I hope the anchor can knock down all the criminal prices in the country. Day 2. Lin Chen, who was lying on the bed, instinctively opened his eyes. Don't even need the alarm clock to go off. The habits left over from previous workout training in the army have been maintained. After getting up, Lin Chen followed his usual exercise routine, and before his morning run, he needed to do an exclusive workout. He looked down at his waist and began to twist himself around. Forward, forward, back, left, left, right, up, down. This set of his exercise method is no less effective than the 8 Duan brocade. After the workout, wash up briefly and then go for a run. Physical fitness is such a thing. Use it or lose it. After coming back from the run, Lin Duan took a shower and finished eating breakfast, and then he received a call from his mom. Son of a. Linda said, Mom, what's wrong? Son, do you have a girlfriend? Not yet. I'm in no hurry. Lyndon was jovial. It's still not urgent. You've graduated for 3 years, right? You're 26. How can you not be in a hurry? Other families have grandchildren at my age. You don't even have a girlfriend. Are you trying to piss me off? Lin Duan was helpless. I'm only 26. Only 26? Eyes closed and opened. 3 years have passed. You forget that you said the same thing when you were 22. You're only 22. Do you believe that 3 years later, you will still say, you're only 29? What are you doing when you're not grasping at the big things in life? The corners of Lin Dust's mouth twitched. He really couldn't say anything to his mom. I know you're not on, so I'm on. You're not working in Yuezhou. I just happen to have a neighbor's friend on my side. We talked, and then she has a relative's girl on her side, who also works in Yuezhou, and has already said, you guys meet. Ha? Going on a blind date? Lin Duan was stunned. What? You still don't want to? You don't even look in the mirror. You're 26. No woman wants you. Lin Chen was helpless. Alright, I'll go over there. Just send me the location in time. The phone hangs up, and there's a message from Lyndon's mom, along with instructions to behave yourself. Lin Chen shook his head inside. Why the older generation always liked to rush marriages was something he didn't quite understand. Going to breakfast, first a bowl of powder. When eating powder, the next moment is a ding. The system prompt rings. Ding. System search order in progress. Search successful. Order target, C-Class Chicken Head. Location, Zintiandi 5th Floor Cafe. Please go to the location to get the order and sell it. Successfully selling the order will earn you 1,000 crime points. System orders again? Lin Chen was a bit confused. He pulled open the system panel and looked at it, and suddenly froze. Hey? Not right. Why this time the order location? And his own mother gave the blind date location exactly the same? What a coincidence. Lin Chen shivered the powder while being curious. To be honest, it seemed like he hadn't seen anything so coincidental. However, since the order has come, Naturally, according to the old rules, Lin Duan is ready to open the live broadcast, and the process of entering the goods needs to be broadcast live. The mind moved. Open the nanoscale camera. Before in fact do not need to open the phone live. Through the nanoscale camera can be mind remote control. But yesterday after all, there are so many colleagues watched, so it is better to do a full set of drama. Soon, the live stream opens. As soon as the live broadcast was opened, almost instantly, many viewers flooded into Lin Chen's live room. Here we go. Is this the cowboy who dumped the criminals? Anchor, you're so diligent. You just finished shipping out yesterday, and it's only the next morning, and you're going to stock up again? Anchor, where to get in today? I can't wait. Anchor, pay attention to safety. Your process of entering the goods is too dangerous. It's really more exciting than watching a movie. In a short period of time, the number of people had risen from a few hundred to thousands and was still skyrocketing. Lin Dust just laughed. That's right, we're going to stock up again today. Didn't I say that I want to give benefits to all of you old irons? When have I ever gone back on my word? The audience in the live broadcast room couldn't tense up. Anchor, you, this welfare, we really don't dare to take it. Ha 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 ha. I'm afraid this benefit will attract killing. Laugh and cry. Laugh and cry. That's a benefit only a police uncle can afford. In the midst of idle chatter, a pop-up was seen appearing. Yuezhou Public Security Bureau entered the live broadcast. The Shinshu Department of Public Safety entered the airwaves. The Jingzhou Public Security Bureau entered the broadcast. Pust. It's only been on the air for a while. Why are there so many public security officers here? The new viewers were dumbfounded. Then they were thrilled. Being followed by so many official figures, the anchor could really be the first in the entire network. Chapter 15, a blind date so pretty? I can't accept it. Asterisk. So many public security bureaus are here? Holy, a dozen public security bureaus? I've never seen so many police uncles. It's okay everyone, don't panic. It's a small scene. The anchor has experienced a big storm. And these police uncles are also here to enter the goods. Don't be anxious. Incoming? Newcomers to the audience were a little confused by the term. Meaning the cops come on the air to buy stuff too? Lin Chen was calm and unperturbed. After eating the rice noodles, then he laughed. Ladies and gentlemen, don't be in a hurry. There shouldn't be any danger in this purchase. Of course the benefits are the same as they always are. My goal is to knock down the prices of criminals across the country. The live studio audience was delighted. And after Lin Chen finished eating and paid, he was ready to leave. Okay, I'm leaving. By the way, new viewers, first move your rich little hands to point a concern. And then on a fan light card. On the fan light card. In this live room to order will have additional discounts. The audience couldn't tense up. Big brother, the fan light sign for you on. The discount is not necessary. I dare not buy. Ha ha, laugh me to death. Anchor, you don't say anymore. You can only afford these offers from the police uncle. The number of viewers in the live broadcast room was already in the tens of thousands, while Lin Chen took a taxi and went directly to Xintiandi Mall. Xintiandi Mall is a newly renovated mall in Yuezhou Pedestrian Street, which still has a lot of foot traffic. When you arrive at your destination, you go straight to the 5th floor and then head to the cafe, and you just start observing. And the live stream is still talking. What type of goods did the anchor get in this time? Yesterday the anchor stocked flying car thieves. Today it should no longer be flying car thieves. I've tallied up the anchor's KDA and it's come to 18/0/0. I wonder how much that KDA can increase today. Squinty-eyed grin. The anchor has gone over the top. I hope the anchor doesn't die. Then we'll have to restart. Blah blah blah. What are you talking about? Don't talk nonsense. Surely you must bless the anchor. On his side, Lin Chen waited without seeing any suspicious criminals, then dialed a number. His mom asked for this number for him. Soon, the call was connected and a very glutinous female voice came from the other end of the line. Hello. Hey. Hello. I was introduced to you by Auntie Shufan. That I'm your blind date. Ha. The live audience was confused. Anchor, didn't you say that you were getting in? Why did you suddenly change to a blind date? Ha ha ha. The anchor live broadcast business is very extensive. And into the goods and dating? It's okay to be on a blind date, and it looks good on a blind date. The caller hummed. I know. Where are you now? I'm here. See when you're coming? I'm fine now. I'll go over there now. Okay. Lin Dust hung up the phone and took another close look at this cafe, and based on his criminal investigation skills, he really didn't see any suspicious personnel. Chicken head, this occupation. Put Hong Kong Island is generally called horseman. Mainly male-dominated. Lin Duan also thinks so. After all, to be a chicken head then, still need physical strength and intelligence. However, he had just looked around all the males in the cafe and hadn't found anyone suspicious. And there were fewer people in the cafe in the morning. so this made him suspect that the chicken head of this order was female. It's not that there isn't a precedent for this, but it's relatively rare. It's just that Lin Chen was also muttering inside, I hope that the target of this order is not a blind date, otherwise it would be really exciting. The live broadcast audience was also brushing pop-ups, and some of the public security officers in the Public Security Bureau were also looking at Lin Duan curiously. Is this Lin Chen changing to matchmaking? In the Yuezhou Public Security Bureau, the captain sipped his hot tea and couldn't help but laugh out loud. That's right, it's time to find a girlfriend. Otherwise it's not easy to start a family when you're so dangerous all day long and don't even have a girlfriend. But this kid, what's the point of having a live broadcast for a blind date? Ha ha, let's first see if his blind date this time is pretty or not. I think the probability that this blind date thing will work out is no more than 30%. Li Yunjin and Li Innovation were also chatting idly and were both waiting to see what the fuss was all about. It didn't take long for one person to just appear on the live feed. A beautiful woman with high heels, mature makeup, and jewelry enters. As soon as she came in, she was looking around before her eyes locked onto Lin Chen here. Lin Duan beckoned, and also sighed a little. This girl is really pretty, but could it be that she was the target of this order? The system generates the order, but the order must be discovered in order to obtain it, which means that evidence of the crime must be discovered before the order can be locked in, and the range location given is only a general area, which makes it a bit difficult. And now that this woman appeared in front of Linden's eyes, there was no hint that she was the chicken head. So Linden was also curious, was she the order target or not? Hello, you're the blind date? The woman sat down straight away, with excellent skin, looking young and pretty. Lin Chen smiled. Hello, my name is Lin Chen. The other nodded. Been a long time, have you? Order a couple drinks first if you haven't. Good. The other party directly called for a waitress to order drinks, and Lin Duan was also watching carefully, wanting to confirm whether she was a chicken head or not. At the same time, many people in the dozen or so public security bureaus came together, especially in the Yuezhou Public Security Bureau. Those colleagues' eyes widened. This blind date of Lin Chen's is so beautiful, I can't accept it. Obviously agreed to be single together. You can't even matchmaking such a beautiful object, right? Li Innovation was full of envy and jealousy. Li Yunjin also sighed. It's not even if it's a blind date, but you're broadcasting it live all over the internet? The audience in the live broadcast room was also frantically swiping pop-ups. This is too pretty, isn't it? It's like a star. This blind date is really pretty. Her face value is unbelievable. Good lord, I'm envious. How can you get such a high-quality date on a blind date? Take her. Anchor, you must take her. Gotta show her your virility. The pop-ups were all swiped wildly, while on Lin Duan's side, he was watching her carefully. When the waitress left, the girl introduced herself. My name is Zhang Qian. Hello, Zhang Qian. Lindu smiled and said, what do you do for a living? Just graduated. Working for a company for now. Small company. Lin Duan let out an O. He smiled and asked, you're quite pretty, and you know how to put on makeup. This bag of yours is also very nice. You have good taste. What brand is this? The woman laughed. LV's. It's not worth much. Just over $80,000. Hiss. The audience in the live broadcast room sucked in a breath of cold air. More than $80,000? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Over $80,000 for a bag? Did I hear you right? Why is this stuff so expensive? Hiss. So rich. It's the girl who can't afford to keep it. Slips away. Young, just started work, and can afford an $80,000 bag. If your family doesn't have any minds, I suggest that the anchor slink away early. Chapter 16 Order Confirmation. Of course Lin Duan wouldn't slip. He hadn't confirmed his order yet. This step must find evidence of the other party's crime in order to confirm the order. Wow, you're amazing. With a look of admiration on his face, Lin Duan asked again, then the clothes you're wearing are presumably expensive as well? It's not very expensive. Just a few tens of thousands of dollars. The woman was a bit calm, and even had a bit of unconcern between her eyebrows as she looked at Lin Chen before asking again. What do you do? Me? I just quit my job. I'm kind of unemployed right now. Lin Dus laughed a little. Feel with you cannot compare. I out of society graduated all 3 years. Now the salary is only a few $1,000s a month. Oh, that means you don't have a room? Nope. No car either? Nope. Zhang Qian shook her head. We might not be a good match. It's fine. Let's chat for a while and get to know each other. Lin Duan laughed. Besides, I also think that I'm not that much different from you in age. And although I don't have a car or a house, you don't have one either. Zhang Qian snorted out a laugh. You really make me feel a little hairy. Who said I don't have a car or a house? Lin Duan was shocked. You still have a car and a house? Of course I have. I have 3 suites, 1 set in Evergrande Royal View Bay, 2 sets in Zhongjian Center, and the car is an Audi A4L. So you're saying I don't have a car or a house? This one blew up all over the airwaves. It's a rich woman. I'm so envious. So pretty and so rich. What do you do for a living, sister? Too rich, right. 3 suites, a car. I checked. The average price of a room in Yuezhou is in the 10,000s, which means there are more than $3 million in assets. That's awesome. She's only 23, right? Just graduated. Just got out of the society. And she can be so rich. Why can't I even pass $10,000 a month after I've been looking for a job and working my ass off? Hey, it's really a human being, but the anchor shouldn't be able to hold her. It's too rich. The live viewers were really all kinds of ravishing. For his part, Lin Chen said, "That's rich. Do you mind if I eat soft food?" Zhang Qian's beautiful eyes widened. Then she snorted out a laugh. "You're so funny. To be honest, I don't really mind." In the Public Security Bureau, Li Innovation stared with wide eyes. "Lin Duan, where's your temperament? How can you eat soft food?" Next to him, Li Yunjin lamented. "So pretty and so rich. I'd eat it if it were me." The captain was speechless. "Lin Duan, you're at least a police officer. You're going to eat soft food on a blind date." He shook his head with some hatred. The live audience was also excited. Lin Duan cheerfully said, "Just don't mind." "Actually, I don't mind either. Just chatting." Zhang Qian's cell phone seemed to be ringing. She picked it up, opened it directly to look at it, and then sent a message. Casually put the phone on the desktop. Naturally, Lin Chen took this detail in his eyes, but pretended not to see it and continued to chat with the other party. He couldn't identify the other side yet, but that was enough to make him suspicious. Let's put it this way. It's simply impossible for a 23-year-old girl who just graduated to be able to be worth over $3 million unless her family has a mine. Now has passed the era of taking a PPT can fool investors to start a business. Unless the e-commerce to do a big do-up is possible, the rest of the blanket is not possible. Between another casual conversation, there seemed to be a steady stream of messages on the other's cell phone, which she responded to as she chatted. Lin Duan cheerfully said, "All your cell phones are still fruit machines. This is the latest Fruit 13, right? I can't afford it. I can only use millet." Zhang Qian picked up her coffee and elegantly took a sip. Looking at the enthusiastic Lin Chuan, there was a hint of impatience on her face because Lin Chuan was like this, as if he was a licking dog, and dog licking is of no value to her. "Come on, it's kind of pointless to talk about it, and to be honest, I don't see you," Zhang Qian said calmly. Lin Dus let out an "oh, that's such a shame. I think you're okay. Then we'll talk another time." Zhang Qian wanted to leave. Lin Chen directly said, "Wait, talk some more. Maybe you can find my inner beauty. I'm a slow learner with excellent qualities, and it will be difficult to see you again once you leave now." Zhang Qian hesitated, but sat down. The live audience almost died laughing. "You're still slow? No, the anchor won't really fancy her, right? I'll tell you with the experience of someone who's been there. This kind of woman, if you don't have the appropriate strength and haven't found out how she got her money, I'd suggest staying as far away as possible and running as far away as you can. The anchor isn't a relationship brain, is he?" The audience is getting a little skeptical, and the PSB officers are shaking their heads. The captain also frowned. "Lin Chen shouldn't be. According to what I know about him, he's not such a person." Li Yanjin also came back to his senses. That's right, being a police officer doesn't really care about any money. Before, Lin Chen didn't care about money either, but he's acting like this now. Is there something wrong with this woman? I don't know. Let's see first. On Lin Chen's side, he had indeed concluded that there was something wrong with the other party. But nay, he hadn't found any evidence, so he could only stall the other party for now, waiting for an opportunity to find one. After drinking one cup of coffee after another, Zhang Qian was already looking down on Lin Chen more and more and directly said, "I don't like you. To be honest, you don't have any money, no house, no car. What do you have? You have nothing. I won't be with you. And don't you say that I'm materialistic. This world is like that. Women definitely need to find men who are stronger than themselves, or else the basics of life won't be secured." Lin Chen nodded. "I understand. This is my problem, not yours." Zhang Qian more and more looked down on Lin Chen. Some contempt. Chatting this process, she basically just half a minute to pick up the phone to return a message. "Are you that busy?" Lin Duan asked curiously. "Yeah, business as usual," Zhang Qian said casually, and it was at this moment that she felt some pain in her stomach. "I'm going to the bathroom," Lin Duan immediately said. "Then go quickly. Leave the stuff here. I'll keep an eye on it for you." Seeing how enthusiastic Lin Chen was, Zhang Qian nodded. Okay. She didn't think much of it, mainly because Lin Chen's behavior was too much of a dog licker. When Zhang Qian entered the toilet, Lin Chen immediately got up and directly opened her bag to search for it. There was a moment of consternation from the live audience. Anchor, what are you doing? Anchor, are you crazy? Rummaging through a girl's bag? This blind date is going to be yellow. Lin Chen's side of the family, however, flew through his things but frowned. He didn't find anything suspicious. Just then, the cell phone sitting on the table suddenly dinged, as if another message had been sent. He picked up his cell phone and saw that even though it was not unlocked, he could still see the message. Boss lady, I want some tea. Room 1402, Century Hotel, last tea number 3. Seeing this information, Lin Chen froze, and at the same time, the system voice surfaced. Ding, order confirmed. Please get the order. Chapter 17, Turning a Blind Date into a Stalking Site. What was on the phone was not captured by the nano cameras, so the viewers of the live broadcast were unaware of it. All they could see was that after reading it, Lin Chen resumed his seat and seemed to be quietly waiting for the other party to come out of the toilet. The live audience got curious. What's going on with the anchor? Suddenly flipping each other's stuff? Anchor look at each other's cell phone information seems to be depressed like, is not found each other have boyfriend? In fact, this is very normal. Now society, either you green me, or I green you. Look away. When Lin Chen thought of something, he took out his cell phone again and directly dialed a call. Mom! The voice on the other end of the phone rang. How is it? Did the blind date work out? I'm telling you, you have to take advantage of it. I heard her say that this girl is very hardworking and competitive. She has a car and a house at a very young age. Lin Duan directly asked. Mom, what's her family's condition? Son, what do you care about each other's financial conditions? The woman herself is competitive and pretty, so don't you hold on to her? No mom, this issue is important to me. He just wanted to double check. This I know. The other family is similar to my family. I specifically asked before. Not rich, just ordinary working class. So it is. After hanging up the phone, Lin Duan finally confirmed it. Although there was a confirmation from the system, he was still a bit sorry, and now that he was confirming it again himself, the other party really had no way to run. Soon, Zhang Qian came back. Alright, I'll leave if there's nothing else. There's a bigger gap between you and I. I've got a few things to do, so I'll stop chatting. Zhang Qian took her things and wanted to leave, but as a result, she didn't expect that. Lin Chen said with a smile on his face. I'm sorry, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave. Zhang Qian froze. What do you mean? Why can't I leave? Lin Chen seemed to smile. The reason is still unclear to you yourself? Zhang Qian frowned. What kind of crazy talk are you talking about? Nuts. Lin Chen stopped Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian said angrily, do you want to stalk me? I tell you, this move is useless to me. You stinking beggar. No car and no house. Will I look up to you? Get out of the way. Don't waste my time, or I'll call the police. The rest of the people in the cafe, they all looked over. Lin Chen laughed. Calling the police? No need. I can help you report it. Also, I don't have a car or a house, but I have the rest of the things that are more important than all these cars and houses. Lin Chen grinned and pulled out a pair of silver handcuffs directly from behind his waist. Rose gold handcuffs. You're under arrest. Zhang Qian was dumbfounded, and all the viewers in the live broadcast room were all boiling the moment they saw Lin Chen take out his handcuffs. No way? The anchor is going to arrest someone straight away? I'm dumbfounded. No, it's obviously a blind date. How did it turn into an arrest scene? Laughing my ass off. That reversal came too soon. Ha ha ha. Turn your head and get caught? No way. Why the arrest? I don't get it. Did she commit any crime? Zhang Qian reacted and said. You're a cop? Was and is now a bandwagon anchor. Then you're not qualified. Lin Chen smiled. The qualifications are still there. My file is still in the Public Security Bureau. Alright, obediently tie your hands. I don't want to talk nonsense with you. Zhang Qian turned back and tried to run, but as a result, in the next moment, Lin Chen directly grabbed her, and then mercilessly held her down on the table with her hands clipped behind her back. Help! Help! Zhang Qian screamed miserably. The rest of the men passing by, seeing this scene, immediately had those who wanted to be heroic and wanted to come up straight away. Only for the next moment, Lin Chen drank. The ex-police officer is on duty. She's under arrest. Those passers-by stopped in their tracks at once. Zhang Qian was still resisting. You're talking nonsense. I didn't break the law. And when the audience of the live broadcast saw that Lin Chen had simply handcuffed the other party, never dragging his feet, and not even half a bit of pity, it directly made everyone dumbfounded. I thought the anchor was a love brain, but I didn't realize I was overthinking it. Hiss. It hurts me to watch. Wait, the anchor's in this one. It's not her, is it? Asterisk 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 asterisk? If that's the girl the anchor is stalking, then my 358th group has to come over and help out. Anchor, my big knife is already hungry and thirsty. Hurry up and get on the little yellow car. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room were in chaos, and those public security officers in the Public Security Bureau were all stunned. Really? This kid? Has the girl committed a crime? Lee and Jean was dumbfounded. I have a small pattern. So it turns out that Lin Duan, he is really stocking up. I thought he was on a blind date, but I didn't realize that he was hardwired to turn the dating scene into a feeding scene. At the scene, there were already many people around, while Lin Chen handcuffed Zhang Qian, then picked up his cell phone. Don't you want proof? All the proof is in this cell phone. There was panic on Zhang Qian's fleshly face. She tried to struggle, but now she had her hands clipped behind her back and struggled instead of being showy. Of course Lin Duan wasn't in the mood for that. He just said, "Go ahead. What's the password?" Zhang Qian didn't answer. Not talking? You don't think not talking will help? Do you know what you've committed? Do you know how many years you'll get? Zhang Qian cried. Crying? Crying counts as torture. Confessing is lenient. Resisting is strict. How many passwords? Zhang Qian sobbed. 668,721. Lin Dust unlocked the phone, directly began to browse up the other party's WeChat up. This look. TSK TSK TSK. I'll read it to you. Boss lady. I'll have some tea. Room 1402 of the Century Hotel. I'll have the number 3T from last time. The surrounding passers-by were listening to a cloud of confusion. And there were people in the live broadcast who were confused. Is it illegal to sell tea? Asterisk 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 asterisk. This tea is not the other tea. What kind of tea selling have you ever seen that you have to run to a hotel to sell? That's the new modern term for what's on new tea. It's all industry hackneyed. Meaning miss. Asterisk 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 asterisk. So this means that this little girl looks quite decent. I didn't realize that she prostitutes herself? The world is changing. The world is changing. It's really changing. Where is the conscience? Where is the place? Why haven't I encountered it before? And as the evidence appeared, all the police officers from the Public Security Bureau, their eyes lit up at once. He's been successful in stocking up again? Awesome. This kid is gifted in some way. Isn't he? And that's catching on? Yuezhou Public Security Bureau. The captain reacted. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and get him on the link. Get on the little yellow car. Live on the air. Yuezhou Public Security Bureau, up the link. We'll take it. Xinqiu Public Security Bureau, hey, that's not very nice of you guys. How come it's yours again? Yuezhou Public Security Bureau, this is in our Yuezhou, not in your Xianzhu. Newcomers to the audience are stunned. Public safety is up for grabs? And the rest of the audience looked on and laughed. The Xinqiu Public Security Bureau wants to grab heads? No. Is this something you can rob? Sorry, no Public Security Bureau can come this time. I'll take it. Chapter 18, Money-making methods are written in the penal code. The audience in the live stream was also up and excited. On the scene, Lin Duan looked at Zhang Qian who did not speak, looked at the whole cell phone, laughed, really, I am saying how you are young. You can do 3 suites, and an Audi A4L. I worked for 3 years, did not drive on the Audi, but also can only drive the BYD Qilin. You can even drive the Audi. So it's this? The surrounding passers-by pointed, hey, looking so pretty, but it's a chicken. It's a pity. Hey, so beautiful. Go to do live bad. Earn also more and fast, but also very safe. I can't figure it out. Lin Duan said to the people around him. She's even better. She's the head of the chicken. Is the boss around? The owner came over instantly. Get me a private room. I'm going live on my end. The owner froze. Straight. Live? Yeah, live dumping. The boss is confused. What do you mean? Go for it. And the viewers of the live stream were already excited. Love the anchor. Anchor is a true anchor. There are benefits he is really put Anchor, I'll take this cargo. Anchor, can I buy it alone? I'm willing to pay a high price. Yuezhou Public Security Bureau, do not send pop-ups, do not joke about illegal and criminal intent. Pop-up, that can't be done. The anchor is for the benefit of everyone. Before the flying car thief to you, this beautiful young lady has to belong to us. The captain of the Yuezhou Public Security Bureau and the others. The corners of their mouths twitched in unison. The internet is such a bunch of old sixes these days. After arriving at the live broadcast room, no one was there, and Lin Duan took his phone out, which was of course a pretense. Looking at the cell phone camera, Lin Duan smiled. The purchase is complete. Only one order today, not many goods. Everyone forgive me. All of a sudden, netizens swiped their pop-ups. Anchor, it's okay, This single of yours is worth more than a dozen singles before. This gold content of yours is no less than the blind monk messing with the army from which he kicked back the opposite side of the ADC directly. The anchor's KDA comes to 19/0/0. Anchor, name your price. You must knock it down. Lin Dust glanced at the pop-up screen and smiled. The usual rules. I'll introduce the goods to everyone first. Lin Duan looked at Zheng Qian, commodity information, Zheng Qian, commodity height. How tall are you? Zheng Qian was dumbfounded by the situation, and she was a bit at a loss for words. 6'8". Okay, 1m6'8". Everyone can see. This time the goods. The quality of the goods. The quality of yesterday's flying car thief to throw off several streets. Pressure is not comparable. This value. This body. This long legs. This kind of goods. Do not you like it? Instantly, a pop-up screen floated up in the live broadcast. Love, love, love. Like. Hurry up and get it on the shelves. The captain in the public security office was sweating his brains out. Li Unjin. Take a few people to the mall and get ready to pick up the people. And the rest of you, get into the live price and get ready to grab the goods. You can't let the commoners grab them. Good. Lin Chen said again. Everyone, don't get excited. I'll ask first. Lin Chen looked through the other party's WeChat while taking a closer look. Good guy. You have quite a lot of connections. More than 3,000 people? Tell me, how did you get into this business? How long have you been doing it? Zhang Qian cried out. Lin Duan's face was serious. Crying and silence are useless. I can tell you quite plainly that the longer you drag your feet, the bigger the joyful prison gift pack will be. Zhang Qian whispered. I found out in my freshman year. Under Zhang Qian's narration, the live broadcast audience and everyone in the Public Security Bureau quickly understood the situation. Originally, in the freshman year, Zhang Qian family poor, so want to make money, but the part-time job comes too slow. The back of her would like to have been thinking about this aspect, and then in the bar accidentally found a post. Said paid to accompany the game, 3 days 3,000. Zhang Qian is to contact each other. The first taste of sweetness. Zhang Qian is soon addicted to this method of fast money. On the road of no return. The audience in the live room listened very carefully. Even the English exams have never stopped so carefully. And no one sent pop-ups. Lin Duan asked. And then what? After Zhang Qian finished sobbing, she continued. Later, I was thinking, I'm really too slow by myself, and slow to come up with money. So why don't I expand the scope, and pull some more people down? So I started going to my roommates, and a couple of them talked, and I arranged to take a cut down the middle after the first one, and just kept expanding my own people that way, and now I've got a couple hundred on my hands. Lin Duan said, how do you do it exactly? It's not possible for you to tell them and they'll be willing, right? No, I started out, got another middleman, a boy and girl who were socialites, and told them to go and borrow money from girls who needed it. And then when they couldn't pay it back, they pushed them, and after the first time, it was much better. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow as he listened, and Zhang Qian again hurriedly said, of course there are also voluntary ones. The live audience was stunned. Good lord, this entrepreneurial model, it's kind of awesome. No wonder the methods of making money are written in the penal code. It's hard to see how such a civilized and weak girl can be so ruthless as to force girls to go to sea by means of loan sharking. Lin Duan pondered for a moment. That is to say, and how did you collect the customers you have on hand? These 2,000 or so customers? In fact, this is very simple. Mainly through some small advertisements, as well as some more special web pages to publish information to advertise. As long as the solicitation of the first time after the first time, it will slowly get better. Lin Duan asked, how much at a time? The price varies, but the minimum price is 800 at a time, and then I'll draw 200. Lin Chen sked. You're also dark enough. 800 and you draw 200. A full quarter. No wonder you can earn more than $3 million a year. Zhang Qian lowered her head and burst into tears. I was wrong. Don't be too busy admitting your faults. I still have questions. Lin Chen seemed to be smiling. Look, you have hundreds of people, and you, as a middleman, are responsible for passing on information? I don't believe that you can earn so much by delivering information. Don't the rest of them want to break away from you and go solo? Tell me, how do you control them? And in order to reduce costs, you must have opened venues. Where are the venues? I didn't. No? You think you can cheat me? Let me tell you. $3 million, more than a year's time. This at least proves that your earnings are stable. Every day's earnings are at least a few thousand, or even tens of thousands. If there is no stable venue, you simply can't do this. And also there is definitely still a specialized person to look after it. Seeing that Zhang Qian didn't say anything, Lin Chen calmly said, if I hang you out and sell you in a small yellow car, do you know how miserable you will end up? And facing a professional criminal investigator. Can you hide everything? Zhang Qian cried. I still go through the previous method. And listening to Zhang Qian's words, all the live broadcast viewers sucked in a mouthful of cool air. That's too harsh. Chapter 19, Magic City Public Security Bureau, 6. I just will those girls. Directly took their nude photos and bed photos. Inquired about their personal information. If they do not listen to the words, or alone, or want to go, I will send these nude photos and bed photos directly to their families, sent to their local posting bar, sent to the school. This way they will obey. And I also promise, as long as the 3 years of work, I will destroy all their photos, and let them go. The live audience was truly stunned. Asterisk. Tough enough, it's a human face, isn't it? This isn't a chicken. This is a criminal, right? Ghost, controlling a few hundred girls, with more than 2,000 customers on hand. This kind of scale is also very explosive on Hong Kong Island. The scale of those societies' horse fences is probably not comparable. Zhang Qian was crying. She stood there because her hands were cut behind her back. She just couldn't run even if she wanted to. The public security officers of the Public Security Bureau, too, were dumbfounded. The captain gritted his teeth. I really didn't expect that in Ruizhou. There is still such a situation. The rest of the police, even more stunned. This girl, too ruthless. Lin Duan nodded. This kind of tactic. No wonder you were able to circle them around yourself. What about the venues? And those men and women you found earlier who are social mixers? How many of them are helping you to look after the venue? What are they? Field I have a few. Which ones? I have a 3-block, rented apart hotel. Lin Chen was a little bit numb. This was not a small fight. This was simply a criminal gang. He all but lamented. I think, you can call this one a company. Name the location. He turned around and blocked out the live feed directly, turning down the sound. Ladies and gentlemen, this is classified information now. I can't tell you, so I apologize. The audience swiped up pop-ups. Understand. This is going to be a follow-up arrest. It's definitely going to take a follow-up arrest to take down the whole criminal enterprise. Lin Chen got the information from Zhang Qian, and after confirming it again and again, he nodded his head, before his mind moved to turn the nano camera back on and the sound turned on, and with the answer from Zhang Qian, the system voice appeared. Ding! 4 derivative orders found, including 3 D-rank orders and 1 C-rank order. Lin Dust's mind moved and looked at the orders in the system panel, and found that 3 of the orders were to directly carry out the sweeping of the field. That is, to combat pornography and illegal activities. The C-level order, on the other hand, was to catch this gangster gang developed by Zhang Qian, which was a bit more difficult than the other 3. So it was positioned at C-level. It looks like you can also find new derivative orders yourself if you get more information. After doing this, Lin Duan looked back at the live broadcast. Alright old-timers, family members, you all know the merchandise information. Buckle one if you want this item. All of a sudden, a screen full of ones appeared. Lin Duan laughed. It seems that this time the goods are very popular with everyone. Later I'll go on the little yellow car. On the link, everyone who has the need to buy it themselves, and then after you buy it, bother to come to Ruizhou to lead the people. A member of the audience asked, why can't it be wrapped? You still want to wrap the mail? You'd have to mobilize the police force to deliver it to you, right? That's an extra charge. And it's pretty expensive to use a prison vehicle once. Are you sure you want it? That viewer staggered and swiped the pop-up. Better not then. Lin Duan said. Friends outside of the country can't get a package without shipping. Friends in Ruizhou can shoot. As for the price, everyone see, she lips red teeth white, fine skin tender flesh, front convex and rear curvature, height quite tall long legs, pricing in fact, at first I want to set $99.99, but taking into account that her heart is too black, it is discounted well, and then there is a fan of my fan light card, is my fan group, and then enjoy a 60% discount. That's right, so the final pricing for this item is $668. For $668, the chicken head goes home. Ruizhou Public Security Bureau, Jingzhou Public Security Bureau, Magic City Public Safety, 6. The police officers at the Public Security Bureau looked speechless. Okay, everyone, stand by. Little yellow car 1 link. 3, 2, 1. Get in. Ruizhou Public Security Bureau. The captain shouted. Hurry up and rob me. All the co-workers in the Public Security Bureau have begun to frantically snatch up. A co-worker is full of excitement. I snatched it down. That's good. The captain also breathed a sigh of relief. These prisoners that Lin Duan dumped. Although the end result would definitely be to be locked up in the Public Security Bureau, but there was also a problem here. That is, it could not be stopped by the audience messing up. Viewers are kind of a pain in the ass if they buy it. Of course, regardless of whether the audience shoots or not, the Yuezhou Public Security Bureau will definitely pick the person up. Zhang Qian was in tears at the moment. Can you, please don't tell my parents about these things? Lin Duan looked at her. It depends on your performance. Congratulations to this friend from Yuezhou Public Security Bureau. You guys managed to get the live broadcast of today's merchandise. This hand speed is worthy of Kato Hawk to worship the person. Just after that, there was a knock on the door. Lian Jin walked in with his men, and when he saw Lin Chen, he had a helpless look on his face. Come so fast. Friends of the Yuezhou Public Security Bureau, worthy of being my key customers. The local self-pickup business has developed to the second police. The corner of Li Yunjin's mouth twitched. Stop being poor and let's take the people away. Lin Duan nodded. Yes, but I'm going to follow along and have her write out the list. Then I'm going to personally carry out the arrest. Kidding aside, there's still derivative orders out there, which adds up to 1,018 sin points to draw a prize. Then come along. There were still quite a few people watching outside, and when they saw Lin Chen and the police come out talking and laughing, they put their hearts down. So this guy's really a cop? When he arrived at the Yuezhou Public Security Bureau, once Lin Duan got off the bus, he couldn't help but sigh. Hey, every time I return to this place, it feels like I'm back in prison. Li Yunjin's mouth twitched. Come on you, do you want to try it yourself? I have interrogated once. The location I know. I am ready to bring people at night. First swept her 3 venues before. Now more important, is to see the captain to see if she will be her cell phone Weibo group of those Johns, to control a wave. The captain came over at this time and said directly, arrest, must be arrested. Our Public Security Bureau in order to buy your goods, have spent out several thousand oceans, are almost unable to make ends meet, cannot be arrested? The corners of Lin Chen's mouth twitched, and next to him, Li Yunjin laughed out loud. The captain also laughed. Call them and tell them to come and pay their fines. According to the chat message, don't leave any of them behind. Lin Duan nodded. Captain, arrange some police personnel for me. I'll leave at night. Okay. Chapter 20, I'll give you a discounted price. In the evening, the night falls and the lights come on. As Lin Dust sat in his car, there were several cars parked, all seated with police officers. They were in plain clothes and covered this street. The left and right sides of this street are kind of low houses, some years old. Demolition has not yet demolished here. Along the way are all kinds of small stores. What tobacco, alcohol, food, shampoo and so on. Next to Li Yunjin could not help but curiously look towards the left and right. Some doorways. There is already a woman standing there. There are also some dangling yellow hairs smoking. There are also some people. Is looking around. Is to go in. Don't tell me it's all over the street. Li Yunjin was a little jaw-dropped. Lin Duan cheerfully said, not that much, 1/3. The audience in the live broadcast room also looked stunned. Good lord, this is a big scale too alright. Before always joked, said what yellow sky on the top, and gambling and drugs do not share the same day, but now it seems, yellow this kind of thing, indeed need to be swept, or else a lot of people to take this crime, the harm is more people. That's right, I'm really convinced when you say that it's not enough for you to volunteer to be alone, and you're pulling together such a big crime syndicate, but it's hard to ban this kind of thing. You can only combat it. If it's personal, I think the only one who can beat yellow is green. Put, brother don't be crooked okay? The anchor is showing us the incoming scene. Lyndon used a nano camera, so the audience could also see it clearly. Seeing that the time was almost up, Lin Chen directly said, everyone prepare to move. Everyone got out of the car, and Lin Chen took the lead, directly heading over towards that field. Both floors of the house above this field have been opened up and connected, with a couple of entrances and the rest of the entrances guarded. The yellow hairs were alerted. What's the deal? Lin Chen cheerfully went over and suddenly just stormed out, directly holding the other party down. Police! Anti-pornography! The police swarmed in behind them and Li Yunjin yelled. Freeze! Freeze! Show me your hands at the front desk. Don't you dare tattle on me. That receptionist dutifully held her hand out with a bell underneath, and pressed the top. Lyndon cuffed them with handcuffs, and the police came up behind them to take control. The scene was chaotic, and Lin Dust went directly upstairs. The second and third floors were all rather dim, and then there were many rooms, some of which were directly separated by partitions. Lin Chen directly kicked open the first room, and the man and woman inside immediately hugged the covers in fear. All out, one by one, Lin Chen kicked open the rooms, and under the nano camera, those ladies each had white thighs, and the viewers cried out in delight. So pornography is so exciting? This is comparable to a blockbuster. When Lin Chen saw someone in front of him trying to escape, he directly chased after him and put him down with one hand. Do not move. You run to the time to lose the life is their own. Pornography at most a few days in jail. The man realized. I'm not moving. Soon the second floor was under control and a long line of ladies came out with their heads down and their hands on the shoulders of the person in front of them. The male Johns were the same. And Lindsay went up to the third floor again. And almost all of them were arrested. Ding! Getting order successful. A voice came from the system. Lin Dust was delighted. Obtaining the order was successful. When the time came, he would just directly dump it. Downstairs, Lin Duan told Li and Jean. You bring them all back to the station. Lock them up first. Don't interrogate them. I'll open the tape then. The corner of Li and Jean's mouth twitched. And carry goods? Nonsense. Why don't you bring it? With so many goods, I can make a fortune anyhow. Lin Duan was full of excitement. And Li and Jean was speechless. When the captain knows that you're always pulling his wool over his eyes, he's probably going to cry and laugh. Lin Chen froze as he laughed. It's sort of wool gathering. But this wool, that definitely needs to be gathered. What Lin Dust valued more was the sin points. Something that could strengthen himself. But he didn't care about wool gathering. And the live audience perked up. Good lord. This I always have to high and low the whole thing. Oh, this wave of benefits from the anchor is so good. I'm over the moon. On Lin Chen's side, he got into his car again and then immediately rushed to the next location. This time it was a small apartment, the kind that resembles a self-built house then renovated into an apartment. Is this the right building? Lyndon asked. Lee nodded innovatively. Yep, been waiting for you to get here. We were all going to sweep it ourselves. That's no good. I found it. It's all my goods. How can you lead the sweep? The corner of Lee Creative's mouth twitched. You're addicted to carrying goods, aren't you? That's for sure. It's cool to bring the goods. While saying that, Lin Duan directly pulled the door open and went inside, pointing at the man at the front desk. Police, leave the front desk with your hands up and don't move. Lee Innovation and the others fishtailed. That receptionist was confused, and the socialite didn't know what to do for a moment. A gangster next to him was holding something and tried to sneak attack while Lin Chen wasn't paying attention, but Lin Chen backhanded him with a back shoulder slam and dropped him to the ground. Assaulting a police officer? Kid, you're going to get what you deserve when you sell your goods later. Afterwards, Lin Chen directly went upstairs, and as soon as he did, he heard all sorts of sounds, a sound that, if expressed in words, was the presence of river crabs. Without saying a word, Lin Chen directly kicked open one door after another, and those voices that were very enjoyable and cool instantly turned into panic. Ah, who are you guys? What are you doing? Police? Pornography? The viewers of the live broadcast, looking at the half-covered ladies, were all excited. Good lord. This scene is exciting. So exciting. You a Joe man are probably going to cry and tearfully indicate a good sweep. You a Joe man weeps in support of police against pornography. The live audience gloated. And only after Lin Dust received the system prompt for order confirmation did he sort of put his heart down. Innovation. Take these women back and lock them up together. I have a load to bring. Lee Innovation also people stupid. Don't be surprised. It's all my merchandise. Do you want it? If you want it come to my live room then. I'll give you a discounted price. Just $9.90. The corners of Lee Innovation's mouth twitched. The captain was right. Lin Duan was probably suffering from a bit of paranoia on the psychological front. Lin Chen then rushed to the third location. And after successfully sweeping the pornography, there was one last location left. And that was the small group that Zhang Qian had tangled up. Lin Duan led the people to rush straight over. It was in a residential building. Looking at the residential building, a policeman tried the lock and whispered, "The door is locked. Kick it in?" Lin Chen directly said, "That troublesome? I'll just unlock it directly." The surrounding police officers froze, and then they saw Lin Chen crouch down to open the lock. But in a moment, the entire lock just clicked open. They were stunned, and Lyndon opened the door and walked straight in. The policeman behind him snapped back to his senses and rushed in after him, yelling, "Police, don't move." Chapter 21. If this gets out, how can we collect money for the bride price in the future? Soon, everyone in the room was under control. It was time to arrest, and all the Johns and prostitutes were controlled one by one and sent directly to the police car. These all have to be arrested in the police station, and then detained and punished if necessary. Returning to the police car, Lin Duan was also planning to follow him to the police force. Back at the police station, the staff up and down the line had their hands full, while Lin Duan was so fired up that he rushed straight to the prison. "Move over, I'm going on air." The cops looked puzzled. On the air? Li Yunjin and Li Innovation followed beside them and saw that Lin Chun went to the room where these prostitutes were being held, then took out his cell phone. then took out a cell phone holder and set it up directly. Families, old-timers, it's now official. That's right, just now I scored a large batch of goods, so you can see, behind, the results of my scoring today. The corners of Lee Eunjin and Lee Innovation's mouths twitched, and they were outright dumbfounded. The police officer next to me was also confused. Are you crazy? Bringing goods in the police station? And with these prostitutes? Those police officers were about to go forward, but Lee Eunjin and Lee Innovation hastened to stop them. Brothers, calm down. This is allowed by the captain. He's just going through the motions anyway. Let him sell. Curious, a policeman asked. The captain agrees? Bro, keep your voice down. Let me tell you. Do you know why Lin Chen left his job before? That's because he has a performative personality. And this kind of bandwagon satisfies that personality. And if he's not allowed to sell it, something will go wrong. Creatively added from the side. That's right. And all these prostitutes were caught by the clues he provided. We couldn't have cracked down on such a criminal gang without him. The rest of the police officers came to a realization. And at this moment, Lin Duan also pointed at the young lady behind the railing. How about it? Bring a wave of welfare to the family today. Young and beautiful, all of them are 18 to 30 years old. Just the hairstyles alone, there are a dozen of them. There are big waves. There are long black hair. There are even short hair. This batch of goods of mine. I'm just asking you all if they're pure or not. The number of viewers in the live broadcast room was already skyrocketing like crazy. And the pop-ups were brushed up like crazy. Pure. This is so pure. Oh, the anchor is such a good anchor. The people's anchor. Directly knocking the price down in one go. Ha ha ha. You Joe men are going to cry. It's so awesome. Anchor, hurry up and get on the little yellow car. I really want this one. And the various public security bureaus in the live broadcast came in one after another. And when they saw the swarm of pop-ups, they warned them directly. Don't be a deadbeat. The goods that the anchor brought this time do not constitute a criminal offense. They will only be imprisoned and then released. It's useless for you to buy them back. In addition here to everyone to popularize, if you buy prostitutes caught, is certain to notify your immediate family. Notification in place, and will remain a record. At least 3 years. Do not eliminate. We do not take a chance. The public security bureaus in various places were in serious science. And for a while, the enthusiasm of many uproarious spectators was dampened. But just then, a viewer posted an amazing pop-up. It's easy, I play with her and don't pay. Then it's not whoring. Talent. The rest of the audience just perked up at once. Right. Why am I brain dead? Only the existence of a monetary transaction constitutes this act. And if there is no monetary transaction, then it doesn't constitute So families, it's best to go out and deal in cash. In the Yuezhou Public Security Bureau, looking at the disorganized live broadcast room, the captain and Li Jin and the others, all had their mouths drawn in unison. Lin Dus directly said, well home people, now is the introduction of the link of the goods. I can say so, I live goods. Look at the whole bandwagon world. Also cannot find the second better than me. I am here our superior in the selection of the best. The amount of less than $700 cannot look at the eyes of most of the price of 1004 to start with the quality of the long time to hear that everyone, full of not satisfied. Anchor, what can I do with one? 400? Lin Duan looked at the pop-up. 1004 packs of bells, 3008 packs of nights. That's their line. Anchor, what can I do with a night out? Pack day. Whoa. Anchor, I want one. Hurry up and put it on the shelf. My big knife is already hungry and thirsty. Anchor, you're all the way across the railing. How can we see well? Get closer. At the back of the room, the prostitutes were filled with fear and looked at Lin Chen with a bit of horror before lowering their heads down and squeezing as far back as possible. Lin Duan happily said, okay, no problem. Satisfy everyone. He directly opened the door to the room and then said, everyone can watch it up close this time. Right. The quality is absolutely qualified. Here is just the first batch of goods. There are a lot of goods coming in tonight. At the very least, 5 rooms are closed. The audience in the live broadcast room also lamented. This is really good guy. Once and for all, directly smashed Yuezhou's large yellow trading organization. Lin Dust is again said, like these goods, belong to just picked out of the ground, fresh out of the oven. Of course, everyone in my live room. How can there be no concessions? Everyone thinks this batch of goods. What price should be quoted? Anchor, 998. Price hit down. Fart. You want another 998? I suggest 198. 98. Anchor. I'm a student. My family is poor. Can you send me one? Looking at the pop-ups, the captain's mouth twitched directly. A real cluster asterisk. Lin Duan cheerfully said, what is the slogan of this live broadcasting room? is that it is to knock down the price of criminals. What 198? Too expensive. Will the anchor slaughter my family members? 98. Who? The live audience got even more excited. 98 apiece. If you want more, it's more affordable. There's a total of 20 here, so if you want all of them, I'll give you another 50% off. That's right, $1,000. A tear-jerking sale. It's a total jump price. If you miss this village, you won't find this store. Are you ready? Ready to deduct one. The next moment, pop-ups of various public security bureaus appeared on the pop-ups. Uijo Public Security Bureau, 1. Show State Public Safety, 1. Magic City Public Safety, 1. Jingzhou Public Security Bureau, 1. Seeing so many Public Security Bureau pop-ups, the audience was dumbfounded. Good lord, so many Public Security Bureaus to support the show? That's a lot of torture. Uijo Public Security Bureau, now these people are all in our bureau. All viewers do not shoot. To shoot can. Come to our Uijo Public Security Bureau to mention people. They're genuinely afraid that the average viewer will get carried away on a whim and just film it. On his side, Lin Chen said, okay, everyone get ready. I'm going to directly shelve the little yellow car on my side. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, the link to the little yellow bike was just put up and it was snapped up straight away. Wow. We congratulate this friend of the live broadcast, Uijo Public Security Bureau. It's him again. It's really the king of hand speed. Okay, so the first batch of goods. It's dumped successfully. Didn't buy friends, don't be anxious. There are still 4 rooms. The supply of goods is abundant. Those prostitutes behind Lin Chen didn't dare to say a single word. They all lowered their heads and covered their faces as much as possible. Where have they ever seen such a battle? After being rated for pornography, they even have to be broadcast live? If word of this gets out, how can we collect money for the bride price in the future? Chapter 22. I had a weapon like a weapon. But you want me to use it to stir up? After the first room was done with the goods, Lin Duan was again heading directly to the second room. Families, the second batch of goods is new. Look at these long legs. Look at these stockings. How about it? Just these legs. They're worth a fortune, right? Those prostitutes looked at Lin Duan in horror, entering the room and directly taking a cell phone to shine a light on their legs. The live audience stared in disbelief. Anchor is really human democratic broadcast. Hiss. Good legs. Oh, I'm a dirt dog and I love it. The anchor is the #1 bandwagon anchor in shakeology. Who's for it and who's against it? Lin Dust then placed his cell phone on the stand again and turned his back to the group of prostitutes. This batch of goods is different from the first room just now. Ah, this batch is of higher quality. Where is the high? Before the first batch of goods workplace is just a common alley. And this batch that is different. It is in the apartment and when it comes to clothing styles, they can be personalized. You want a bunny girl, or a working girl, they have it all. So, price-wise I'm going to raise the price on my side. Is that okay with everyone? The audience is literally going to die laughing. Anchor, how dare we have a problem with that? Oh, the anchor is so sweet. He only sells it for $98, and he has to ask us in advance when the price goes up. Where can we find such a good and conscientious businessman? The anchors have knocked the price down as much as they can, and I have no problem with the price increase. Those prostitutes were also horrified, not knowing what the hell Linden was up to. And Lindsay continued, okay, families, I'll make an offer. $100. Pust, you call that a price increase? The audience were all happy, while Lin Duan said, $100, and then it's still the no. One little yellow car's dumping rule, 100 for single sale, 50% off for packaged. Do you all want to sell single or packaged? Sell it alone. Sell it alone. Anchor, I really want to buy but the problem is that the police uncle watched it. In case I ordered the next day the police uncle door how to do. Lin Duan's side looked at the pop-up. Let's do it this way. The last room is sold singly. This one is still packaged. This batch of goods I have to get rid of it quickly, or else it will build up inventory. The warehouse occupies an insufficient area, and if the next time it's imported, it'll cause a pile-up. Li and Jean looked at Lin Chen who was excitedly selling his goods, and felt a little emotional. Lin Chen is really getting into the devil. Listen, is this speaking in human language? Li Innovation laughed. What a king of the bandwagon. Soon, all the goods in the second room are also on the shelves of the small yellow car, directly snatched by the Uijo Public Security Bureau. Next, rooms 3 and 4 went as they should. It's almost time for room 5. The live audience was looking forward to it. I'm so excited to finally be able to sell it solo. I want to order. I want to order. Lin Chen also took his cell phone and directly entered room 5. And as a result, once he entered, the audience, who had been excited before, were all dumbfounded, because room 5, all ING men, all previous Johns, Those Johns were also a bit terrified when they saw Lindsay come in, while Lindsay put the cell phone holder away. Connoisseurs, this is room 5, most of which I stock myself, with a variety of occupations and a wider age range and a wider variety of jobs. Lyndon asked the first man directly, "What do you do for a living?" I fix air conditioners. Lindsay asked the second, "And what do you do for a living?" "I'm white collar." Lindus looked back to his cell phone. Families see it, the work types are diverse, so you definitely won't lose out if you buy it. Live streaming pop-ups brush up. What's the point of having a man? Damn it, I'm not. I had a Rui weapon and you want me to use it to stir? That I won't agree to. $10 is too much for me. Lin Chen looked at the pop-up screen. This way, I'll quote a number. $9.09. That's right, it's only $9.09. Is everyone happy with that? I'll just help you guys knock the John price down. The men in the room all twitched their mouths in unison, but they didn't dare to do anything because there were still several police officers standing outside. How dare you resist when you're in jail? Isn't this like shooting a lantern in the toilet? Looking for death? Lindust also no nonsense, all to be directly packaged 50% off. On the small yellow car. The little yellow car link came up or was photographed by the Uezhou Public Security Bureau. The next 2 rooms, also all male, were dumped by Lyndon Bitch, and then Lyndon looked at the live broadcast. Alright family, the goods are cleared out. Thank you for your support. I'll be back on the air when the next shipment comes in. The live viewers also had a great time watching. Always support the anchor. Anchor, you are simply the mudslide of the police, the Nanbo one of the bandwagon world. If there weren't so many police uncles on the air, high and low, I'd have to get a whole one. Lin Chen turned off the live broadcast. He was already receiving a system alert that the goods were sold off, and he received sin points. When Lin Duan finished bringing the goods, Li Yunjin walked over. Lin Chen, the captain is calling for you to go over. Lin Duan nodded and directly found the captain. The captain looked at him helplessly. Finished with the band? The band is finished. Lyndon was jovial. Okay, go back and rest when you're done with the band. And you boys next time bring the prices down a bit. We spent another couple $1,000s out here. Lin Dust nodded. Captain, it's okay, the wool comes from the sheep. According to the normal process before, Captain, you can fine no need to be polite. One person 3,000. This is not more than 100,000 into the account? As Lin Duan was about to leave, the captain asked again. When will you kid return to the police force? Captain, I'm in the anchor world. My heart is in the police force. It's the same whether I go back or not. Anyway, next time there's a police situation you can call me. I do think that the efficiency of the case is much faster if I don't go back to the police force. From leaving his job, he had solved 3 criminal situations in a short period of time. This efficiency of Lin Duan was simply terrifying. The captain nodded. Okay, I got it. At the same time, the live broadcast of this big sale by Lin Duan was edited and became wildly popular on Jitterbug. A video that went straight past 1 million likes. Good guys, I call them good guys straight up. I've seen them with keyboards. I've seen them with thatch. I've never seen them with criminals. Anchor, this is really awesome to follow. Families, who understands now prostitution caught, not only to be detained and fined to keep a record, but also to be broadcast social death. Ha ha, Uezhou's men and women come to see. These goods that appear in the live broadcast. There is no your husband, boyfriend, girlfriend. If there is, I suggest to hurry up and split. Comment section. Many Uezhou people are also present, directly into a large identification site. On top of that, Lin Chen's behavior was widely spread in the police community, and the director of the Uezhou Public Security Bureau, who had an odd expression on his face, looked at the captain in front of him. Old Meng, you're just going to let your men dump criminals online? It's good for the unfolding of our police department's work, okay? The captain said. Director, I think it's very good. One is that Lin Dust, he has a performing personality disorder. If he's not allowed to carry the goods, he might have problems. Before it was because of this that he left his job, and now after he carries the goods, he's catching criminals harder than anyone else. Then the second work unfolded. I think it's also very good. In just a short period of time, Lin Dust has solved several criminal situations now. This time the Uezhou pornography crackdown was also initiated by him. The director froze. Then in that case, it's really a talent. Take care of him more. Next time there is a promotion to the province, leave it to him. Yes. Chapter 23, the wife is missing. Regarding all this, naturally, Lin Chen didn't know. He was huffing and puffing at home at night. When the second day came, Lin Chen naturally opened his eyes, and then with a carp. After getting up, he looked underneath himself and sighed. My mom was right. It's time to find a girlfriend. While this was going on, the phone rang and his own mom called. Just a connection. Lin Dust has not had time to speak it. The phone that ended the mom's words on the crackling non-stop. Shao dust. Yesterday there is no success. This girl is beautiful and rich. You have to grasp to launch more passionate offense. No, boys should take the initiative a little. Lin Chen cried and laughed. Mom, this matter is useless even if I take the initiative to be enthusiastic. Why? Could it be that the other party didn't fancy you? Hey, that's right. After all, you don't look too tall. Your appearance isn't outstanding. And your condition is poor. Hold it. Hold it. Mom, I'm not so bad at this height. 5 feet 8 inches. And even Pang Yuyan is only a little bit worse than me. The reason why this thing is useless even if I take the initiative is that she went in. What? Going in? Your relationship is growing so fast? How come it didn't work? It's a done deal. On the other end of the phone, Mom's words exclaimed. Lin Duan froze for a moment, crying and laughing. Mom, where are you thinking? When I said going in, I didn't mean that. It's that she went into the station. Mom was even more shocked. How did she end up in the station? Because I caught it. Mom, little brat, you can once the words will finish it. You again, so I ask a line, you answer a line. Believe it or not, I whip you. Lin Duan hurriedly said. The matter is like this. Although that girl's condition is outstanding, she was engaged in illegal acts and organized prostitution. So I arrested her. And now the person is at the police station undergoing interrogation. Ha? No way? Lin Duan said. Mom, you can't judge a person by their appearance. Most of the girls nowadays are very contrasting. You won't even know what she's like until you get in touch with her B-side. This. So how long will she get? According to the laws of the Dragon Kingdom, this crime is still very serious. The criminal law says that it's medium-term imprisonment. More than 5 years, less than 10 years. But I think she's more serious with this. It also involves organizing a triad gang for loan sharking. So if she really wants to be heavily sentenced, more than 10 years won't be a problem. On the other end of the phone, Mom was shocked, speechless. She glutinous half. Hey, good end of a girl. How could this happen? How should I talk to the intermediary? Mom, why don't you just say the other guy doesn't see me? After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen also washed his face, and he was already awake. Even more so. Alright, time for the lottery. After earning so many sin points, they have to be exchanged for valid rewards to be considered valid. Lin Chen directly pulled open the system panel and then began to silently read the lottery. And in the next moment, the lottery page rotated. Ding! Congratulations! You have received the stamina potion. After taking it you can increase your stamina attribute. Ding! Congratulations! You have received a power potion. After taking it you can enhance your power attribute. Ding! Congratulations! You have received the self-healing ability potion. After taking it you can enhance your self-healing ability. A series of voices rang out, and Lin Chen frowned a little. This lottery was full of potions related to physical attributes. However, there was one of the potions that surprised Lin Chen, and that was the self-healing ability potion. This one is actually still very important. It is to increase healing ability after an injury, and with a certain level of self-healing attributes. It also enhances one's ability to survive in the event of near death. This was still important. After all, the death rate of the industry that Lin Duan was in was relatively high. Of course, now Lin Duan is just an ordinary police officer of the Public Security Bureau, not quite a criminal police officer. The highest mortality rate in the police industry of the Dragon Kingdom should be the anti-narcotics police officers of the southwest border region. There was a class of graduated anti-narcotics police officers over there before, and all of them died. Yellow, gambling and drugs. Why are drugs so serious? Yellow, may only harm you a person. Gambling, may harm a family. And drug, crazy, but can be harmful to society. Addicts do everything. Before Lin Dust has contacted the case, there is a family of the son of drug addiction, was locked in the room, really cannot stand to give a little suck, and then appeared to hallucinogenic, directly with a knife murder, will be their own family members have been hacked to death. What if it was an innocent passerby who was cut? Therefore, the fight against drug trafficking is a top priority. I should be able to get some rest today. I feel like I've been working even harder since I left the police department instead. Literally all year round. Lin Dust himself spat a little. Go downstairs, have breakfast, then take the car in for repairs. After getting the exact time when it could be repaired, Lin Duan directly just took a taxi back. As a result, he hadn't even gotten a cab yet. And suddenly, the system voice rang out. Ding! An order has been detected within 1,000 meters. Please have the host rush to the location immediately to find the order and harvest it. The appearance of the system voice caught Lin Duan a little off guard. He opened his eyes wide in shock. There was an order for this too? After looking at the system's location, Lin Duan directly stopped a cab and then said, Go to the Emerald Home. After arriving at the Emerald home, Lin Duan found that this order was in 1801, Unit 1, Building 14 of the Emerald home. The location is down to the exact room. What happened this time? Thinking of this, Lin Chen still opened the nanocamera with a thought. The next moment, there were many more viewers in the live stream. The anchor is on again? No, the anchor is on again? I woke up early in the morning to find the anchor on, and boy, was I excited. Look at that. That's what I call dedication. Either you're stocking up or you're on your way to stocking up. What's the anchor stocking up this time? Lin Duan said. I'm not too sure at the moment. I'll have to go and take a look. The audience swiped up pop-ups. The anchor's feed is really too powerful. I hope that this time the anchor's feed won't make the men of Yuezhou cry again. Ha ha ha. Yuezhou men don't share the same fate as the anchor. Lin Dust came to the cell gate, was about to go in. The results in the cell door. Just meta interview car stopped. A female reporter holding a microphone. Behind a cameraman carrying a camera. Ready to come in. Lin Duan immediately stepped forward. Hello comrade reporter? I'm a police officer. Do you have any interview assignments? The female reporter looked at Lin Chen for a moment, her eyes somewhat puzzled, and suddenly remembered. You're the anchor who brought the goods yesterday? No. The cop? Lin Duan happily said. It's good to know. Yes, it's me. The female reporter held out her hand. Hello. Here's the thing. We got a call on our end saying that his wife was missing and wanted us to come over and interview him and help him look for her. Chapter 24, Searching for Clues. Wife missing? Lin Duan immediately became interested. What is the other party's house number? Building 14, Unit 1, 1801. Sure enough, this is it. Come on, let's go up together. Lin Dust followed the reporter and cameraman directly into the neighborhood. Live broadcast. Many viewers are also pouring in. Yuezhou Public Security Bureau. Captain. Lin Chen, he's on live again. The captain was startled. What? He's going to stock up again? Li Innovation cried and laughed. He's gone to the Emerald home. But I can't say it's a stocking stuffer, right? As long as Lin Chen is on live. Nothing good happens. Let's see it first. The live stream was all swiped by the audience as well. Looking forward to the anchor feed. Other anchors into the goods. Looking for manufacturers to negotiate. Wholesale take goods. Lin Dust anchors into the goods. Risking life and death. Directly to apprehend fugitives. What the road life and death race. Shocking leap. Either is the matchmaking encounter. This process of goods is not much stronger than the rest of the anchor with goods. The three sheep and they are small at best. The anchor's side is the most powerful. Comparable to a large arrest scene. Linden followed the reporter to 1801, where the reporter rang the doorbell. It didn't take long for a middle-aged man to open the door. His eyes first glanced at the several people outside the door before revealing a kind smile. You're journalists? Yes, Mr. Hua. You called our station earlier and said your wife was missing. Ah yes. Come on in. Mr. Hua invited the reporter and the others in, and Lin Chuan entered after him, and as soon as he came in, he directly unleashed his criminal investigation ability. The reporter's side and the cameraman were getting busy, getting ready to shoot the interview. For his part, Lin Duan was looking around from the side, keenly observing and also trying to hear what Mr. Hua had to say. Soon, the interview began. Mr. Hua, you said your wife is missing. What's going on? Mr. Hua immediately said, this is the case. Things are in 10 days ago. My wife said to go back to the mother-in-law to sweep the grave. My side also agreed. I would have liked to go, but I still have to make money to take care of a few years old children. Did not follow the past. A few days ago, I was still communicating with my wife. 5 days ago, she sent me the last WeChat after the last one. There is no movement. Then until today, she also has not come back. I feel wrong, and panic in my heart. I called many times, but the result is that no one answered. So I am worried that my wife is not something happened, which is why I found you guys. I hope that you guys can help me to look for it. The corners of Mr. Hua's eyes were a little moist, and he had tears in his eyes before he used his clothes to wipe away the tears from his own eyes. The female reporter said, what was the last message your wife sent? Just very everyday information. Mr. Hua took out his phone, opened the WeChat. Above the display of his wife's dialogue box, stayed 5 days ago, sent the last WeChat. The content is indeed very unusual. That is to say that they will be back in a few days. You guys? She said she'd be back in a couple days and she hasn't been back in the last couple days and I'm really worried. The female reporter reassured. It's okay, we'll send out a missing persons notice for you. Lin Dust did not have a system tip. The process of seeking and obtaining an order had to discover relevant evidence in order to get a system tip. Therefore, Lin Chen couldn't figure out what was going on for a moment. He said directly, Mr. Hua, is your wife's hometown far from here? It's not too far. It takes a little over 3 hours if you take the county shuttle. Lin Duan analyzed. It only takes 3.5 hours. But there's no contact for 5 days. So it's likely that something has happened. Have you called the police yet? No way. My wife will be fine. Mr. Guo looked agitated all of a sudden. Lin Chen just looked at him. After a while, Mr. Guo calmed down. Not yet. In my heart, I still have a fluke. See Mr. Guo like this. The female reporter continued to comfort. Just at this time, a cry sounded. Mr. Guo hastily is to go to the baby's room. Will be a baby picked up? Gently soothing. The audience in the live broadcast room was also speculating when they saw this scene. 5 days didn't come back. Nowadays this society is quite advanced. How can it be possible that he didn't come back for 5 days? I think something has really happened. The probability of an accident is very high. Just now the content of the WeChat we also read. There is nothing wrong. It is estimated that if you can't get it right, there will really be a murder. While watching Mr. Guo comfort his child, Lin Chen asked, "This your child? How old is it?" "Just turned 1. And hey, how am I going to take care of him without his mom?" Mr. Guo was also worried. And Lin Chen said, "I'll help you call the police first." In fact, there was no need for Lin Chen to call the police. After the captain of the Yuezhou Public Security Bureau and the others watched the video, the captain was already ordering people from the Criminal Investigation Division to come over. It didn't take long for Li Yunjin and the rest of them and their colleagues from the Criminal Investigation Division to arrive. Mr. Wei was taken aside for questioning and interrogation, while Lin Duan was with the people from the Criminal Investigation Division, checking the condition of the room. The colleague from the Criminal Investigation section was called Pang Qingyun. He greeted Lin Duan and started working. Reporters were also interviewing, and Lin Duan first looked at a pair of photos and found a picture of Mr. Guo when he was young, wearing a military uniform, veteran with military experience. Entering Mr. Guo's room again, Pang Qingyun examined it. This master bedroom is south-facing and has a high floor, so it's easy for dust to accumulate. Look at the back of this leather bed. There's a thin layer of dust. For his part, Lin Duan opened the closet and looked at the clothes of Mr. Guo and his wife, which were in separate closets, and his wife's closet, which had a wide variety of items, with the largest number of items still being hijabs. His wife likes to go out in a turban? Lin Duan analyzed. Middle-aged women who are older, wrapping a headscarf to go out as possible, when the time comes to adjust the surveillance, and then check his wife's route back to the county, and then ask the shuttle bus driver to check the situation of the inbound bus. He was rummaging through the closet again, his clan-level forensic skills coming into play at the moment. These clothes, the size his wife wears should be around M. The wedding photo just now looks like the two are about the same height, 1.7 meters. After checking the bedroom, Lin Duan again went into the kitchen with Pang Qingyun. The whole kitchen was not much different from that of an ordinary family. Pots and pans, those were there. Even the sink had no piles of bowls in it, and the floor was clean. So it seemed that the man was a hardworking man as well. While Pang Qingyun was taking pictures, Lin Duan was also putting on gloves and scrutinizing the situation in the kitchen. The audience in the live broadcast room looked curious. Why is it that the Criminal Investigation Police, the first thing they do when they come is to check the room? The same as investigating the scene? Nonsense. Criminal Investigation Section. Hey, guess what the word criminal investigation means? For the Criminal Investigation Police, anything that is suspicious will not be spared. And this room is the place where his wife lives. There will surely be traces left. Observe more. Maybe we can find out what clues. Chapter 25. I feel like I'm always missing something. Lin Chen memorized all this information in his heart. Then he said to Pang Qingyun, "This anvil is very new. It seems to be newly bought. Well, there aren't many knife marks on it." After checking the kitchen, what with the drawers and the group photos, it was all over. Li Yunjin directly led people to the cell monitoring room. To access this month since the cell all the monitoring, which is also very tired of work. The distribution of cell monitoring, to check the distribution of the cell, and the monitoring situation is also the same. A further part of the police, on the other hand, took people and began to walk around the neighborhood and investigate the relationship between the neighbors. The third part of the group, on the other hand, went to the bus station and started checking for relevant information and clues straight away. The entire police department was mobilized. The audience in the live broadcast room watched as Lin Duan was busy and exploring. Looks like the stalking process is a bit difficult this time. Maybe his wife is missing in person. Let's see what we can find out. After checking for a day, there were very few clues on Linden's side that he had a clue about because there wasn't enough information, and the police force had to analyze the rest of the clues after integrating them together. Waiting to come out from the neighborhood, Lin Dust found a place where no one is, then said, "Okay family, It looks like I've encountered big trouble. The previous purchase is a little bit more difficult, but it is not without a clue. This time it is without a clue. This is very likely to have a murder. Today's live broadcast will be here. Next time there are clues and then live broadcast. Turning off the live broadcast, and on the internet, because of Lin Chen's live broadcast, it was also causing the audience to pay extra attention to this matter. 3 days later, Yuezhou Public Security Bureau conference room. Lin Dust was also sitting here, and the entire police department was also present, with some photos and some analysis pasted on the white blackboard in front of him, and then next to it was a projector. Let's do a summary of this matter, starting with the information we've got these days, starting with the names of the people involved. Guo Zhang, male, 37 years old, height 170, previously a professional soldier, then chose to retire from the army to get a sum of money for settling down, purchased a house, and dished up a breakfast store, selling buns. Su Hong, female, 34 years old, height 169, education is college, also currently unemployed. According to the surveillance screen, Guo Zhang was driving her wife to the bus station on April 20th, because her wife is not good at driving, afraid of driving long distance, can only take the car back. After driving to the bus station, Su Hong did buy a ticket into the station, but also got into the car, back to the county, and then the follow-up is that Su Hong did not come back. We checked Guo Zhang's cell phone, and Su Hong is indeed in normal communication. Visited the neighbors, who all said that Guo Zhang is a good old man, peaceful to people. The couple is also relatively harmonious, and just had a child. After all the situations were summarized and analyzed, everyone in the conference room was dumbfounded. They looked at me and I looked at you. And Peng Qingyan from the Criminal Investigation Division said, from the evidence so far, Guo Zhang is indeed not suspected. Li Yanjin locked his brows, but Lin Chen suddenly said, have you checked all of Guo Zhang's behavioral tracks? Have you checked Su Hong's behavioral tracks? I want a month's worth of behavioral tracks, not half a month's worth. One person said, Guo Zhang's check is clear. Read it over and see. April 14th, Guo Zhang normal business. April 15th, Guo Zhang shut down for 2 days. We asked him. He said he was celebrating his birthday with his wife. April 16th, Guo Zhang drove out, went to the hardware market, asked him that the bed was broken, rebought a foot, then the surveillance showed that Guo Zhang came back. His wife also drove out. When the security guards saw in that case, the fact that his wife is missing has nothing to do with Guo Zhang? Li Innovation said, surveillance can't lie. You guys take a look at the footage from April 20th. Guo Zhang drove his wife to the bus station, when his wife was also resting in the passenger seat. The image was released on the projector, and Lin Duan looked at it carefully before suddenly saying, pause it. As he looked at the screen, he couldn't help but ask, does his wife dress like this every time she goes out? Wrapped in a headscarf, with almost half of her face blocked? Wearing sunglasses? It's been like this for a month? Half a month ago it was less common to dress like this, but since April 15th, the footage from the surveillance, Su Hong is like this. The captain asked, have you checked on the Open Harbor County side yet? Checked, but there's basically no surveillance in the countryside, and we asked the driver, who said she got out of the car normally at the time, and there was nothing unusual about getting in. This time, everyone didn't know what to do. Li Yanjin analyzed, according to me, it should be that her wife was killed in the countryside. We have notified the local police station to assist in the investigation and help check it out. Only Su Hong's home is in a mountain pass, a total of just 3 families, and then all 3 families are also absent, so we can't find out anything. Even if they are dead, then there should be a body. Have someone start an investigation along the road. The whole meeting, after consolidating the information, yielded nothing. Lin Chen, however, frowned. He always felt that something wasn't quite right. Before the meeting was adjourned, he suddenly spoke. Captain, where is Su Hong's company? After learning about the situation, Lin Chen immediately set off alone as he opened the live broadcast once again. All of a sudden, the live streaming audience flooded in. How's it going? How's it going? Anchor? Any results yet? Lin Chen shook his head. This time the case is tricky. I don't even have a clue yet. Anchor, don't be anxious. Solving cases like this, in fact, it would have been troublesome. Some cases have not been solved for more than 10 years. This is only a few days. Anchor, patience. Yes, I believe in the anchor. Ha ha. I was really surprised that the anchor live room can not only enter the goods, but also watch the process of large-scale crime solving. Lin Dust briefly said the situation, then analyzed and said, the current situation is broken here. Guo Zhang's wife Su Hong disappeared in the countryside. 5 days later there was no news, and now the countryside police station did not find anyone. All the audience people were dumbfounded. Ah, so that means no clues. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This solving the case is really complicated. I initially suspected that the murderer was her husband. I did not think that her husband had an alibi. Then this thing is really unsolvable. A place like the countryside, unless the body is found, or the point of the crime, otherwise, it can't be found. It seems that this is going to become an unsolved case. Lynn Dust looked at the live broadcast pop-ups and analyzed them, then continued to drive. It's okay, check again. I always feel that something is wrong. Just now when the meeting was consolidated, I feel that I always missed something. This feeling cannot be said. Just like I now think back to when I was checking out his home. I always feel that there is something very contrary to the same, but I can never think of it. Chapter 26, so this is where the problem lies. Lin Chen tightened his brows. The live broadcast audience is also not dare to disturb. And the reason why Lin Dust still always suspect Guo Zhang's reason is very simple. The damn system to give the location are accurate to your home. If it was an ordinary cop, the thoughts could really be misdirected. But he had the system. Before the blind date, the system gave the location of the order. And eventually he confirmed that the blind date was the target of the order. And this time, it was all accurate to your home. Could it still be wrong? The probability of this going wrong was too small. So Lin Duan still thought that all of this should be Guo Zhang's obfuscation to steer the police's thoughts in the wrong direction. But if he's the killer, how did he do it? And there are too many doubts. For example, the first point, April 15th to April 20th, the surveillance were captured his wife's figure, although it is a headscarf wrapped around the face, but you can see that it is her, which means that on April 20th, Su Hong is not dead. Then on April 20th, Guo Zhang sent Su Hong to the bus station. The surveillance camera also captured it. Even Su Hong got on the bus, and finally got off. This is also what the ticket agent said. This can't be false. Then if Guo Zhang is the murderer, how did he run thousands of miles away to kill someone, and then sneak back again? And the surveillance shows that the back Guo Zhang do in the opening of the Baozi store normal business This is the first suspicion. And the modus operandi makes it impossible to do so. And then the second point, then what about the motive? People can't hate someone for no reason, let alone kill someone. There is a motive for killing someone, but so far, Lin Dust hasn't found his motive. Just these 2 points, a motive and a modus operandi, are enough to make a person's head spin when they can't think clearly. Lin Dust wiped his face with his hand. It's too hard. Families, the anchor would rather bring the goods. Live audience are comforting, nothing anchor. Slowly, solve the case to find clues is the same as writing a novel. Suddenly inspiration such as a urinary avalanche. All of a sudden you can code a lot of words, but if you get stuck, it is the same as constipation. An hour cannot pull a piece of anchor. You are now in the stage of constipation. You have to overcome. After overcoming it you will be able to reach the next stage. Yeah, anchor, go for it. Lin Chen looked at the live broadcast audience's comforting words. The corners of his nailed mouth twitched. You guys are really good at comforting people. Next time don't say it. Alright, I'm going to continue my investigation, but I can't show the exact process over. I'll share the results with you guys next time. The live audience showed understanding. When he hung up the phone, Lin Duan was the one who came to the hardware market that Guo Zhang had mentioned earlier, ready to start the field visit. He still had Guo Zhang's statement in his hands, the police questioning and his answers. Lin Duan had already been reading it no less than 5 or 6 times. So, Lin Duan took Guo Zhang's printed out photos and started asking store by store. This wholesale hardware market, to say the least, there are enough hundreds of stores, but this is no way to do police. Visit the investigation is to take one step at a time. Lin Dust was also concise and clear, going straight in and taking out the printed photos. Police, let me ask you, did the man in this picture buy anything from your store around the 15th of last month? That boss took a closer look at the photo and shook his head, indicating that he had no impression. Linden then the next store, asked store by store. This time, all morning, without any clue. The lunch, Lin Dust also feel hot. Yuezhou is considered to be located in the south. The weather sometimes biao 30 degrees. This is still not fully into the summer. Into the summer can biao 40 degrees or more. Before every summer, a large number of people caught heatstroke. After finishing eating, Linden went on to ask. Finally, around the time when he had asked more than 100, that boss looked at Lin Chen's portrait and seemed to have an impression. Remember, he did come last month. What did he buy? Lin Duan hurriedly asked after him. Bought a kickstand. And he said his bed was one of those leather beds. And one of the legs underneath was broken and had a loose screw. Lindsay was a little disappointed that he really bought the foot of the bed. It's over. It's stuck again. Undeterred, Lin Duan asked again. Can you tell us what happened at that time? From the time he entered the store until he left the store. The complete conversation between you. Remember? Speak roughly. That boss thought for a moment. When I entered the store he asked me if the foot of the bed was there. Then I picked it up and showed it to him. He thought it was good and paid for it. And when he was leaving he seemed to have asked me a question. What? He asked if there were any knives for sale in the neighborhood. Lin Duan's spirit trembled. Is there one nearby then? Yes. I pointed him to a store. Point me in the right direction. After getting a clue, Lin Duan went straight to the store. Coming in and identifying himself, the other owner froze, and after looking at the photo, said, "This guy? Ah, I remember. He just bought a regular kitchen knife and cutting board." Lin Duan frowned. Why would you buy a kitchen knife and change the cutting board? How should I know? Some people want to get a new one, so surely the old stuff that goes with it gets thrown out with it. Lin Chen asked some more about the rest, but he couldn't ask anything else. Getting back into the car, Lin Chen felt tricky. What Guo Zhang said was probably mostly true, but he had hidden the most crucial part, which was what caused the whole case to be confusing. But what part? Why do I need to change my kitchen knives and cutting boards? After thinking about it, Lin Duan returned home and watched the surveillance video he brought back from the police station, over and over again, especially the image of Xiao Hong appearing. Before April 15th, when Su Hong traveled, she wore the kind of head scarf wrapped around her face to dress up less often, and there were times when she just dressed up the same as she did after April 15th. I've always felt there was something wrong with this video, but I can't see what it is. What's going on? Lin Duan frowned. Could it be that I'm really constipated? Like the netizens said? Lin Duan just watched it over and over again, always trying to catch the clues in his mind, and before he knew it, it was past 11 in the evening. Hey, not much of a clue. Forget it, go to bed and read it tomorrow. Just getting up, Lin Chen shivered. Why is it so cold? He grabbed his cell phone, checked the weather, and found that the temperature tonight was only a few degrees, and it was even going to rain tomorrow. No wonder, the weather has changed and so has the temperature. Lin Dust muttered to himself. He washed briefly and lay in bed, but his eyes were wide open. Wait, change the sky. Temperature. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I can't believe I can't figure out such a simple problem. I told you why a sense of dissonance is always in my mind. So the problem is here. Excited, Lin Duan immediately rolled out of bed and reopened his computer. Chapter 27. Why can you tell which is which bun at a glance? Generally speaking, wrapping a turban to protect your whole body does make sense if you use the argument that you're afraid of the heat and getting a tan. But this kind of wear is often only appropriate on days with a lot of sun. And if it's just a cloudy day, would a normal person use this kind of getup? Lin Duan muttered to himself and began to quickly check Su Hong's costume since April and check the weather of that day. This check, as expected, before April 15th, Su Hong so dressed up the weather. Are sunny days, and the temperature is still relatively high. If it is cloudy or the temperature is relatively low, no big sun, then Su Hong is a normal dress. Lin Dust then proceeded to check the 15th to the 20th of the surveillance. The 5 days, Su infrared out, she is wearing a headscarf wrapped face dress up, wrapped themselves tightly, and of those 5 days, only on the 20th was the sun high. Sure enough, the tail is showing out. If we follow this suspicion, it's very likely that Su Hong didn't die in the countryside. After discovering this gap, the most important point for Lin Chen to start inferring again was to break the previous timeline. The 3 most important elements in a crime are the motive, the means, and the timeline. According to the previous timeline, Su Hong should have taken a bus back to the countryside on April 20th and then died in the countryside. So the place and time of the crime should be the countryside. But now that this breach is revealed, the timeline is off. At the very least, the timeline should move to April 15th. Lin Chen wrote down his evidence, but then rubbed his forehead. The evidence is still not enough. Just this alone won't convince anyone. We still have to find more evidence. This can be completely described as an individual's dressing preference. Day 2. Lin Chen woke up. His eyes were a little dark below the corners of his eyes. He couldn't help it. He overthought last night and went to bed very late. There was a saying that people who hadn't thought about it late at night weren't enough to talk about life. And yes, that was exactly what was said about Lin Duan. Doing exercises, washing up, going downstairs, and was about to eat breakfast when Lin Duan thought about it and decided to go to Guo Zhang's Baozi store to take a look. Isn't he selling buns? It's just as well that he can taste it again, and observe him in the meantime, if there's any rest of his brokenness. Of course, in the process of traveling to the bakery, Lin Duan also turned on the live stream. Anchor, you've shown your face again. What's new? Lin Duan said. I found a very small break last night, but this break is not enough to be fatal. I still have to think about it again before I can strip the whole case clear. So don't be in a hurry. It's okay, Anchor. We're not in a hurry and we don't dare to rush you. Ha ha, who dares to rush? After a brief flirtation, He hung up the live broadcast and came here to Guozhang's Baozi store. He then realized that the bakery was doing well, and a whole lot of people were here to buy buns. Lin Dust simply stopped some random people. How's the bun? Is it good? It's good. It's old-fashioned. It's really good. Lin Duan nodded and continued to ask the next one. The reviews that I got were all surprisingly consistent and delicious. To a child. The child nodded. It's delicious, especially his meat buns. Better than the rest of the bun stores, but the flavor doesn't seem to be as good lately. Lin Duan smiled and touched the child's head. Alright, I'll try. When the set of people dispersed, Lin Duan walked forward. It's the officer. Do you want a bun? Lin Duan nodded. Have some buns? I just didn't have breakfast. Guozhang nodded and filled several buns for Lin Duan, plus soy milk and eggs. Can you manage on your own? It wasn't a person before. It was my wife. But she's gone too. So, Guozhang said. And some choking. He wiped his eyes. Can only get up early themselves? Life must go on. But also please you police. Must catch the murderer. Live to see people. Die to see the body. Lin Chen nodded. Don't worry. He took a bite of his bun. Not bad indeed. Well, after I recovered and took the money, and with no other skills, I opened a bakery. Lin Duan said. Were you in the army before? A firehead soldier? Guozhang shook his head. I'm from the reconnaissance company. And then the messenger soldiers are to pick veterans and rotate them to work out. And the soldiers in the cooking class are actually more powerful. And often they have to be combat proficient before they can go to the cooking class. A veteran. That you know. Lin Chen laughed and walked straight into the Baozi store. How many buns do you make a day? At least a couple hundred, I think. And it's mainly just for sale all morning. There will still be people at noon, but not much more. And then we can close up afternoon. And then in the afternoon we have to go and buy ingredients for the next day. And then come back to catch up on making the buns. Like the rest of them, you basically have to get up at 4 o'clock or so to make the buns. But I don't want to get up that early. So I'll just wrap them and come over at 5 o'clock or so the next day and just steam them. Curious? Lin Duan asked. Can't it be timed in advance and automatically steam when it's time? That machine is too expensive. And you have to keep it on all the time. It uses a lot of electricity. And where do I get that kind of money? That too. Lin Duan looked inside and there was a steamer. And the open steamer was full of steaming buns. I've always wondered why you guys can tell at a glance which bun is which when the buns are all the same shape and the customers can't tell? Guozhang was busy while explaining. Officer, we will leave some marks for each bun. For example, if it's a fan bun, we will leave a bean in the middle of the bun. If it's a red bean bun, we will leave a little bit of red bean. If it's a meat bun, we will make it a little bit bigger. These are the marks that only an insider will understand. Lin Chen froze as he listened to these words. He picked up 2 buns, fiddled with them a bit, and then held them up to Guozhang and said, Guozhang, so can you still tell the difference with this look? Guozhang looked at the 2 buns in Lin Chen's hands, without any markings, all white and fat. That, I can't tell the difference. The one on the left is a meat bun and the one on the right is a red bean bun? Lin Duan laughed. No, they're all meat buns. He put down the bun and smiled at Guozhang. Where did you go to buy these ingredients? The food market. The one in the neighborhood. Tell me. Which store? I think your buns are delicious. The ingredients must be fresh. I'll go buy them myself. Guozhang nodded. The pork is Qin pork. His family's pork is the best and cheapest. Lin Chen listened carefully, then said, Thank you. By the way, where is your family's child? Guozhang eclipsed. I'm alone. I really can't take care of it. And it was my wife who was taking care of it before. So I gave the child to my mom to bring up. That's right. It's too much for one person to handle. Okay. You get busy. I'll let you know when I hear from your wife. Thank you, officer. Chapter 28. Flushing her down the drain must have sounded like this, right? It didn't take long for Lin Duan to appear at the food market and find the Chenji butcher store. Boss, I need to ask you something. That boss glanced at Lin Chen and said impatiently, Can't you see I'm busy? Lin Duan smiled cheerfully and patted his shoulder, then lifted up his jacket to show him, only to see a handcuff around his waist. The boss froze, and Lin Chen smiled. Boss, you're busy first. Come over later when you're free. He went straight into the store, and the owner hastened to say, Yes, yes. After a while, the boss came in, cautiously. Officer, my side, did I commit something? No, I'm asking you something. There was a bakery owner who came to buy meat from you earlier. You know, his name is Guozhang. I know, he's a long-time customer of mine. I'm old enough to know him. Lin Duan said, If he buys meat, is there any list or something like that? Like how much he buys in a day? There's no list, but I remember it well. He wanted 50 pounds of pork a day. And what about the big customers? One call from him and I'd hold it for him the next day. Or not if there were special circumstances. Lin Duan's eyes lit up. Give me the phone. I'll check the records. The boss handed the phone over. Lin Duan checked carefully and found that a message had indeed been sent around the 15th of last month. He didn't ask you for meat on the 15th of last month? No. He said his kid had a birthday and just turned one. Lin Chen gave an oh-so-slight sound and realized that the call with Guo Zhang, after the 15th, was a direct jump to the 21st. He called you on the 21st to make a normal delivery? Yes. Lin Duan looked at the record with some contemplation, and the boss stood next to him with some apprehension. After a while, Lin Chen asked again, if he looks for you to buy meat, doesn't he need you to directly stir it up? So much meat. How long does it have to be chopped up? I have to charge extra to grind the meat here, so it's more expensive. And Guo Zhang, who owns his own bakery, does have his own meat grinder. Lin Chen fell silent as various clues strung together in his mind. After sitting on the chair for a few minutes, Lin Duan got up. Thank you, and also I'm not allowed to tell Guo Zhang about my visit today. Not a word. No problem, no problem. Only after Lin Chen left did the boss feel relieved. When Lin Chen came out, his face was a bit gloomy. Now there's still one question left, and that's where's the motive for the crime? There shouldn't be a motive for the crime. From the summarized information, Guo Zhang and Su Hong are still considered to be very much in love and have children. So at this time, how could they kill someone? Right at this moment, Lin Duan's cell phone rang. Lin Chen, we found out a little something on our side. I'll send you the information statement. Lin Chen received it and quickly looked at it. And at this glance, it suddenly dawned on him. He sent a direct message. Do you have the man's number? Soon after, Lin Duan dialed the phone. With a dull beep, the call connected. Hello? It was the voice of a middle-aged man, tinged with doubt and caution. I'm a cop. This was Lin Chen's first sentence, and the second sentence was Su Hong is dead. The man on the other end of the phone froze straight away. He was a little flustered. What does this have to do with me? And you have nothing to do. Do not be nervous. I want to ask something. Do not lie. Our side Yuezhou public security has been checked. I am now looking for you to confirm. If you lie, our side directly apply for off-site public security to arrest you. You say. Lin Duan mused. How did you and Su Hong meet? Hemp. Mahjong. Lin Duan asked. Have you had sex with Su Hong? Did she have a boyfriend at the time? This happened, but she didn't have a boyfriend at that time. We were just a one-night stand. After she wanted to chase me, I also refused. And then I heard that she got married. I also left Yuezhou. Lin Du nodded. The point in time when the relationship took place. How long was it? That, can't remember. Remember even if you can't. The man on the other end of the line shivered. Yes, it's been almost 2 years. Like April or May before that. Lin Chen nodded. Okay, I know. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen connected all the thoughts in his mind as he took a deep breath. The motive is there too. It's still missing the evidence. He was instantly making a call to the captain. Captain, I'm requesting a spot check of the Emerald District's fecal area, as well as Guo Zhang's bakery's water usage. And again, his home's water usage. Yes, the captain didn't say anything and just had the men check it out. Soon, the water consumption over. This fine property a check to know. Emerald neighborhood high-rise is high-pressure water supply, so pay the water bill must go to the property to pay. After seeing the water bill, Lin Duan raised an eyebrow. Critical evidence? Still none. And water consumption doesn't mean much, but I should have all I need to swindle him. Lin Duan reopened the nano camera, and almost as soon as he turned it on, a large number of viewers flooded in. The anchor is back on? Is this getting somewhere? Lin Duan said. There's some progress, perhaps. The case will be solved tonight. Wow, so fast? Is the anchor even this fast at solving cases? It's impossible. Awesome. Waiting for the anchor to start the night. 12:30 at night. Emerald District. Block 14. Unit 1. 1801. Guo Zhang, who was sleeping on the bed, woke up violently, a pair of eyes like a falcon, scanning the surroundings. It was only after seeing where he was that he sort of snapped out of his dream. He gasped and got out of bed, ready to go to the bathroom. He has a 3-bedroom, 1 bathroom, 1 bathroom room, and the master bedroom does not have a toilet, so it needs to come out of the master bedroom. It was dark in the living room, and there was no moon at night, and the lights hadn't been turned on yet, so it was pitch black. Guo Zhang went into the toilet and didn't take long to come out. There was also the sound of flushing coming from the toilet. He had just stepped out of the restroom when a voice rang out from the darkened living room. I'm sure that's the same sound you made when you killed your wife and flushed her down the drain? Who? Guo Zhang ate a shock. Sleepiness. Jerked straight to turn on the light, only to see a silhouette. Surprisingly, is sitting upright in the living room? is quietly looking at him. You. Guo Zhang's eyes widened. This person in front of him, if it wasn't Lin Chen, who was it? Officer, what are you doing in my house? Guo Zhang was taken aback. I can pick the lock and unlock the door to get in, Lin Chen said lightly. Don't worry, the lock opening has been filed. I'm opening the lock normally, and don't be in a hurry. There's only me here. There's no rest of the people. In the live broadcast room, countless viewers watched as Lin Chen and Guo Zhang confronted each other. And in the half-lit living room, the figures of the two appeared a bit bizarre. Chapter 29 Lin Duan's reasoning. My god, could Guo Zhang really be the murderer? Asterisk. The anchor suddenly opened the live broadcast, and this is the style of painting? I really almost died of fright. The anchor can be too powerful. Entering someone's house late at night, this mustn't scare the other party to death? Guo Zhang didn't realize that it was all on the air. He looked at Lin Duan in front of him. Officer, what do you mean by that? My wife has disappeared. Her life and death are unknown now. I'm worried about her. Lin Chen calmly said. Guo Zhang, in front of me, is there any need to pretend? She's not missing. She was killed by you. I didn't kill my wife. No, you do. Lin Chen's expression was calm. Guo Zhang looked very excited. Where is the evidence? Talk and do things have to talk about evidence. You are a police officer. You can slander me? Evidence I certainly have. After a few words, Guo Zhang directly froze. Lin Chen stood up. Without evidence, how could I enter your house door late at night and come to confront you? Guo Zhang, you underestimated the police too much. Not bad. You are from the reconnaissance company, possessing reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance sense, carefully planned out this good show, even leading the police's thoughts to the wrong place completely, even perfectly creating your own alibi? From this perspective, not to say, not brilliant. The audience in the live broadcast room held their breath as they watched the scene incredulously. Guo Zhang seemed to have calmed down as well. You're slandering me. Your police investigation tells me that my wife died after getting on a county shuttle bus and arriving in the township. Wrong. That's just an illusion you created. The whole timeline is wrong. Your wife didn't die in the countryside. She never even went back at all. She died here. Lin Duan reached out and pointed to the floor. Died in this house. Here is the first crime scene. Meanwhile, at the Yuezhou Public Security Bureau, the captain, who was still asleep, was awakened by a phone call. Hello, Team Meng, hurry up. Lin Chen, he's on the air. The murderer has been found. What? The captain was taken aback. He was so sleepy that he hurriedly opened his cell phone and entered the live broadcast. At the same time, the major public security bureaus also entered the live broadcast. Looking at so many public security accounts, the audience did not care, but closely watched the live content. Guo Zhang remained extremely calm in the face of Lin Duan's accusations. Officer, you can't dump the blame on my head when you can't solve the case. I love Su Hong very much. You don't even know how much I love her. It's perfectly normal for love to lead to hate. Why should I hate out of love? Because the baby isn't yours. Guo Zhang's eyes widened as he opened his mouth, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. And the audience of the live broadcast is also full of surprise. It is actually like this? Seeing that Guo Zhang did not speak, Lin Chen then said slowly, 2 years ago, you and Su Hong knew each other. Then the two of you fell in love. And after you got married, Su Hong soon became pregnant and gave birth to a child. But what you don't know is that Su Hong had a one-night stand with someone else before she met you. And after that, she just happened to get married to you. And the time was right. So you had a motive to kill. No, it can't be. Guo Zhang shook his head frantically. The child is not yours. You can go to the hospital to do a paternity test. But I think you should be very clear. This paternity test there is no need to still go to do. You have the answer in your heart. And another. Now do paternity test. Are going to have a record in the record. Just go to the hospital to check whether you have done it or not. It will be clear as day. Guo Zhang calmed down. So what if I did a paternity test? You can't say I killed her. The audience in the live broadcast room sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Dust calmly said, you are very smart. You are really too smart. Let me restore the case after the April 15th. The child is not your biological. This matter always troubled you. You also because of this many times cross-examined Su Hong. So the conflict has actually erupted. In a fit of anger, you killed her. The real time of Su Hong's death is the 15th of April. After the killing, the next thing to focus on is how to create a perfect alibi. You came up with a great idea, brilliant idea. The police are now in the dark. You first took a vacation from the bakery and lied about spending your child's birthday with Su Hong. But in reality, you were splitting the body at home. You directly dissected Su Hong open. All the internal organs were extracted, and the bones were removed. So what should be done with Su Hong's body? Surveillance shows that on April 16th, You drove out and made a trip to the bakery. And I think that by that time you were putting meat in the bakery. Offal could be cut up and fed to the cats and dogs. Hair nails and other tissues could be flushed right down the drain. And your water consumption for April was a little higher than it normally would have been for the month. By a minimum of 1 ton more. The live audience stared in disbelief. Was that even possible? Guo Zheng calmly said. This doesn't mean anything either. It's just your one-sided statement. No hurry. Not yet to the exciting part. You kill and split the body. The most exciting to come. Li Dai Taoji. Conceal the sea. You drive the rest of the corpse bones these throw away. Meat with a meat grinder into minced meat, so that the body is even completely dealt with clean. Before your kitchen. Cannot be considered clean, but only cutting boards and kitchen knives replaced with new. Why? I think it should be that the chopping knife and cutting board had long been stained with blood. You were worried about the police detecting it, so you replaced them with new ones. Guo Zheng calmly looked at Lin Duan. That's because the chopper was used for a long time, so I changed it. I went to the hardware store and asked around, one by one, and you went and bought the foot of the bed, and then asked the owner in passing if he had any kitchen knives to buy, and I even found the store where you bought the kitchen knives. That still doesn't mean anything. Lin Duan continued to analyze. Going to the hardware store to buy it was to cover your tracks, but you made the mistake of asking the owner so that I might not be able to find it. That's one mistake you made, and you don't think it can mean anything? Okay. I'll say the second mistake. I watched the entire month of April. Your wife went out to dress up in clothing. With April 15th as the point of time, the first half of the month was dressed normally, while from April 15th to 20th, every time she went out, but almost always wore a hijab, all covered up. Do you think, is this normal? What's so unusual about that? My wife is afraid of tanning. Oh, you're afraid of tanning even on cloudy, overcast days with no sun? Does your wife oxidize and turn black? The audience in the live room was listening intently, and when they heard this sentence, they almost died of laughter. Guo Zhengdao, I sent my wife to the bus station on the 20th. The security guards saw it. Sharp eyes may not be true. That's still what you told me. Lin Duan smiled slightly. In the Baozi store, when I asked you how you could tell which of these buns, which one was which, your answer was that if the buns were exactly the same in appearance, and there were no beans or red bean embellishments, it would be impossible to tell them apart at all. This, then, is your most classic concealment. 15. The surveillance shows that you went out and came back. Then your wife went out again, dressed tightly, and because she was driving through the glass, the surveillance couldn't see much. On the 16th, and all the way up until the 20th, no scenario existed on the surveillance where you and your wife left the house at the same time. It was either you or your wife. It was completely staggered. Lin Shen smiled faintly. Guo Zhang, look, I now have 2 identical buns in my hand. I'm asking you again now. Which one is the meat bun and which one is the red bean bun? He directly pulled out 2 buns from his pocket, directly confusing the live broadcast audience. Chapter 30, I know you're tough, but don't be tough yet. Guo Zhang frowned. How can I tell the difference? That's right. I can't tell the difference. The 2 rabbits walk along the ground. How can I tell if I'm male or female? From the 15th to the 19th. The reason why only you and your wife appear alone in the surveillance is because your wife is dressed as you. The reconnaissance company has learned to make up and dress up. You and your wife appearance conditions are similar. If you wear those clothes of your wife, wrapped in a headscarf, and then through a layer of glass, it's as if this bun has a layer of skin. You say that outsiders can distinguish the person in the surveillance. In the end, it's you. Or is it your wife? When this statement came out, the live broadcast audience sucked in cold air. The Yuezhou Public Security Bureau captain's eyes glowed. Good boy. You're really something. All the rest of the police officers in the Public Security Bureau were all concentrating and watching carefully at the moment. And the audience went wild with pop-ups. Asterisk 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 asterisk. So that's it? That doesn't make sense. Guo Zhang showed up with his wife on the 20th. Guo Zhang retorted. I showed up with my wife on the 20th. Lin Duan calmly said. As I said, wrapped in a headscarf, wearing the exact same clothes, and then through the glass, and then through the surveillance screen. Who knows if that's your wife? It's possible that it's just a mannequin? You put a coat on it, put on the hooded glasses and wrapped it tightly. Can that be considered your wife? That's how you created an alibi to get rid of your suspect status. Guo Zhang shook his head. You're still wrong. My wife is getting in the car. It wasn't your wife who got in the car. It was you. Guo Zhang was stunned. And the audience in the live broadcast room was even more stunned. Lin Duan continued. After you drove out, the car didn't park in the bus station, but parked in a surveillance dead end. Then you stripped off the clothes you put on the mannequin, changed yourself, took your wife's ID card, and went directly to the county shuttle. The county shuttle doesn't need to go into the station to get on it. You can just as well get on it if you wait outside. Wait until you get to the countryside. You then directly your whole body clothes off, revealing the inside normal clothes, and then quickly find a car. Directly take the express train to Yuezhou. If it is a sedan, within 3 hours to arrive to Yuezhou, you then drive home, so that it perfectly creates a proof of your alibi. Your wife went back to the countryside, while you are still in Yuezhou. This way, when your wife dies, it has nothing to do with you. The audience in the live broadcast room listened to Lin Duan's analysis and came to a realization. That's okay? Still really good. Guo Zhang and his wife is about the same height. This kind of height I think it is really possible to fake. Hiss. Good guy. At first I suspected Guo Zhang, but after understanding the situation announced by the police instead of suspecting, I did not expect that this is his self-directed concealment method. This is too terrifying, isn't it? How strong must this man's mind be? Guo Zhang calmly looked at Lin Chen as the two were still facing each other in the living room. All of what you say is your inference, all of which you have conjured up and imagined out of thin air. Lin Chen calmly said, don't be in a hurry. As I said, I have proof. Guo Zhang shook his head. And there are holes in your analysis. My wife chatted with me on WeChat until just before the 25th, and then there was nothing more. It's so easy to do. You know the meat grinder can be timed to mix, so naturally the messages can be timed to be sent. You just have to book the time in advance. Think of the content yourself. Have your wife's cell phone set it in advance, and all that will work. It's still speculation. You have no proof. Yes, Lin Duan directly said. Let me ask you. On April 15th when you said you were taking time off to celebrate your child's birthday with your wife, the bakery should have been closed, right? Yeah, closed for business. You reopened after the 17th, stayed open for 3 days and then shut down for a day, and then opened again on the 21st, didn't you? Right. How many meat loaves do you sell in a day? Hundreds, thousands are possible. So many meat packs. 1 day consumption of meat, almost 50 pounds. This is the number I asked the butcher store owner. You consume so much meat a day, and you 15-16 shut down for 2 days, but did not go to the boss from 16 to 17 to stock up on meat, but instead, normal business, and again, you were able to sell 50 pounds of meat, and also for 3 days in a row, 17, 18, 19, 3 days of business, a full 100 pounds of meat. You did not even buy goods. Where did your meat come from? Guo Zhang was really stunned this time. The live audience stared in disbelief. It's not going to be what I think it is it? Vomit. I'm going to throw up just thinking about it. The scalp is numb, and you know what you're doing. Seeing that Guo Zhang didn't say anything, Lin Chen calmly said, I'll say it for you, because the meat in those meat buns is your wife's meat. You directly made your wife into meat buns and sold them to all the customers to eat. In this way, the corpse was perfectly destroyed. I asked some of the customers earlier and one kid said that last week's meat loaf was particularly good. But lately the flavor has gone back to what it was in the beginning, meaning that your wife sold out of meatloaf and restocked the pork there at the market. Everyone in the live room, dumbstruck. Good lord. I'm glad I'm not in Yuezhou. Human barbecued pork buns? The movie came true. That's disgusting. The people of Yuezhou are living in dire straits. I wonder what people who have eaten these meat buns feel. Guo Zhang looked at Lin Chen carefully for the first time. The policeman was young, white, and his eyes were shining. I have to say your deductions are brilliant, but if I didn't do it, I didn't do it, and you have no proof. Is it fun to slander me like that? Lin Duan laughed and directly picked up a can of spray that was placed on the ground. I know you're being tough, but don't be. First of all, I've got my companion checking your water meter, and then first thing tomorrow morning, I'll start pumping manure directly from the cesspools underneath the neighborhood, and it'll be crystal clear if there's any human tissue by the time we get around to checking it out. And then, do you know this spray that I'm holding in my hand? What it is? You probably don't recognize it. That's okay, I'll read it to you. It's called luminous ammonia spray, and what it does is, if you spray it on a place where there was once a blood stain, it will show up a dark blue color. Even though your kitchen is cleaned and your living room is cleaned, there won't always be places where there hasn't been blood spatters, will there? Speaking of which, I remembered the strange feeling I had at that time. When I was looking at your house at that time, I always had a feeling that it felt out of place. Now I finally know. Your bedroom easily accumulates dust. Behind the backrest of your bed is a thin layer of dust, but your kitchen is so clean. If you're a hard-working person, how come your bedroom accumulates dust, while your kitchen is clean? If you are a lazy person, how come the kitchen is so clean? Even the kitchen knives and cutting boards have been replaced with new ones? Lin Chen finished with a smile. Whether there's any evidence or not, I'll know if I spray it. Look, should I do it? Or should you do it? Chapter 31. I called her and she said she was eating a chili bar and choked on it. Guo Zhang looked at that spray in Lin Chen's hand. It was true that he had never heard of this, but he could tell that it was something the police were used to. The other guy wasn't lying. He didn't move, and the viewers of the live stream watched the scene nervously, quietly at the living room and bathroom. Both were looking at each other. Yuezhou Public Security Bureau and the rest of the local public security even more nervous. If Guo Zhang loose lips on this, then this matter can be closed, because Guo Zhang did not know in the live broadcast, as long as he opened his mouth to admit. So many pairs of eyes watching it. After a while, Guo Zhang spoke. Try it then. Lin Chen smiled. Alright, let's give it a try then. I know you won't die until you're in the Yellow River, so I'll let you die. Lin Chen walked directly towards the kitchen. Guo Zhang followed behind, his eyes revealing a hawk-like light that was extremely dangerous. But the next moment, Lin Chen in front of him seemed to have eyes behind him and spoke faintly. Guo Zhang, you want to assault the police? Guo Zhang was shocked. No. Okay, I'll spray then. Lin Dust raised his hand and sprayed the kitchen floor. Not just the floor, but also the kitchen counter and near the sink. All of it. Go turn off the lights. Lin Chen turned to look at Guo Zhang. Guo Zhang nodded. Good. He directly went over to turn off the lights, and the moment the lights were turned off, all the viewers in the live broadcast room couldn't help but have their scalps numb. Just to the kitchen floor, the stars were all dark blue, especially on the cabinets near the sink, where the dark blue color was in large chunks. This meant that Lyndon was right. This was the first scene of the crime. The anchor's inference was correct. He really is a murderer. Oh my god. I'm sweating. This guy killed his wife and he's still sophomoric all the time. Holy, he even steered the police's thinking and led them down the wrong path. Not bad for having been in a scouting company. The audience in the live broadcast room were all shocked, and Team Meng sucked in a breath of cold air and immediately called to prepare to notify the police. But at that moment, in the darkness ahead, a figure like a cheetah quickly pounced towards Lin Chen. Guo Zhang took advantage of the moment when the lights were turned off and directly struck out, brazenly attacking Lin Chen directly. The audience in the live room couldn't see much either, and could only make out a rough picture with the help of the moon. He's going to kill someone. Anchor run. Lin Chen didn't panic and directly took out the spray from earlier and sprayed it directly at the other party. Ah! Guo Zhang was caught off guard and closed his eyes and backed away. But in the next moment, Lin Chen rushed up, and it was a direct kick to the other party. Boo! In front of the huge force, Guo Zhang's entire body was kicked out and hit half of the kitchen sliding door before falling to the ground. He still wanted to resist, but he was directly clipped back by Lin Chen, who then held down his hand. I expected you to assault a police officer. You didn't think you could beat me just because you spent a few years on the force, did you? Lin Chen coldly snorted, his leg directly pressed on the waist of the other party. Deadlocked the other party. Before Lin Chen had already eaten a lot of strength potions, so in terms of strength attributes, it was already about the same as Hercules. Even though Guo Zhang was retired from the army, how could it be compared to Lin Chen? In the next moment, Lin Chen drew out his handcuffs and directly cuffed Guo Zhang's hands together before kicking him onto the living room again. Turning on the lights, all the spectators could see clearly that Guo Zhang was looking at Lin Chen sinisterly, gritting his teeth. Still looking at me like that? Believe it or not, I'll beat you so bad you won't even recognize your mother? Lin Chen didn't spoil him and directly kicked over. Guo Zhang spat out a mouthful of blood. There's nothing to say. Counting you as powerful. Planted in your hands. Lin Duan moved a chair. Tell me, is my reasoning right? Is there anything I've missed? Hey, very true. I myself didn't think that my method of operation would be figured out by you. The Yuezhou Public Security Bureau has really produced a talent. But one thing, you are wrong. My motive for killing is not because the child is not my own, but because this woman is a. Guo Zhang gritted his teeth. Lin Chen said in a deep voice, this is also not a reason for you to kill someone. You know what she said to me. In the beginning when we met, she first took the initiative to start the pursuit of me. Said that at a glance like me? I believed her bull **** at that time. Now I think about it. It is she who is looking for a takeover for her child. The child was born, and I want to live a good life. But do you know how she did it? And does not work, and 3 days to go to play mahjong and doesn't come home in the middle of the night. I call her and she says she's choking on her chorizo. The audience in the live broadcast room stared with wide eyes, full of disbelief. Did someone really say they choked on a chili bar? That's disgusting. This, tot. Guo Zhang is still hate said, that time I know she cheated. Or this is her nature. No matter hide well, is useless. Sooner or later will be exposed. And then, one day I take the child out. There is a person said that this child does not look like me. I went to the hospital to do a paternity test. The results of the child is really not mine. You know I was down the hospital stairs. How do you know how I got down the hospital stairs? I rolled down. I sat on the stairs for over 3 hours. Why is this woman? Why is she doing this to me? Not only did she lie to me, but she had to ask me to help her raise someone else's child. And she had to cheat on me. And she completely disregarded me. I'm a man. I'm her husband. And this is how she treats me. What does she take me for? Guo Zhang had a monstrous hatred in his eyes. And the audience of the live broadcast was somewhat silenced by the dry empathize as if they were in their place and probably would have freaked out. Lin Duan mused. Then you can choose to get a divorce. That's right. I came home and dumped the paternity test in front of her. And you know what she said. What does it matter? It's a child anyway. And his genes are still better than mine. So wouldn't he be pro-life after raising him himself? It's not like you're raising anyone. Look at this. Is this human language? What did I work my ass off for? To raise someone else's wild seed? She did not agree to the divorce. Said if the divorce, my property must be divided into her half. Divided into her half. She is dreaming. These houses and storefronts are all the settlement fees for my recovery, which amounted to several $100,000. And then I worked hard for several years to earn them. And she wants to take away half of my property with just one sentence. Where did she get the face to do that? Tell me, what should I do in this situation? Since she wants to play like this, then one way or the other, I'll just get her killed. Lin Duan didn't know what to say. The audience pop-ups were going crazy. Hey, it's true that rabbits bite when they're cornered. Now this world too harsh on men, too lenient on women. Women cheating abound. I have a neighbor before. The woman looks very gentle and virtuous, has 2 children, but it turned out that she also cheated. I directly bumped into her and another man cuddling. Hey, I actually have some sympathy for this old brother now. Who can stand up to this? Chapter 32, Where's the Public Security Bureau? Come on, Public Security Bureau. The live viewers were all abuzz. Lin Chen sighed. Emotionally, I support you, but legally, the law may not let you off the hook. Something like murder is indeed larger than life. How the law sentences you at that time is a matter for the law. Guo Zhang mood seems to have finished venting. I admit, at that time in order to kill her, I carefully planned, fought for a long time. In the end how to get dead her and then can easily get away. I think more than 2 months. After all, now these days, to be undetected is impossible. After thinking about it, I thought of this plan, directly pretending to be missing, and then reported to the reporter. Issued a notice of search. The police must not be able to find the person. The police will not be able to find the person. The police must not be able to find anyone either. But I did not expect. You can quickly find my crack. Indeed, I was negligent and careless, but there is one thing you said wrong. In addition to her blood, I did not flush things into the sewer. I went over and over a lot of cases. I know that flushing to the sewer, it will be a direct pumping of fecal matter. So including hair and other things, I all drive to Longshan, randomly looking for a place to bury up. I thought I did it seamlessly, but I didn't expect to still be seen by you. Originally I just had to die without admitting it, and there was nothing you could do with me. But with this what's his name spray you're holding, I knew that there was no way to hide. Lin Chen nodded. So you want to make a move to kill me? Yes. No one will know you were here, and then I'll do it all over again as I did. Dead on. Lin Chen laughed. Then it looks like you deserve to die. At this time, Lin Duan was already receiving a system prompt that the order was confirmed successfully and could be sold off. He pretended to take out his cell phone, then set it directly on the chair in front of him. Okay family members, the anchor opened officially opened. You can see, the new merchandise. This time the process of entering the goods must have seen. Extremely twisted. Extremely difficult. Enough to consume my brain cells for several days. This is a high quality, high intelligence merchandise. Guo Zhang, who was handcuffed and lying on the ground, stared in shock. What are you doing? Bring the goods. Lin Duan calmly said. I forgot to tell you that my main occupation is an anchor, and my part-time job is only as a police officer. The live audience almost died laughing. Anchor, your merchandise is so powerful this time. So powerful that I was shivering in bed listening to it and couldn't help but tuck the covers around my head a little tighter. The anchor is really hardcore. Sneaking into the murderer's house in the middle of the night, and also confronting him, not slowing down to give him an analysis of the other party's modus operandi motives, and even dared to show his back to the other party. To be honest, just now, in the kitchen fight scene, if it wasn't that the anchor's strength was good enough, he was probably killed by the other party. The anchor is really skillful and bold. The anchor is really strong. I'm not kidding. Magic City Public Security Bureau. Those police officers looked at the originally serious scene, as Lin Chen began to bring goods, instantly running away from the belt distortion, are unable to help but stunned eyes wide open. Magic City Public Safety, 6. This cop is good at everything, but why does he like to carry so much? Meng team's mouth twitching. Here we go again. Lin Dust. You kid ing bring goods in the middle of the night? Lin Dust but quickly said, line. The process of entering the goods I will not repeat more. I now grandly introduce the goods. Guo Zhang. Male. Veteran. Bun master. Specializing in human meat barbecue pork buns. Just killed his wife. The body of the humongous. There is a need for friends. You can hurry to shoot a little bit. Shoot the anchor good off the air to go back to sleep. The audience in the live broadcast room. All of their mouths twitched. Where's the Public Security Bureau? Come on Public Security Bureau. Convinced? Who dares to shoot this one? Shoot it down and give me a cut when I fall asleep? This man is a ruthless man. He can kill his wife without changing his face and make human meat buns. Especially when he is interviewed by reporters and questioned by the police. But he can still cry. This kind of person is too scary. As a man, all I can say is good kill. But anchor, you said you want me to film it? Sorry, I don't have that fetish. I just want to stay away from people like that. Lin Dust continued, line the commodity is also introduced finished. The previous buyer is not in. Yuezhou Public Security Bureau. Yuezhou Public Security Bureau. You squeak. This commodity I hit a special price. Don't 98. Don't 68. $9.09 packages to the home. The corners of Team Meng's mouth twitched. And he couldn't help but send a direct pop-up. What are you wasting your words? Kid, hurry up and get on the link. Then bring the people to the Public Security Bureau. Good Lou. It looks like there is a friend from the Yuezhou Public Security Bureau. That's good to know. I'll hang up the link here. Lin Dust joyful some operation. Well, the goods Guo Zhang. Officially hung on the small yellow car one link. There is a need to hurry to shoot. Team Meng shoots straight. Lin Duan was very happy. Let's congratulate this mountain eagle friend for successfully delighting in a murderer. Your nickname is a bit like my captain. The corner of Meng's mouth twitched. Guess who I am? I'll guess your hammer. You must not be my captain. My captain won't let me guess. He'll just tell me to get my ass to the Public Security Bureau. Team Meng took a deep breath. Now get your ass to the Public Security Bureau. Lin Duan's eyes widened. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What a captain. The rest of the audience in the live room, straight away, laughed, happy to die. Anchor this live effect. Directly pull full. It's not easy for an anchor to get in. It's even harder to bring in goods. And you end up being scolded by the captain. Ha ha. Lin Duan also said. Alright family members. Today's feeding and bringing in goods is going to end here. But before I leave, I still want to hear from my family members. Is the anchor handsome? Deduct a 6 for handsome. 666666666. A screen full of 666 swipes up. Is the anchor cool? Deduct a 1 if it is. 111111111. Lin Dust was satisfied. Okay, then welcome new friends. Point a concern. And then send a fanlight sign. Join my fan group. So that the next time I open the broadcast into the goods, you can know at any time. And when you buy the goods there are discounts. Oh, the audience was happy. And for a moment, the number of Lin Chen's fans skyrocketed again. Pointing attention. Joining the fan club. These are no problem. But anchor, you're asking us to purchase goods. Isn't this making things difficult for me? Fat Tiger? Lin Duan said again. Okay family, I'm going off the air now. I have to take someone to the police station. We'll see you next time. Hanging up his cell phone and turning off the live stream, Lin Chen turned around to look at Guo Zhang, who didn't say a word. Well, you have the right to remain silent. But everything you say will be used against you in a court of law. Come with me to the police station. Guo Zhang didn't resist. His hands were handcuffed. Plus Lin Chen's strength was far above his. As soon as he exchanged hands just now, he knew that he would be hung by the other party in all directions. So what was the point of resisting? Chapter 33, We're all cops. Why is there such a big difference? After bringing the person to the police station and transferring them, Lin Chen went back to sleep. But this time the live confrontation analysis, but in the short video platform, directly topped the hot search. Some people who were doing self-media smelled the opportunity. And immediately they were posting the live broadcasting process of Lin Chen directly again. Then the video's broadcast volume instantly skyrocketed. And countless netizens who hadn't seen the live broadcast, one by one, stared wide-eyed. Asterisk 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 asterisk? Is this for real? This isn't a movie, is it? People at the scene. I can testify. Absolutely true. The anchor is Yuezhou Police. Very special. Before like to bring goods. This time the Jade home wife disappeared. The locals know. But no one thought that the anchor even a short period of time to solve the case. Or to take this way. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This heard my scalp numb. Too exciting. The original public security to solve the case so powerful? Hiss. This modus operandi also stunned me. If not for the cleverness of this policeman, following the train of thought of this murderer, searching the countryside through the sky cannot find the result. Hey, it's being victimized by a woman again. What in the world does this kind of scum bring to a man? Why bother? Goodbye. You cheated on yourself. The child is not even your husband's yet, and you want to take half of the property in a divorce. Who will die if you don't? And stupid and greedy. I can only say that this man is a pity. Was forced. Wow. Even this part of the fight in the dark was filmed. How did the anchor film this? It's so awesome. A wide variety of voices filled the comments section straight away. A lot of people watched it and exclaimed that it was wonderful, but were very skeptical that it was true. But a lot of people came out to testify. Is not true. You pay attention to this anchor is not on the line. His nickname is called Stroll Night Wind. Jitterbug number is this. The next time he open broadcast into the goods, you will know whether it is true. I just say one thing. The movie are afraid to shoot like him. That's right. The anchor is really fierce. This is how I realized how powerful our Manhwa police are. It's too strong. Jitterbugs and tweets. All of them were comments related to Lin Duan. Soon, Lin Duan's performance and the entire video appeared on the desks of the Public Security Bureau chiefs of various regions in various places. Any performance at this level is meritorious. Day 2. When the alarm clock next to him went off, Lin Chen instantly opened his eyes and then sat up. After a long time, he directly smashed his fist off the still noisy alarm clock, which instantly shut up. That's why he doesn't like to set alarms on his cell phone and prefers to buy a traditional alarm clock. Cell phones are easy to break and it hurts him. Lin Chen reclined, wanting to sleep a little more. Last night he sent Guo Zhang to the police station, and then came back. It was already almost 2 o'clock at night. For young people, the things that damage the body are smoking, drinking and jerking off. The most damaging things to the body ranked first is to stay up all night, smoking and drinking to lean back. And the most damaging things to the body is to stay up all night smoking and drinking XXX. Because most people who stay up late can't escape these 3. I just lay down for half a day, but I could never get back to sleep. The biological alarm clock I had developed earlier was too powerful. There's nothing to do but get up, then wash and poop and empty your bowels. Earlier, a Chinese medicine practitioner said that a healthy person is one who fixes to at 8 o'clock every morning. One who is able to fix the matter of ting as a rule. And Lin Chuan is such a person. In the restroom, Lin Duan habitually opened the system panel, checked the sin points, and nodded in satisfaction. Tired of working hard, but not for this sin point? Mr. Lin, catch criminals and fly motorcycle stunts. Never rely on others, only on myself. System, give me the lottery. The system in front of him floated a lottery interface, a virtual carousel, which then began to spin. Ding, congratulations to the host, obtaining a power potion, small. Ding, congratulations host, obtain agility potion, small. A series of potion sounds rang out, which made Lin Duan a bit crazy. Couldn't he just draw some more good skills? Just then, there was a ding. Ding, congratulations to the host, obtaining the skill, transfiguration. Here we go. Lin Chan's eyes lit up. Transfiguration. What kind of skill was this? Transfiguration. The Republic of China period Jianghu sect 1000 illusion sect does not pass on the secret skills. Can easily do to change a person's face? This is a unique human skin mask production techniques. Extremely ancient. Even with modern technology means, it is impossible to detect. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lin Duan's eyes lit up this time. This skill was good. The reason is that he arrests criminals to show his face live. But there are some actions against criminals, but cannot show his face. There is a certain degree of secrecy. But because of the long time to show his face will certainly be known by the public. So this time to change the head. No, to change the face is very necessary. I didn't realize that there is really a disguise. And it's still the disguise of a Jianghu sect. Earn. I have to make a human skin mask first to have a use for it. Who's good to make it? Is it to make it for Pang Yuyens? Or Daniel Wu's? Or just randomly picking one in the comments section? After all, they all look so handsome. After pondering for a while, Lin Dust still decided to randomly be an ordinary passerbys. Because dry reconnaissance no. In fact, the easiest to do reconnaissance, tracking this kind of task, must be extremely ordinary kind, must be thrown in the sea of people to find out the kind. The more ordinary, the less likely to be found, which is why before some spies, or breakfast amma this no one can think of. If dry scouting is too handsome and pretty, it will be too noticeable. Lin Duan touched this own handsome face. No wonder I can't do scouting. After some stinky farting in his room, Linden then went out for breakfast. Boss, a bowl of tofu brain with sugar. Tofu brain without sugar has no soul. Another egg, a donut, and a meat bun. Okay. Lin Chen sat down at the roadside stall, then opened his cell phone and connected to the network. And the next moment he realized that his WeChat messages directly exploded. Lian Jin, asterisk 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 asterisk. Lin Dust, you can last night without a word. You directly solved this case? Li Xinxin, it's too awesome. Early this morning Team Meng said, let us learn from you. We are all police officers. Why is the gap so big? Lin Dust, can you teach me? Lin Duan cheerfully replied. Stop obsessing over brother. Brother is just a legend. Get out. One by one. Lin Duan returned the message. The buns and tofu brain came up, and Lin Duan took a sip of the tofu brain, which was very refreshing. It's still sweet tofu brain, that's good. I really don't know what's the point of eating those with savory dishes. They don't know how to enjoy it. Lin Duan shook his head and continued to dry his rice, while swiping his cell phone. Just then, a message caught Lin Chen's attention. Chapter 34, Ex-Girlfriend Wedding. Linden, I'm getting married. Can you come to my wedding? The moment he saw this message, a question mark popped up in Lin Duan. What's it to me if you're married? Upon further inspection of the sender, it turned out to be an ex-girlfriend. Lin Dust snorted. Ex-girlfriends and so on should go to hell. Okay, not really like the lyrics of the song, thank you for the special invitation to witness your love. Not really such a person. Right. Moreover, the ex-girlfriend, Wu Mengyao, last sent a message at a point in time that was still 2 years ago. As for the ex-girlfriend, Lin Duan also had to admire the fact that this scummy girl was even higher than his segment. Before, when he was in school, he had his feet in several boats. And damn it, Lin Dust hadn't realized it yet, and it took half a year before he reacted. Although Wu Mengyao claimed to love herself the most, saying that she was the best-looking one among her boyfriends, and was unwilling to let go of her, Lin Chen still decisively kicked her out. As he was about to delete the message and delete the person, Lin Chen suddenly froze. No, why don't I go? I spent money on her when we were in love. Why don't I go to the banquet this time? Eating and drinking for nothing. Why don't I get the honor back? You invited me anyway. After thinking about it, Lin Chen directly replied, give me the time and place. The other person sent an invitation and added, I didn't think you'd say yes. It's okay to look. After replying, he hangs up his cell phone, checks out, and makes a trip to the police station first. Team Meng sent a message saying that there was a meeting this morning that he needed to attend. Lin Dust most hate meeting. As long as the system, a meeting can be opened for a day. He also cannot figure out why those leaders are so keen to meet. The ass can sit for a day. It is really iron ass. However, this time the meeting was very simple. It was just a praise and commendation for Lin Chen. After the meeting, Lin Chen was going to purchase raw materials and prepare to make human skin masks according to the requirements of the transfiguration skill. Nowadays, the technology of the human skin mask is to prepare a head cover, directly along with the hair also cover, and then create the appropriate texture, wrinkles. But this disguise is not quite the same. It is just like a mask, and the articulation will be so thin that it cannot be detected after a layer of special oil is applied. For several days in a row, Lin Chen was just making human skin masks, and the system didn't generate any orders, so Lin Chen was happy to take it easy. Finally done. Lin Chen looked at the human skin mask that was hung up and was very satisfied with it. And like the mask, it was easy to carry. I've got my ex-girlfriend's gift ready too, and I'm going to let her community die if she dares to put me on stage. Linden hemmed and hawed. Looking at the time, the wedding is today. At the Danfeng Hotel. Changing into his suit and spraying his hair to set it, Linden looked in the mirror and said to the mirror, tell me in the comments section of the review section, am I the most handsome man in the world? Lin Dust liked to stink, and after stinking for a while, he was satisfied to go downstairs, get into his repaired car, and head to the Danfeng Hotel to attend the wedding. As a result, he had just arrived under the Grand Hotel, and the system's voice, ding dong, rang out. Ding, an order has been detected to exist within 500 meters of the vicinity. Please have the host immediately rush to the location of the order, the third floor of the Danfeng Hotel, to search for and confirm the order. Lin Chen, who was about to pull out the car keys, directly froze. What the hell? The system order came at this time? Meaning that there will be a crime committed at this wedding? Lin Dust frowned slightly and became somewhat serious. The system doesn't send out orders for no reason, and when it does, it's inevitable that someone has committed a crime. But the problem is that it's a wedding. What kind of criminals would there be? Lin Dust turned on the nano camera as he pondered. As the live broadcast opened, the next moment, countless viewers flooded into the live broadcast room. Whoa! Open the live broadcast. Anchor, you're finally on live. Do you know how I've been living these few days when you weren't on live? Anchor, are you going to stock up again today? Where are you going to stock up today and what are you going to stock up on? Strongly request that the anchor is going to enter the murderer. The price of the murderer is knocked down. But we prefer Miss Lost Foot. Beg the anchor to enter another wave of Miss Lost Foot. Just got here. Is this the police broadcast room that dared to dump criminals? The live broadcast was very lively, followed closely by various public security bureaus entering the live broadcast. Uajo Public Security Bureau entered the live broadcast. Magic City Public Security Bureau entered the live broadcast. Xianzhou Public Security Bureau entered the live broadcast. A series of names of public security bureaus directly gave all the viewers a silly look. Asterisk. So much more official. Wow. It's the first time I've seen an anchor's live room with so many public security bureaus. Looks like this is really the one with the goods. The live broadcast room was very lively, and as soon as Lin Chen started broadcasting, the number of people in this live broadcast room simply increased geometrically. But in just a few moments, there were tens of thousands of people. Lin Dust coughed. Well, today indeed die to stock up. But specifically stock up who? My side is not much of a spectrum. So go in first. He got out of the car and then walked in towards the Grand Hotel. Anchor, this time you're stocking up at the hotel. Is it another pornography crackdown? Wow. The anchor is back to give us all benefits. But how come they sweep pornography during the day? Isn't it usually at night? Lin Duan said. It's not pornography. It's me attending my ex-girlfriend's wedding. The excited audience in the live room was all confused. Ex-girlfriend wedding? Pohahaha. This is something I really didn't expect. Thank you for the special invitation to witness your love. Anchor, you silly you. I've had an eye-opening day. Lin Duan said calmly. Of course, it's also for the sake of getting goods. This one sentence made some of the disappointed viewers. Again, exuberant. Yes, I remember. That's what the anchor said on her last blind date. It seems like on the last blind date, the anchor directly arrested the blind date? That's right. It even set off a major pornography crackdown in Uajo because of it. And the entire Uajo man cried out in pain. Hey, Uajo men are either being raided for pornography or eating human meat buns. Uajo people, the water is deep and hot. The live stream audience watched while Lin Duan stepped into the Grand Hotel, the red greeting table next to the big hotel Red Wu Mengyao and Zhang Shichao's wedding on the third floor. Lin Duan slightly raised his eyebrows. Well, the location is really good. Coming to the third floor, the wedding time was naturally at noon. And not many guests came, only a few tables. Lin Chen looked at the people at these tables and his eyes began to search keenly before he walked over towards a table. It didn't take long for Lin Duan to get on with the group of anti-men at the table, by virtue of his self-possessed personality. Young man, you're so young. What party are you a guest of? Linden cheerfully said. I'm on the woman's side. Oh yeah, what are you to her? I'm her ex-boyfriend. A remark that directly caused the smiling aunt to tense up, and her smile directly froze. Chapter 35, Who sends a note with a gift? Ex-boyfriend? Lin Chen explained. Yes, Wu Mengyao specially invited me to witness her love. As her ex-boyfriend, in the event of an invitation, it's still necessary to be present. Wouldn't not coming be looked down upon by Wu Mengyao? A middle-aged man coughed. So are you married now? Nope, no girlfriend yet. Oh, so what kind do you want? Find a girl with long hair and big waves, like Wu Mengyao. That is a pretty simple request. It's hard. Oh, it's not easy. Lin Dust was full of talk while observing a few people at the table, then brought the topic to them, asking which side these ants were on and what they did. Because of the clan-level criminal investigation ability, it could be confirmed by knowing the other party's occupation and observing them. And talking, you can also find out if the other person is mentally sane. And the live viewers were all dumbfounded. I'm so happy. The anchor is not here for the wedding. This is to make trouble, right? Ha ha ha. Long hair and big waves. Anchor, you're not purely bullying older people who can't understand. Laughing my ass off. This is no ex-girlfriend. This is an unholy grudge now. There was nothing wrong with the conversation. And then Lin Chen sat down at another table. And at this table, another equally inevitable question arises. Young man, are you on the woman's side? You're so young. Are you her brother? No, I'm her ex-boyfriend. The guests at this table, too, were directly taught and looked at each other. And I've never seen a wedding with an invitation to one's ex-boyfriend. Lin Duan laughed. Now you'll see. The live audience, literally, almost died laughing. Uajo Public Security Bureau, Lian Jin and the others gathered around the computer, watching Lin Chen's operation, also looked at each other. Is this going to spoil each other's weddings? Meanwhile, Wu Mengyao was also walking around in a wedding dress, the Chinese kind. After all, it wasn't a big hotel, just a small hotel. She saw Lin Chen and couldn't help but walk over, only to hear Lin Chen gabbing away. Wu Mengyao actually what's my favorite thing about her? One word can sum it up, long hair with big waves. I like that about her the most. A black line appeared on Wu Mengyao's face. Lin Chen. She angrily went over. Lin Duan, what are you babbling about? Lin Chen turned his head. Oh, Mengyao, you're here? As your ex-boyfriend. I'm not sharing my experience with my aunt and uncle. Wu Mengyao was so angry that she gritted her teeth. I invited you. I just want you to come and witness it, not for you to talk with your mouth full. If you do that, I'll let you out. Okay, I won't run the train. I'll sit quietly. Wu Mengyao hummed. She had wanted to make Lin Chen feel regret. After all, every woman thought that the most beautiful time for her should be when she wore a wedding dress and got married. Only now it seemed that Lin Chen regretted a hammer. When Wu Mengyao wanted to leave, how could Lin Chen, who was observing her, easily let her go? Wu Mengyao, happy wedding. Lin Dust stood up and stepped aside. Cheerfully, Wu Mengyao hesitated, but still stopped in front of Lin Chen. Lin Chen, I invited you over after all because you're my first love. Ah yes. I'm sorry I become a fish in your pond and a boat to step on under your feet. Lin Chen smiled, and when he smiled in his suit, he was indeed extremely handsome. And between smiles, Lin Chen was again observing Wu Mengyao. The last time he went on a blind date, the result was that the system came with an order. And in the end, the blind date girl was a criminal. And this time the order was at the wedding site. And it was Wu Mengyao's wedding. So it was hard for Lin Duan to not be suspicious. Wu Mengyao was furious. If you keep this up, I'll let you go. Okay, I won't say it. You really dare not admit it. As always, okay, so these years, how have you been? What did you do after graduation? Wu Mengyao this only gas dissipated, lived a good life. I went to work after graduation, did not engage in my line. After all, the girls do the police is also too dangerous. So directly to find a class. In the government work. Lin Dust nodded. It is estimated that it is the most common supernumerary, the so-called find a class in the government, and it is impossible to get into the system. That's not bad. Yuezhou is a small city after all. Besides work, what do you do for your daily interest? It won't be the fitness traveling baking frisbee thing again, right? What's wrong with this set? Isn't it normal for girls to like these? Correct you. You weren't a girl in your college days. You were a woman. You. Wu Mengyao was so angry that she turned around and walked away. Then she stopped again. Lin Chen, you gave up on me at that time. Sooner or later you will regret it. Wait a minute. Wu Mengyao asked in a cold voice. What else do you want to do? Nothing. I just wanted to ask. Is this a marriage of convenience? Or free love? Or are you already licensed? Licensed? You don't have a chance. You go and regret it. Looking at Wu Mengyao's departing figure, Lin Chen stuck his hands in his pockets, not knowing what it meant to be a rival. No, he didn't see the problem with Wu Mengyao. Although this ex-girlfriend of his, a little slaggy, a little bigger, a little wannabe, he really couldn't see anything illegal or criminal. What's more, she was also a graduate of the police academy, and she definitely knew the consequences of these offenses. The live audience, on the other hand, is literally laughing their asses off. The anchor is still so venomous? So cute. Joy to my heart. The anchor is a bit of a powerhouse, and this is here to break it up. I'm still curious as to how the anchor will stock the goods. So far I've looked around and I don't see any goods. There was a lot of discussion among the audience in the live stream while Lin Chen frowned. If it wasn't Wu Mengyao, then who could it be? This time, the venue was not like Guo Zhang's case. Guo Zhang's case, the system gave the location of the crime. The family was only Guo Zhang. That's why Lin Chen was suspicious. But this time, this entire third floor, at least a few hundred people could be accommodated. There was no way around it. So Lin Chen could only find the most convenient corner and observe them one by one, where the guests of both men and women were concerned. Lin Duan didn't miss them. One observes, with eyes like falcons. In a succession of hours, hundreds of people came. Just as Lin Chen was still agonizing over not finding the suspect, suddenly, a sister came over. Handsome. Lin Duan looked at her. What is it? You haven't paid the bride price yet, have you? Lin Chen was stunned for a moment. I have to pay too. Yeah, anyone who comes in has to pay. Speechless, Lin Dust followed and walked over to the writing book, then pulled out a note from his pocket and handed it to the other party. Right on it. The two sisters opened it and couldn't help but stare. Previously Wu Mengyao owed more than $5,000. Today's special gift of $3,888. Wu Mengyao still owes $1,200. The two sisters looked at Lyndon in surprise. This is not good. Why is it bad? Just write it on straight away is all. She owes money and doesn't pay it back, she still has a point she? The two sisters looked at Lyndon cautiously. They were really dumbfounded by this operation of Lin Duan's. How could anyone send a gift with an IOU? A sister asked carefully. Wu Mengyao really owes you money. What's your relationship with her? Oh, I'm her ex-boyfriend. The two sisters' eyes went wide. When we were together before, I was the one who spent the money, and when we finally split up, shouldn't that spending money be AA? So I figured out that she still owes me over $5,000, and it makes sense for me to send this as a gift, right? The two sisters looked at each other in disbelief. This was a scene they had never seen before. Chapter 36 I came to see the anchor you buy goods, not to see the anchor you take a. Uizhou Public Security Bureau. Meng team all sighed. It's a good thing this kid didn't go back to the police force. For his behavior, it's a disgrace to the police force. Li and Jean laughed out loud. Boss, this time when Lin Duan went to a wedding, he might have gotten in another shipment. Incoming, how do you get in at a wedding? We didn't get any notification on our side that there were any suspects at the wedding. Teen Meng pondered for a moment. You guys keep watching. This Lin Chen kid is an aimless. In the live broadcast room, the viewers were all made to cry and laugh by this operation of Lin Duan's. The anchor is really ruthless. Attending his ex-girlfriend's wedding and going straight with the IOU gift. I think it's very reasonable. Just now the anchor also said that it's the ex-girlfriend who keeps the fish and has his feet in several boats. There won't be anyone else in this situation. Eyeballing to send money, right? Both little sisters were confused. And Lin Duan urged. Write quickly. I'm hungry and waiting for dinner. If we write it, we can't deliver well. What's so bad about delivering? Wu Mengyao will know who it is as soon as she sees this IOU of mine. If you don't want it, I'll take it back. Fine. We'll write. They really wrote down in the gift book. Lin Duan, presenting an IOU valued at 3,888 yuan. Only when this was taken care of did Lyndon continue to go back to observing everyone. And Wu Mengyao got busy while the groomsmen showed up from backstage. Xichao, what have you been doing? It's about to be a wedding. Why are you just showing up? It's okay. I just had a stomachache and went to the bathroom. Lin Chen was still looking around at this time, when suddenly, his eyes caught sight of Wu Mengyao's boyfriend, and he couldn't help but stare. He instantly walked towards the other man. Wu Mengyao, is this your husband? Lin Duan opened his mouth. Wu Mengyao was immediately on guard. What are you doing? Nothing, get acquainted. Hello, my name is Lin Duan. Lin Chen smiled and extended his hand as he gazed at Zhang Xichao. Ah, hello. Zhang Xichao seemed to have some dry cheeks, and his outstretched hand was still shaking involuntarily. Lin Chen shook the other party's hand and said with a smile, Mr. Zhang, congratulations on getting together with Wu Mengyao. I'm actually very good friends with Mengyao. We met before when we went to college. By the way, what does Mr. Zhang do? I'm just plain a journalist. Oh, hello journalists. The profession of journalism is important. It's the eyes and ears. Only when she saw that Lin Chen didn't seem to have any intention of tearing down the stage did Wu Mengyao inwardly breathe a sigh of relief. Zhang Xichao yawned, and Lin Chen said, Mr. Zhang didn't sleep well last night? Wu Mengyao said, where did you sleep well? For the sake of the wedding yesterday was busy. Just setting up. Lin Duan smiled and nodded. Then why is Mr. Zhang's hand shaking unconsciously? Zhang Xichao was on guard. What do you do? Mr. Lin? Oh, I'm an anchor. A bandwagon anchor to be precise. I see that Mr. Zhang's hand is shaking. It's a bit like he has hand neural dystrophy. If you can, I suggest that you go to the hospital to have a look. Oh, so that's it. Actually there's nothing wrong with this for me. There are times when it does this unconsciously. It's not a big deal. Yes, this disease is usually congenital. Was Mr. Zhang like this as a child? Not as a child. Wu Mengyao was on the side when she saw Lin Chen asking questions. Alright, go to the side. Don't affect him. Lin Duan nodded and stepped back to the side. Mr. Zhang is slow and busy. Today is Mr. Zhang's day of celebration. Don't spoil the fun. He stepped back and watched carefully, just staring at Zhang Xichao. And naturally, the viewers of the live stream noticed. Is this a lock on the goods? Anchor? I don't see anything wrong with the other party. Can the anchor just tell if the other party is okay from all this analysis? Nonsense. Otherwise why are you an ordinary person and the anchor is a police officer? You didn't read the analysis of the anchor solving the wife murder case before. A little bit of breakage, a little bit of clues, can be used by the anchor to dismantle the whole case. The anchor must have found something. The live stream viewers were talking, but no one knew what exactly Lin Duan had discovered. And amongst Lin Chan's observations, Zhang Shichao seemed to be a bit depressed, probably too tired last night, and seemed to be a bit irritable, and would stroke his heart area when no one was around, and his yawns were even more incessant. The hands, in particular, would not stop shaking. It was just that on Lin Chen's side, although he had observed, he hadn't yet received an order confirmation message from the system, so he still needed to look for other evidence. Lin Chen thought for a moment, remembering the conversation between Wu Mengyao and Zhang Shichao just now, and fiercely walked in the direction of the toilet. When he got to the restroom, he went straight for the cubicles, going in one by one to search them, and when he got to the last one, there was someone inside. Who? A muffled voice came from inside. Me. What are you doing? Go to the bathroom. Hurry up. Can't hold it in. The guy inside froze straight away. What the is wrong with you? Isn't there a pit next to it? There were several empty pits when I came in. Lin Dust said. Old brother. I do have a problem with going to the toilet. I really can't poop if it's not against the wall. Old brother. Hurry up. You're nuts. There were angry curses coming from inside. And Lin Dust is not panicked. The expression leisurely self-conscious, older brother. Faster. Really cannot hold it. To pull out. You can pull out. Pull out, I give you assistance. Pull pressure or drink pull. La 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 la. I am a small connoisseur of ting. Stop singing. Be right out. The live viewers were literally laughing their asses off. Asterisk. I'm in the middle of eating. And this song by the anchor makes me outright unable to eat. I came to see the anchor you stock up. Not to see the anchor you, dog's head. It didn't take long for the sound of flushing to come from inside. And then the toilet door opened and a middle-aged uncle walked out. He looked at Lin Chen and cursed. You psycho. After the other party left, Lin Chen entered the pit. He began to search carefully. In the previous few pits, there wasn't much paper in the paper basket, but this one had a lot of toilet paper. Lin Dust pulled his gloves out of his pocket and put them on straight away, then reached into the paper basket and carefully searched for them. Everyone was stunned. What are you doing? Anchor? No way. Those are papers that someone else has wiped their ass with. What is the rest of the live broadcast making a fuss about? The anchor is looking for clues. The anchor is a police officer. Is this strange? I've seen it before. Some police officers in order to search for clues. More disgusting places have been. Regardless of the noise and pop-ups in the live broadcast room, Lin Dust carefully searched. The toilet paper to wipe his ass was taken out and put to the side. And then between searches, Lin Dust saw a different paper. It's like one of those pharmacy-prescribed Western pills, but instead of a bag, it's a pill. And the white paper that holds these pills, the white paper is tiny. Lin Duan's eyes narrowed and he carefully took out a vacuum plastic bag from his pocket, using gloves to include this paper in the bag and carefully packed it. And the moment he found the paper, there came a system alert. Chapter 37, Congratulations, you're under arrest. Ding! Congratulations to the host for finding the evidence. Order confirmed. Please harvest the order. When he heard the system prompt, Lin Duan knew that he was right. After doing this, Lin Duan put the toilet paper back into the basket before coming out, taking off his gloves, and directly throwing them away. The viewers of the live stream were still a little curious and didn't quite see it coming. Don't you want the anchor glove? Nonsense. After picking up someone else's ass-wiping paper, you still want it. Ha, ha ha, I think the anchor is actually quite elegant. Lin Chen said calmly, alright, you can collect the goods later. All the spectators' spirits were shaken. Are we going to receive the goods? I don't even know which cargo is which until now. And the anchor is even saying that he's going to receive it? Our Dragon State Police are just awesome. After Lin Chen came out of the restroom, there was no need to rush. He directly chose a table closest to the red stage in front of him and sat down, not caring about the eyes of those people next to him. A man frowned. There's someone sitting here, Lin Duan calmly said. I don't see anyone, so this seat is empty. When I say there is, he's just not here yet. He'll be here later. You sit at the rest of the table. Lin Chen glanced at him and didn't even give a damn. Can't understand a human language, can you? I'm telling you, you better get out of the way before I get angry or I'll make you go out sideways. The other man stood up, a tall man of a meter or so, full of intimidation, and with his fists clenched. He looked like he wanted to hit someone. Lin Chen didn't panic, directly took out the handcuffs in his arms, threw them on the table, and gave him a calm look. What did you say? Say it again and see. Seeing the handcuffs, the other party was directly confused, and in an instant, like a deflated leather ball, his angry face instantly piled on a smile. Nothing, I'm just saying, this seat is empty. Officer, feel free to sit. Lin Duan calmly said. Didn't you say you still have friends? No, not much of a friend. Officer, feel free to sit down. Lin Duan nodded. With this face-changing speed, it's a shame that you don't go to inherit Sichuan opera. The live audience almost died laughing. It's too canonical to bully the weak and fear the strong. It's still people like the anchor who can rule the other side into submission. The anchor hand is very powerful, okay? Before Guizhang is a veteran. The result, directly under the anchor cannot walk a few back and forth. Do not look at this guy strong, but the anchor to put down the other side. At least 3 ways. After no one disturbed, Lin Chen was just calmly eating peanuts, and then directly poured a cup of juice. The rest of the people on the table were all looking at Lin Chen, not daring to disturb. The handcuffs are still on the table. Lin Duan poured a cup of silver heron peanut milk and took a sip, then began to wait for the food to be served. When that burly man saw Lin Chen like this, he asked cautiously, "You, what are you here for? Eat a seat and arrest someone on the way." The burly man didn't dare ask more questions. Soon the food came up. Lin Duan was not polite and directly stood up to clip the meat and directly eat it. The rest of them don't dare to grab it. The handcuffs are there. In the middle of eating, the music changed and then the officiant came out to officiate, which signaled the official start of the wedding ceremony. Lin Dust is actually not really cold to the wedding. The whole process, only the woman on the wedding is actually the most attentive, because nowadays, women are brainwashed by all kinds of rituals, and the wedding of this kind of rituals pull full of things. How can there be no it? As a guest, he was only interested in whether the food was good or not, and whether there was enough hard food. Lin Chen ate while watching Zhang Xichao and Wu Mengyao come out, and the two of them began to go through the process under the auspices of the Master of Ceremonies. The MC said to the seriousness of the place, but also asked for applause on the spot. Linden did not take care of it, and ate vigorously. "Let's eat first. We don't need to eat lunch." It didn't take long to finally get to the proposal, which is the Western one, where you take a ring out, get down on your half kneel, and say, "Will you marry me?" Followed by the process of the woman saying "I do." Western-style wedding in the Dragon Kingdom only got its shape but not its god. The key in front of the hole to save, whether poor or rich, sick or healthy, will still love her as always? In Lindu's opinion, this sentence was the key. Guests in the audience ate and drank, while others watched the newcomers on stage, commenting and nodding as they did so. Then, Lin Chen wiped his mouth and directly took the handcuffs as Zhang Xichao knelt down and walked towards the stage. Lin Chen's sudden rise directly stunned everyone at the scene. The MC was also stunned. He reacted quickly. "This gentleman, right now they are getting married." "I know, but this is more important to me." Wu Mengyao was stunned. "Lin Chen, what are you doing?" "A gift for you." Lin Chen smiled slightly. The surrounding guests all froze. The MC wanted to say something. Lin Chen directly flashed his handcuffs. The other party's face changed. "Obediently shut up. Give me the mic." The MC handed the microphone to Lin Chen, and Zhang Xichao's face went white. "Wu Mengyao, even though I said you were a scum girl before, I'm still willing to give my blessing for you to get married. I even prepared the gift at the beginning, but I don't think that gift is important." "This gift is," a guest cried out. "What are you doing? Drive him down." Lin Chen turned around, looked at the guests, and smiled. "Introduce yourself." "I, a bandwagon anchor, and at the same time, a police officer, am working on a case. Which one of you wants to obstruct the execution of official duties?" The guests all froze. Then Lin Chen continued, "Wu Mengyao, this gift of mine is considered to have saved you." After saying that, Lin Chen looked at Zhang Xichao and flashed his handcuffs. "Congratulations, you're under arrest." Wow! Everyone at the scene was in an uproar. Those guests' jaws dropped. Even Wu Mengyao was stunned. She reacted. "Lin Chen, what are you doing? You're arresting people indiscriminately. We both graduated from the police academy. You think I'd arrest someone indiscriminately?" Lin Chen said calmly. "Zhang Xichao, you've committed the act of taking drugs. I'm going to punish you with a detention of not less than 10 days and not more than 15 days, and a fine of $2,000. Now, come back with me." "Drugs?" The guests stared with wide eyes. They were wondering if Zhang Xichao had committed something, but it turned out that they didn't expect it to be drug use. Although drug use does not constitute a criminal penalty, but only a simple administrative penalty like visiting prostitutes, drug use is literally on everyone's lips, and no one would marry a drug-addicted junkie. It dawned on the live audience as well. I see. Before the anchor said so much to this groom, he was actually scrutinizing his symptoms. "Yeah, I remember that too. Involuntary hand shaking and yawning, which are actually symptoms of being on drugs." "Fine. The anchor is really too fine." Chapter 38, the wedding scene turns into a cargo scene. All the viewers in the live broadcast room were all shocked. On the scene, those guests were in an uproar. "What? He's actually on drugs? My god. It's a good thing this cop came out or the woman would have been ruined. How did Zhang Xichao take drugs? All sorts of arguments have been made. The MC was also stunned, as was Wu Mengyao. She looked at Zhang Xichao incredulously. You actually take drugs? No. Let me explain. No need to explain. I'm not marrying you. Lin Chen was a bit gloating. Wu Mengyao, according to the laws and regulations, you've already gotten a license with him. In the legal sense, you're already a legal couple. I really didn't expect that you, a scum girl with poor vision as always. You asked me if I regret it afterward. Do you think I will regret it? Wu Mengyao's back teeth were clenched. Lin Chen, Zhang Xichao reacted. You're talking nonsense. I think you're purposely taking revenge, which is why you're trying to arrest me by taking advantage of your official duties. Lin Chen's face was serious. Zhang Xichao, one size fits all. You're still unrepentant now? Look at what's this. He pulled the paper from the previous bag straight out of the middle of his pocket. Zhang Xichao's face changed. This is the wrapper of the drug you just smoked in the toilet. Although you finished smoking it, there's bound to be some residue on it. I just need to take this back to the forensic pathologist for testing, and at the same time, test it again to see if there's any fingerprints on it. Do you think there's any evidence? What's more, it doesn't have to be such a hassle. Just come with me to the hospital later and just take a urine test. Zhang Xichao, like a disheveled rooster, stopped talking. Stop talking and put it on yourself. Not me personally. Zhang Xichao silently handcuffs on their hands. Drug addicts are very difficult to quit, and every once in a while also regularly report to the police station to check. Wu Mengyao was furious. Zhang Xichao, I want to divorce you. Lin Duan calmly said. Congratulations. You're about to become a woman in your second marriage. Now move over. I'm going to start my work. Wu Mengyao gritted her teeth, while Lin Chen directly took out his phone and pretended to open the live broadcast. Well, family's old iron people. I finished stocking up everyone see, the latest commodity. Zhang Xichao, a drug addict. Before I help you to knock down the price of criminals, this time, I help you to knock down the price of drug addicts. The live viewers were really tense. Asterisk. Don't. Brother, don't. Your merchandise is either a murderer or a drug addict. Who's going to be able to stand up to this? Nima. The newlywed scene directly turned into an arrest scene. Too strong. I finally understand why everyone said that the anchor is in the goods. So this is the goods. Good guy. The anchor has something. I didn't see it before. The anchor can tell that the other party is on drugs just by looking at them. What I admire most is that he had the audacity to do the dumping directly at the wedding. Catch and dump on the spot. Outrageous. This is bull. You guys are the ones who didn't see the anchor dumping lost girls directly in jail before. The live feed pop-ups went crazy. Yuezhou Public Security Bureau. Li and Jean and the others were also dumbfounded. Lyndon has caught another drug addict here? Awesome. That's too efficient, isn't it? Hey, this acting personality of Lin Chen. When exactly will he get better? This just caught someone and he's about to start dumping them. Meng team came over at this time. What are you waiting for? Wait and hurry to shoot. On the scene, all the guests were dumbfounded. How all of a sudden began to bring goods again. This picture style change is also too fast, right? The burly man at the table before was also confused. Is he a cop or not? Lin Duan was very excited at this time. Families, this is freshly baked goods. The latest incoming goods. The introduction of the goods just now, everyone has also read it. Like this. I will say a number. Want to deduct one. $18. That's right. Just $18 with free shipping to your home. Anyone in need? Zhang Xichao's parents, who were present, were dumbstruck. His dad seemed to think it was a farce and was going to go straight up and stop Lyndon. As a result, just passed. Heard Lin Dust said, good. Yuezhou Public Security Bureau deducted one. The Public Security Bureau of the state also deducted. Looks like the Public Security Bureau of the state has no business. Did not catch a few drug addicts. The Magic City Public Security Bureau also want? Come on. You're in Mordor. How can I send it to you from this small place? The postage is hundreds of dollars. Not even enough to cover the cost? What? You'll pay for the postage? Sorry. Small business. No credit. His dad couldn't tense up. This guy, why are all his buyers all kinds of public security bureaus? Lin Duan also seemed to remember something, and directly said to the guests at the scene, all the guests at the scene, although I didn't let you participate in a wedding witness, but it doesn't matter. I can let you participate in a witness of this most unique bandwagon in history. Pick up your cell phones, open Jitterbug, search for Strolling Night Wind, that's me now, enter my live room, and witness my bandwagon journey together. Yuezhou Public Security Bureau. Li and Jean and the rest of them were all twitching at the corners of their mouths. It's over. This acting personality of Lin Chen is getting more and more poisoned. I've never seen such a comical arrest scene or such a ridiculous wedding. How many fans does Lyndon have now? Hiss. Over $3 million? This number of fans is going up a bit fast. It's kind of the internet celebrity of our police force, isn't it? On the scene, those people half-heartedly open the jitterbug into the live broadcast. Is to see the live broadcast of the VIP and so on? All the Public Security Bureau. They were all shocked. Well, the guests on the scene, move everyone's little hand of wealth. Give the anchor point of attention. If you can, then send a light sign. Join the anchor fan group. The anchor dumping goods, but also in the original price of the original price and then have a discount. Directly to the discount. Give you the biggest discount. Okay, back to the point. This is the first drug addict I brought in. And even though he's only in custody for a few days, he's still valuable. So here's the deal. I'll upload the link. And those who want to shoot it get ready. Come on. 3, 2, 1. The next moment, the little yellow car was sold out. Congratulations to the Uizhou Public Security Bureau, this friend. Uizhou Public Security Bureau. The old actor. Every time it is you. You let the rest of the Public Security Bureau in mind how to think. The rest of the customers do not worry. The next time the goods, the amount of time, the anchor will give priority to take care of you. Wu Mengyao was already winded. This is what you call a profession. Bandwagon anchors? What the hell are you carrying? Lin Chen hung up the live broadcast before he turned his head to Zhang Shichou and said, "Alright, come back to the police station with me." And the guests at the scene. This wedding you are considered to have attended for nothing. This paid accompanying gifts. Shouldn't you also take them back? Those guests reacted. While Lin Chen looked at Wu Mengyao and smiled with his teeth showing. There's no need to thank me. I'm just doing my duty as a police officer should. Wu Mengyao gritted her teeth in anger. Lin Chen. Soon, the wedding directly turned into an arrest scene. Also directly on the hot search. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This anchor again? Ha ha ha. I kind of understand. The anchor is the god of death. Right. This walks wherever he catches. This live arrest. I really did not expect. Nice guy. Arresting the groomsman on the spot? I'll be damned. The effects of this show are really pulling out all the stops. It's brilliant. Hey, I think this woman is kind of ruined. Married to a drug-addicted guy. Blah. The anchor is also considered to have saved her. It's better to know now than later, or else it will be troublesome to get deeper and deeper into it. What's this anchor's name? I've noticed that whenever he's on the air, he's just getting in, either in or on his way. Learn that low EQ, catching, high EQ, get in. The internet is buzzing. And when Lin Chen returned to the police station, Team Meng was speechless as they looked at Lin Chen. Couldn't you have held off and waited until the wedding was over before arresting anyone? You arrested someone directly at the wedding and broadcasted live. And now it's all over the internet. Lin Duan cheerfully said, "I'm not used to seeing my ex-girlfriend. She's so scummy and says she wants me to regret it. No, I have to make her regret it first." The corner of Team Meng's mouth twitched. What the hell kind of logic is this? You're not so old anymore. Don't always be so combative. Lindsay shrugged. Why not do something that could disgust your ex-girlfriend? Okay. Next time you don't be so high profile. Keep a low profile. We're cops. Yeah, just because we're cops, we have to be high profile. Low profile that doesn't make us thieves? Police officers have a high profile so that thieves will be afraid. Team Meng was dumbfounded. This guy, Lin Chen, was born to cause trouble, right? Meng team pondered for a moment. You go back to the police force? No. If you do, I will directly arrange a captain position for you on my side. Then I don't go back. Now I'm living a very comfortable life. I work freely. I can still dine at the police station. I can bring goods if I want to. And if I don't want to, I can just take a rest. Do you see how good I am? Meng team really can't do anything about Lin Dust. You call that bringing goods? Who taught you to change arresting people into bringing goods? And also dumping criminals. Now not only Uizhou, the rest of the local police departments can all notice you? Let's say the province also noticed, and even called over to ask. Ask me what? Asked how you were doing. They want to transfer you to the province. Oh, that dares to be good. Good what good? You wait again. You this kind of nature is too jumpy. And then sharpen and refine. And Uizhou security is not too good. Is in need of you? First work for a period of time. After a few months we will naturally send you to the province. Okay captain, go out. Your file we will still stay here. Just do not transfer to the rest of the place. At the beginning of your kid leaving the job, I really cannot afford. Where do you think that your kid just changed a method? Lin Duan cheerfully came out. And as soon as he did, Lian Jin and the others came up. Lin Chen, what did Team Meng say to you? Lin Chen laughed. Team Meng said that I did a good job. Then told me not to play with the little cutie. Play? or else it will affect your IQ and you won't be able to catch the criminals. Li Yunjin looked confused. Who's a cutie? You guys. Li Yunjin, Li Innovation and the others all twitched their mouths in unison. You Lin Chen. Why is your mouth so damaged? Lin Chen was about to reply. And just then, the system's prompt suddenly sounded. Ding! Enough sin points have been acquired. Do you choose to spend 5,000 points to upgrade the system? After upgrading the system, the radar function will be acquired. Radar function? What the hell is this? However, Lin Chen didn't even think about it. He definitely wanted to upgrade, and directly chose to upgrade in his mind. The account was depleted of sin points, and then the system began to upgrade, and a loading screen appeared on the retina in front of Lin Duan's eyes, the same as the one that appeared on the live nano camera broadcasts before when the live room appeared. That's high tech. Lin Chen was a bit emotional. He was looking at Li Yunjin and the others again. Alright, I'll take a break first, Li Yunjin asked. A little tired after just returning from arresting someone? No, it's just that today's wedding food is hard enough and so good that I'm a little propped up and taking a break. Li Yunjin? Chapter 39, Old Cases. Casually found a room with no one in it, directly shut it down, and then lay down on the sofa. Lin Chen was waiting for the system to be upgraded. First, he slept beautifully, and when he woke up half an hour later, the system was considered to have been successfully upgraded. Let's see, what's the extra feature? The whole system panel is as simple as ever, except for an additional feature called radar. Radar? Lin Dust took a closer look at it, and there were instructions on it. Radar enhances the detection of orders and, after obtaining sufficiently detailed information, searches for the target and opens the order as long as the target is within geographic search range. What do you mean? Lin Chen somewhat didn't read it, and after he flipped around and read it, he said expansively, I see. It means that it is an enhanced version of the case search tool. As long as the radar is made aware of the details of a case and the target of the relevant items of the case, which is within the radar's search range, then with the help of the radar, the target can be searched for and the order can be opened. This was equivalent to an additional method of opening orders, and would allow Lin Duan to speed up earning sin points. Okay, let me try. Lin Duan opened the door to the room, came to where Li Yunjin and his office was, and directly patted their shoulders. Do we, in the bureau, have any of those old cases? Nonsense. Which police station doesn't? Didn't the captain say that the cases that can be solved are estimated to be less than 40%? The rest are hard to solve, and some will become unsolved cases. Alright, today I'll let you all see the power of the divine detectives of the Yuezhou Public Security Bureau. Go, bring out the files of those old cases. Lin Duan was confident. The two of them, Li Yunjin and Li Innovation, looked at Lin Chen with odd faces. When you say sleuth, you wouldn't be yourself, would you? What? You guys have a problem with that? Hurry up. The two men cried and laughed, but went to the file room and took out a thick stack of dozens of copies. That's part of it. Come on, sleuth. Let's see you perform. Okay. Lin Dust sat down and began to look at it. Although he was the one looking at it, it was his retina that was scanning it, and the radar was turned on. It's just a shame that the radar didn't indicate when the first volume was scanned. Lin Dust is not discouraged. After all, the system is not omnipotent. For example, it only provides the location of the order and does not tell himself who is the murderer. Even the evidence has to be found by himself. Followed by a second dossier, with no results, and a third dossier. Next to them, Li Yunjin and Li Innovation watched as Lin Chen flipped through the dossier with flying speed before closing it and putting it aside. Where was this looking at it? You're resting here flipping through a book? Lin Duan said. Stop it. I'm reading the dossier. I thought you said you were a sleuth. How come I don't see you have a clue? Nonsense. Sleuth can only solve one case at a time. It's just like when you have a girlfriend. Even if you have your feet in many boats, you only have one weapon. You're too busy. Li Yunjin's mouth twitched. After flipping through several dossiers in a row and the radar hadn't responded, Lin Duan flipped through the next dossier, and suddenly, the radar went off, and a red dot appeared on one of the radar charts. Ding! The radar has monitored the items related to the case. Please search for the item according to the radar. Find the item to open the order. Lin Duan's eyes were delighted as he drew out the dossier. This divine detective has found a good case. This is the case. What? Li Yunjin and Li Innovation they came over and glanced at the file, the case of Zhang Fuxing's disappearance. This case? No way. Linden, are you sure you can find it? That's right. It's been a long time coming. 20 years ago, when there weren't even smartphones, let alone surveillance. And this case has remained untraceable to this day. The situation on the file is written, Zhang Fuxing, male, 41 years old, Yuezhou City, a teacher of the logistics department. The family reported several times, but Zhang Fuxing is as evaporated as directly out of thin air. The Yuezhou Public Security Bureau and the police station mobilized a large number of police forces to search for, but did not find a Zhang Fuxing, and finally can only be left unsettled. And the case of Zhang Fuxing disappeared and has become an unresolved case. Lin Duan cheerfully said, "No problem. I can find out when I say I can. Whoever of you wants to go with me, go directly to the search. I guarantee that I can find it." "Hey, we really don't believe that you can find it when so many cops can't. Go, set off." Lin Chen directly got up. He took out his cell phone, pretending to place an app. The two people came over to take a look. They couldn't help but twitch the corners of their mouths, only to see that on Lin Chen's phone was a feng shui bagua compass screen. "No, Lin Chen, are you serious? You just want to rely on this to find Zhang Fuxing? That's for sure. I'm telling you, this kind of thing, it's better to believe it than not. There are times when one's sixth sense is still very important." Li Yanjin and Li Innovation looked at each other, both extremely disbelieving. The three got into a car, not one of those official police cars, but a police car for plainclothes travel. Just put a light on the top of the head that could flash police lights if needed. Lin Dust sat in the passenger seat, and Li Innovation was in charge of driving. "Where to?" Lin Chen pretended to be looking at the compass, but was actually reading the radar in his head. "Straight ahead." "Yeah, keep going. Take a left at the next intersection." Lin Dust looked down at the phone. Next to driving, Li Innovator are numb, muttering, "I have never seen the use of the compass to solve the case." Li Yanjin in the back seat did the same as he laughed. "Lin Chen, if you can find this, when you come to the police station in the future, I'll treat you to a month's worth of meals." "No problem. Keep going. Don't stop." "Okay, turn right and go straight." Under Lin Chen's command, Lin Chen only felt that he was getting closer and closer to that red dot. "Keep going. Why did you stop?" When Lin Duan felt the car stop, he couldn't help but raise his head and asked curiously. Li Xinhua pointed ahead without any good humor. "Big brother, do you want to look up and see how to drive in front of you? I just saw the fence enclosure in front of me, which if I drove through, I would have just crashed into the ground." Lin Chen laughed, looking at the Bagua map went, "Almost found it. It's nearby. Let's get off." The two of them followed Lin Duan out of the car, and at this time the captain called, "Un Jin, what have you guys been doing?" Lin Duan said he could find the missing Zhang Fuxing, and were following him as he's using the compass to find someone. Meng Team was directly dried speechless. "This is not nonsense? Solving cases is not about feng shui. Can we find it?" Lin Dust interjected from the side. "Captain, just watch. It can be spiritual. I think you're a bit sick. Next time go to the hospital for a checkup." Team Meng spoke at length, and between the exchanges, Lin Chen and the others came around the fence to the main gate, and when they looked up, they couldn't help but all be confused. Yuezhou City First High School? Chapter 40, Burying a Body in the Playground. Earlier the dossier said that Zhang Fuxing was a logistics teacher at the first middle school? Lin Chen couldn't help but ask. Li Innovation nodded. "I remember it well. I've read this dossier many times. He was in charge of logistics." "Yes. You don't mean to say that Zhang Fuxing is in the school, do you?" "That's impossible. The police had turned the school upside down at the time and couldn't find him." The two of them were also a bit puzzled, while Lin Chen just continued to cross-reference the radar map in his mind and bore his head towards the past. Li Yunjin and the two of them felt strange and both of them followed. The security guard in front wanted to stop. After all, this was a middle school, and idle people were not allowed to enter. But it turned out that Li Creative directly took out his police license. Police business. The security guard instantly didn't dare to stop and even opened the door of his own accord. Lin Chen then checked against the radar in his head while going over in the direction of the red dot. The two of them followed behind and watched as Lin Chen passed through the teaching building, through the administration building, and through the tree-lined road, before making a turn and heading over toward the playground on the right. There were still some students in gym class on the playground, and some of them looked at the trio curiously. When they saw them stop at a place on the playground, Lyndon made sure he matched the red dot in the radar before looking around. The playground, empty around it. Li and Jean laughed. "Lin Chen, you're not trying to say that Zhang Fuxing is here, are you? But there's nothing around." Instead, Lin Chen looked down at the plastic running track under his feet as he pondered. Li Innovation reacted. "You mean, Zhang Fuxing is buried here?" Li and Jean was also shocked. "Impossible. How could Zhang Fuxing be buried under the playground? You're not mistaken?" Lin Chen's face became serious. "There's no mistake. Just dig this place up directly. Call the excavator over and dig this place up directly." "Really digging?" "Dig." Lin Chen spoke decisively. The teacher from the administrative office in the school had already come, and when he saw the three of them, he immediately said, "Hey, what are the three of you doing? Police! The bossy teacher shriveled up. Lee Eun-jin started contacting the police force and then looking for a digger and a digger master. About an hour or so later, a digger slowly drove in through the gates of the first school. The students all around were curious. A digger inside the school? It's not like it's blue. Soon the digger arrived at the plastic runway and the principal, who had been informed, hurried over. The principal was an older man with a few hairs left on his head, a little chubby, wearing glasses and a fat face. As soon as he came over, he was the one who immediately said, "What are you doing? What are you doing? This is no one middle school, an old school in Uizhou, not a place for you to drive excavators. Hurry up and stop, and do not destroy the playground. You guys are destroying public property, don't you know? Which class are you from?" Lin Duan cheerfully said. "Thank you, principal. So I'm still so young, but I'm a police officer now." Next to Lee Eun-jin, they flashed their police cards. "We now suspect that there are corpses buried under the playground. We now need to carry out excavation work. We also ask for your cooperation, and we'll restore it after digging." There were students watching from the side. The principal froze. "Police? That's right. So move over, principal." The principal huffed. "What's wrong with the police? The police can just dig around in my first high school?" Despite this statement, the principal stepped aside quite submissively. Lin Duan cheerfully retreated to the side and gestured towards the excavator boy. And in the next moment, the excavator directly began to move. The surrounding students were murmuring curiously. "What are they digging for?" The student next to me almost laughed. "They're cops, not kindergarten teachers, not here to sing." The excavator guy, first of all, changed that head in front of the excavator into a drilling machine to break the plastic runway first. After all, underneath the plastic runway is concrete, and then changed it into a digging bucket after the whole area was broken. Lin Duan just waited slowly next to him, and Li Eun-jin was still a bit disbelieving. "Lin Chen, are you sure?" Lin Chen thought for a moment. "There are some things that we don't do until we're sure, but we do until we're sure." The corner of Li Eun-jin's mouth twitched. "I'm not asking you to pour chicken soup here. We're solving a case. It has nothing to do with this." Lin Duan laughed. "It's still there. You'll find out later." Li Innovation took out a cigarette to light himself, and then directly began to gulp up. The police work pressure. Most of them are old smokers. It didn't take long. About half an hour later, the area that Lin Duan had drawn out was dug right through, and the excavator once again dug out the cement underneath. The next moment, a white bone snapped to the ground along with the cement. The students, who were watching, steeply stared at each other. And then, a miserable scream resounded through the playground. "Ah! There are dead people!" The students who had gathered around were all running faster than rabbits. And Lin Dust's face was serious. He had already received a system prompt. "Target item found. Please contact the item to open the order." Li Eun-jin also got serious for a moment. "It's kinda true." Li Innovation threw away the cigarette. He sucked in a breath of cool air, only to feel a toothache. No one thought that the missing logistics personnel was buried under the playground in the school. Lin Duan said, "Contact the captain." Li Eun-jin took out his cell phone and dialed Team Meng's number. "Team Meng. What for? You guys followed Lin Chen to use the feng shui compass to solve the case? Did you solve it?" "Captain, it's broken." "What? Broken?" Meng team on the other end of the phone only feel extremely ridiculous. "Damn, with a compass can also solve the case." "Ah, Team Meng, the location is right here in the playground of the first middle school. Bring someone over quickly. We dug up human skeletons, most likely Zhang Fuxing's." "I'll bring someone right over." It didn't take long for the entire playground to just be cordoned off, with forensics and professionals coming through. In the playground, Zhang Fuxing the corpse has been dug out, just like the TV show. Skull and bones, all bones. "It's been 20 years, and it's turning white as a bone," Li Eun-jin exclaimed. "Let the coroner do a verification first to see if it's Zhang Fuxing, and if it is, notify the family." Team Meng's expression was serious. This case from 20 years ago has resurfaced once again, and it looks like there will be another meeting. The body was found, and at the very least, we'll wait for the coroner's report to come back first to find out how it died, but it's basically concluded as a homicide. Team Meng walked over to Lin Chuan. "Lin Chuan, you kid, you're really eccentric. Can you really use a compass to solve a case?" Lin Duan, however, shook his head. "Captain, this isn't solving the case, this is just the beginning." Chapter 41 Preliminary Speculations. Soon, the news that corpses had been excavated from the playground of the first middle school swept across Uizhou. Countless people were shocked. The scene was cordoned off. Forensic tests were performed. Families were notified. The processes were all in place, and there was no doubt in the final test results that the corpse was that of Zhang Fuxing. In other words, Being a teacher of the logistics department of the first high school, he ended up dying in the first high school's own playground. As the person responsible for digging up the case, Lyndon was duty-bound to become the detective. In the room, Zhang Fuxing's wife was wiping her tears. Really, I'm so stupid. If I had known that Fuqua died here, I should have asked the police to dig up the playground then. Lin Duan said. Okay, don't cry first. Now we need to solve the case first and find Zhang Fuxing's murderer. You first tell us the situation specifically. When did Zhang Fuxing disappear roughly? Do you still have any impression at that time? What was he doing at that time? Zhang Fuxing wife Lin Imei, this is trying to recall, and said, I remember that should be around July 2000. That time the first middle school seems to be to start renovation. He as a middle school logistics will be more busy. That period of time, he is often busy until the evening to come back. Probably in the first middle school refurbishment project is almost over. Zhang Fuxing disappeared. At that time or looking all over. Reported to the police also looked all over, but found nothing. Next to him, Li and Jean, who was taking charge of the records, pressed on. In other words, Zhang Fuxing is in charge of the renovation of the first middle school? Yes, a lot of things need his signature. Lindsay said, what is the renovation project and what is involved? It was a project to rebuild the facade of the building of the first school, and the main entrance, which was a bit dilapidated at that time. After all, Lindsay asked, what about the renovation of the playground? Also included, what's your husband's personality like? My husband's character is very good, happy and kind. He treats things meticulously, and there are a lot of people at school who praise him. But I didn't expect that my husband he would. Just, said wiping another tear. Lin Duan had to ask again. Did your husband say something about his work at that time? Did the rest of the details? Any details at all? Including the people he brought up, the things he brought up, everything, don't let go. Lin Imei thought for a moment. At the time, my husband was cheerful and happy, saying that after the project was over, he would take us out. Lin Duan was a little disappointed and asked some more questions before he and Li and Jean left Zhang Fuxing's house. Li and Jean said, this case, inevitably, is related to this project. Yes, go to the school, find out who's in charge of these projects. Again, they rushed to the school and went straight to the principal. In the office, the principal sighed. Back then, I was the principal of the first middle school, when Zhang Fuxing disappeared. I also sent people to investigate, but I didn't expect that Zhang Fuxing died here. I can't figure this matter out, so you guys must find out what's going on and give Zhang Fuxing a fair deal. Don't worry, we will. Lin Duan began to ask, was there a bidding program for the project at that time? And who won the bid in the end? Yes, the principal had people looking for it and quickly figured out the program. Check it out. Lin Dust looked up carefully. The winning company is called For Happy Construction Company. Go to the normal winning process. The offer for Happy Construction is almost the lowest, low hundreds of thousands of dollars, but just happened to be stuck in the bidding line. Lin Duan wrote down the phone number of the person in charge of For Happiness Construction Company, and again asked, at that time, as the principal, you should have been involved in the school's renovation project, right? The principal said, I'm only responsible for the general direction. After the bidding, there is no longer in charge of this matter. Is directly let Zhang Fuxing as the supervision is responsible for? He has always been more strict. Have him to keep an eye on. The problem is not big. Lin Duan asked. After Zhang Fuxing disappeared, how was the project? Still normal construction and the project did not have many problems. Just Zhang Fuxing hey, the principal sighed as well. Lin Duan asked some more questions and took the principal's business card, called Song Qingwen, on his way out of the office. Lin Dust is again specifically to find the old employees in the school, but also really found one. Is a cafeteria employee? Looking for him to inquire. Ouch, 20 years ago. Ah, hey, the quality of those projects, really hard to say. Let's say the refurbished school building, the top of the putty a moment to gouge off, or late and then turned, and then that plastic runway. Less than half a year there are ragged. After a few years there is no way to, and then again, is to rebuild it again. Lindsay owed. That is, tofu dregs of construction? Not really, it just doesn't feel like the quality is that good. Lin Duan pondered for a moment. How come this construction company was chosen for this project tender? That I don't know. No recourse for the school? It's not like there's a big problem, so how can we pursue it? After the interview, Lin Duan and Li Jin checked, which said, I now seriously doubt that this case, it should be like this. After the For Happy Construction Company won the bid, because it is the winning price is low, the profit is less. You have to use some very poor materials to substandard. And Zhang Fuxing was appointed by the principal of the school, Song Qingwen, As a supervisor, the materials used by the 4 Happy Construction Company was after he found out. He would definitely stop it. So the 4 Happiness Labor Company became infuriated and ended up killing Zhang Fuxing and burying his body in the playground. Because they were the constructor, it was just the right time to cover their ears, and it was late in the construction process, about to be completed, and would not arouse suspicion after it was finished. Li Yunjin said, "Now it's just a matter of going to the 4 Happiness Construction Company to take a look." Go. Along the way, Lin Chen had sort of opened the nano camera, and all of a sudden, many viewers entered the live broadcast room. Good lord, it's been less than a day and the anchor is stocking up again? I saw it. Why is there another major murder in Yuezhou? The news media is going crazy today, saying something about a corpse being found in a school playground in Yuezhou. Good lord, what kind of dragon pit is Yuezhou? With big cases all day long? It always feels like the people of Yuezhou are in deep water. Cover your face. Anchors, step up. Lin Duan was quite calm. He and Lian entered the 4 Happiness Construction Company and directly asked the receptionist, "Is Maki here?" "Mr. Ma went out. Do you guys have anything? If you have something you can leave a message first and I'll pass it on to him." "It's okay. Go out and we'll go straight to his office and wait for him." Hey, you guys can't do that." That receptionist tried to stop, only for Li Yunjin to flash his police license. "Police? Investigate." That receptionist didn't dare to stop at once, and could only quickly call Maki. It didn't take long for Maki to come down from upstairs, compensating with a smiling face. Sorry. 2 officers, the front desk doesn't know you. I have too much socializing. It's on purpose to help me to block out the socializing before saying so. 2 upstairs please." Chapter 42, Narcotics officers are easy to lose their lives, but criminal investigation officers are easy to lose their hair. Lin Chen seemed to smile. Understand. Let's go. Soon after, Lin Duan and the others began their visit to Maki again. At that time, when our 4 Happy Company is indeed considered just established. No way. In order to survive well, so can only be the offer is relatively low. Took over this project. I also regularly go to view, to ensure that the construction quality progress. I am not directly responsible for the construction of the captain. Back then, this thing, I'm not very clear. Have you seen Zhang Fuxing? I've seen him. He seems to be sent by the school to supervise. Has there been any conflict? Where has it risen? Surely it has not risen. Although every time I see him, it is he who has a stern face. I do not know why it is always like this. And then later I do not care about him. And anyway, it is right to be at peace with each other. Li Yunjin asked. He hasn't bothered you with some quality of work? No, our side of the construction quality and progress. Are to check his signature. He does not sign. On behalf of the acceptance is not pass. Every time is signed. Otherwise, the project will not be so fast, and even ahead of schedule. Nah, I'll look for the acceptance of the signing of the table at that time. You look at it will know. He rummaged through the box, did some searching, and found it. Look, the whole project is divided into several phases. The first phase of the renovation of the facade of the old school building, the second phase of the reconstruction of the gate, and the third phase of the plastic runway. Lin Dust and Lian Jin looked carefully. There is really no problem. The first phase of the second phase has been to the third phase of the first half of the middle. The project is almost always ahead of the completion of the approval. There is also a signature, which is written on the acceptance of the acceptance. Lin Duan's eyebrows jumped. Was it not what he had guessed? Not a conflict between Zhang Fuxing and the construction unit? This shouldn't be. Things are so clear in this one case. Did something go wrong again? With a slight frown, Lin Duan scrutinized the situation. Then asked, "Mind if we take a picture?" Don't mind. Madge compensated with a smile. Lin Dust took pictures of all of them. Then continued, "Who were all in charge of the construction at that time? I'm going to ask them one by one." "Okay, officer. I'll call you guys and let them know directly so they can come over." It didn't take long, maybe 20 minutes, for the workers who had been involved in the renovation of the first high school 20 years ago to arrive. "Just you guys?" Lin Chen's face was odd. "There were 5 people standing right in front of me. The rest are gone. We're the core staff." Lin Chen nodded. "The rest of the people will go out for a while first. You stay behind." Lin Duan left behind this worker called Huang Dahai, 20 years ago in construction. "Did you see Zhang Fuxing?" "Seen it, when he was watching us every day. He's in charge of supervision, representing the school, and he didn't find anything wrong with you guys? This is me to think about. There is, but are some mistakes. We quickly corrected, and then construction, but also very good. Mainly at that time in order to catch up with the schedule. Cannot affect the students to go to school, to take advantage of the holidays to quickly repair the project. How fast? I remember very well that phase 1 was 10 full days faster, phase 2 was 5 days, and phase 3, if you will, was 5 days faster. Lin Duan asked. Zhang Fuxing's acceptance inspection was very careful? Quite carefully. The first 2 phases were accepted with alacrity? Huang Dahai thought for a moment. Yes. Then why did it drag on so long near the end of the 3rd installment? Huang Dahai froze. Yes? Lin Chen looked at Huang Dahai. Didn't you say you remembered it clearly? Oh, let's see. Ah yes. The first and middle part of the 3rd phase is also very fast, but the later part of the time, I do not know what madness Zhang Fusheng, and did not say that the quality of our project acceptance is not qualified, and did not say that it passed, it is stuck with us, and then the later part of the time, we do not know how he disappeared, and later on the school sent someone else to accept the acceptance, and it passed. Elaborate. Huang Dahai trying to recall, 20 years ago, I really do not really up. Anyway, that time, I saw Zhang Fuxing, a person stood frozen in the playground next to the days, did not think much about it, and then one night in the rainstorm, we played cards in the next building, found him alone crazy in the playground, we do not know why, but also went to pull him back. Crazy? Lin Duan frowned slightly. He remembered that when he asked Lin Aimei earlier, Lin Aimei said that her husband was a jovial person. There's doubt here. Are there any others? No. And then later to grasp the construction well, and heavy rain, Mr. Ma, that is, Ma Chi also took the time to come over to check, grasp the time to complete. When does he usually check? Both, morning, afternoon. That day was early in the morning. Mr. Ma has not come so early, but even personally commanded us, saying that the school schedule is tight, and there may be others coming to inspect today. So is anyone checking? No. Were you guys right by the playground the whole time? No. It was just that day when there was a rainstorm and we didn't have time to go back, so we stayed there for the time being, and we're all Yuezhou locals. When do you work and when do you finish working? It starts after 6 a.m. And if it doesn't rain without rushing, it finishes after 5 p.m. Or until after 9 p.m. If you're rushing. After asking some more about the rest of the situation, Lin Duan let him out and let the next person in, and it turned out to be much the same when he asked again. After asking, the recorder turned off, and Lin Chen rubbed his eyebrows. Why do I feel that what was originally a simple thing of merit is instead complicated? Li Yunjin said. How do you suspect this? It's simple, because their identities are different, so there are bound to be points of conflict. I suspect that it is the For Happiness Construction Company, which directly killed Zhang Fusheng, and then buried the body in the playground. But now that I ask, there are too many doubts, Li Yunjin said cheerfully. So you know why criminal investigation is the hardest? It's easy to lose your life in narcotics, and it's easy to lose your hair in criminal investigation. Lin Duan thought for a moment. I still feel that something is wrong. I always feel that something has gone wrong. Alright, think about it as you go. It's really not easy to solve a case hidden under the dust. How can the truth be easy to find out? Before leaving, Lin Duan asked for Maki's phone number again, as well as the phone numbers of those workers, and even asked for the information of the workers who had participated in the project before but were not there now, intending to let the police department find their phone numbers when he went back. Regardless, each and every one of them, ask first. After finishing the walk, Linden got into the car. Do I take you back to the station, or do I send you back? Go back. I need to get organized. I feel like I missed something. Good. Also get the phone numbers of the few remaining workers for me. I need to check. Good. After Lin Chan returned to his residence, he directly began to open the contents of the recorder to listen to it over and over again, memorizing all of the conversations, and then using the computer to put the entire timeline of the case, and began to restore it. Chapter 43, Suspicions. Timeline, a middle school renovation project. Ma Chi won the bid, Zhang Fuxing as the school supervision and approval, to check and sign the project. Lin Duan muttered to himself, there are a few doubts. The first one is that Lin Aimei said that Zhang Fuxing is a jovial person, friendly to everyone, but Ma Chi said that Zhang Fuxing had a stern face towards him. Why? Isn't that a contradiction? Why would someone who is friendly to others have a stern face towards them? Could it be a work factor? That's not right either. The second doubt, that is the approval of the problem. This renovation a total of 3 phases, from the previous interviews with school employees, the first 2 phases of the use of materials, in fact, is considered to be very poor. If the school audit is strict, then is not able to sign the approval of but Zhang Fuxing signed the word. There are 2 possibilities. One is that he represents the recognition of the quality of this construction, or the school recognized this quality. The second is that he had to sign. Then again, the signing was brisk up front, But then when it came to the third installment, which was the plastic runway in the playground that was almost wrapped up, they instead stopped signing? And why is that? And not long after the non-signing, the person disappears? Lin Duan frowned. Here is what he has never been able to figure out. If Zhang Fuxing was serious and responsible as a supervisor, then the first 2 issues should not have been signed. But the first 2 issues he signed very quickly, until the third issue was almost wrapped up. Then he dilly-dallying and unwilling to sign. Also, the third doubt. Huang Dahai said he saw Zhang Fuxing dazed and even ran to the playground on a rainy day to go crazy and insane. Is he mentally ill? If not, he must have encountered something. Lin Duan wrote down the doubts one by one. He was always convinced that the clues to solving the case were hidden in these doubts. After he finished writing, Lin Duan repeatedly read all the information he had gotten from today's visit, and again wrote down one more suspicion. Here is also a little suspicious. That is, Huang Dahai said that Ma Chi will come over to check. Morning to afternoon will also come, but this time it is early in the morning, but also said that there will be a school leader to check, but in the end there is no leader. I think, this is not quite right. He as a builder, if the school is going to check, should know in advance, even if not, is not there a Zhang Fuxing? Lin Dust frowned. After a while, he kept wiping his face with both hands. Families who understand solve the case to break the hair. He turned on the nanocam and the live feed opened. A lot of viewers poured in during the live broadcast. How's it going? How's it going, Anchor? Has the case been solved? Ha ha ha. What are you thinking? It's not that fast. The Anchor isn't a fast shooter. It's just a matter of saying it's broken. Yeah, it's only been a day. And the last time the Anchor solved his wife's disappearance, it was really great. The intake process barfed. Go Anchors. Lin Chen also rubbed his forehead and said, at present, this case, it seems to be quite simple, but in reality it is a bit complicated, because of the age, and there is not much evidence, and after today's visit, there are more doubts, and I haven't even figured it out yet. A pop-up said, Anchor, those people might be lying too. Yeah Anchor, I think if it's a party of interest then it's definitely going to lie. You can't believe everything they say. Lin Chen froze as he thought for a moment. I'll take another look, re-listen to the transcript, read the notes, and remade an inference. What about the fact that what Maki and Huang Dahai said was a lie? Lin Dust is once again carefully view the bidding program, a detailed view of the process, and did not see anything fishy. Just think, the offer of the Maki is also too coincidental. Just happened to be stuck in the school's offer is slightly higher than a little bit, the equivalent of rubbing the edge of the over. Madge said the offer could only be low because of its small size, but it's just the right amount of low. Linda mulled it over. After thinking about it for a day, Lin Dust simply shouted, if I had known that I would not do the police, I'll go to write a novel. Hey, forget it, writing a novel will be as stuck as it is now. All with constipation is painful. Family, who understands Lin Duan fell headfirst onto the bed and didn't move a muscle, but his mind was racing to think of a case. He was again looking at the abilities brought by the system panel, and found that there were no skills that could help him solve the case. A radar function could only perform scanning to open the order. It's only up to him. Forget it, go to bed. When things don't work out, go to bed first and talk about it tomorrow. Day 2. After Lin Chen woke up, he didn't exercise, and after washing up, he went downstairs to eat breakfast, thinking as he ate. When he was done eating, Lin Chen once again went to Lin Aimei's place. The information about Lin Aimei and Zhang Fuxing's family was already somewhat well known to him, and the reason why he had to come back again was that sometimes the other party might miss something during the first interview. Zhang Fuxing family's family is not good. There is a son and daughter. Just a pity that the eldest son got sick and died, leaving a daughter, but also depressed, and now still single state, but also moved away from Yuezhou, leaving Lin Aimei a person to live. Lin Duan saw Lin Aimei again and waited for her to stabilize before asking questions. Was your husband mentally okay before? Was there any mental illness? Lin Aimei shook her head. No, my husband has always been in good health. Lin Duan nodded. What about your eldest son? For what reason did he die? Our eldest son has a heart condition and needs bypass surgery, and we have no money, and we were expecting to borrow money, but then Zhang Fuxing disappeared again. Lin Aimei was about to cry again as she spoke. Lin Duan thoughtfully, when your son was sick before, did Zhang Fuxing say anything about being able to raise money? Lin Aimei nodded. He told us not to worry. He'll figure it out when the time comes. Well, that kind of makes sense then. Lin Chen silently memorized this information in his mind, and asked some remaining questions, such as the point in time when his eldest son became ill, and the point in time when he had the surgery. The surgery was scheduled for August, and my husband disappeared in August. After asking, Lin Chen walked out of the room and was thinking about another question. If I'm not wrong, then this case, it should still be a conflict between Zhang Fuxing and For Happiness Construction and Architecture Company. That is, a conflict between Zhang Fuxing and Ma Qi. Ma Qi should be lying, because Zhang Fuxing lack of money, and then he is responsible for supervision. So Zhang Fuxing is to blackmail Maki, and Maki reached some agreement. Zhang Fuxing turned a blind eye, directly signed to push the progress of the project, and then Maki signed to give him the money to his son's illness, which makes sense why Zhang Fuxing pre-signing so fast, but to the end of the third period, but instead of dilly-dallying down. One is that the money for the cure has not been raised, and the second is that the point in time for Zhang Fuxing's son's cure just happens to be in August as well, and when the project is over, he won't have any money left, so Zhang Fuxing has to drag his feet. Chapter 44, Knocking Down the Mountain and Shaking the Tiger. Lin Chen analyzed it quickly in his mind, and although there was no evidence, he thought that this analysis was very likely, because Lin Aimei said that Zhang Fuxing was kind to people and would treat them with a smile, but Ma Qi said that he was scowling at himself. So is it possible that Zhang Fuxing would be scowling if he had to sign against his conscience for the sake of his children who needed money? Lin Dust inferred and thought at the same time. After a while, he looked up, but the key problem is that there is no evidence for either idea, and it's been so long, 20 years, any more evidence will be destroyed, and if I go directly to Maki again, Maki naturally won't admit it, so what should I do? After thinking about it, Lin Duan decided that he should still start from Maki, whether from the existing inferences or from the benefits. Maki was the most likely. Even if it wasn't possible, there would still be a relationship. It was at this time that Li Yunjin also called, stating that the information from the previous workers was sent to Lin Duan's mailbox. After thanking him, Lin Dust checked his mailbox directly, and then began to call one by one. Of course the recording was definitely on. As a police officer, many times you need to listen to the conversation over and over again, so as not to miss anything. After several consecutive phone calls, Lin Dust didn't get any valid information. Immediately after that, Lin Dust made the next phone call, and after indicating his intention, he asked some questions. This thing I do remember some. I only remember two. One is when the horse total and not yet received the project. It is very happy, but also took a woman to drink. Back to the company when I just saw him get on the car. The second is that night 1 or 2 o'clock more. The horse totaled back to the company but also drove out. At that time, because we are directly sleeping in the company well, no place to go. And then I got up to go to the toilet so see a little clearer. To go, and then I got up to go to the toilet, so see a little clearer. Lin Duan pursued. Do you remember the exact time? Don't remember. After asking some more about the rest of the contents, Lin Chen summarized and finally asked the other party's name. Then his eyes narrowed slightly. He had an idea and directly took out his phone and dialed Team Meng's number. Team Meng, I seem to have, well, some eyebrows. On the other side, Maki also got into his Mercedes-Benz GLC 260, which was a little over $500,000, and for his current fortune, it was considered a breeze. Doing engineering is very lucrative. Really earn, provided that you can receive the project. Ma Qi these years in Yuezhou is also considered to be prosperous, young, not yet general belly, and now because of a variety of drinking games to serve the A party, and even accompanied by the leadership of the government departments, had to drink. This is the rule in the Dragon Kingdom since ancient times. The culture of the drinking table exists for a reason. If you don't serve the leaders and the rest of the people well, others will be willing to give the project to you, and also take out a large part of the money up and down to play properly. Gifts and what has been the unspoken rules and the clear rules. Basically, it means that the money of the gentry is returned as it is, and the people's money is split 30/70ths. With this implication in mind, tonight, have to find a few girls to go to the fire but cannot go. Hey, recently have to be a little more low-key, or else attract the attention of the police will be trouble. Maki muttered in his heart. I don't know which murderer dug up the body. Isn't this intention to have a hard time with him? Now that the police are vigorously tracking the investigation, it is expected that it will eventually come to his head. Luckily, even if it comes back to me, there's not much evidence. It's just dash. There is a touch of worry in the eyes of Maki, but soon this worry shrugged off. Nothing, let the police despite the investigation. 20 years ago the case, this can still be found out? Various thoughts spun through Maj's mind as he turned the car key and twisted it so that the sound of the engine rang out and he stepped on the gas and began to steer, ready to get out. Never mind. I'll just go home for tonight. The Mercedes slowly went over towards the exit, but it turned out that just as he reached the exit, suddenly, someone in front of him stopped him. Freeze, police. Maki stared wide-eyed, and with the Mercedes headlights shining, he could indeed see that the other party was wearing a police uniform. and there were still several police officers coming over. Madge rolled down the window and looked at the other man with a smile. Officer, DUI check? Madge, get out of the car. Now we suspect you're involved in a murder. Come back with us and be investigated. Maki panicked inside, but didn't move on the surface. No kidding, officer? Do we look like we're ING with you? The other man opened the car door straight away and held Madge in place. Half an hour later, in the interrogation room of the Public Security Bureau. Name? Lee Innovation asked coldly. Madge was sitting in front, her hands cuffed to the chair. Madge. Gender. Male. Age. 42. Occupation. General Manager of 4 Happiness Construction and Building Company. 20 years ago, you took over the construction renovation of the first middle school? There's a guy named Zhang Fuxing in No. 1 middle school. Do you know him? No. Turn in. Ma Chi said. Officer, what am I confiding in? This matter has nothing to do with me. 2 officers came to me before and I gave evidence. My relationship with Zhang Fuxing was okay. Why would I kill him? Lee Innovation sneer, still in sophistry. Right? Okay. I now ask you. The project bidding has not yet begun. You swore, do not prepare the bidding materials, but also go to the nightclub? Maki had a weak heart, but said, it's okay to go to a nightclub, right? It's not illegal. I relax before I tender. It's my habit. Madge, if you weren't 100% confident that the bid would be successful, would you be so confident to relax? You're not the only one who has a good idea of what's going on here. Maki spread his hands. Officer, you've wronged me. Wrongly accused? All right, let me ask you again. Where did you go on an evening? August 20th, 20 years ago, at 1:28 p.m. When you returned to the office and redrove your car out? Maki froze, but quickly said, Officer, where do I remember this? It was 20 years ago. Boo! Lee Innovation slapped the table. You don't know? Let me tell you. You have a worker named Feng Yusher under you, remember? He could see it clearly, and he followed it out in curiosity. Madge's eyes widened. If you voluntarily confess, we can still impose a lighter sentence. If you don't, humph, do you know the minimum number of years you can be sentenced for your crime? 5 years to start. Maki said, Officer, it's nothing even if he follows me, and I do have trouble remembering. Outside, Lindsay, looking closely at Madge through the one-way glass, Team Meng next to her said, Locked up again? Locked up. The man's mental defenses are hard enough, but I don't believe he can't reveal himself. There must be something wrong. First knock the mountain down. Lin Duan calmly said. Chapter 45, Dead? Get in. Madge was pushed straight into the prison cubicle. Looking at the cramped room, Maki was a little apprehensive inside. Naturally, he didn't say anything and couldn't have, so he ended up in police custody. The police can't really have found something out. They shouldn't. It's been over 20 years. The worker called Feng Yusher before. Did he see it? Impossible. This matter God does not know. Madge was inwardly apprehensive. After 24 hours, Madge was still released. Madge, the police have a summons and you must be present at all times. Don't worry, officer. I didn't do anything in the first place and I'll cooperate with the police investigation anytime. Maki's heart put down his heart. The police will not find any evidence before it is all fraudulent. Him out of the police station, back to the house, kindly appeased his wife, and then went downstairs to buy cigarettes. While this effort, he found himself in the neighborhood of a pavilion. There are not many people around, and directly dialed a phone. The phone number didn't exist in the cell phone directory, but Madge was familiar with it. The phone dialed and it didn't take long for a voice to come through on the other end of the line. Hello, the police found me and held me for a day. At these words, the other party seemed to be silent for a moment, and then quickly said, Don't call me. Since they released you, it shows that there is no evidence. You can rest assured. And also, don't contact me on the phone. This matter is rehashed. The wind is tight, so just pretend that you don't know anything. It's okay. It's just that I'm worrying that the police will still find me out if they keep investigating like this. It's true that there's no evidence this time, but they're already looking for me. I can't hold out if I keep going like this. You have to think of a way to do it. Otherwise I'll go in there and I'm sure I'll give you up too. We're all on the same side of the boat. The phone said. I know. Cooperation so many times. Has long been you have me? I have you. So I have an idea. You find an excuse. The company business trip. First leave Yuezhou to avoid the wind. As long as the police have no clues, they cannot find out. Madge hesitated. Is that really okay? Yes. First take them in a circle before saying. Then next, I will eliminate some of the evidence left back then. This matter even if the police suspect, but without evidence, it will not fall on your head and mine. And then, the man said in a deep voice, Don't contact me again. I will throw away this calling card, and I will reach out to you if I want to meet. Good. The phone hung up. Maki exhaled a mouthful of cloudy air. He directly just deleted the record out of the neighborhood to buy cigarettes. On the other side, the police department was also monitoring Marcy's calls. Can you find out who he called? Lee Eun-jin asked. The technician in front of me was checking. Hold on. I'll find the operator. After a while, the technician said, a fake number. The ID number owner is an old man in his 70s. The information on the ID card shows that it's in Chuan province. It's estimated that it's in some small store looking for a black card. Lee Eun-jin looked at the nearby Lyndon. But Lyndon still kept thinking. Send someone to keep an eye on him while I think about it. Already beating the grass to scare the snakes. The other party must have made a move. While Lin Dust sat down and silently opened the nano camera, and the viewers of the live broadcast flooded in. The anchor is on again. When will the anchor get in? Yeah, I've been paying attention to this playground burial, and I hope the anchor gets in early and brings the murderer to justice. Anchor, are you stuck in your thoughts again? Lin Duan said. There are suspicions, but no actual evidence. The audience in the live broadcast room was talking, while Lin Duan was again continuing to check the information that he had previously compiled. Marchi was confident before he got involved in the tender and went straight to a nightclub to celebrate, which is out of character. So what caused him to be so confident of winning the tender 100%? Unless, of course, this bidding equation is actually a carrot hole? It's just purposely reserved for Madge? That's not right either. It's been checked over here, and the person in charge of the project on the school's side has nothing to do with Maki. If there was a transfer of benefits, then it all makes sense. But it doesn't make sense when it's not investigated. 20 years ago, there were no cell phone transfers, bank transfers, or anything like that. Bank cards only appeared in the last few years, and at that time, they were still passbooks, and a lot of the time, they were cash transactions. Lin Dust rubbed his forehead. He really hated criminal investigation the most. Every time his head had to think about breaking. Forget it, just keep an eye on Maki for now. Maki should show a break. For a few days in a row, the police were just keeping an eye on Marge. But Marge was doing exactly what he always did. Going to work and leaving work, going back to his wife and teasing his kids, and even still going out to the bar at night, exactly the same as before. It was until a few days later, when Ma Chi drove directly and left Yuezhou directly. The police, who received the information, were the first to arrive at March's business. Mr. Ma said that he is going to talk about the project. This time the project is more important. So he personally went ahead and is going to Jiangzhou. A few policemen frowned slightly. Running to Jiangzhou? Did your horse always say when he'd be back? That wasn't said. Just that it could be a month or two. Got it. We lost the suspect. Reporting the situation back, Team Meng directly cursed. What are you waiting for? Directly buy a ticket to Jiangzhou. Wait at the airport station. Let the comrades in Jiangzhou cooperate and help search for people. Good. Lee Eun-jin and Lee Creative watched as Lyndon fumed in the cafeteria. Wake up. Stop thinking for a second if you can't. I think you're going crazy. Yeah. You're stepping out of your first grade in Zhang Fuxing's house. Lin Duan said. I think I might have missed something. This case should be considered a very simple case, right? The timeline is sort of smoothed out. There's not too many problems. It should be easy to solve, right? Lee Eun-jin shook his head. Here we go again. Lee Innovation shrugged. This case their task force also investigated the same as Lin Dust. Counting, or Ma Chi suspect the most. It's okay, don't think about it. Pry it from Madge and it'll all be clear. Dry rice. Day 2. Lin Duan opened his eyes from the bed in a daze as the alarm clock went off. He instinctively punched his head down, only to have the sound still ringing. Upon further inspection, it turned out to be a cell phone ringing. Lin Duan picked up the phone with his eyes closed. Hello, Lin Duan. Last night, Maki had a car accident, and people died. What? Lin Chen sat up abruptly from his bed in shock, his eyes wide. Dead? Yes, straight up dead. And the accident is currently under investigation. Lin Chen only felt a smell of intrigue coming over him. He exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and hurriedly got up to wash his face with cold water. No! How did Madge die for good? Chapter 46, How come it's you? Lin Dust sat down again and didn't eat breakfast, reopening his laptop and checking his data. This matter can't be an accident. Maki was killed. Most likely because in this matter, he was not the dominant person. Now the police are checking on Maki. The other side is worried that the police may follow the trail and directly find him and pull him out. So they have to cut the line of Maki. I always thought that Maki was the murderer before, but combining the previous suspicions with the fact that Maki is now suddenly dead, I think that the real hidden murderer should be in hiding and keeping an eye on our police's next move. Lin Chen's brain raced as he got up violently and rushed straight to the police station. Subsequently, Have your colleagues in the technical section? Start looking up information. A colleague from the technical section asked. Check these guys? Yes, check for me. First check their network of characters. See if they are connected to Maki. Even if it's a 7-way street and there are more than 3 intermediaries who can contact Maki. All of them give me a look. Good. Plus, I'm going to check their property. Not just their personal ones, but the property of their family members and relatives. To the hilt. There is absolutely no fooling people about property. Unless the cash is put away and not spent. The information can be found in the housing authority as soon as you buy a house. Colleagues from the technical section started to check it out. And after about a busy morning, colleagues from the Jeonjo side also sent messages back. Maki died. When he was sent to the hospital, he died of resuscitation. When the speed of the car reached 96, then a car crashed over. The car hit and run. Because it was the middle of the night, so no one was found. And now this side of Jeonjo is in full force to track down the case. This means that the trail of Marge is completely broken. The colleagues of the technical section, but also the first thing to find out clearly, that is, a few leaders of a middle school, and did not know Machi. There's no same thing with all this, the place of domicile and all that. Then there is the second one, which is normal in terms of property and nothing special. Can't find out? The colleague from the technical section said. Uejo's place is not available. Can't be checked. Real estate and other information is not nationally networked. The rest of the places we have no right to check. But this process will take several days, and we can only give you an answer in a few days. No clue. Lin Duan nodded. Check first. Li Unjin and Li Creative came over. Alright, don't check. Go eat first. Lin Duan frowned. How come we can't find out? It's impossible for this 20-year-old case to be so unclear. I've thought of several possibilities, but every one of them, it's impossible. The biggest possibility, the person is dead. Next to him, Li Innovation said. Lin Duan, criminal investigation and deduction are similar. There is a saying that when you eliminate all the possibilities and the last one is left, even if it's impossible, it's still the truth. Lin Du nodded. I know what Conan Doyle said, but this one is way off and doesn't always apply. He pondered again, and suddenly said, I think that this impossible possibility is indeed worth trying. It is indeed the most probable and the least probable. And now that all the rest of the possibilities are gone, only this possibility remains. Li Yunjinjin went numb. Can you stop playing dumb? What may or may not be possible? Lin Chen quickly ate and said as he ate, I have to go swindle for a bit. You guys go find Team Meng. Don't let the news of Maki's death get out. I'll go to first middle school later. Watching Lin Chen finish his meal quickly and then walk straight away. Li Yanjin and Li Innovation. The two of them looked at each other. As for Lin Chen, he directly got into the car. And when he arrived at the first middle school, he went straight to the principal's office. Come in. Lin Chen once again walked into the office and said with a smile, Principal Song. Sorry, I'm here again. Song Qingwen laughed. It's okay. You've been here several times. As long as it helps to solve the case, I will agree to help you. After all, Zhang Fusheng is also considered a person in our first school. So unexplained death, there is also to have an account. Lin Duan nodded. At that time, the bidding program, why would they choose for Happiness Construction and Architecture Company, which is a completely small company? They bid the lowest. At that time, the first high school finance is not really good, right? And the renovation project, and is not a relatively large project, can save a little bit on a little bit. Lin Duan was again asking, Zhang Fusheng and their wives, haven't they approached you, asking for some compensation from the school? I searched for it, but no one knew at the time that Zhang Fusheng had been killed. No one could be found, and there was no way for the school to pay compensation. Song Qingwen sighed. Lin Chen asked something else, and then suddenly the question turned. By the way, Principal Song, you have a daughter? She's graduated now, right? Song Qingwen froze, then nodded, yes, but studied abroad. Now these days, always have to see the world. Lin Chen nodded his head, and surprisingly, he began to talk to Song Qingwen about his family. Lin Duan also saw the bookcase in Song Qingwen's office and rummaged through it. Principal Song has the elegance, wherever, for amusement. Lin Chen looked at the few scant hairs on top of Song Qingwen's head and laughed. Principal Song's hair really can't hide the light of wisdom. Song Qingwen laughed out loud. Before leaving, Lin Duan said, there's another thing, that is, the old boss of the 4 Happiness Construction and Building Company, Ma Chi, who worked with you 20 years ago, had a car accident on the national highway last night. Yes? Song Qingwen froze. Lin Duan nodded. Yes, people are missing. Song Qingwen's eyes widened and he looked a little stunned behind his glasses. Lost? Missing? He was speechless for a moment. What does this Disappearance mean? I just don't know if it's dead or alive. Well, it's not really relevant to you to talk about this. So I'll leave now. And if there's anything on your side, remember to keep me informed. Good. Send Lin Duan away. Song Qingwen sat in his office chair. Already in his 50s. He also reached the age of almost retiring. Another year of work will be able to retire. It's so unsettling. Song Qingwen was full of sighs. By the time he got off work in the afternoon, Song Qingwen, as usual, drove his own little beat-up car and went straight home slowly. When he returned home, he and his wife were the only ones left in the house, and the children were grown up and out of the house, each going out to work. After dinner and a walk in the evening, Song Qingwen and his own wife returned home to rest. His wife had gone to bed in the bedroom, and Song Qingwen, still unable to sleep, sat in his study with the lights off in the living room. He seemed a little distracted, and it was then that he heard the sound of the study door clicking open behind him. Why? I thought I told you to go to bed first. I'll be there in a minute. Song Qingwen turned his head to take a look as he spoke, resulting in a stunned stare. How come it's you? Chapter 47. What's wrong with you drinking a glass of water? It was none other than Madge who came. It was just Madge, who didn't seem to say a word, just looked at him. Song Qingwen frowned. Are you crazy you? Coming to me for no reason? Madge was still looking at him. Song Qingwen said in a deep voice. Maki, what are you doing here with me? Let me tell you, I have nothing to do with the car accident you had. Maki still didn't say a word, just blocked the door of the room and stared at Song Qingwen with a deadly gaze. What the hell are you going to do? Didn't I tell you before? Said not to contact me for a while. Madge nodded slightly. Song Qingwen sighed, closed the study door. Madge came in, closed the door to the room and unlocked it, but remained standing there. Song Qingwen pulled the curtains closed. When you came, were you seen by the rest of the people? That cop came to see me again today. I could tell he suspected me, but now that you're missing, I guess all eyes have been diverted. Which is a good thing. You shouldn't be out right now. Song Qingwen said so much, but as a result, Maki still didn't say anything. This caused Song Qingwen to frown as he turned his head to look at Maki. Maki, you're not a thing. You don't have to worry. Didn't we say it's done? It can't be investigated on our heads, even if the police suspect it. But after more than 20 years, is there any evidence? There's no evidence. Just bite the bullet. There's no evidence at all. Madge nodded. Song Qingwen continued. So just rest a little bit more at ease. You first put your heart in your stomach. Never come to me. You have to be stable. Didn't the police arrest you before and then release you? That's because they have no evidence. They can only detain you for 24 hours. Seeing that Ma Chi was still looking at himself, Song Qingwen sighed. Tell you what. Have some wine. You calm down. You sit down first. Marcy sat down in a side chair. Song Qingwen went to get the wine and wineglasses, and without a moment's delay, he came in with the wineglasses. As he poured wine on the table, Song continued. Maki, let's discuss this later and see how we can make up a reason to explain your arrival here in my neighborhood. And all in all, you can't get involved with me. Madge nodded again. That's right. Madge, why are you always quiet? Madge reached up and pointed to her mouth and shook her head. Was it a car accident that injured you? Madge nodded slightly again. Song Qingwen sighed with emotion. You are also considered to be blessed with a great life. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have let you go out to avoid the wind. Have a drink first. He pushed a glass of red wine in front of Madge's table. Maki held his glass and Song Qingwen clinked a glass with him. But it turned out that Maki never drank. I wouldn't harm you. We're on the same rope. In the same boat. Would I? While Song Qingwen took a sip, Maki remained undrunk and just shook her head. Fine. Drink or be drunk. Song Qingwen put down the wine cup. Just said seriously. 20 years ago. No matter what you do. No matter what I do. It is his deserved. You forget how you now all this came. How did you from a small delivery of cement and lime material workers, transformed into today's big boss of the package project? Keep one thing in mind. As long as you keep your mouth shut, you can do anything. Madge nodded. Just then, a voice rang out from outside. Kyung Moon, who are you talking to? It's his wife's voice. No one. Talking to myself. You go to sleep. Good. You come to bed early too. Waiting until the restroom was silent, Song Qingwen then dared to lower his voice and continue. All the evidence? I've already wiped out all the evidence. Even if the police were more powerful, they wouldn't be able to find it. There was no surveillance at that time, and there were no witnesses. No evidence was left behind. Madge nodded slightly. Song Qingwen felt a little strange. Maki, even if you're injured, you're not so bad that you can't speak at all, right? Madge shook her head. Song Qingwen exhaled. Alright, I know you're worried, but put your heart in your stomach first. I've introduced you to a lot of resources over the years. Have I ever treated you poorly? Madge nodded. Stay for a while, wait until after 12 and then mile away to avoid the cameras. Forget about it, we'll leave in the morning. Take the underground garage. You'll come to my trunk, God forbid. Madge continued to nod. Say something. Madge held out her hand on the table and gestured. Song Chingwen brought a pen and paper for him to write. While Ma Chi wrote, really won't leave evidence? I'm still worried. I've been having nightmares after the police came looking for me. Do you think Zhang Fuxing won't come after you and me for revenge? Revenge? Revenge for what? There are no ghosts and gods in this world. And there is no such thing as the so-called shadowy spirit revenge argument. Song wrote again, what happened in the first place? In fact, I've forgotten almost everything. How was Zhang Fuxing thrown into the playground? What's there to say? You did it yourself. Have you forgotten that? Song writes, always having insomnia. I feel that my memory is a bit confused. I plan to do a puja in my house and set up an incense burner and a bodhisattva. But according to the custom of our hometown, we need to say all these words to the bodhisattva, and I've forgotten them all now. Song Chingwen frowned. What kind of feudal superstition is this? But Sima Qi a face of sincerity to look at himself. Song Chingwen also sighed. It was then almost the end of the day. In my office, you made up the last, and then waited until the big night, and then dragged to the playground pit to bury, and then poured concrete, and then the next day you came over in the name of the leadership inspection, and early in the morning to personally supervise, to make sure that no workers to see, and commanded the workers to pour the concrete down to flatten it. Did you forget? Song wrote, now remember. What a stinker you are. Song Chingwen muttered a little. Marge writes, I'm so sorry. I'm always afraid of ghosts knocking on my door when I've done something wrong. I'm not. Okay, let's drink first. Maki writes, I can't drink. I can't drink anymore. Drinking is a mistake. Song Chingwen had a bit of a headache. Can you calm down then? It's okay. I'm feeling pretty cool right now. Then drink some water. Could be. Song Chingwen went to pour water, and it didn't take long to bring a glass of water and put it in front of Maki, while he took his own glass and drank it himself. Madge still didn't move a muscle. Drink. Aren't you thirsty? Marcy writes, I have a few more questions I'd like to ask. Drink first, and ask questions afterward. This drinking is, more than anything else, a beautiful thing. Marcy writes, I don't drink tap water. I'm a person who only drinks purified water for drinking. Song Chingwen was all speechless. I have pure water in the refrigerator. I'll go get it. Soon. The farmer 3 punch of pure water brought. Maki picked up a look. The bottle cap is loose. Immediately rewrite, farmer brand mineral water is not good. The best is Ibao. I want to drink Ibao. Song Chingwen high blood pressure are up. You drink a water. Which so many problems. Chapter 48. You open your mouth and you're an old scumbag. Marge writes, hey, it's really not working. I'm nervous to come on. So why don't you just stay with me and talk to me again? I'll go get you Yippee. Sung got up, and after 5 minutes or so, brought back the Yippee. He unscrewed the cap from the bottle and handed it to Madge. That'll do for now. You're asking a lot. Marcy writes, I'm so sorry. It's always easy to be nervous, and I urge you to drink less as well. Song Chingwen exclaimed. At this age, you have to have some hobbies. Marcy writes, how did you suppress this matter at the time? People did not find the chant. How else can be pressed down? The police is not omnipotent. You see how powerful the police on the TV series, but they are not God. When the plastic runway was built, there is a solvent in it. The police dog came and could not sniff it out, and that kind of odor is pungent as hell. After a pause, Song Chingwen said, you're not well educated. What are you asking for now? Maki writes, now I have to ask for clarification, or I won't be able to say anything at the Bodhisattva. Can't you just burn more money for it? Maki writes, the Bodhisattva patch we have there doesn't recognize money. It only recognizes sincerity of heart. Song Chingwen sighed, I'm a little speechless by you today. And since you had a car accident on the national highway, you didn't go to the hospital. What are you doing running to me? Marge writes, just wanted to come and see you. What's there to see in me? Maki continued to write, it's simple. I get on the national highway 1 foot, and then something happens the next, and at this juncture, and you're telling me that I, for one, would think it had nothing to do with you? Song Chingwen immediately said, it really has nothing to do with me. I don't have to on the contrary, when you die, it will be easier to arouse suspicion. Madge continued to write, before I was skeptical, now I'm not. Here, cheers. Song Chingwen nodded his head and picked up his glass of wine, only to be surprised when Maki directly exchanged mineral water and red wine. Here, you drink Yippee. It's good for you. Song Chingwen frowned, I don't drink mineral water. Marge removed the filled paper and continued, this isn't mineral water. This is Yippee. Isn't ebony just mineral water? That's different. Not all mineral water is called yippee. Song Qingwen was truly rendered speechless by the whole thing, and he pushed Yibao aside. I'd better keep drinking. Maki writes, that won't do. This drinking, what a beautiful thing. Principal. Ma Chi set the paper in front of Song Qingwen, and again, he brought back the mineral water and set it in front of him. Song Qingwen's eyes narrowed. What do you mean? March continued to write. I have to ask you what you mean, principal. What? You want to kick me in the ass when you're done using me? Song Qingwen said. I said I didn't. I didn't have to. Maki writes, look at you. You're in a hurry again. Headmaster. Just drink it and I'll believe you. Song Qingwen looked at Maki, and Maki looked at Song Qingwen. Yippee is set in front of the table for two. Song Qingwen sighed. Oh Maki, it's been so many years, and you still can't trust me? Marge writes, Principal, you're an old scumbag when you open your mouth. He handed the paper over, and the corners of Song Qingwen's mouth twitched. Madge, you shouldn't have come to me if you couldn't trust me. Maki continued to write. Headmaster, in fact, I still believe in you. I have always thought that a beam of light appeared in the middle of my life, allowing me to make a class leap. You are like that distant lighthouse, illuminating my way forward. I have always secretly vowed to make my life great again. Song nodded his head, only to have Madge write again. So, you might as well drink it and prove yourself. Song looked at March, who looked at him with good humor. Can we stop talking about drinking? Marge writes, yes principal, you are the principal. You get to decide. I think let's say, if you don't drink, I'll just call the police. Song Qingwen's eyes widened. Are you crazy? Marge writes, I'm not crazy. I'm calm. And instead of being so worried, I'd rather just go to jail and get a solid night's sleep. Song Qingwen whispered angrily. You said to me before that you're going to order 10 girls a day and night, and not have any repetitions night after night. Conscience. What the hell is conscience? As a result, you are now telling me that you want to go to prison to sleep soundly? It's just a big storm. The bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. Don't you understand that? Maki writes, yes, the more wind and waves, the more expensive the fish, but there is also a possibility that the boat can capsize, and if my side of the boat capsizes, it's better not to fish. I think it would be more prudent to eat prison food. Song Qingwen gritted his teeth. Are you crazy? Marge writes, guess if I'm crazy? Song Qingwen frowned and looked closely at Maki, seeing the playful smile at the corner of his mouth. What the hell are you getting so worked up about? Madge continued to write. Guess if I'm mad? Song Qingwen said angrily. What's wrong with you? Possessed by a ghost? Marge writes, guess if I'm possessed by a ghost? Song Qingwen, you. His chest rose and fell. His body, which had been somewhat fat before, shook, and the few hairs on his head seemed to sway slightly, while his deep gaze was a little puzzled at the moment. He looked at a smiling Madge and suddenly realized something. You're not Madge? Marcy continued to write. Guess if I'm Marcy? Song Qingwen's eyes widened while Maki smiled slightly. Now, Principal Song, is the time to witness the miracle. In the next moment, the Ma Chi in front of him was actually stretching out his hand, placing it on his face, and then just like that, he uncovered it, and in the next moment, Lin Chen's face appeared in Song Qingwen's eyes. At this moment, the expression on Song Qingwen's face, really to be more wonderful and more wonderful, to be more rich and more rich, if you use the words of some self-media bloggers in Jitterbug, like all the emoticons in your cell phone WeChat added together the picture. And at this moment in the live broadcast room, all the viewers have long been laughing their asses off. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Joy to me, the anchor is teasing the cutie, right? Ha ha ha, laughing my ass off, the anchor is playing this principal for a fool. Well, there was no evidence before, but now there is, and my god, the murderer this time, it's the principal? At this moment in the live broadcast, the number of people has long been a breakthrough of hundreds of thousands. Yuezhou Public Security Bureau of Lianjin, Li Innovation, and Captain Meng and others, all confused. They were shocked again and felt unbelievable. All of them looked at Song Qingwen with dead eyes. The audience, on the other hand, was all abuzz. Song Qingwen hadn't slowed down for a moment, while Lin Chen lamented. Principal Song is a good tactic. Even I was fooled by you. In fact, before in the beginning, I thought about whether there was a murderer who might be you. After all, you were the one who led the refurbishment project this time around. However, I had no evidence. I didn't find evidence that you and Ma Chi knew each other. And also I didn't find the rest of the evidence of the benefit transfers. Plus you have a look of being a teacher. But really, I didn't expect that after eliminating all the impossible possibilities, the murderer would really be you. Chapter 49, take the initiative to be decent, or I'll do it for you. In this case, there really isn't any evidence. This case is 20 years old. as long as Song Qingwen and Ma Chi bite the bullet on this matter. Bite the bullet, then the police can't get a conviction without evidence. But the problem was that Song Qingwen could never have imagined that in this society nowadays, there were really people who could come up with human skin masks and disguise themselves as other people in order to cheat themselves. In the live broadcast room, countless viewers were also swiping pop-ups. The anchor is too good. This can also solve the case? This principal looks fat and bald, like he's doing his best for the school. But who would have thought that he would be a murderer? It's normal. Isn't there a report today that a post-90s graduate student is a black boss? Exactly the same as the matchmaking girl that the anchor arrested before. It's really a big world. There's nothing strange. But how did the anchor manage to do that? And what was the tech that made this principal unrecognizable? The audience was talking. And here at the Yuezhou Public Security Bureau, Li and Jean and Li Innovation, among others, were dumbfounded. Lin Chen, this suddenly solved the case? At the scene, it seemed like Song Qingwen hadn't regained his senses as he stared at Lin Chen, and then at the thin human skin mask in Lin Chen's hand. I forgot to tell you that Madge is indeed dead. And you did it successfully. Principal Song. So it's about time we had a nice chat again, isn't it? Song Qingwen finally came back to his senses. Some despair on his face. What's the conversation about? Naturally, we're talking about the causes and consequences. So be honest, so that we can still land a confession and leniency. Song Qingwen opened his mouth and Lin Chen smiled slightly. You want to say that you didn't kill the person? Principal Song. Since I dared to come like this, would you think that I didn't have a miniature camera with me? Everything you said just now has already been recorded. It's still decent to confess on your own initiative. Otherwise, I'll help you be decent. There was a ferocity in Lin Chen's words. There can be no sympathy for criminals. Song Qingwen looked down at the water on the table out of his mind, and after a long time, he said, where do I start? Simple. From the very beginning, how did you and Maki know each other? How was the chain of benefits between you and Maki accomplished? And how exactly did Zhang Fuxing die? All of them one by one. Song Qingwen, who was in his 50s, slowly said, it was still more than 20 years ago, probably in the 90s. That time was not quite the same as now. I worked my way up to the position of principal, while my classmates went to the rest of the departments. At a class party, I found that my classmates, one by one, were all driving nice cars, smoking nice cigarettes, and mixing better than me. They laughed at me, and disparaged me in their words, and clinking their glasses without me. And at that time, I thought, by what right? The audience in the live broadcast room also started to listen to Song Qingwen's narration. I understand how this group of people get rich, especially the Transportation Bureau's Li Jinan, my old classmates. Hey, directly find someone to set up a company to do their own white gloves. I don't know what he has the ability to do. At that time he was not the director of the company. It is surprising that the business will be able to take the past. There are still the rest of the responsible for signing the approval of the, but as section chief, you can eat, take, and take, fat and flowing with oil. Why are they laughing at me? Lin Duan raised an eyebrow. That's it? More than that. I followed up again in a middle school this position. Dry less than 3 years. Are almost 4 years. In fact, I should also be promoted. I went around looking for people to inquire. Learned that I have the hope to transfer to the Education Bureau Deputy Director. But in the end, it does not work, because ultimately, this quota was given to the top, and I realized that the normal efforts are useless. Lin Chen said indifferently, so this is your reason for blackening? Alright, the motive is there. Cut to the chase. Hurry up. I have to go through the procedures later. Lin Chen wasn't afraid of Song Qingwen in the slightest. His body's comprehensive attributes were so strong that he wasn't even afraid of previous fugitives and veterans. Would he still be afraid of an old man in his 50s? Song Qingwen said, after that, I was crazy to understand how to get rich quickly, but also to the rest of the classmates to learn from the experience. But learn some ways. Once Yuezhou new building construction, I went to look at it, and happened to meet it in charge of bringing people to pick the cement delivery of the young man. He is Ma Chi. When I saw Maki, my heart just fluttered because that classmate of mine before, he was the one who set up his own company as a white glove. So why don't I follow his example? By this time, I had learned a lot about experience, and it just so happened that at this time, the first high school was going to undergo a renovation project, and I thought this was a good opportunity. Of course, it must be done perfectly, to cover the ears, so I will win the bidding bottom line price. Told to Maki, let him win the bidding, then he will choose some materials, to the second best, so that it can make money, earn money. I take 60%, he take 40%. In the beginning, everything went quite well, but the school has a logistics teacher, that is, Zhang Fusheng, According to the process must be supervised by him. But this Zhang Fusheng, the first day to start, came to report that the material is not right, and asked to stop the construction of the 4 happiness. I know. Encountered tricky difficulties, Zhang Fusheng this person, character and stinkin' hard, and recognize the dead reason. It is very likely that he will cause this plan to die, but the good thing is that I understand his situation. He has a son and a daughter. The son is directly a heart attack, is in the hospital for treatment, the need for a large sum of money. I will find him, give him 300,000, as long as he turn a blind eye is responsible for acceptance signature on it, and renovation works, and will not jeopardize the safety of students. Lin Duan said. Zhang Fusheng agreed? He had to agree. He couldn't afford the treatment in the first place, and he couldn't say no when I made the request. So at first, everything went smoothly and the project moved forward quickly. Then why is there a problem back there? Because Zhang Fusheng got an inch, Song Qingwen whispered. That evening, Zhang Fusheng came to my office to find me, asked to raise the amount. 300,000 is not enough. Do you know how much he asked for a lion's share? He even asked for 600,000. This one project, it's just over $1 million, after deducting the cost, and then deducting the share to Maki. What comes to me is just over $500,000, and he's asking me for $600,000? Then am I not working for him for nothing? I talked and talked, but Zhang Fusheng died and wouldn't listen, and threatened that if he didn't pay the money, he'd fish out of water. And anyway, he hadn't signed the papers yet, and now he's going to poke the matter out. I heard Zhang Fusheng say this. I have a killing chance. I pretended to persuade, closed the door of the room, while he was not paying attention, directly as with a vase. A smash in the back of his head, directly smashed him on the ground. At that time, the blood was all over the floor at once, and it bled all over the place. Chapter 50, still wondering what to say? Did I give you a face? The audience in the live broadcast room was dumbfounded. So it turned out that Zhang Fusheng was actually killed by this principal. Lin Chen was also not expecting it. He had always thought that Zhang Fusheng was killed by Ma Qi before, but he did not expect that the principal was the real murderer. Song Qingwen at this moment also did not have the harmlessness of the previous time when he was the principal, but instead revealed a complex and sinister expression. If you insist on analogies, a bit like the one that ate the 9-turned-large intestine jury revealed the expression. I had to kill him. He was about to set the table. I know he wanted money to cure his son, but his son's disease is a disease. I am not a human being. In one thing, everyone gets the profit. They all share it according to their position of strength. He wanted too much, too greedy, so he deserved to die. At that time after I killed him, I also panicked. That time was the first time I had ever killed anyone. My heart was thumping. I knew that this matter had to be handled securely or else I would be finished when it came to light. So I began to think of a way to do it. And ultimately the first thing that came to mind was that I had to bring Maki down. So, I dialed Marge's number. And when Marge came over, he was shocked too. But I closed the door and wouldn't let him go. And all I asked was that you make up the last of it if you wanted to make this money. Song Qingwen paused. He seemed to be a little thirsty and wanted to go get the water in front of him to drink. But as a result, Lin Chen directly grabbed his hand and smiled. Headmaster Song, recognize yourself. You want to die right now. That's not good. We haven't gone through the procedure yet. Keep talking. Song Qingwen saw Lin Chen's smiling eyes. He was silent for a while. He continued. Ma Qi was also scared at first, but young people are young people. There is a ruthlessness. That's why I saw him in the first place. He was only scared for half a minute. Then he gathered courage, picked up that porcelain vase, and directly smashed it down again. At that time, I could still see Zhang Fusheng's body again twitched, like a fish that had already died and suddenly popped up. Countless spectators listened with jaws agape. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What a beast. A human face and a beast's heart. I think it. Zhang Fusheng is desperate. He misjudged the amount of money that the principal embezzled from this project, and thought that the principal must have taken millions. But to my surprise, the principal didn't take much, and in the end, this principal could only kill and kill. I kind of understand now that there's no turning back from an open bow. You just do it and you have to keep doing it. There's no way you can turn back in the middle of it. Lin Duan pursued. And then what? How did you manage to bury yourselves in the playground and not let anyone find out? It's very simple. At that time it would have been a vacation. Not many people in the school. Just I need to keep an eye on the project. So I waited until more than 1 or 2 o'clock in the evening. I let Maki bring the car to transport the body to the pit before the playground, and dug another pit, threw the body into it, and then covered it with Lus, and Maki the next day, early in the morning, and then come back to supervise it, to prevent any accidents. Lin Chen nodded slightly. In that case, everything made sense, and it all matched up with the previous. No accidents? No. Everything went well. The next day Maki is more direct on-site command. Quickly fill up this area. Continue to dig the next section, even if it is covered over. And then the next day heavy rain. At that time for several days in a row. I was still very worried, because Zhang Fuxing disappeared. As expected. 3 days later Zhang Fuxing's wife came to find me. I dragged, and let Maki to speed up the progress. The plastic runway rushed to the last time to repair. Then later, Lin Aimei reported the case. The police came, also sent the police dog, but at that time, the smell of the playground is very pungent and concrete. The dog simply cannot smell. And finally the person did not find. It is characterized as a disappearance, and it will not be settled. After speaking, Song Qingwen seemed to smile a little bitterly, but what I didn't expect was that after more than 20 years, you had dug up the playground by mistake. At that time, when I saw you bring the digger in, I had a rash in my heart, and I wanted to stop you, but you're a police officer, so I couldn't stop you at all. Lin Duan nodded slightly. Go on. What about the follow-up? What follow-up? You've made so much money through Maki. Maki is now considered the boss of Yuezhou. You've made quite a bit. I can see Maki's money, but I can't see yours. Where did the money go? Song Qingwen seemed to be a bit silent. Lin Chen did not spoil him and directly slapped him over. Still thinking about what to say? Did I give you a face? Pust. The countless spectators were stunned for a moment, then laughed out loud. Good lord. The anchor is really good. He just smoked him when he said he would. For this kind of fair treatment of all criminals by the anchor, I'm high and low enough to give you an entire favorable review. Good smoking. I got body chills when I heard it. What a guy this is. Hey, I think this kind of thing, really commonplace. Too much. Really too much. Especially in the last century before the 1990s to 2010. This period of time. No. Don't know, I'm not good to say more. This involves too much. We also do not ask the interests involved too much. Said the community did not benefit. I can only say that the water is very deep. The online information are deleted. So I can only say that understand. Do not understand also have no way. That pop-up just now. You're really more than a know-it-all. I'm convinced. A whole lot of crap. Many of the Public Security Bureau's police officers, on the other hand, were overwhelmed with emotion. The truth is surprising? It turns out to be so simple when the truth is unearthed. And Song Qingwen was slapped. He did not dare to resist. Just continued. At that time, all went to cash. But I also know that so much money is not considered safe. If it is investigated, it is likely to find out. So I find someone to collect an ID card, and then use this ID card to set up a company. And I act as the de facto manipulator. Linden raised an eyebrow. Where is this company? In Deep City. Good guy. You drive directly to the Deep City to go. No wonder the checkout. And even if this side of the technicians of the national network to check once, but also still cannot find out, you're directly looking for someone else's ID card, which who can find out? The audience was also shocked. Isn't this what Sanwa Daijin is doing now? Directly mortgaging his ID card. I didn't realize that this principal had thought of this method 20 years ago. What a talent. Awesome is really awesome. Just in the wrong places. Lindsay continued. And then what? After this project was gone, how did you use March to make money for yourself? Song Qingwen again wanted to be silent, but the result was that he saw Lin Chen's big mouth raised, and immediately said, it's very simple. I've already tied a rope around his neck through this matter. He wouldn't dare to disobey. And then the next thing, Chapter 51, the main focus of our live broadcast is to provide good value for money. I'll act as a middleman. Go introduce resources to Maki. Then get Maki to work with the rest of the people. I'll take a cut from the middle. Maki makes the money. I make the money. And then get Maki to deposit the money into a bank account opened by my company. So the police won't be able to find out anything about it. Lin Duan listened and said, awesome, Principal Song. You really can't find out with this tactic in general. To be honest, I'm only skeptical at best, but I really haven't found any evidence. Song Qingwen looked at Lin Chen. How did you find out? Simple, because Madge is dead. And if Madge were not dead, my suspicions would indeed still be mainly on him. How did you get Madge dead? By a murder? Song Qingwen nodded. Yes, Ma Chi called me before and threatened me that if I didn't pull him up, he would give me up when he couldn't carry on. Although I thought it was foolproof, I was afraid of the eventualities. I tossed and turned, and finally decided that it was better to get rid of Ma Chi. As long as Ma Chi was dead, there wouldn't be any more evidence. Unfortunately, man's plans are not as good as God's, so this prepared water, too, is drugged? By now, Song Qingwen was also frank, directly admitting, not bad, the moment you appeared, I had all sorts of thoughts within me. Lin Duan smiled faintly. Alright, we've pretty much understood what happened. So it's time for us to go through the final procedure. What program? Lin Dust pretended to take out his cell phone and placed it directly on a side table, filming both of them all in. He cleared his throat. Well, family, now into some goods is really not easy. These days can be really dead my brain cells, but it does not matter. After a lot of trials and tribulations, I for the family to send a big gift. Clang clang clang, the latest into the goods. Yuezhou City, the principal of the first high school Song Qingwen. Everyone look, this is not worse than those before the quality of the goods. The goods, but the system is a real power figure within the system. The headmaster of the first high school, that's bang on education. This time the goods, but the system is the real power figure. A middle school principal, education, that is the bar. Song Qingwen's eyes widened. What are you doing? Quiet, just bringing the goods. Carrying goods? Yeah, you're the goods. Song Qingwen was truly confused, while the countless viewers in the live broadcast room, their spirits lifted. Good lord, after waiting for so long, the anchor has finally put up a new item. The principal of the first high school. This education is really hard enough. The background is also hard enough. And only the anchor of such a ruthless person can solve the case, but also can bring goods. Laugh it up. Family, who dares to buy this? Lin Duan was again saying. Song Qingwen, male. This year? How old are you this year? Song Qingwen looked confused. I'm almost 60. Good. This commodity. 60 years old. A middle school principal. Good at educating students. By murder. Drilling legal loopholes. Absolutely first-class good hands. Which once again verified the saying. The family has an old man. If there is a treasure. Families, what are you waiting for? This time the anchor to help you will be the price of the old baby. Hit down. Pust. When this sentence came out, countless viewers in the live broadcast room directly laughed and sprayed. Anchor, please be serious. I see you solving cases is watching vigorously. Suddenly you switch to carry goods mode? Anchor, this kind of old thing don't talk about any old treasure. I really dare not want it. In case one day I didn't explode his gold coins. He directly exploded my gold coins. Newbie watching a big name anchor carry for the first time and not knowing what he's doing. Is this what he's carried before? Yuezhou Police Department, Team Meng and the rest of them, also opened their eyes wide. Well, you boys are carrying again? Lin Chen is good at everything. It's this performing personality that is indeed a bit too strong. In the rest of the Public Security Bureau, those police officers, after seeing this kind of behavior from Lin Duan, even though they had heard about it earlier, they all opened their eyes wide and were a bit tense. Song Qingwen seemed to notice something and begged a little. Can you, please, not let me be in the picture? Now it's not your turn to say what you want, Principal Song. You have to recognize your own identity now. You are now the goods in my live room. Commodities, only to be picked by the people. There is no right to speak. Lin Dust was looking at his cell phone again. Families, I won't introduce the goods too much. Those who understand understand. Those who don't suggest that you directly search on the official website. There will be his personal information. I'm in a hurry. The pop-ups bristled. Wow, the anchor is a bit perfunctory now. Oh, the commodity information is not introduced fully. Anchor, you're in a hurry. You're either in or on your way to the store all day long. Sway generous public safety. Anchor says a number. Lin Dust saw the real customers appeared. Immediately said, given the time of this commodity, is indeed a little long, unlike the rest of the goods as freshly baked, up to 20 years long. The price of it, I will not be too high. We live room. The main focus is a good price, so that we use the lowest price. Sold to the most excellent goods. Li Yunjin couldn't hold it together either. Good value for money? How did this devilish word come out of your mouth? I'll report a number. By the way, to buy the customer in the absence of, deduct a 1. Yuezhou area customers priority. The goods of this live room is more special. Temporarily does not include postage. The pop-ups in the live room are brushed crazy. All kinds of Public Security Bureau crazy gouge 1. The rest of the audience is wide-eyed, watching the Magic City Public Security Bureau, Suizhou Public Security Bureau, Xianzhou Public Security Bureau, Yuezhou Public Security Bureau, and so on. One official account appeared. All a burst of scalp numbness. I bet this is the live room with the most official accounts in the entire Douyin platform. Ha ha, the Public Security Bureau's police shelved the anchor here to get in. Can. The anchor is still strong. Really, any goods can enter? This kind of case that hasn't been solved for 20 years is also easily solved? Lin Dust, on the other hand, said, okay, then I say a number. $9.9. That's right, as long as $9.9. Can't buy to lose, can't buy to be fooled. High IQ principal criminals to bring home. Families, seize the opportunity. With this commodity, Yuezhou area the rest of the suspected criminals, can also be directly uprooted, purging the entire Yuezhou officialdom. Okay, I'll leave it at 3, 2, 1. Little yellow car 1 link. Grab it if you want it. With the small yellow car number 1 link up, instantly be snapped up. Of course, or Yuezhou Public Security Bureau shot. The rest of the audience will just watch a hilarious. Do not dare to really in the Public Security Bureau of the people to grab. With the success of the merchandise bandwagon, Lin Dust also received a system prompt, and the sin points given this time, directly doubled, because the difficulty of this case was indeed relatively large, and Lin Dust had also spent a lot of brain cells. Moreover, if he didn't have a human skin mask, soldiering on, and seducing Song Qingwen to reveal his flaws, he really wouldn't have been able to capture Song Qingwen directly. Okay family members, this bring goods to this end. Please move the little hand of wealth. Give the anchor point a concern. The next time the anchor open broadcast into the goods, you can lock at any time. The anchor guarantees to bring you better goods, higher quality of human males and females criminals. Pust. The audience really cannot strain. Big brother, your quality is even higher. We do not dare to take awe. Okay family, we'll see you next time. Turning off the live stream, Lin Chen took the handcuffs out and threw them on the table. Put them on. I'll give you the last bit of decency, not to alarm your wife, so that your wife can have a good night's sleep. Song Qingwen grimaced. Thank you. Chapter 52, 2 New Skills. The case of the buried corpse in the playground that stirred up Yuezhou finally came to an end in a sensational way. Lin Chen's live broadcast to solve the case, and live broadcast to bring goods, directly that night, swept across the entire network, including short video platforms, microblogging platforms. Countless netizens were dumbfounded after watching the live broadcast of the crime-solving process. What did this police anchor, in some way, use so that this suspect didn't recognize him? Presumably a high-tech type of mask? I would suggest that people don't learn about this and give the anchor a little privacy. Otherwise it's not good for the anchor to know about it when the rest of the criminals know about it. Good lord, I just didn't even think of going over the head of the principal. And it turns out that the final murderer is the principal? But actually, if you think about it, you can see that the principal was meddling in the whole case, and he does seem to be the most suspicious. Concerned, this kind of anchor is so rare. Others carry goods. This anchor carries criminals. The original Yuezhou this playground buried corpse case, but this is the original cause. Really shocked me. A principal cannot hold fast to their own heart, and ultimately blackened. An open bow did not turn back the arrow, and directly get the death of the teachers of the Ministry of Logistics. Hey, look at me a little bit saddened. The internet was in a flurry, while Lin Duan slept peacefully. It was the best sleep he'd had since he'd been on the case. When the next day came, the bell rang again. The oncoming you makes me so stupid. Lying on the bed, Lin Chen directly slammed his fist down, and the poor alarm clock once again endured the injustice. But the alarm clock wasn't broken, and as an alarm clock that had accompanied Lin Duan for 2.5 years, its quality was absolutely qualified. Lin Duan picked up his cell phone in a daze. Hello, Lin Chen. You kid can do it. This case, again, you solved it without saying a word. And you even sent the person to the police station last night. The director and also the mayor and the others. They're all appreciative of you. Lin Duan closed his eyes. Calling early in the morning to tell me this. Is there anything important yet? No, I'm hanging up. Hey, you kid. Remember to come to the station today. The TV station side still wants to interview you. When I wake up from my nap. You boys remember to come. It's a reporter from the province. Lin Chen directly threw his cell phone away and continued to catch up on his sleep. Only after sleeping for another 2.5 hours did Lin Chen open his eyes. Full of energy. You can actually wake up before, but there's no point in sleeping it for 2 more hours first. After getting up again, Lin Duan was refreshed, simply washed up, then went down to run for 5 kilometers, came back to take a shower, and only then skillfully entered the toilet squatting pit. Exercise first and then pull. And it was a blast. Lin Dust was pulling down the system panel again, looking at the sin points. This time there were 10,000 points of sin points, and drawing 5,000 points for the prize pool was enough to draw twice. This system can still only play an auxiliary role, but the help is considered great. If we can't find the location of the buried body, I guess this case can't be solved. Okay, let's draw. Lin Dust directly chose to draw the lottery. Sin points were not easy to come by, so he hoped that he could draw something good out. The disguise beforehand would have really helped. As the prize wheel spun in front of him, Linden also pulled hard while looking expectantly. The dial stops and a system voice follows. Ding! Congratulations host, you have drawn the master fighting technique. Grandmaster fighting arts? Lin Chuan only felt all kinds of knowledge flooding into his brain. All of it was the essence of unarmed fighting and such, and the fighting styles involved in it were varied. there was Muay Thai, free sparring, unlimited fighting, and so on. Before, Lin Chen's strength wasn't outstanding. He only relied on his overpowering physical attributes to make the arrests of those criminals. Now it was different. Now it was strengthened on strengthened. Now, he could beat 10 of them by himself. For drawing such a skill, Lin Duan was still very satisfied. The raffle carousel spun again, and Lin Duan took a deep breath. One more good one. One more good one. The raffle carousel stops and a system voice sounds. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have drawn the master level rock climbing technique. Rock climbing, mastery. Why climb a mountain? Because the mountains are there. Rock climbing, which allows you to learn rock climbing techniques that will allow you to climb like a rock. Not just in the wilderness on wild cliffs, but even in urban high-rise buildings. Those are the 2 skills drawn today. Looking at the second rock climbing skill, Lin Duan was a bit odd. This kind of rare skill could also be drawn? It's not like he's going rock climbing. 2 chances to win the lottery, and the sin points were spent in one fell swoop. This makes Lin Dust feel pity. Earn some sin points is not easy. I knew that I would not draw 5,000 prize pool. Really defeat, but also can draw the rest of the strengthening potion, such as physical strength, and other attributes. The most important or draw to strengthen the intelligence of the potion is good. After experiencing 2 more brain-burning cases in a row, Lin Duan realized that some criminal cases are really more headache-inducing, especially the process of solving the case. You can't move the other party even if you know the murderer, but you don't have the evidence. And for there to be evidence, the case must be solved. Lin Chen felt like his IQ was running low. After the raffle, Lin Chen was ready to get up, and only halfway there did he notice, he didn't seem to have wiped his ass. So, it was just a matter of squatting down again and continuing to wipe again. After doing this went downstairs for breakfast, and this time when he sat down, the uncle who sold breakfast was full of surprises. Shaolin, you're really good. That buried corpse case in Yuezhou recently, you solved it? Lindu smiled and nodded. Yes. Awesome. Really awesome. I didn't realize that the principal of that first middle school was so human and animalistic. It's really unexpected. Lin, what are you having this morning? Just order whatever you want. I'll pay for it later. There were some other diners beside them who had also seen Lin Chen, and then there was consternation in their eyes. Wow. Anchor, so you live here? Anchor, we're your fans. Can we take a picture? Lin Duan was stunned. I'm meeting fans in reality here? The 2 men were very excited. Anchor, the way you knocked down the criminal price. Thai pants law. This case I have also been concerned about. Fortunately you gave broken. Yeah, Anchor, this is the first time I've seen an anchor who carries criminals. You're good. Lin Duan cried and laughed, and took a picture with them. Only in his heart there was also some emotion, as if he was really starting to catch fire. After breakfast, a few more fans recognized it and were all excited. Mainly Lin Dust last night's live broadcast to solve the case. A bit shocking. Under the collateral effect, Lin Dust before the live broadcast to solve the case, the wife murder case solving process has also been rehashed, and more let countless people enjoy. Yuezhou, there's really a remarkable cop out there. Chapter 53, Orders on a Train. Playground buried body. This case has been 20 years, so the attention aroused is also great. To know that the longer the time has passed, the more difficult to solve the case. In fact, if Lin Chen didn't have such an unbelievable skill as transfiguration, he wouldn't have been able to pretend to be Maki to get a word in edgewise, and it was a complete setup. Of course, there was another possibility for the outcome at the time, which was that the incident really had nothing to do with Song Qingwen, and that would have really stalled the case, but fortunately it was still solved. After breakfast, Lin Duan cheerfully went to the police station, and as soon as he arrived at the police station, he only saw all the rest of his colleagues, who all saluted, and then snapped and applauded. The sleuths are coming, someone shouted, and Lin Chen cheerfully said, don't say that, it makes me embarrassed. What did you just call me? I didn't hear you. Pust. Li Innovation laughed. You tease. What a surprise. You've solved another case. It's easy to solve a case when you've got your hands on it, isn't it? Lin Dust followed this group of coworkers to brag and fart, and it didn't take long for Team Meng to come out, and the lively atmosphere suddenly stopped. Team Meng swept the crowd. What are you looking at me for? Applaud. He led the applause up and the rest of his coworkers laughed before it became hilarious. Team Meng laughed a little. Lin Chen, the case you solved this time is indeed of great significance. The province came to us for someone. Originally the bureau still wanted to keep you, but this time, it was the public security department that personally asked. You are going to the province. Lin Chen blinked, and beside him, Li and Jean also froze. Is Lin Chen going to be transferred? Yes, Lin Dust is now in the police. is considered a rising star, and even broke 2 cases. Before that wife murder case, the impact is still relatively small. But this playground buried corpse case, the impact is very big. Lin Dust's sleuth reputation is considered to be spread out. It just happens that the provincial public security department there, to set up a prosecutor to detect the team, specializing in the province's accumulation of difficult cases, the old case for detection. Lin Dust, you were selected, I've got it. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Really? It's true. But if you go over there, it's still just a preliminary selection. You need to go through training and then be selected again. Whether you can get in or not still depends on your own skills. So don't come back in ashes. Lin Chen patted his chest. Don't worry, Team Meng. When have I ever disgraced our Yuezhou? Meng Team said. You also don't underestimate this time of special training and detection. The recruitment of a variety of people. Almost all of them are the good hands of each city. Whether it is the thinking of solving the case, and even in terms of the body, absolutely first class. You still need to pay attention to a little bit. No problem. Team Meng nodded. I'll go to the director today and give you a certificate. The exact gathering time is next Monday. You'll be there almost Sunday. Seeing that Lin Chen was really leaving, Lian Jin was a bit reluctant to leave. Hey, at first I thought that Lin Chen left his job because he didn't want to work as a police officer. But I didn't expect that this time Lin Chen was really going to leave. Innovatively couldn't help but ask. Team Meng, what about Lin Duan's bandwagon? Meng Team said. This point of special circumstances, I have already reported with the responsible provincial public security department. The person in charge knows. This is nothing. And then Lin Dust, your file we will also transfer over. To give you special treatment, do not need to enter the job. Just hang a name. The rest will remain unchanged. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Okay, Team Meng. The main Meng Team is also clear in his heart that this kind of live broadcast dumping of wanted criminals may attract some criticism, so he will not be inducted. And if something really goes wrong, Lin Duan will not be implicated. After doing this, Lin Chen said, then today, I'll be the host and treat you all to a meal. You don't have to be polite. Feel free to rip me off. There aren't many chances left, so hurry up. This comment elicited another round of laughter from the rest of the group, but it's kind of a farewell party for Linden to be transferred to the province. On that day, Lin Chen was with the rest of the Public Security Bureau and found a pavilion to eat and drink. As for the remaining 3 days of this next week, Lin Chen had also given himself a vacation, and the system had not detected any orders, which meant that the security in Yuezhou had indeed gotten a little better. Mainly, Lin Chen's practice of dumping wanted criminals was too hardcore, causing some of Yuezhou's criminals to hunker down. It was only until Sunday that Lin Duan slowly arrived at the train station, ready to board the green train. Li Yunjin and Li Innovation came to deliver. Lin Chen, have you gotten everything? Lin Duan nodded. Don't worry, it's all taken. I'll just go directly to report at that time. Li Yunjin nodded. Next time we go to the province, we'll have to slaughter you again. Lin Duan laughed. Any time. Soon. The green train arrived at the station, and Lin Duan said goodbye to the two, then pulled his suitcase and walked directly into the carriage. From Yuezhou to the provincial capital, it is considered more appropriate for Lin Dust to take the green train, because the distance between the two cities is not too long. An hour and a half can be reached. If you go to the high-speed train station, one is that the high-speed train station is far away. It is very troublesome, and then another one is that if you arrive early, there is nothing much to do, so Lin Dust to steal a lazy. As a result, he had just gotten on the train, and as the train started, the next moment, a familiar voice rang out. Ding! An order has been detected within a 100-meter radius. Please rush to the location immediately to obtain the order. Location, car 13 to car 15. Lin Duan was directly confused. No, I'm just taking a train, and I can still trigger a feed? However, committing a crime on a train is a big deal, and the main thing you can't do is implicate the ripples. Lin Chen took a deep breath and directly turned on the nanocamera. As the live broadcast opened up, those fans of Lin Chen's were instantly notified and flooded into the live broadcast room. Wow! Anchor, you have not been on the air for a long time. A day without seeing is like 3 autumns. This several days really miss you. Anchor, every time you start broadcasting, you must stock up. Anchor, are you planning to stock up again this time? Anchor, what do you want to enter this time? Please do another pornography crackdown. The people of Jingzhou love to watch. You boy. I heard you 8,000 miles away with that reckoning. The live feed livened up for a moment, but as the train car situation came to a head, the live viewers froze for a moment. Asterisk. This feed is even on a train? No way. Who is this about to be arrested? Why are they running straight to the train? Lin Dust stood here in the aisle and said in a low voice, The situation is rather special, so everyone just watch, although I'm not quite sure what the cargo is this time. The system is only a supporting role, and does not give detailed names of people to aim for. It is still up to you. Of course, the ability to spot a crime and prevent it from happening would be an awesome feature. Lin Dust went over towards compartment 13 and skillfully put his suitcase on it before he started searching for suspicious people in the compartment. Chapter 54, Identity Card. Green Train. A variety of noisy clutter. What people have. Of course, the most important is still to ordinary people, such as wearing liberation shoes to beat the workers, wearing a blue worker's uniform, wearing a hat to eat noodles farmers, but also dyed hair in the card game a few young boys, holding a child's middle-aged women. Of course, the common distinguishing feature of them all is that each one of them is almost always a big bag. There are fewer young people because young people go by high-speed rail. Lin Dust began to smile on his face, checking up on everyone without leaving any traces. He was also more anxious. The train time from Yuezhou to the provincial capital was only 1.5 hours. He had to find the person in 1.5 hours. Looking over one by one, Lin Duan just saw from compartment 13 to compartment 15. And then, he didn't find anything. In these 3 compartments, there were at least 300 people. And to pinpoint that criminal from the 300, Lin Duan felt like his head was spinning. The live viewers, realizing the lack of results, were also not able to help out. The anchor doesn't seem to have a clue. I guess he doesn't know the appearance or looks of the criminals. Estimated to receive clues to check. Then this is difficult. Do not have specific evidence. How to check? Lin Dust stood in the aisle looking at carriage 15 in front of him and began to think. Just then, a voice rang out from behind. Beer, drink mineral water. Peanuts and melon seeds, 8 treasure porridge. Come make way. Lin Duan turned his head and watched the waitress pushing a small food cart go by as she yelled. Any need? Peanuts and melon seeds, 8 treasure kanji. Beer and drinks mineral water now. Soon a passenger asked. Do you have any chili fries? Yes, $8 a pack. Lin Shen woke up to the fact that it was best to just reveal his identity in this kind of emergency situation. He then also shouted directly at the top of his voice. All of you, eyes on me. Swish. Everyone in the carriage looked at Lin Duan. I'm a police officer. I've received a tip that there's an outlaw criminal in the carriage. Everyone cooperate later. Take out your IDs. I want to do a quick check. The front passenger froze. You're a cop? Lin Duan said. Police, Yuezhou Public Security Bureau. If you don't believe it, you can go on the official website to check, or go into my live room to understand. There was a young man who looked at Lin Duan for a moment and couldn't help but get excited. You're the anchor with the goods. Not the policeman with the wanted goods? Lin Duan nodded. It's good if you know each other. Please cooperate. Time is short. Just take out your ID cards, everyone. After confirming their identities, everyone was still cooperative. So Lin Duan started with the first one, and at the same time used his cell phone to call the people from the technical section in the Public Security Bureau. Time is short. Check my ID and see who has a criminal record. I'll report it and you do it quickly. The colleague from the technical section there said directly. Okay. Lin Dust began to report one by one ID card. In fact, the police have that kind of special check ID card tool. Just put the ID card to the machine under the basic information all out. There is no criminal record. A clear. But now that Lin Chen was going on a business trip, that thing was pressed into service. Checking over one by one. The efficiency was fast. And in less than a minute, Lin Chen was able to check 3 people. After checking one compartment, which took about 20 minutes, and finding nothing, Linden continued to compartment 14. As he did, Lin Duan shouted, all of you, look to me. A big brother with a somewhat hideous face on a seat in the front row, swept his gaze over and locked eyes with Lin Duan for a moment, and couldn't help but frown. Look at you, ga? And Lin Duan calmly said, I'm a police officer, from the Yuezhou Public Security Bureau. I received a tip that there are criminals in the compartment. Everyone take out their ID cards. Hurry up. That big brother obviously didn't believe it. Just at this time the train conductor came, and Lin Chen also directly singled out the situation. And that train conductor confirmed Lin Chen's identity, and immediately said, everyone will take out their ID cards. So things went very well, but still nothing came of it. Lin Dust some toothache. He ignored the fact that is able to take the train. In fact, ID cards have been the train station to check once. If it is the kind of fugitive wanted criminals, or on the blacklist of people, as soon as the ticket is purchased, the Public Security Department will be synchronized to receive information. In other words, the law, as it stands now, doesn't work at all. What you can't find out on your own. You're getting a little confused in your own haste, but the knockout punch still has to be used. Come to the 13th car. Lin Dust let the conductor introduce the situation first, after attracting everyone's attention. Then he said, Everyone don't need to be bothered. The clues I received on my side this sure as hell. Just check an ID card later. Everyone cooperated and took their ID cards out. And one by one, Lin Duan and the conductor checked over. After checking around, there was still no problem. And by this time, 50 minutes had passed. The conductor was puzzled. A real criminal? Lin Duan carefully pondered for a moment. The information is not wrong. But maybe I thought wrong. It shouldn't be the kind of criminals that are harmful, but rather the smaller kind of criminals. Help me look again, and find compartment 15 again, and see who are the people that are a bit abnormal. Good. The two of them again returned to observe carefully again. And this time, Lin Shen didn't pretend at all, and didn't cover up. He directly just came up to each of them and carefully stared at each other's eyes. This scene directly confused those passengers wholeheartedly. The live viewers were also stunned. Good man. I've never seen a case investigated like that. Hey, you'll see it today. Ha ha ha, laughing my ass off. Is the anchor trying to judge the other person by looking at their eyes? This is too outrageous. Anchor, criminals, look straight at me and plant. If it wasn't for the fact that the anchor was a small-time crime solver before, I guess I'd be spitting. Just does this method really work? The live viewers were also watching and they just found it a bit unbelievable that this had been offensive. Lin Chen looked over one by one. He was also anxious in his heart. Suddenly, he saw the big mom who was holding a child before in front of him. In her demeanor, she seemed to be a little nervous, and when his gaze drifted over unintentionally, she even moved away. There's something wrong with this woman. The instinct from the police officer almost instantly made Linden lock onto the other party. Why was it so judgmental? Because Lin Duan had already shown his identity, showing that there were criminals in the carriage, and to check each of them, turning them over and over, those who had ghosts in their hearts would naturally react to their expressions. Unless one is a master criminal, well versed in human nature, and able to overcome the pressures of the heart, the details of a person's expression will betray everything. Lin Chen came to the other party. Take out your ID card. Swish. Everyone, in unison, looked at the woman holding the child. Chapter 55. Are you two the same husband? Police officer, didn't you check it out before? She looked over at Linden, holding the child in one hand and her cell phone in the other. Simple. Check it again and bring it out. Lin Duan smiled faintly. This middle-aged woman put down her cell phone and could only bring out her ID card again, while Lin Chen looked at the child in her arms, only to see that although this child was in a deep sleep, his head was towards the aisle. In other words, like chucking a bag. Lin Duan gave the ID card he handed over to the conductor and instead asked with a smile, "You and this kid, what's your relationship?" The middle-aged woman said, "This is my daughter." "Yeah, how old?" 21 days. Lin Duan gave an oh-so smile, seemingly smiling. 21 days? This lady, you're quite impressive. You can get out of bed in 21 days, and you can still take the train with your child. Your physical fitness, you can surpass 90% of the women in the country. Is your mother's name Wonder Woman? The moment these words came out, the people around them also sensed that something was wrong, and the audience in the live broadcast room also opened their eyes wide. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Human traffickers? No way. The anchor passed by her at least twice just now, and I saw her too, and I hardly didn't notice out. I thought at first the anchor set into the goods this time to miss the mark. Which were the criminals? I did not expect to turn my head. I was hit in the face, which can be locked to find this sense of smell of the anchor. It's really strong. It's some kind of perception of the criminals. Right. It's locked in at once. The live audience got excited. The woman also panicked a bit. My health was better before. Lin Duan let out an oh. The body is better. But if it's after giving birth to a child, the body should be weak and puffy. I don't see a single trace of it. The conductor next to her said, her ID card is from the Dongshan province side, and her destination this time is Sichuan province. Lin Chen seemed to smile. Sichuan province? You're from Dongshan province. What are you doing in Sichuan province? The woman said, I was going to see my husband. Then this is even more strange. You said that this baby is only 21 days old, meaning that you gave birth to this baby within a month. Could it be that your husband wasn't with you when you had the baby? This is totally unjustifiable. The woman said, this is my child. My husband works there and hasn't come back since he came here once before, so I'm going to look for him. What's the problem? The rest of the people in the carriage were also looking at Lin Duan, who smiled. There's naturally nothing wrong with that. So let's do it this way. You feed me a milk. Ha! The rest of the people in the carriage froze, as did the live viewers. But soon, the live audience got excited. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Anchor smart have a baby to have milk. Not have a baby is no milk. This simply cannot feed out. That's right. That's a good law. That's a good law. Ha ha ha. What are they thinking? the anchor is solving a case. A bunch of LSPs in the live room. Uajo Public Security Bureau. Lee and Jean and Lee Innovation 2 people. At this moment is also back. The results just came back. Found the rest of the people gathered together to watch the live broadcast. What for? Watching the live stream. Lyndon has scored again. Lee and Jean both confused. Asterisk. And again into the goods? No way, he just got on the train. How to buy goods? Yes. This one is coming in on the train right now. You guys come over here and look at it. It's supposed to be a human trafficker. The two of them also watched carefully. And after hearing Lyndon ask the other to show breastfeeding, they were also a bit tense. The woman said angrily, "You stinking hooligan. You want to take advantage of me?" Lin Duan cheerfully said, "It's fine. I can stop looking at you. There are so many lesbians here. I'll just find a random one who has brought up a child to take a look." The woman was somewhat riding a tiger. And Lin Chan snorted coldly. "Furthermore, you're a person who hasn't finished her monthly period, and you dare to go directly to Sichuan province alone? It's impossible to say. All unaccompanied? Yes, I have a few remaining companions from the village." "Oh, they go for husbands too?" The woman hesitated. "Yes." Lindu nodded. "Are you guys the same husband?" Pust. The live viewers, literally, almost couldn't hold it together. Laughing my ass off. "Are you still so coldly humorous, anchor? I think they just have the same husband. Ha ha." Seeing that the other party didn't speak, Lin Chen said indifferently, "Not speaking? You don't think that not speaking is enough, do you? You've been temporarily detained. When the next station arrives, come with me to the hospital for a DNA comparison. I want to see if you're the mother of this child." The woman's face became anxious, and Lin Chen said again, "Do you know what the punishment for abducting and selling a child is? According to Article 240 of the criminal law, abducting and selling women and children is punishable by a fixed term of imprisonment of 5 to 10 years, but I see that you're the prime mover, so you should be sentenced to more than 10 years of imprisonment or life imprisonment, of course. Right now, you're refusing to admit it, so if it's true when the time comes, I can ask the procuratorate from my side to report it to the authorities and dispose of the death penalty. Public security is not qualified to ask the procuratorate what to do, but this woman obviously does not understand. Lin Dust directly scare her, mainly because Lin Dust did not get direct evidence. The system did not confirm the order, so Lin Dust can only scare, unless the next station to go to the hospital to do the appraisal, so that it is considered substantial evidence. The woman at once just panicked, looking at the icy cold Lin Chen, lowered her head. I, give me the baby." Lin Duan directly picked up the child and handed it over to the train conductor next to him. "Find a female train conductor and help look after it first." "Good." Lin Chen looked at the woman again. "You wait for death, you. If you don't admit it now, it will be hard to admit it when the time comes." The woman finally was unable to resist and bowed her head. "Yes. She is not my biological child." As soon as these words were uttered, the system voice rang out. "Ding! The evidence is overwhelming. Orders found. Please host start getting orders." And as soon as she said that, the rest of the people in the carriage all clamored, and many of them were even filled with righteous indignation, wanting to directly beat her to death. Human traffickers, this is human traffickers. Everyone knows how hateful human traffickers are. The audience in the livestream was also abuzz. The anchor is too fierce. This observation ability, it's really meticulous. Solved the case again. I really didn't look for this woman as a trafficker at first. My goodness. Grass. I wondered at first if the anchor was mistaken. I'll be damned. Luckily I'm not a cop. Good job, anchor. Lin Duan again said in a deep voice. "Alright, where are the rest of your 4 companions? In what compartment? Take me to testify. And later on, I might be able to reduce my sentence." Hearing this, the women got up, and Lin Chen turned his head to the rest of the people again. "Come 10 Hans, help me arrest someone." At this statement, a large number of people stood up with a crash. "Comrade policeman, I hate human traffickers the most in my life. I can help." Chapter 56, How do you handle the case? Don't you know how to move the camera a little bit? All of a sudden, the carriage was buzzing with activity, and they were all filled with righteous indignation. All of them were eager to want to arrest these human traffickers. Lin Chen picked 10 stronger ones, then let the woman lead the way to the rest of the compartments. In compartment 14, there were 2 middle-aged women sitting and resting in the car, with many snacks on a small table in front of them. The previous trafficker came over, and the 2 were a bit surprised. "Ninth sister, why don't you bring your child here?" Lin Chen waved his hand, and all of a sudden, there were 3 Hans who directly swarmed up to them and directly held them down with a single blow. "Police, freeze!" The Han Yu was even more imposing. The live viewers were amused. "Ha ha, I now realize that it's so cool for ordinary people to experience a police officer, which shouts louder than even the anchor. Ha ha ha, this brother can go back and brag for a year. I've caught traffickers too. This is held down, which uses the force so that the other party does not resist. Directly pressed up. Lin Duan said calmly from behind. Put their hands behind their backs and send them back to compartment 13. Watch them first. The rest of them, following Lin Chen, continued to arrest people. Soon, the remaining 2 were also arrested. In compartment 13, the 5 traffickers were caught directly on the spot and stood, and the rest of the people in the compartment, all of them, looked at them angrily. Lin Chen exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Alright, now let's go through the last step of the procedure. He pretended to take out his cell phone, and then asked a passenger to help point the phone at himself and these traffickers. Alright, family members, old iron people. The anchor has successfully stocked the goods. That's right, this time the brand new merchandise in stock is human traffickers. All the passengers in compartment 13 were dumbfounded. This cop, what is he doing? A middle-aged uncle was confused. This is starting to bring the goods? The audience in the live broadcast room, looking at the calm Lin Duan, immediately went into a state of exuberance. Just now the scene of the purchase. We all saw it. Human traffickers, this kind of dragon country's characteristic criminals, has always been extremely difficult to get in. This time, I got 5 in one breath. As is customary, I'll start by giving you some information about the merchandise. Lin Duan turned his head and asked the traffickers, all introduce yourself. What's your name? Where are you from? How long have you been doing this? And how many children have you abducted? The woman at the head of the group was a bit hesitant, and without any hesitation, Lin Duan directly smacked a big mouth over. Snap! Everyone could clearly see a tooth fly out of this woman's mouth. The audience was stunned. How do you hit someone? The trafficker cried. Lin Chen smirked. Why do you think I hit you? Hurry up. Don't dilly-dally. Report your information. Right. You report false information. When it comes time to go back to the police station and check again. If it's not true, I'll beat you to death. All the passengers on the wagon froze, then perked up. Well played. Human traffickers should be killed. The laws of the Dragon Kingdom are still too lenient, only sentencing them to 10 years. I think they should just go straight to death. That's right. Beat them to death. The audience in the live broadcast room also swiped up pop-ups. Well played. So relieved. If I have money, I high and low have to reward the anchor with a big god certification. Anchor help me fight more. There were also some viewers who said, this is not so good. This punch knocked out a person's teeth and she has no human rights? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who said that pop-up just now? Come out, I won't kill you. You talk about human rights for human traffickers? Next time the traffickers directly abducted your child, then you can talk about human rights. This kind of I can only say that there are too many in Longhua. It looks like Ri Zhonghua, but in fact the ass is so crooked that it can't be crooked anymore. You still want to protect the human rights of human traffickers, right? Then do you still want to protect the human rights of Nigerians in the Dragon Kingdom? And then give them girls to accompany them in houses and cars? Fight. Keep hitting. I didn't see anything anyway. Just then, Yuezhou Public Security Bureau sent a pop-up. Look at you. How do you handle the case? The camera does not know to move away a little? Pust. All the audience, literally, almost died laughing. Ha ha ha. So the Public Security Bureau is like that. I told you. There can't really be people who sympathize with human traffickers, can't there? Meanwhile, in the carriage, although the beaten-up trafficker was crying, Lin Chen didn't spoil her and slapped her again. The trafficker could only cry as he gave out his information. Lu Jiomei, female, 39 years old, been doing this for years, abducted 4 children. The rest of them were the same, all surnamed Lu, and looked like they were all from the same village. Lin Duan asked, where do you usually sell the children when you abduct them? All. Sell them in the countryside. The more remote the place the better, so they can't be traced. And you know you can't find out? And how did you steal it? Lin Chen asked in a deep voice. Just, either go to the hospital and carry the baby or, seeing as the parents aren't there, carry the baby away. Lin Duan sneered. You can. You guys are better at this technique than I am at solving crimes. After asking clearly, Lin Chen turned to his cell phone and said, families, have you all seen this batch of goods? And you still say it's not pure? 5 years of experience in child abduction and trafficking, long-term business trips and overtime work, full points for stress resistance. This is completely a good hand at work. Do you need any? Those passengers in the carriage looked back and one passenger said outright, me, I'm going to buy one, and then I'm going to beat her to death. The passenger gritted his teeth. Straight up abducted 4 kids? That's at least 4 families in tatters. Lin Dust calmly said, The scene of the passengers and friends. Do not worry. Trouble everyone to take out their cell phones, download a jitterbug, and then search for Strolling Night Wind. Yes, this is my nickname. Into the live room, everyone point a concern, and then give a fan light sign, so that later in the live room to order, there will be a discounted price. Pust, Uijo Public Security Bureau. Team Meng is a bit tense. This performing personality of Lin Chen, is it that serious? The rest of the police, too, were speechless, and the corners of Li Innovation's mouth twitched. This, direct on-site conversion of fans? And Lin Dust added, alright family, the new viewers don't know my style of this live broadcast, but soon I believe they will know. Right, are all the buyers in? Squeak out if you're in. This time, I'll help you to bring down the price of the traffickers. Down. If you're in, deduct a 1 for me to see. In the next moment, various Public Security Bureau pop-ups appeared. Sandbar Public Safety, 1. Show State Public Safety, 1. Magic City Public Safety, 1111. Various Public Security Bureaus, dozens of them in succession, are issued 1. This scene directly stunned the rest of the audience in the live broadcast room. Good lord, all these official accounts are watching. Ha! Chapter 57 Arrival in Changzhou. Lin Dust was quite satisfied when he saw that the customers of the live broadcast were all there. Well, this train will be off in Changzhou. Changzhou customers have not. Come on, raise your hands. Not in the pop-up. Buckle a 6. Let me see. Changzhou Public Security Bureau in or not. This time directly to the door of the delivery. Direct package. The passengers at the scene were in a daze. Changzhou Public Security Bureau. Captain, that Uizhou band cop from before, caught a few traffickers on the train and now wants to sell them to us. A policeman found the captain panting. The captain froze. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and buy it. For human traffickers, there's credit to be taken for this arrest. Soon after, the Changzhou Public Security Bureau bubbled up on the air. Well, since the Changzhou Public Security Bureau is here, then I will directly report a number on my side. $9.9. All packaged away. How about? This price is affordable. $9.9 postal. For traffickers all packaged. Folded up. A trafficker is less than $2. Just ask you, this price is not explosive. If it's a good price, you'll have to deduct a 1. Countless viewers in the live broadcast room deducted 1. All of them were excited to see. So it's so cool to watch Anchor's bandwagon criminals. Ha ha, I want to laugh but I don't dare to. The Anchor has really knocked the price down this time. Okay, little yellow link. Just one order. Ready in 3, 2, 1. Well, congratulations to the Changzhou Public Security Bureau. Send some people to the train station to pick them up later. My side is ready to hand over the merchandise. Lin Dust finished selling goods. Sin points to hand, and again on the live broadcast audience said, well, all the audience, today's live broadcast is going to end here. You can point to the little hand of fortune to give me a concern. Lock Anchor next time. Take everyone into a batch of big goods. The audience is literally dying of laughter. When Lin Chen turned off the live broadcast, those passengers in the carriage also looked at Lin Chen, who calmly said, tie them up, then escort them directly down later. The passengers were swarming the man, tying him up and watching intently. There was also a child who tilted his head and asked, Uncle Policeman, what were you doing just now? Just now? Ah, I was dumping criminals. Why dump criminals? The child's words were full of curiosity. Lin Duan thought for a moment. It could be a personal fetish. Some people like to play with watches, some people like to play with cars, and some people like to make mischief and make fun of people, while my preference is to sell criminals. The child seemed to understand. This passage of Lin Chen's was still somewhat incomprehensible to the current him. The rest of the carriage, on the other hand, were all looking at Lin Chen with respectful gazes. Lin Dust reclined on his own chair to rest a bit. There were still 10 minutes to go before he reached the station. In fact, whether or not the opening of a live broadcast of Lin Dust to enter or bring goods will have an impact on the handling of the case. All of these Lin Dust has completely taken into account. If it is the kind of criminal investigation case, Lin Dust open live is nothing to do with. And he opened the live broadcast, did not catch the person before, is occasionally open, slightly revealing some information, and so on to catch the person when the time will really open. This does not affect the solving of the case at all. If it's the kind of case that needs to sneak around and smash criminals, Lin Chen isn't worried because he has the transfiguration technique, and he can directly make a human skin mask to change his face, and there's no problem at all in carrying out his mission. I didn't expect to go around in circles and end up on the police force. Soon the Changzhou station arrived, also the capital city of the province, escorting the 4 traffickers off the bus. At the station, there was already a police officer waiting, and when he saw Lin Chen, A police officer enthusiastically came forward and shook his hand. Hello, hello, hello? It's nice to finally meet a real person. You're kind of the rising star of the police force now. Lin Duan laughed. Where? Also in passing, this child you take back together. Then interrogate them carefully. See where they were abducted. And then contact the local police to see if they can find the child's parents. Then, they also abducted 4 children. The time is not long, the most is only 5 years. Carefully ask them to see if the child can be rescued. No problem. Don't worry. We hate human traffickers as much as we do. As long as they are in the police station, they will have to answer for everything. The cop said it with a straight face. Lin Duan nodded as the 4 traffickers were held by the rest of the police. This police officer was smiling again. Haven't introduced myself yet. Introduce myself. My name is Qin Feiyu. Currently the Criminal Police Brigade Chief of the Changzhou Public Security Bureau's Criminal Investigation Bureau, as well as the person in charge of this Changzhou Special Police Personnel Intensive Training. Hello, hello. Lin Chen shook the other party's hand and didn't expect the other party to come from such a big place. Come along, and I'll see you off on the way. Good. Lin Chen went out of the station and directly got into a convenient car outside, chatting with Qin Feiyu. This time the main is also Changzhou Public Security Department on this side. Want to draw the entire province's strength on a variety of difficult cases to detect, especially this side of Changzhou, the cases belonging to the high incidence of the kind. You also know Changzhou as the capital of the province, but also the current net red city. The population is extremely mobile. Every day the case is also extremely high, and even more often, a day of dozens of criminal investigation cases. Some of them are simple and okay. The most feared is the kind of evidence and little, no surveillance, but also cause a sensation of the big case. Linden nodded his head. Qin Feiyu continued. So, this time, you were drawn here to solve the case, to combat the criminal gangs in Changzhou and the entire province, to strike a blow at their arrogance, to let them know that we, the people's police, are not to be messed with. That's a lot of words to throw around. Lin Dust continued to nod his head. Your performance in Yuezhou, Changzhou side is also in the eyes. The public security department side also noticed you. The director also said that you are a talent, and just happened to come across this detective intensive training, so you will be drawn over. Waiting for me to send you to the intensive training hotel first. Next Monday intensive training will start. Lin Dust let out an O. Qin Feiyu cracked up and turned his head to look at Lin Chen. You're not going to say a few words? Lin Duan thought for a moment. What are the contents of the intensive training? I'm sure you've already learned the routine in the Yuezhou Public Security Bureau. It's mainly about criminal investigation and crime solving. A week of simple training, and then practical training. The Changzhou Public Security Bureau has accumulated many cases here, which will allow you to practice. Lin Duan's eyes lit up at once. What are the cases? Let's hear them first. Qin Feiyu was dumbfounded. You're so excited when it comes to the case. Don't be in a hurry. There's plenty of time. You've just arrived. Take a break first. Soon. Qin Feiyu sent Lin Chen to the entrance of the hotel, and only left after leaving contact information with each other. When Qin Feiyu left, Lin Chen pulled his suitcase and looked at the hotel in front of him, and then he looked at the WeChat group, which Qin Feiyu had directly pulled himself into. Lin Duan was just about to go in, when he realized that there was a woman who was not much shorter than him in height, with a tight body and long legs, a dry leather jacket and boots, and a single ponytail with sunglasses on, walking over from the side. She had that dashing incompetent aura about her that made Lin Chen unable to resist looking at her a few more times. This woman, she's so strong. Chapter 58. The woman turned her head to look at Lin Chen, her face expressionless, and then she just walked into the hotel. Lin Duan followed closely and followed her to the front desk. The other party directly laid out his ID card with the word Xiaoruoxue written on it. The front desk directly handed the room card to Xiaoruoxue, and Lin Chen also took out his ID card, handed it to the front desk, and took the room card, and then, one after the other, the two were ready to enter the elevator. Entering the elevator, Lin Chen couldn't help but look sideways, because this woman had a stunning temperament, and her height and legs were perfectly proportioned, and even with sunglasses on, her face was extremely beautiful. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Xiaoruoxue said indifferently, "You'd better turn your gaze away, otherwise I don't mind sending you to the hospital." Hey! Lin Duan playfully tasted. Let me see what's wrong. Xiaoruoxue turned her head and said coldly, I gave you a chance. I hate men. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Although I don't hate women, I hate women like you. Xiaoruoxue's seemingly icy gaze under her sunglasses just looked at Lin Chen. What? Want to make a move? Lin Chen was dumbfounded. I advise you to dismiss this idea. I'm afraid that if I accidentally confiscate the force, you'll go straight to the hospital instead. Just then, The elevator stopped, and Xiaoruoxue retracted her gaze and walked directly out of the elevator. Lin Chen followed suit and then came to the room, not realizing that the room was right next door to Xiaoruoxue. Xiaoruoxue glanced at Lin Chen as she opened the door, then entered the room and closed the door with a heavy bang. Lin Chen shrugged. Was there something wrong with this chick? He took the room card and opened it, entered the room and headed for the bed. I'm here in Changzhou, waiting to do something. The set starts tomorrow and I have half a day today. Thinking about it, Lin Chen decided to go out to eat something. Having come to Changzhou, how could he not eat? After a while, Lin Chen went out and just opened the door to his room and walked out, realizing that the chick next door was also going out. Both of them were stunned, but then Xiaoruoxue said nothing, as cold as before, and came before the elevator. Once again entering the elevator, Lin Duan couldn't help but turn his head to look again. Xiaoruoxue coldly said, "Is there something wrong with you? What's wrong with looking at you? It's not a crime. There's only 2 people in the elevator. Who am I looking at if not you?" Xiaoruoxue. When the elevator opened, the 2 of them walked out, one directly into a cab, and one directly just onto the bus. Lin Dust in the bus, directly choose to go to Changzhou's Net Red Snack Street. Here also eat a lot. Now and nothing. He did not have any other interest before. Just like the mouth and tongue. Come to the Snack Street. The neighborhood is the company building, built next to the Snack Street. The ground is not particularly good. After all, Changzhou this city, not a first-tier city. All the way to eat. All kinds of snacks. Lin Dust all let go. What Taiwan province snacks? What roasted oysters? What fried skewers and so on. All the way to eat over. Really happy. After eating, it is natural to wander around. Although Yuezhou is not too far away from Changzhou, but one is just an ordinary third-tier city, and the other is a Netflix city, so the population density is completely different, and Changzhou has an extremely large population. As he was strolling to the side of the road, a cry of alarm sounded ahead of him. Ah! The screams cut through and the surrounding crowd looked up in some bewilderment. While Lin Duan was paving through the crowd and rushing towards the direction of the sound, almost at the first moment the other party screamed. Immediately afterward, the voice sounded again. They're robbing the jewelry store. Run! There are robbers! There's a robber? Instead, Lin Chen's eyes lit up and he immediately shouted, "Get out of the way! I'm a police officer! This is not a robbery. This is clearly a walking score." It was at this time that the system alert sounded. Ding! An order has been detected within 500 meters of the vicinity. Please immediately rush 500 meters ahead to discover and acquire the order. Hearing the system voice, Lin Duan was even more energized. Sin points were too important to him. No matter what, if he found points, he shouldn't miss them. He charged straight ahead, running wildly straight ahead, the crowd in front of him scattering in all directions. When Lin Dust rushed to the side of the road, only to see the opposite directly several hooded people, directly into the van. At this time, Lin Chen couldn't think about that much. The system had already opened the live broadcast for him on its own. While he ran wildly towards the van that hadn't been started yet, the live broadcast room had just opened, and there was a large influx of viewers. Anchor is really a model of labor. This is not even need to rest? Only just shortly arrested 4 traffickers. This is to enter the goods again? Good lord. The anchors are either in or on their way in. What a labor of love. All I have to say is, 6. What type of goods is the anchor going to get in here? Is it the last disheveled young lady? The audience just came in, still flirting with it, then saw the live broadcast screen. Lin Dust running wildly, people around the escape, and the van to start directly. And there are people shouting, "Robbed the gold store! Robbed the gold store!" The sight was a direct shock to the audience. And robbing a gold store? Wow! The anchor is going in big this time. Hiss! Go robbers! Go anchors! The van started up. While without saying a word, Lin Chen directly grabbed the rear of the van from behind. Then with a jump, jumped on top of the van. The 5 robbers inside the van instantly sensed that someone was up there. Drive and lose him. The gas pedal is pressed down. The van directly bow speed, and Lin Dust dead grip on the roof of the car. With the speed of the van, and feel the wind blowing on the face, Lin Chen's hair was blown backwards, and his face muscles looked as if they were being scraped up, while Lin Chen carried on stiffly, gripping onto the cracks at the windows on either side of the van. The surrounding passers-by were shocked and screamed loudly when they saw this scene, and with Lin Duan lying dead on his back, he shouted, "Abandon resistance and park." The 5 robbers in the van were even more nervous, and one of them even took out an air rifle and pointed it upwards, as if they wanted to shoot. "Don't shoot yet. Killing someone is another matter. Get rid of him." The van roared all the way, and Lin Dust dead grip. The van is regardless of the traffic lights, in the next intersection, but also came a tail drift. Thumbs up. Friction marks appeared on the ground, the tires of the car rubbing violently against the ground, and the huge inertia brought about by the drift, even more so, through Lin Chuan, who was on the roof of the car, directly flying out, his entire body flying out from the roof of the car as if he were flying out from the roof of the car. Anchor, hold on tight. Some of the viewers in the live broadcast room couldn't help but scream out, while some were sweating over Lin Chen. It's too dangerous. Dumped down? A few people in the carriage couldn't help but look up at the roof of the car. As a result, the next moment, Lin Chen appeared next to the car, his hands still gripping the roof and handlebars with a death grip, and was staring at the several people in the car with a death glare. Through the glass, when they saw Lin Chen, who was full of fury, a few robbers were startled. It's not even ing dumped? Chapter 59, he tried to take a hostage. And at this moment, the surrounding passers-by and the viewers in the live broadcast room were all watching as Lin Chen tightly gripped the van, his feet rubbing on the ground, his shoes sparking. Even though this was the case, Lin Chen didn't even spill his hand. There are screams all around. Some cars on the road in front of them are also scared, and hastily dodge, and the van side is as crazy, in order to get rid of Lin Dust, began to be like a drunken general, constantly swaying from side to side, playing the steering wheel, hit the right rail, run him over. The robbers in the van didn't think that there would be anyone else who would play so hard to get. The next moment, the entire van crashed directly to the right, going straight for the right fence. The audience in the live broadcast room were all wide-eyed. If this crashed through and the van squeezed again, it was estimated that it would be directly crushed into serious injuries. Anchor hide. The audience's hearts were clenched, and some of the newcomers were confused. This feeding process was so dangerous? At the critical moment, Lin Chen fiercely fired his arms, relying on the point where he was gripping the handlebar to forcefully lift his body upwards, directly back above the roof of the car. At the same time, the van hit the right rail hard. Boo! Lin Duan rolled around on the van and was almost about to roll down the left side again. And the viewers in the live broadcast room watched the scene, their hearts jumping out of their chests. Here is the road. These thugs are crazy. If this roll down and then run over by the wheels, the gods cannot save. Luckily, at the critical moment, Lin Chen was again gripping the gap above the car window with his dead hand, so that he didn't fall down, but the whole person was also lying on the roof of the car, panting heavily. If you don't play hard to get when you're a cop, when else will you play hard to get? All the viewers in the live broadcast room were holding their breaths, cheering in Lin Chen's heart. This was simply more thrilling than an action movie. The few robbers in the van, sensing that Lin Chen was still on the roof, couldn't help but curse. Why is this guy still on the roof? The man driving the car also asked. Brother Tiger, what now? Keep driving. Run away on the established route, and I'll shoot him straight. The man sitting in the back seat of the van, with an inexplicably menacing look on his face, pulled the gun from his pocket. This was a modified airsoft gun, and before that, relevant regulations were enacted within the territory of the Dragon State to prohibit private citizens from possessing airsoft guns, because although airsoft guns were not as good as real guns, after being modified, they could shoot through steel plates and break the bones of the legs, and these were not a problem at all. So Tiger took out his airsoft gun and aimed it directly at Lin Chen on the roof of the car, and after roughly judging a direction, he was ready to pull the trigger. The reason was simple. If they didn't get Lin Chen killed at this time, their next escape would be followed. Once the police caught up, they couldn't even run. The time to escape. Fighting for time. In this critical moment of close call, a car on the side, but it is violently rushed, almost from the side, straight into the over. Boo! The car crashed directly into the van. The few people inside swayed. Tiger was unsteady and pulled the trigger in his hand, but the sway caused the gun to wobble. Pust! A ragged hole appeared by the side of Lin Duan's lying head, and a steel ball shot straight through the roof of the car, a sound that made Lin Duan's heart skip a beat. And as the sedan crashed over, the van spun as if skidding and drove towards the side, and Lin Duan couldn't control himself above the roof of the car, and his entire body flew out and landed on the ground. The live broadcast audience watched the scene and all of them were shocked. Anchor, are you okay? Anchor, you're not hurt, are you? Cops are such a high-risk profession. The people in the van were in a daze. Tiger was the first to react. All he could see was that someone had gotten out of the sedan that had crashed over and was coming his way. Get out of the car and run. In the limousine, down came a woman with long legs wearing a leather jacket, wearing sunglasses. Her face was cold. While the van door opened, Tiger and others came out in a hurry. Tiger saw that it was a woman who drove the car into the van and cursed angrily. Stinking! I'll kill you! Without saying a word, he raised his hand for a shot. Xiao Ruoshua's face changed, and she was about to instinctively dodge, but at that moment, above the ground next to her, Lin Chen grabbed his shoe and violently smashed it towards Tiger's hand. Boo! Tiger's shot didn't come out. Lin Chen's strength was a bit too big. The shoe smashed into Tiger, and instantly it was the airsoft gun in his hand that was smashed out of his hand. Tiger's eyes widened in anger, but he knew that this was not the time to tangle, and he turned his head violently and ran wildly, with a belt on his body. The remaining few robbers, too, ran wildly after Tiger. Xiao Ruoshua snorted coldly, her long legs running wildly like a cheetah, while Lin Chen climbed up and hurriedly looked for his own shoes to put on, also running wildly right behind him. Seeing that Lin Chen was fine, the audience in the live broadcast room was relieved. Scared me to death. I really thought the anchor was going to GA. It's okay, but who is this long-legged girl, and also really brave and valiant? Lin Duan flew after him, and when he saw that there were still some passers-by beside him, he immediately yelled, "All disperse! Police!" As Lin Chen yelled, those passers-by around him reacted and hurriedly ran towards the side. Xiao Ruoshua didn't say a word. Her stance was like a cheetah and her speed was extremely fast. In an instant she was catching up with a slow-running robber. Drink! She jumped up and directly kicked the robber in the back with such force that the robber stumbled and fell forward. He also had to climb up. The next moment was Xiao Ruoshua directly rushed up, 3 knees directly pressed on, grabbed his arm and violently unloaded. Click! Ah! This robber screamed miserably, and Xiao Ruoshua directly struck a hand knife that flew at his neck, directly splitting him unconscious. Afterwards, Xiao Ruoshua continued to chase after her furiously, and Lin Chen also caught up at this time, alongside her, and even turned his head to look at her, only to see that this woman was clearly the cold as ice woman from the hotel just now. But now was not the time for flirting. As Linden ran wildly towards the front, Tiger looked back and instantly yelled, "Stop them!" The remaining 2 minions were also obedient, and surprisingly turned around to try to intercept the two, and Lin Chen and Xiao Ruoshua faced the attacking two, and struck out almost at the same time. Xiao Ruoshua jumped up with a knee, directly on the opponent's chin, a blow that toppled the opponent to the ground. Lin Chen, on the other hand, directly turned around and viciously kicked his opponent's head with a whirlwind whip kick. Boo! Both men fell almost simultaneously. Lin Chen looked at the one remaining tiger, who was actually trying to run towards the side of the crowd, and also immediately shouted, "Don't let him have his way. He wants to take hostages." Xiao Ruoshua said in a deep voice, "There's no need for you to say it." Lin Duan gritted his teeth. Those crowds were frightened and ran towards the 4 sides, but Tiger was also a ruthless person, knowing that if he didn't take a hostage, it would be hard to get rid of the 2 tails behind him. Just as he was about to reach out and grab a young girl, a hand grabbed the leather pouch he was carrying directly behind him. Chapter 60, Climbing Up. Tiger is also a ruthless person. The figure was pulled towards the backward. The immediate decision is to turn around and kick over. Xiao Ruoshua was kicked away, and he still wanted to run, but Lin Chen appeared in front of him again. Tiger gritted his teeth and ran straight for the side. "Gird your loins. You're all mine. Where are you going to run?" Lin dust directly to intercept his way again. "This is walking sin points. Earn some points is not easy." The 2 intercepted and struck out at the same time. Tiger jerked his body back, grabbed the satchel on his body, and directly flung it up wildly. Xiao Ruoshua's shot was satchel a smash. The weight of the gold and silver jewelry inside directly smashed on top of her arm. Also did not see her muffled grunt, but instead was backhanded to grab the satchel, under the force of both sides, only to see a clatter. The whole satchel was directly torn off, and then inside the gold and silver jewelry instantly rolled down to the ground, clanking. Lin Dust at this time is again attacking. Master-level fighting technique skills at this moment to play a role. Double fist successive attacks, and Tiger successive block, and even punch counterattack. There is no doubt that Tiger is also a social mixer. The strength is very strong, but even stronger, he still received a punch from Lin Chen, followed by a kick from Lin Chen, kicking him back and forth. Tiger still wanted to resist, but he didn't expect Xiao Ruoshua to kick him as well. Boo! Tiger directly rolled on the ground, got up in a mess, and when he saw that the 2 were still going to attack, he directly pulled his legs out and ran, seeing that he was about to catch up, but the onlookers in front of him hadn't completely run away yet. Tiger saw a girl and directly just rushed forward, directly clasping her neck when Lin Chen and Xiao Ruoshua were about to come over. "Nobody move. Move again. I'll kill her." Tiger gritted his teeth. Lin Chen and Xiao Ruoshua stopped in unison. The viewers on the live feed were also jumping for joy. Asterisk 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 asterisk. He's got the hostage. It's over. Tiger was panting heavily as he was sneering. "All of you back up. Back as far as you can. Lin dust with a smile on his face, there is something to discuss. Look at you. Do you think you can still escape yourself? Lay down your weapon. Confess and be lenient. At most you'll be sentenced to a few years out. Then you can be a good person again. If you kill someone now, it won't be a few years to start with. Why bother? Tiger had a scowl on his face. If it wasn't for you, I would have run away long ago. Why are you here to lecture me? Back off, or I'll kill her directly. The claws of his hands clasped around the girl's neck, clearly visible. Xiaoruoxue spoke faintly. Release her, or I'll beat you to death. Beat me to death? Bitch, if it's a one-on-one fight, you'll be the first one I kill. Tiger's face was hideous. Xiaoruoxue took off her own sunglasses. A stunningly beautiful face was revealed. But her face was resolute. Let her go. I'll give you the chance to get me killed. Do you take me for a fool? You and this man teamed up to beat one of me. How come I don't see you fighting one-on-one? Lin Chen looked towards Xiaoruoxue, while Xiaoruoxue also looked towards Lin Chen, and the two of them glanced at each other, but didn't say anything. Lin Chen said, alright, how about this? We'll let you go, but you have to make sure that she won't be harmed. How about that? Tiger sneered. Cut the crap and back off. In addition to bringing back all those gold that I dropped on the ground earlier. Lin Duan nodded. Okay. He slowly backed away, but Xiaoruoxue didn't move a muscle, staring at Tiger. What are you looking at? Xiaoruoxue also could only retreat, but both of them were looking at Tiger at all times. After the two had backed up to a certain distance, Tiger just grabbed the woman and ran wildly. Lin Chen said in a deep voice, you go around the left, I'll go around the right. The two changed direction to completely block Tiger's path. I didn't expect Tiger to see that there was no way to escape, but it was directly towards the office building. Okay, you won't let me run, will you? Okay. Tiger's face grimaced as he directly controlled the man to back up and enter the office building, which was suddenly filled with screams. Lin Chen and Xiaoruoxue wanted to go in, but Tiger roared, if you dare to come in, I'll kill her. Things are basically stuck at this point. Xiaoruoxue frowned slightly. If it wasn't for saving you, it wouldn't have gotten to this point. Do you think it's heroic for you to lie on the roof of someone else's car? Don't you know to follow the other person first then arrest them? Lin Chen also said in a bad mood. If I hadn't saved you just now, you'd be dead too. So let's call it even. You're a cop too, aren't you? You look like a model, not a cop. Without saying a word, Xiaoruoxue kicked over. Lin Chen grabbed his opponent's leg and pulled it back. Xiaoruoxue's right leg almost presented a one-horse. She directly used the force to rotate half of her body on one leg and twisted it up. The other leg kicked towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen scattered his hands and retreated, also with some toothache. What's wrong with you? We have to save people first now, Xiaoruoxue said in a deep voice. Notify the armed police. Call the snipers over. The live broadcast looked at the two people who fought directly, but also a face of confusion. How the two people exchanged hands. Lin Chen was here at the gate and wanted to go in, but he heard Tiger on the third floor shout, if you dare to come in, I'll kill her. It was obvious that Tiger had been keeping an eye on the entrance. Lin Dust's eyes narrowed and he directly reversed his direction and ran to the other side. The facade of this office building, that kind of glass frame was very protruding. Then again, about 4 floors above, there is an open glass. Lin Chen said in a deep voice, I'll go in and grab him. Xiaoruoxue turned her head. How are you going to get in? Climb up. After saying that, Lin Chen was the one who directly reached out his hand and directly gripped the glass frame, and then began to climb up towards it with his hands and feet just like that. This kind of Spider-Man's approach was directly what stunned the live broadcast audience, and Xiaoruoxue was also stunned. My god, Anchor, you really don't want to die? How can you climb this kind of office building? Hiss. My scalp is numb. There's no protection for this. This will kill you straight away if you fall. It's so playful. It's really so playful. I'm looking at it in fear. Lin Chen climbed very quickly, and in a short amount of time, he came to the second floor and then climbed towards the third floor. Because the lower floors of this office building were a shopping mall, the picket beams were particularly high, and Lin Duan could only climb one step at a time. Xiaoruoxue was also slightly surprised. This police officer seems to be a bit different. That's really daring. And as Lin Chen continued to climb upwards, the live broadcast audience was watching with real scalps. From a distance, Lin Chen looked like a dot on this glass wall. This kind of unprotected climbing walls with bare hands really let all the audiences gripping the heart. Well, not long. Lin Dust is enough to reach the 4th floor, open a window. Seeing that Lin Duan had managed to climb into the window and enter safely, the audience of the live broadcast then breathed a sigh of relief. The anchor is so ruthless. It's a real game. The profession of policing, it's really honorable. Xiaoruoxue, who was at the doorway, was still standing there at the moment, while Tiger's voice came through the loudspeaker. Get me a helicopter ready, plus $1 million in cash. Have it ready in an hour? 1 minute past the deadline and I'll kill a man. Climbing an office building is practical. Chapter 61 Calling a job at work. Outside the office building, Xiaoruoxue was already the first to immediately notify the police. In fact, this side of the Changzhou Municipal Public Security Bureau is already out of the police, the nearby police station police, as well as the City Public Security Bureau of Special Police Armed Police, almost all received orders. This kind of thing is so egregious that it falls into the category of being able to be shot on sight. Qin Feiyu, who had come to pick up Lin Chen earlier, also got out of the car with a gloomy expression. Ruoxue, how is the situation? The rest of the few robbers were knocked out. The only one left retreated to the office building, and is stuck in the third floor dead end. After my analysis, the robber's mental state is extremely unstable, extremely paranoid, and may hate the community. He made a request for $1 million in cash and send him away. How many hostages are in hand? There was only one before, but he's retreated to the office building and should have control of at least one store hostage. There were a lot of people running out of the office building, and the police stopped some of them inquiring about the situation. Qin Feiyu raised his head to look at the terrain and frowned a little. There are no tall buildings on the left and right sides of this office building either. It's not good to find a high point, and it's hard to lock on to the other side. Xiaoruoxue was again saying. In addition, there is another police officer. I don't know who he is. He has just climbed from the wall next to him, directly to the fourth floor, and now should be among the infiltration. But the specifics is not yet known. Qin Feiyu froze. Police? Which police? Xiaoruoxue described. Very young, 25 or 26. Good hands, can fight with me, but rather stupid. Before in order to chase the robbers directly pickpocket the car. Qin Feiyu froze as he seemed to think of something. It's Lin Chen? Linden? Xiaoruoxue frowned. Qin Feiyu was also a bit anxious. How could he possibly cope with facing this vicious robber on his own? The snipers are already looking for spots, and the rest of the police are ready to enter through the other door at any time. But wait a moment for Linden's actions. Xiaoruoxue frowned. Why don't you just let me go in and exchange hostages? No way. You're the director's daughter. Who's responsible if something happens to you? Xiaoruoxue grunted. I don't care. I'm a cop. Neither can the police. You have to listen to my orders. A girl, don't play with your life all the time. Xiaoruoxue said. Uncle Qin, it's work. Call it a job when you're working. Xiaoruoxue bit her lip as she looked back inside. That cop named Lin Chen. Can he handle it? And at this moment in the live broadcast, Lin Dust is cautious and incomparable. Mainly because this tiger chose the place to choose too good. This position just happened to be at the store, and directly from the third floor with here to see the entrance. The audience in the live broadcast room was also extremely nervous. Anchor, are you sure? Anchor, the other party has a hostage in his hand, and he alone is controlling the entire store. And it seems to me that all the customers of that restaurant are under control. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed as he waited patiently, taking advantage of the other party turning back to reprimand the rest of the hostages. He immediately approached slowly and directly, touching the store next to him. But it wasn't good to approach him, because although the two stores were next to each other, Tiger stood behind a glass door. After thinking about it, there is one last law. The audience froze as Lin Chen returned toward the restaurant. As a result, he saw that Lin Chen directly opened the window and then directly climbed out, carefully climbing outside the walls of this restaurant controlled by Tiger. Lin Dust carefully checked it out, then opened the window and dived right in, mixing in with the rest of the hostages who had their hands on their heads and approached carefully. He estimated the distance in his mind, while Tiger, at this time, still looking down vigilantly, shouted again on his loudspeaker, "Don't pretend to be dead down there. I know you're watching me. If you don't want anyone to die, do as I say. I don't want much." It was also the moment he shouted. Behind him among the hostages hiding behind the table, Lin Chen instantly stormed out, grabbing the teacups on the dining table, instantly rushing towards Tiger. Tiger was extremely sharp, instantly noticing the situation behind him. And with a turn of his head, he realized that the teacup in Lin Chen's hand was smashing towards him. Phew! The speed was extremely fast, directly smashing on top of his own wrist. The pain caused him to let go of that hostage. And at that moment, Lin Chen directly just ferociously pounced on him. Boo! The force was so great that even the glass door of the store was knocked right down, and Tiger was knocked heavily to the ground. He was a little confused and shook his head, and as a result, the next moment, Lin Chen's fist was on his face. On the first day I came to Changzhou, you made me lose face. Don't you know that when a police officer yells don't move, it's best to be a good boy and hold your head in your hands? Tiger took a punch on his nose, and in this instant, he only felt as if the bridge of his nose had been broken, as if a paint store had been opened. and blood-red blood flowed out. Lin Chen directly grabbed Tiger and pushed his entire body against the railing, half of him hanging in the air. The audience in the live broadcast room all sighed in relief. Good job, anchor. Just now really scared me to death. High altitude climbing. And then swiftly, directly pounced on the other side. If not the anchor, I guess there really have to be hostages killed. Tiger gritted his teeth as he looked at Lin Chen, who turned his head to look at the rest of the customers. All leave. Those customers reacted and hurriedly left in a hurry, while Lin Chen grabbed Tiger without mercy and directly broke his hands, drooping limply at his sides. As the hostages came out, Lin Duan shouted to the bottom again. That chick. It's okay. That chick? Xia Ruoxue walked into the office building with no expression on her face, only to see that Lin Chen was already subduing Tiger, who was directly unconscious. Qin Feiyu sighed in relief as he came in. Lin Chen, I thought you were great at solving cases. I didn't realize you were also such a good fighter. Wait, I'll send someone to pick you up. Lin Duan grabbed Tiger and went over towards the escalator. What's the point of knowing how to fight? Come out and hang out. Better have a gun. Next time we meet we'll just take care of it with one bullet. Coming to the first floor, the rest of the police came over and tried to pick up the hostages, but Lin Chen thought of something and abruptly said, Wait. Qin Feiyu froze, and Xia Ruoxue frowned. What else are you going to do? There's still the program left. By the way, where are the rest of the robbers I knocked out just now? Bring them along. Xia Ruoxue was full of puzzlement, while Qin Feiyu seemed to have thought of something. His face was odd, but he didn't say anything and had the robbers brought over. Lin Chen took out his cell phone and directly shoved it to Qin Feiyu, asking him to help with the shooting, and then pretending that the live feed is open. Tiger, several robbers are caught by the police and face the camera. Well, families, old-timers, I've just arrived in Changzhou today to deliver a benefit to you all. That's right, fresh off the shelves, a couple of gold store robbers. Ladies and gentlemen of the live house, just now the process of entering the goods you have seen. That is called a vicious. I was on the roof of the car. That poof, the bullet passed right next to my head. As long as it is a little more accurate, it will be able to make my head blossom. So, family members, the quality of the goods this time, that's absolutely excellent. It's definitely the vicious and ruthless people. This batch of goods, the quality is excellent. Xia Ruoxue's face was odd. She was a bit confused. The Lin Chen at this moment was simply excited. Just like a different person. She turned her head to Qin Feiyu. Uncle Qin, what is he doing? Is he, like, carrying goods? Chapter 62, these two, what are they doing? Qin Feiyu laughed. Ruoxue, forgot to carefully and you introduced. He and you, is also this time the Provincial Public Security Department from the various prefectural level cities to draw over the local elite. Very good at solving cases. Will enter into the detection of large cases in the training team. You, but also counted as a comrade in arms. Just him? Xia Ruoxue frowned slightly. Look at him now. Is this considered a cop? What kind of cop carries goods? Shouldn't the criminals be directly handed over to the Public Security Bureau to be dealt with? Ruoxue, you usually don't surf the internet or play with your cell phone much. Your mind is focused on the case. So what about this matter is that you don't understand? Lin Duan's style of handling the case is just like this. And the Yuezhou Public Security Bureau over there has also specifically given the situation description that Lin Duan, he, has a performing type personality. Xia Ruoxue? Qin Feiyu lamented. Because of this, Lin Dust even proposed to leave his job before, but after leaving his job, catching the criminals will have to bring the goods and dump them. It's biased that as long as he does this, every time he solves the case, the detection rate will be very high. The analysis that the Yuezhou Public Security Bureau side gave is to satisfy Lin Dust's performing personality. Then his potential as a police officer will be fully realized. Xia Ruoxue was silent and put her sunglasses back on. And at this moment, Linden is still passionately bringing in the goods. Families, old iron. You see how much the anchor thinks about you. As soon as there is a fresh goods merchandise, it is directly thinking about the families in the live broadcast. And this time, it is definitely a discount in the offer. Shocking eyeballs of the jump price. The live studio audience was delighted. Anchor, everyone understands that you're a perk everyone can only watch for fun. Anchor, we still forget it. Just now you into the process of goods. Good guy. Change the rest of the ordinary point of the police. It is estimated that the direct hiccups, but also anchor you strong. This is considered a humongous bandit, right? This kind of tough guy. We also dare not shoot The anchor is really fierce. Directly letting the police help hold the robbers, and then bringing the goods in the front by himself. And Linden said, alright, now for the merchandise introduction session. After saying that, Lin Chen directly turned around and came to Tiger in the back, and without saying a word, he slapped him over, directly waking him up. Tiger, who had woken up, looked at Lin Duan and instantly gritted his teeth. Who are you glaring at? Lin dust backhand in a big ear slap. In order to catch you to spend a lot of effort, no not. Their own confession. What is called? Before the dry a few times. There is no gang? Beat me to death and I won't tell. Fine. Then beat you to death. Lin Chen punched him in the stomach, then directly slammed a knee into his face, directly beating Tiger to a pulp. Qin Feiyu hurriedly shouted, "Hey hey hey!" Lin Dust stopped and turned his head. Forget about it, family members. The packaging of this item is too mouthy to pry open. Everyone who is capable can take a shot and go back to pry open his mouth. Alright, I'll say a number. And in view of the fact that these guys robbed a gold store and are in good shape, it's $39 straight up. That's right, all of them collectively, $39 for the price of one. I'll knock the price straight down. Interested? Ready? I'm on the little yellow car link. 3, 2, 1. As soon as you get on the little yellow car link, Qin Feiyu shot this side. Alright, move it. Qin Feiyu waved his hand, and a few police officers went up to send Tiger and the others to the police car. While Lin Chen turned off the live stream, Qin Feiyu stepped forward. You can. You're really elite. No wonder those guys from Yuezhou weren't willing to hand you over. Lin Chen nodded. A little tired. I'll leave the rest to you. I'm going to go back and sleep first. Qin Feiyu patted Lin Chen's shoulder. Tough job. With this successful carry, Lin Chen still received a good amount of sin points, which also meant that he was safe and secure, as the things drawn out of sin points could indeed drastically enhance his strength. After returning to the hotel, Lin Chen didn't have the rest of his mind. This arrest process was indeed treacherous. After taking a shower, Lin Chen just went straight to sleep. Waiting for the next day, Lin Chen woke up in high spirits, and after checking his cell phone, he realized that on Qin Feiyu's side, he was already giving out the training location for everyone to gather at 9 o'clock. Opening the door of the room. With a creak, Xia Ruoxue in the next room also opened the door. Both men froze for a moment, sizing each other up. Yo, girl, you're dressed well today. These jeans and short sleeves really flatter your figure, but you bought these short sleeves small, right? Looking at Xia Ruoxue's waves, Lin Chen was full of flirtation. Xia Ruoxue had a dark face. Believe it or not, I'll beat you up? Don't believe me? Break it up if you can. I haven't counted yesterday when you attacked me out of the blue. Xia Ruoxue didn't pay attention to Lin Chen and directly entered the elevator. Girl, are you sick? Why are you always cold? Who are you cold for? Why don't you smile? Xia Ruoxue coldly said. I'll laugh your ass off. Lin Duan raised an eyebrow. Personality. Nice ass and big boobs with a poisonous mouth. In the next moment, Xia Ruoxue directly slashed across the room. Lin Dust crouched down and ducked. Still want to make a move, right? Are you a manly woman? Why are you more violent than a man at the drop of a hat? Xia Ruoxue couldn't bear it, and directly hit with her hands. The left fist came, and Lin Chen's arm blocked it, only to have his right fist slammed again. Lin Chen directly backhandedly clasped both of her hands, and he laughed. I say you want to not move and fight. He looked down and Xia Ruoxue directly stepped on his foot hard. The corner of Xia Ruoxue's mouth curled slightly, but as a result, in the next second, without saying a word, Lin Chen directly lifted her off with a forceful motion, and then he also made a direct move. I'm a master fighter. Am I afraid of you? The two of them went back and forth in the elevator, and Lin Chen took a punch to the shoulder, and the next moment, Xia Ruoxue was covered on her chest. Both of them were stunned. Xia Ruoxue immediately wanted to storm out. The result of the ding, the elevator to the first floor, the elevator door opened. Those customers standing outside, all confused, because the two people in the elevator at the moment, in an extremely weird position. Lin Chen's left hand was holding in front of Xia Ruoxue. Xia Ruoxue's right hand was holding Lin Chen's throat. Her knee was on Lin Chen's waist and stomach, and Lin Chen's right foot was stuck on the inside of Xia Ruoxue's thigh. The two men maintained the motion, motionless and somewhat dazed as they looked out of the elevator. In an instant, the two men felt the scene of social death in unison. Almost instantly, the two of them let go in unison, and Xia Ruoxue grunted and walked out of the elevator. Lin Duan also grunted loudly and walked out of the elevator. Do I hum smaller than you? Man dash asterisk 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 asterisk. Xia Ruoxue disliked back nonchalantly. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Man child. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The two of them cursed while going to the hotel cafeteria, queuing up and still cursing, drawing frequent side glances from the people next to them. These two. What is this? Chapter 63. Do you dare to get into the ring with me? Soon. The Changzhou City Criminal Investigation Team Intensive Training Base. Lin Chen and Xia Ruoxue stepped in at the same time, glancing at each other, and also snorted coldly. The location of the intensive training is the Changzhou City Public Security Bureau's Armed Police Intensive Training Site. After entering, Lin Duan found that there are many other people here, large and small, adding up to a dozen people. Almost all of them were men. Lin Chen casually found a seat and sat down, only to have a man next to him sizing up Lin Chen in the next moment. His eyes lit up. "You're Lin Chen from Yuezhou?" Lin Chen froze, looked at the other party. The other party said, "Buddy, you can be hot recently, no not. Live with goods, not. Live to catch thieves. Really hot, and you really have a set. Before Yuezhou 2 consecutive big cases were solved by you." Lin Chen humbly said, "Nowhere, just lucky. To introduce myself, my name is Hu Zonglin." Lin Chen shook his hand and looked at the rest of the people in the hall, and couldn't help but ask, "Everyone is a police officer from all over?" "Yes, they've all been drawn here. I'm from the Zero State side, and I was transferred here after I was lucky enough to solve a drug trafficking case before, which was considered to be rather outstanding." Lin Chen nodded his head as he looked around, only to see that apart from the men, there were a few more special people, one being Xia Ruoxue, as she was pretty much the only female present. "Does she know who she is?" Lin Chen pointed at Xia Ruoxue. He wasn't very clear about Xia Ruoxue at the moment. Hu Zonglin whispered, "You don't even know Xia Ruoxue? It's very famous." Lin Duan looked puzzled. "Is it very famous?" "Definitely. Xia Ruoxue, known as the police flower. Don't call it a bully flower. Catching thieves and arresting criminals. Very capable. And pretty. You say which man doesn't like it?" As Lin Chen pondered, Hu Zonglin continued. "Furthermore, she was also a member of the Changzhou Public Security Bureau before, and I heard that her father is still a member of the Provincial Public Security Office. So if this really marries her, then it's really going to be a smooth ride." Lin Chen came to be interested. "Then this chick?" "No, this Xia Ruoxue, no one is chasing her?" "Of course there is. Before, whether it is the police who came to the provincial capital to do business, or the local police in the provincial capital, there is no one who does not want to chase after her. And the result, the long queue can be discharged out of the provincial capital." But Xia Ruoxue did not agree to any of them. "Why? I've heard that she has 2 requirements, the first of which is to be able to beat her first, and for that, not many men can." Lin Duan laughed. "No way? No one can beat that? Aren't you bull ting? No matter how powerful a woman is, she can't be as powerful as a man. It's an inherent reason in the structure of the body, such as the upper limit of strength can't be compared to a man. Rarely, at least so far, there hasn't been one that has completely beaten her. She was previously taught fighting, grappling, and reconnaissance by the wolf teeth instructors themselves. And then there's Xia Ruoxue herself, who doesn't want to be in a relationship. She only wants to catch thieves." Lin Duan was totally listening as fun. "That's kind of interesting. There are very few chicks who want to be a cop." "Hush, a little voice. There is a point. Is Xia Ruoxue to who are cold of face? Over time no one chased, but well, do the police are naturally to solve the case to catch the thief. Children's love are to the side put." Lin Chen nodded. He did not have any idea. After all, this is reality, not a novel. It is impossible for Xia Ruoxue to fall in love at first sight as soon as they meet. It is impossible. And he prefers cute girls. As for this criminal investigation training session, he was also thinking of getting more sin points. One reason for this was because he found that this kind of difficult and big case would give higher sin points. For example, the previous wife killing and playground burying cases were a lot higher than the previous small-time ones that started out. What with catching bikers and all that. Although it is said that such cases, which are very difficult to detect, also bring high returns. It did not take long for another Han to come in. This Han was extremely large and very burly. As soon as he came in, he introduced himself. "Hello everyone, I am Xian Long, from the Bazhou Armed Police Brigade." Lin Duan looked surprised. Such a strong physique. Physical combat must be very powerful. "Dude, how long have you been building these muscles?" Xian Long looked at Lin Chen. "It's been 2.5 years. Lin Dus let out an "Oh, 2.5 years? It always felt like something wasn't right." It didn't take long for Qin Feiyu to come in. He whistled directly. "Assemble." In an instant, everyone was assembled at the front. Qin Feiyu stood in front of all of them and spoke in a deep voice. "Gentlemen, this time, the criminal investigation team, it is the Provincial Public Security Department under the notice. You all are transferred from all over the world in the elite. In terms of solving cases and catching thieves, and even in terms of combating the triads, you all have a few brushes. But, I can tell you very clearly, this task force, to face the case, is than you faced before, 100 times, 1,000 times more tricky. The difficulty is very high, not only to have a flexible mind, but also have a strong body. every aspect, cannot fall. Next, by me, Qin Feiyu, to be responsible for your half-month daily training. Training content will involve the military fighting, criminal investigation case ideas, forensics, identify evidence, camouflage, a total of more than a dozen subjects. The end of the training, direct internship, successful, you can stay, become a member of the provincial criminal investigation team. Understand? Got it. Okay, since you have more personnel, you'll first form temporary groups of 2 for the time being. Group 1, Lin Chen, Xia Ruoxue. Lin Chen was stunned, and Xia Ruoxue was also stunned. Almost instantly, Xia Ruoxue stepped out. Report. I don't want to be in the same group as him. Lin Chen also stepped forward. Report. I, for one, am not in the habit of working with women. Women will only affect the speed at which I draw my sword and will only slow me down. Qin Feiyu frowned and immediately said in a deep voice, Lin Chen, Xia Ruoxue, step forward. The 2 men came out in unison. Penciled in. Qin Feiyu said in a deep voice, now that the training has begun, you should raise your attention and listen to the command in all actions. Now the 2 of you are members of a group. Any objections? Lin Duan said. Report. A melon that is twisted by force is not sweet. Xia Ruoxue looked straight ahead. Report. I can't stand this guy. Stupid, arrogant, cocky, and that unique performative personality that only affects my ability to catch thieves and solve crimes. Hey, Lin Chen turned his head and said, report. I hate women. Especially the cold, arrogant, stupid kind of women. Especially the kind of women who claim to be a policewoman after winning a provincial combat championship. Xia Ruoxue couldn't help but turn her head. Do you dare to get into the ring with me? Lin Chen laughed. What wouldn't you dare? Just don't cry when you get there. All the police in the back. Are the face odd? This detective training just started it. You guys are going to the ring? Chapter 64, can these 2 be a duo? Qin Feiyu's face sank. What kind of airplane are you guys on? Without waiting for him to speak, Xia Ruoxue was the one who directly went up to the side of the ring. Come up. Lin Duan laughed. Just get on. He grabbed the railing directly and flipped up, moving his wrists. Just to be clear, while I don't hit women, if you want to beg for a fight it's a different story. Admit defeat when you can't hold it up and I'll still be merciful. It's okay, I'll let you out lying down. Xia Ruoxue was really icy and hot-tempered. Almost without saying a word, she directly approached forward, and she struck out with a high raised leg. That big long leg was taut and straight, as if it were a battle axe, slashing down. Lin Chen also did not hesitate to block with both hands, racking the leg that smashed down. He also felt a numbness in his arm. This power should not be underestimated. This chick, she's really something. Lin Chen was not slow. Directly is the force, violently towards the front of the wild top. Because at the moment Xia Ruoxue raised a leg, so by Lin Chen framed the body, towards the back staggered back, her whole person to take advantage of the situation to roll. The result is that she just got up. Lin Chen is also relentless, directly kicked a foot. Boo! Xia Ruoxue blocked with both hands and was kicked back 3 steps. Those police officers next to him, looking at the 2 people in the ring, directly in an instant is to fight, are all stunned. Good lord, what's going on with both sides? Xiang Long was also interested. Hey, what do you say the 2 of them? Who will win? The police officer next to him analyzed. It should be that this male cop will win, but not necessarily. After all, Xia Ruoxue has beaten quite a few male cops before. She's not weaker than the average male cop. Above the ring, Xia Ruoxue also directly exploded with all her strength. Her double fist attack was like a raging wind and rain. Lin Chen blocked one after another and kept retreating. In the next moment, Xia Ruoxue slammed her fist into Lin Chen's face, while Lin Chen kicked her in the abdomen at the same time. Both stepped back at the same time, gritting their teeth and looking at each other, one rubbing his abdomen, the other wiping his face. Gotta admit, you're really something. Lin Chen was also really a bit surprised at the moment. He had gotten this stance from the system lottery, and it was directly at the master level. Although there were still 2 levels above the master level, it was still considered very strong. As for Xia Ruoxue, it was estimated that she practiced completely on her own, and practicing like this was indeed fierce. Xia Ruoxue's face was expressionless. Thanks for the compliment. You can admit defeat now. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Why aren't you the one to admit defeat? It didn't take long for the 2 to fight again. Qin Feiyu's face was expressionless and serious, but inwardly, he was also feeling a bit anxious. These 2, what's going on? Didn't we work together to catch a thief yesterday? He was also looking at the fact that the 2 had joined forces yesterday, and that was why he had drawn them together. Who would have thought that these 2 would be so at odds with each other? and these two are having a barrage. In the ring, the two could not distinguish between victory and defeat for a while. Lin Chuan relied on his own strength, simply close combat, wanting to press the other party, but also a direct palm down, Xia Ruoxue downwards. But Xia Ruoxue was also extremely experienced. Surprisingly, she was going around while directly coming up with a strong man lock mail, like a stranglehold with the feet in combat. The figure circled around and locked Linden, then clipped his feet up in a smooth fashion, then violently locked Linden's neck and slammed it to the ground with all his might. Boo! Lin Chen was just dropped in the ring, and was also strangled by Xia Ruoxue's neck. It's time for you to admit defeat. Xia Ruoxue was expressionless. Lin Chen's face turned red. To admit defeat, it would have to be, well, you. Lin Chen gritted his teeth and violently stood up directly with the help of his abdominal strength, hardening Xia Ruoxue so much that her posture became behind Lin Chen, her legs strangling Lin Chen to death. In the next moment, Lin Chen's body slammed backward, boo, hitting the pillar directly. Xia Ruoxue gave a muffled grunt, but her legs still didn't relax at all. Lin Chen broke her legs with both hands. It's not too late for you to admit defeat. I'll smash it into the ground later. You try. Without saying a word, Lin Chen directly jumped in place, his body falling backwards. At the critical moment, Xia Ruoxue let go and retreated towards the side, while the moment Lin Chen fell to the ground, he directly grabbed her ankle. With a fierce pull, he directly pulled Xia Ruoxue to the ground, and then directly rode on top of her, directly pressing one hand against her throat, while his right hand was trying to control her arm. As a result, what he did not expect was that Xia Ruoxue directly in top in the middle of Lin Duan light thighs. The moment he saw Lin Duan's face change color, he exerted force to push Lin Duan away. The two people who were twisting and fighting finally separated, and at this moment, both of them were eyeing each other intently, and both of their bodies were carrying injuries. Lin Chen's face and chest, and Xia Ruoxue's small belly and cheeks. Qin Feiyu walked over. Fight why don't you fight? Don't you not like each other? Go on, fight directly. Anyway, fighting is also part of the training. You two can start training early. Lin Duan spoke. Let me separate from her. Xia Ruoxue said. That's right, I don't want to see him. No way. Do you guys take orders as child's play? I'm telling you, this criminal investigation team, all of you are comrades in arms, are going to give your backs to each other. Now, you can either return to the team immediately, or continue to fight. Neither made a move, but they still looked at each other dead on. Don't listen right. The content of today's lesson to be taught to you is Su Lining, Deputy Chief of the Criminal Investigation Department of the Public Security Bureau. You continue to fight. The course is delayed. There is no makeup. Your time is important. Or his time is important? Lin Chen withdrew his fists. Xia Ruoxue also withdrew her posture, and the two of them descended from the ring without a word. Go back to the team. You're just a group. It doesn't matter if you hate each other. The test looks at group results anyway. Big deal. You're both eliminated. As Lin Chen and Xia Ruoxue returned to the team, Qin Feiyu said again, stand together. Lin Chen and Xia Ruoxue stood together silently, gazing ahead. Before Lin Chen whispered, count yourself lucky. I should be saying that to you. Does your face still hurt? Lin Chen returned. You're as good as scratching an itch. It's you. Does your belly hurt? Don't hold back. The cops in the back are just speechless. These two can be a combo? It's good if they don't pull each other's leg. After the grouping was completed, the set was immediately started. Laptops were handed out and then they were taken to start criminal investigation training. The ones invited this time are basically experts in criminal investigation. People who were very good at solving crimes in the past. Of course, for Lin Chen, his bottom line was mainly the system. Although the system only played a supporting role, but just circling the range to search for clues. This alone could save a lot of trouble. Class has begun. The class process is still boring, and there is no laptop recording allowed, and the lessons are all confidential. Confidentiality courses will also be on the agenda. Just like that, Lin Duan stepped out on the path to become a member of the Criminal Investigation Task Force. Chapter 65, Changzhou Psychopathic Murder Case. Late at night, an average to average bearded man stood deep in the alley. In front of him was another man, but the man's figure was hidden in the shadows. It was not too clear to see. I've accomplished everything you said. The man in the shadows pulled out 5 red bills from the wallet in his pocket and handed them to the other man. Seeing the banknotes, the man was extremely excited and laughed. Boss, next time there's such a good thing you can still find me. He joyfully looked down and counted the money when the man across the table asked, how do you want to spend this money? The man across the room was silent. The bearded, ball-busting man stuffed the money into his pocket and said, I'll leave you to it then. He turned around and prepared to leave, but as a result, he hadn't taken more than a few steps when there was a bang, and he only felt as if the back of his head had been struck by something heavy. He stumbled a little, turning his head dizzily and looking incredulously at the other man, only to see that he was still holding a loose brick on the ground, stained with his own blood that was dripping off of it. You, the bearded man, reaching out and stroking the back of his head, looking at the blood on it, finally reacted, his face full of panic, wanting to scream and run away, but he was greeted by slates that dilated in the pupils of his eyes. Boo! Second down. The man fell straight to the ground. Between the lights and the city, the standing water was red with blood. Criminal Investigation Training Base. Today, the criminal investigation training is almost considered to be over, but there's still one last hurdle, and that's the internship. Qin Feiyu, who was in front of him, said in a deep voice, "Everyone who enters the Changzhou Public Security Bureau, there are already prepared cases handed over to you, and everyone will practice first according to what they have learned in these days. I believe that according to everyone's ability, solving these cases will not be a big problem." All right, dismissed. Lin Chen exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath. 15 days? 15 days have finally passed. Xia Ruoxue beside him didn't pay attention to him. In these 15 days, both of them didn't communicate much, but even so, in some cooperative projects, such as shooting and fighting, the cooperation was really seamless. After all, the strength of the two people was placed here. Xiang Long and the others were watching the show, while Lin Chen had his hands in his pockets and was also heading to the Public Security Bureau. When I came to the Public Security Bureau, I saw that the Changzhou Public Security Bureau was very busy. Every police officer was busy, and there were many people in the hall who were making inquiries. Lin Dus looked left and right. The police officer who greeted them in front of them went to the office to get the dossier. Just then, another beautiful young woman walked in. This beautiful young woman seems to be a little anxious, but also a little tender. Is the kind of choo-choo poor look, but on the contrary, the body of the young woman sense. A glance can be seen. As soon as she came in she said, "My husband is missing." A police officer went over to take her statement and ask about the situation. They were right next to her, and Lyndon couldn't help but listen out of curiosity. "Take it easy. What's your husband's name? How did he go missing?" The young woman gasped. My husband's name is Zhang Shiqiang. He is considered to be a very ordinary office worker. Is doing advertising. I am a housewife. 3 days ago he sent me WeChat, said that he is not coming back. I did not care, but for 3 consecutive days, he did not have any movement. I called. He did not pick up. Send a message he did not return. I went to his company to ask about it. Said it was my husband. Has not been to work for 3 days. Xia Ruoxue walked over at this time, placing the dossier in front of Lin Duan, just looking at it for a moment, seeing Lin Duan's attention focused on the young woman, almost rolling his eyes. The cop couldn't help but ask again, "Show me your WeChat." The young woman will take the cell phone over. The police began to take evidence. Lin Dust also cannot help but be curious to come over. The police officer saw someone to come over, cannot help but be stunned for a moment, immediately said, "What do you?" Lin Duan smiled and said, "I'm a cop too. Let me take a look." He flew a glance. The young woman sent the other side of the message is very ordinary, is to ask Zhang Shiqiang how not to return the message, do not pick up the voice, and even do not solve the phone, but the frequency is not too high. If from 3 days ago, then the young woman is the second day of the evening to ask, "Look at your ID." The young woman handed over her ID card. Her name is Wang Ying, and she is already 29 this year. Alright, we'll do a lineup if we're on this side, and we'll keep you informed if there's any news. Wang Ying nodded. Thank you. She got up to leave. Lin Duan asked, "I think there should be something else to ask." The cop froze, curious. Ask what? For example, where does her family live? And then how is her relationship with her husband? Which I can infer from among her WeChat chat just now. I don't think the relationship should be good. The policeman was even more curious. How did you know? Lin Duan laughed. The reason is very simple. First of all, you have to analyze a person's character. For example, just now this Wang Ying, she looks soft. Her character should be considered as belonging to the softer kind. And she speaks gently. This kind of person is chatting with her husband on WeChat. Then surely the tone will also be gentle and should be more caring. But when you look at their messages, his husband said that he doesn't come back at night, and didn't say any reason. Wang Ying said okay, back, and did not say what the reason is. Wang Ying said a good. As a wife, the husband does not return at night. The wife is still happy to agree. So, the husband and wife relationship between them is definitely not good. The policeman's eyes are wide. A little trace you can see so many things? I'm flattered. It was at this time that another police officer came and handed the dossier to Lin Duan. This is the case you'll be working on. And it's a little more difficult. Lin Duan opened it. And the name on the dossier was clearly written Chanzhou pervert murder case. Yo, can you just open the door and it's so exciting? Lin Dust raised an eyebrow. The policeman said, your partner has already received this dossier. You also read it, and then cooperate well to see if it can be solved. This case is actually quite long. According to reason this time the examination should not be given to you 20 years ago, but Captain Qin said so. We can only do as we are told. It's okay, hi is good. I like hi. Lin Duan laughed. He found a random place to sit and look. Changzhou perverted murder case. This happened 20 years ago. That time the first case. The victim is a 30-year-old middle-aged man. He was found. The whole person died extremely twisted. Eyes were gouged out. The tongue was cut off. Fingers one root chopped off. Can be said to be the means of the Harry. Chapter 66, just came out of the mountain. And you're going to fold here? Changzhou police at that time the case will be investigated. But after all, at that time there is no scientific equipment. Cannot find any traces. And the deceased before the relationship between the network also checked all over the situation. And there is no feud. So the investigation of more than a year, and ultimately can only be left unsettled. As a result, after another year, there was another murder case in Changzhou with the same brutal methods. This time it was a 20-year-old girl who was found with her entire head chopped off, her breasts cut off, and her body bearing all sorts of signs of abuse, dying a horrible death. After investigation, the deceased and the previous 30-year-old deceased should be able to be merged into one case, because the means of the same cruelty, the same their bodies were brutally decomposed, and then carry out the dumping of the body, can really be said to be a piece of the East and the West. The police continued to investigate. But what happened? The other party disappeared as if they had disappeared again, and when the police stopped investigating, a third murder appeared immediately afterward. Lin Duan looked at the situation and all but raised an eyebrow. Was this criminal playing hide-and-seek with the police? The one who died this time, a 25-year-old man, was found in the snack street. To be more precise, it was when someone was pulling out gutter oil, that is, opening the manhole cover, scooping up the kind of oil in the sewer, and finally making it into gutter oil. This gutter oil vendor was arrested on the spot, but it turned out that the police found human tissue in his bucket, so the sewers were searched and a third body was found. This was followed by a fourth case after 3 years, and then a fifth after 2 years. It's been kind of quiet until now. 20 years of time, intermittent crimes, 5 consecutive murders. The difficulty is too high. And these 5 victims? Pressed, there is nothing in common to speak of. Lin Duan read the entire dossier and was a bit headstrong. Where to start if this was to be investigated? After thinking about it, Lin Chen sent a message to Xia Ruoxue, this case of perverted murder. Do you want to cooperate to check it? If a person checks it up, it is indeed too difficult. Information sharing is fine. I checked the location of 1, 3, 5 victims' information. You check the second and fourth. Information sharing, okay? After a while, Xia Ruoxue returned, okay. In this aspect of working on a case, the two are still looking at the big picture. Lin Chen then moved directly, took out his cell phone and took a picture of the information on the dossier, and directly left the police station. On the other side, Qin Feiyu was also sitting with a man with a few stars on his shoulders and drinking tea. Xia Hall, you can rest assured. The case I gave Xia Ruoxue and Lin Chen is the most difficult one. The Changzhou police have been investigating for so long, but they haven't been able to find out what's going on. How can they? When the time comes, they'll just find a reason for Ruoxue to quit. Xia Hall director country face firm, lamented, this daughter of mine is just a sinew. By the way, you said that intensive training, that Lin Dust and her the same, the two also directly bar? Yes. Director Xia nodded, I've heard some of this Lin Chen's deeds. It's a talent. It's just that dumping criminals in such a high profile is still not quite right. You should correct it when the time comes. And this perverted murder case should also give him some setbacks. Young people, it's good to experience more setbacks. Lin Chen was already directly visiting the family of the first deceased. It was good to see that they were still around. Only that they had also all turned into old people. After all, 20 years of time had passed. Looking at the two 60-something-year-olds in front of him, Lin Chen identified himself and asked directly, Auntie, Uncle, I am the police officer in charge of investigating the case of your son's murderer. Can I ask some questions? The uncle who opened the door instantly changed his face and became extremely agitated. Still asking. What are you asking? It's been 20 years. Nothing has been found out. We've said what we should have said. You take it easy. Lin Duan could only pacify the other party first and wait until they calmed down and entered the house. which led to talking about some things. After questioning, Lin thus learned that the first deceased Sunway, when it was the night, did not come back. The next day the old couple was anxious to call. The phone cannot be reached, and finally called the police. And then in a few days, is the discovery of Sunway's body. And Sunway is also very ordinary. Is the ordinary work off work? Personality is more mute, also more honest and introverted. Pressure has not offended anyone. As a teacher, he is in the school and the relationship between colleagues is also very good, and there is no enemy. After understanding, Lin Chen could only get up and say goodbye. Comparison of the situation with the dossier, there is no doubt that this is the murderer indiscriminate killing. As for Sunway's death place, was casually discarded in a forest? Is the kind of very high fence on the side of the green belt grass? Wait until the body stinks passers-by found, which called the police to deal with. The final medical examiner's assessment was that the flesh had been slashed off in a single cut and tortured alive to bleed to death. Linden ran a third victim right after, a young man, and the situation was similar to the first, with no way to check at all. A very normal social network, and no feuds. Lin Duan recalled the record at the top of the dossier, the third victim, Du Zhe. The method of death could no longer be traced, as only bones were left when he was found. What am I supposed to do about this case? Lin Duan was confused. There's one left, and I guess I don't have to run it, because the place of death has been demolished and made into a residential area. Lin Chen directly sent a message to Xia Ruoxue. It's pretty much the same as the situation recorded on the dossier. Nothing has been found. Xia Ruoxue, same. Lin Chen sighed. This had just come out of the mountain and was about to fold here? Xian Long sent a message at this time. Want a drink tonight? The intensive training is over. It's kind of a relief. Lin Duan said. Did you guys take the case? Picked up. We're looking into a murder case. Just a week ago. It's not too bad, but I always feel like it's a little too tiring to rush into a case straight after this intensive training. Makes sense. So, barbecue and beer and crawfish all up? Lin Chen gulped. Good. Who's gonna be able to handle that? Xian Long laughed. I'll call out the rest of the people. Right. You call out Xia Ruoxue as well. Lin Chen sent a message over to Xia Ruoxue, and after looking at the time, he rushed straight over. After arriving at the location, Xian Long and the others were already there. 20 people were sitting around 2 tables, and Xia Ruoxue was also here. At the moment the time was almost at night. Crawfish, beer and all kinds of barbecue were served. Come on, let's have a toast first, to celebrate the end of our intensive training, and hope that all of us, can work hard and strive to all stay and enter the criminal investigation team. Xian Long raised his wine glass. Lin Duan also smiled and raised his glass. After a glass of wine, the group then made small talk. Lin Chen, what case did you and Xia Ruoxue take? Psychopathic homicide. My head is spinning. Xian Long and the others froze. The pervert murder case? That one from 20 years ago? No. Why did Captain Qin give this case to you guys? It's too difficult, right? Chapter 67, The Pale Hands. Lin Duan curiously said, you know about this case too? That's surely very old. Before we came to Changzhou Public Security Bureau will also take this case to explain. To be honest, this case want to solve. Simply impossible. You see, solve the case need 3 elements. Timeline. Motive for the murder. The place of the crime. The timeline, because the age is too far away. It is difficult to come up with a specific timeline, so it cannot be from the timeline. We can't deduce any clues. The motive for the killings. Judging from the 5 victims who died, there were men and women, young and strong, and men in their 30s, and the 5 people who died were completely unrelated to each other, which proves that the murderer killed people directly and indiscriminately. He picks his targets just as he pleases, which shows that this person either has a strong antisocial personality or is mentally ill. The location of the crime. The 5 dumping locations are different. There are even thrown in the sewers, but each location is very hidden. What does this indicate? It shows that he didn't take the police seriously at all, and is also well versed in the criminal investigation aspect of the ability to have a certain degree of counter-surveillance ability. After Xiang Long finished his analysis, Hu Zonglin next to him also said, from the profiling, the murderer is one of 2 things. The first is mental illness and the second is a high IQ crime. He enjoys this thrill of playing the police in the palm of his hand after he kills someone. Xia Ruoxue, who hadn't been speaking, also said, before Changzhou police went to the mental hospital to check. And even for the entire Changzhou with mental illness patients have been ranked, and didn't find in line with the profiling of this mentally ill patient. So the biggest possibility, or high IQ crime. Another cop asked, how many years have passed since the last killing? Lin Duan said, it's been 6 years. Every time he kills someone, It's been 1 to 3 years between kills, and the longest time was 4 years between kills. If so, let me hypothesize. The murderer was able to kill a 30-year-old strong man at that time, which proves that his strength is definitely not weak. Even with drugs, he had to subdue the other person at once, so the other person must be a male. And then the age. I estimate that it is also 30 years old or so. 20 years ago it was 30 years old, and now then, it's already 50 years old for starters. This murderer, will he commit another crime? A couple of cops looked at each other. Over in the stick country, there's a murder case that has gone on for decades without a murderer being found. Not every case in this world can be solved. Forget it, drink. Several people all took a sip of wine. Xiang Long said, Lin Chen, Xia Ruoxue, you guys don't fight, you are all colleagues, so work well. Lin Duan picked up his wine glass. I know, it's Captain Qin who handed this case over to us. This I can't crack. Ha ha, it's probably because I see that you two are more capable. Lin Chuan, you caused a shock before when you dumped criminals and solved 2 big cases in a row. If you can solve this one as well, I think your reputation will go up even higher. Lin Chen laughed. Hardly it was just a fluke before. In the previous 2 cases, there were traces, but in this psychopathic murder case, there's not even a trace. How can we investigate? Xiang Long began to flaunt the crayfish furiously. And this spicy flavored crayfish is really super refreshing to eat. Lin Chen ate a few mouthfuls of crayfish, pondered for a moment, and couldn't help but directly say, I'll try to look into it again. If I really can't, then forget it. Don't worry. I guess Captain Qin is just letting you guys try. Can't finish it, we'll arrange the rest of the case for you. Look at our case. Isn't it also very simple? Lin Duan nodded and smiled. Alright, let's eat. The crowd flaunted the crawfish wildly and had an extremely good time. A meal that went straight on for over an hour. And then another half hour of small talk before everyone was ready to get up and leave. Just then, 2 tables of guests next to each other seemed to have a conflict and actually started arguing and then wanted to fight. What's going on? What's going on? What's the noise? Xiang Long stood straight up. The customer over there directly sprayed wildly. None of your business. Go aside. It has nothing to do with you. Xiang Long said in a deep voice. Police. You said there's no relationship. A sentence was uttered. The man directly wilted. And a few police officers on Lin Chen and their side also stood up and looked at each other. Seeing so many police officers, those people all froze. A customer who hadn't drunk too much yet quickly said, excuse me, my friend, he had too much to drink. Saying that, but the guests at the opposite table were obviously more drunk and bullish. So what if you're a cop? You're not great. You want to get me? Come on. After saying that, he actually grabbed the wine bottle on the table directly and threw it over in one go. This time, directly triggered the fuse. The atmosphere that had been suppressed, directly is once again ignited. Yet, both sides instantly began to fight, twisting and turning from here all the way to the alley behind them, even straight to the back. Grass. You can't even have a meal in peace. Hu Zonglin was speechless, and Xia Ruoxue also quickly got up and rushed straight to the pile of people, separating them. Stop it all. Xiang Long and the others got up and joined in to persuade the fight. Lin Chen sat on the edge of the table inside. He was still all in his head deducing this perverted murder case over and over again, but now it looked like it was better to separate the gang first. It didn't take long for both sides to be separated altogether. You guys, you drank a little cat piss and you're like this? Go to the police station and wake up. Xiang Long said in a cold voice. The 2 gangs, when they saw Xiang Long flashing his handcuffs, realized that the gangs were really police officers. Hey, that's not right. Where's Chen Hao? A guest asked. The realized crowd looked behind the alley. He fought another guy into the alley. Lin Dust and others shook their heads. Can only be into the alley? As expected. There are 2 other people in a crazy twist. The alley behind the large dumpster containing garbage are knocked over on the ground. Inside, the black plastic bags scattered all over the place. All kinds of kitchen garbage fell out. And the 2 are still fighting. Gee, that's resilient. Lin Chen seemed to be smiling. Xia Ruoxue was ready to go up and separate them. And she wasn't ready to spoil the 2, wanting to strike. But just then, one party pushed Chen Hao violently, and Chen Hao crashed into the trash can behind him, and all the trash poured out. A pile of thick plastic bags rolled out and a hand peeked out of the opening. The hand, pale and without the slightest bit of blood color, was like a pig's leg that had died for a long time, but the 5 fingers were clearly visible. The moment they saw this hand, Xia Ruoxue froze, Xiang Long froze, Lin Chen froze, and all the police officers froze in unison. Xiang Long and Hu Zonglin looked at each other. No way. Could this be? Chapter 68. After 6 years, killing again? Immediately, someone came forward to directly open this plastic bag. Instantly, was chopped off half of the arm, leg, all bundled together. Inside all the blood. Xiang Long sucked in a breath of cool air. It's a corpse. Almost instantly, Xia Ruoxue immediately notified the Public Security Bureau, while the rest of the police immediately began to control the situation at the scene. Nobody move. Police. One by one, the police ran around, and Lin Chen said in a deep voice, all the stores here, all the guests, all of them are controlled on the spot. Not a single one is allowed to be let go. Police. The rest of them yelled and scattered. Some just pulled out their police IDs, and then told all the guests to stay where they were. Each policeman stood a short distance apart, directly surrounding the scene. Enclosed is the entire complex of this one building. The big stall here, including the restrooms and parking lot in the back, and the nearby viaduct. Some of the customers were a little curious and asked more questions, and the policeman said in a hushed voice, back alley, body found. Hiss. Everyone, all of them, had their scalps tingling. Xiang Long, Hu Zonglin and the others, on the other hand, directly began to knock down all the rows of garbage cans placed behind this, to take out these black plastic bags, one by one, for inspection, even including the large garbage bins at the back, and also to take out all the things inside. It didn't take long for the Changzhou Public Security Bureau to arrive. A police car pulled up on the side of the road. Then a police officer came down and blocked off the scene. The forensic pathologist also arrived, and the one who should have called the surveillance called the surveillance, and the one who should have questioned the bosses in the neighborhood asked the bosses. Lin Dust stood in place. The forensic pathologist is already wearing gloves. Will be plastic bags of the remains of the body out? Only to see the miserable. The arms and legs were almost all chopped into sections and packed in bags full of dried blood. Found it. One of the remaining forensic pathologists brought out the other bag and opened its contents. And instantly, a round head rolled out. The head rolled in front of Lin Chen. The next few police officers looked down, only to see that all 5 senses on this head have been blurred. No lips, no nose, eyes are also gone, as if they were used with a sharp blade, hard and forcefully cut across, directly cut the whole face into a flat surface. Xiang Long's scalp went numb as he snapped his head to look at Lin Chen and Xia Ruoxue. Does it look like a pervert murder case? Lin Chen and Xia Ruoxue's hearts sank at the same time. Has the psychopathic murderer, after 6 years, started committing crimes again? And the methods are so brutal. It's just outrageous. The other cop, next to him, felt his stomach roll and almost spit out the crawfish he had just eaten. The rest of the bag containing the remains of the body was searched out, only to see the rest of the body tissues, also searched out, including the thoracic body parts, and then a body, just put together, and clothes. A policeman said. He opened that bag, only to see that there was indeed clothing inside. He opened the clothing and searched. Surprisingly, from the pants pocket, pulled out an ID card. ID? Everyone was confused for a moment. What was going on? Whose name is on the ID? The policeman read, Zhang Shiqiang. Sang? Lin Chen, who had been standing by the side and observing, looked up sharply, his pupils shrinking, his face all unbelievable. Who? Zhang Shiqiang. No way. Lin Duan quickly walked over, took down the ID card and directly looked at it. And as expected, it was exactly Zhang Shiqiang's ID card on it. What's wrong? Xia Ruoxue asked. Lin Chen only felt his scalp numb. Today, Captain Qin asked us to go to the Public Security Bureau to collect the file. Then I stood at the side. And at this time, a woman just happened to come in and said that his husband had disappeared, and that his husband's name was Zhang Shiqiang. At this, the rest of the police officers looked at each other in disbelief. That means her husband disappeared and died here? So this is a missing person homicide? No. You see the way the body was handled. It might have had something to do with the psychopathic murders as well. Lin Duan muttered. I just have a feeling that this case will be very troublesome and complicated. Xiang Long patted Lin Chen's shoulder. Get to work. All the police, at once, began to get busy. First of all, it is necessary to retrieve the surveillance. But this stall area, the location is considered to be in the fringe area. The vicinity is also a village. There is no surveillance at all. The police on the scene took photos and evidence, while there were others who went to question the owners of those barbecue stores in the neighborhood. All interviews were fully videotaped and audio recorded. Of course, whether the body is Zhang Shiqiang, it will have to be further confirmed by the forensic pathologist. The body's features have been blurred. Day 2. After Lin Chen woke up from the hotel, he washed up quickly and then went out, just as Xia Ruoxue was also going out. But the two looked at each other, and without the fighting spirit they had before, they entered the elevator together. After a while, Lin Duan opened his mouth and asked, do you think this Could be a continuation of the previous psychopathic murder case? Xiaoruoxue said. It's possible. Let's see what the coroner has to say first. And those interviews from yesterday. Let's do a summary as well. Lin Duan's mood was a bit heavy. This just came to Changzhou. And it's a big case. Arriving at the police station, Lin Chen and the others entered the conference room. And immediately Xiang Long and the others arrived and started the meeting. Okay, I'll do the talking then. Xiang Long stood up. First of all, this is the result given by the forensic side. A slideshow appeared on the screen, and the picture of Chang's body was already in autopsy. The medical examiner's identification is such that, first of all, the time of death can't be exact because it's been shredded, but the likely time of death, judging by the degree of blood coagulation, is within 2 days. The second is that the key cause of the murderer's death was a stab wound in the chest. The picture shows a sharp hole in the chest of the body, obviously a sharp stab wound. That is, the murderer took a step ahead and stabbed the victim to death with a knife, and then proceeded to split the body. Lin Dust was taking notes on the fly. The third point is that the murderer's fingerprints have been all smoothed out. Unable to determine who the other party is from the fingerprints. The nails are also all eliminated. Very clean. The forensic pathologist has gone forward to Zhang Shiqiang's home, to notify Zhang Shiqiang's wife, to assist in the identification, but by and large, it is still possible to determine that the deceased should be Zhang Shiqiang. This is the specific information of the deceased, and then is the scene situation. The layout of the scene distribution map, you can also see, the entire alley behind the stall, is considered to be a garbage site, against the wall. All are stored garbage, and then the transportation time of the garbage, is a daily transport. In other words, the remains of the body, should be the murderer within 24 hours, discarded here. And then the whole map layout. Behind the stalls are toilets. On the right side is a parking lot. On the left side is an alley leading to the urban village, but it's rather narrow and long, and usually no one walks. The murderer, if he wants to dump the body, he can come from the south entrance to the stalls, the parking lot to the east, and the urban village to the west, in 3 directions. Chapter 69, Visits. And, although this isn't exactly a major transportation route, it counts as an urban village, so the foot traffic is still pretty high, and the point in time when there's no one there is probably the time in the morning just before sunrise. And that's the most likely time to throw a rock. Lin Duan said. It's a pity that there's no surveillance. If there was surveillance, it would be clear once we checked. Xiaoruoxue said. I think it's very likely that the other party drove the car loaded with corpses, and then took advantage of the fact that no one was there, and then directly threw the garbage in, which were hidden in the deepest part of the garbage cans, and if it wasn't for the fight between those two groups of people before, it might not really have been possible to find out. After Lin Duan had memorized all this, wait for Zhang Shiqiang's relatives to come over and identify him. Then check Zhang Shiqiang's behavioral trajectory. I'll go ask his relatives later to visit. Lin Duan, do you think that this incident, is there any possibility that it's a pervert murder case? Lin Duan pondered for a moment. It's highly probable, but it's not certain. There's no evidence. We still have to check again. Okay, Lin Duan, if you need any help with this case, feel free to say so. The case we're investigating is relatively simple. And this case has been assigned to you by the leadership, along with the pervert murder case, so go for it. Don't worry. Next, the meeting above and look at the surrounding barbecue store owners' statements. But every barbecue store owners are basically the same. Open until about 1 a.m. Can be closed. As for the back they do not understand. Are the toilet and throw garbage? So this kind of place there are corpses. They do not know. After the examination, Lin Chen and Xiaoruoxue headed to the forensic room. It didn't take long for the beautiful young woman she had seen earlier at the police station to come back. Ms. Wang Ying, right? Lin Dust opened his mouth. Wang Ying nodded, her face still a little anxious. Did you find my husband? Well, but not quite sure. Forensics is still checking to verify. Not for long. The door to the room opens and Wang Ying enters. Seeing Zhang Shiqiang lying on the bed pieced together, chopped into several sections, the bloody scene almost makes her vomit. Is everything okay, Ms. Wang? Wang Ying forced herself to endure the discomfort and took a closer look, and couldn't help but cry out. It's my husband. How was it determined? He has a scar on his ankle. Look. Lin Chen looked closely, and as expected, there was a scar there where the ankle had been cut off. The coroner also came over. It's safe to assume it's Zhang Shiqiang. Wang Ying cried. Lin Chen could only comfort her well and wait until she calmed down before saying, Ms. Wang Ying, your husband was killed. Now we need to ask you about the situation. If it's convenient for you, we need to go to your house to take a look. Wang Ying nodded, wiped away her tears, and got into the car with Lin Chan and the others, driving towards Wang Ying's home. On the way, Wang Ying also started talking about her relationship with her husband. Shurqiang and we actually met when we were in college. He chased after me. He was extremely nice to me at first, although later on, because of his work, his temperament changed a bit and he would beat me up. But we still have a good relationship. Wang Ying was sobbing while speaking. Lin Chen was silently listening, while Xiao Ruoxue was directly in the back and just turned on the recorder. My husband, he's a real estate copywriter for an advertising agency and needs to socialize at night because of his job. What kind of socializing does a copywriter need? They're a small company, and copywriting and AE and all that is not categorized, and sometimes one person has to do a lot of jobs on the side. Lindsay gave an oh so quiet, "Do you have any children?" Wang Ying said, "Not yet. Went for a checkup. The doctor said that his sperm activity is poor. He needs to be toned up before he can have it. He was planning to have it this year." Lin Chen looked at Wang Ying and suddenly stretched out his hand and plucked the clothes on the side of her shoulder, only to see that on her shoulder there was a scar. "Your husband hit you?" Wang Ying softly nodded her head. "It seems like you're really in love with your husband, and this is all considered domestic abuse by your husband, right?" Wang Ying sighed. "That's not how families still come to be." Xiao Ruoxue suddenly asked, "Can I see your cell phone? I need to see the chat records of you and your husband." Wang Ying handed her cell phone to Xiao Ruoxue, who was checking it while Lin Chen continued to ask, "Your husband told you he wasn't coming back that day on the night of the 24th? Yes. Did you go to the office and ask?" When I asked later when I couldn't get through on the phone, it turned out that the company said that they did have a social event that night, but that they were supposed to go to work normally the next day. But my husband didn't go. In the middle of the conversation, the car was already driven to the vicinity of Wang Ying's home not far away. There is also a nearby urban village. You can see a lot of yellow-haired teenagers who just came out of the internet cafe, sleepy-eyed, rubbing their eyes and standing on the side of the road to eat breakfast. These people, one after the other, were all disheveled, with disheveled hair and bad faces. Lin Dust cannot help but look at these people one more time, but did not care. The process of urbanization. There is bound to be a group of similar to the three and the great god of this kind of laying characters. This is no way out of it. The cake is just so big. Some people, no matter how hard they work, they can only earn a few thousand a month. It is better to lay flat. The car pulled into an old neighborhood next door. "We rent here." Lin Chuan gave an oh so quiet sound and got off the car. Following Wang Ying along with Xiao Ruoxue, the vehicle was parked on the side, and when I was going up the stairs, I met a grandmother. "Wang Ying, are you okay? Your husband didn't beat you up, did he?" Wang Ying shook her head. "My husband is missing. Gone? It's good that it's gone. Your husband is goddamned. You're so gentle and he still beats you." "My husband isn't so bad. He just can't control himself when he drinks." Lin Duan shook his head at the back. This woman was too kind-hearted, wasn't she? Coming to the third floor, Wang Ying explained, "That's Granny Chen down there, and she's very nice to us, too." He was about to open the door with his key when the door to the opposite house suddenly opened, revealing a somewhat bearded man, wearing glasses and looking honest. "Mr. Ho." Lin Chen looked at the man, and Wang Ying hurriedly introduced him. "This is Mr. He from my opposite family. He teaches at a nearby school." "Hello." Lin Duan stretched out his hand and shook the opposite side. "Police." "Mr. He froze. "What's wrong?" "His husband is missing." "Mr. He let out an oh so surprised. "Missing?" Lin Chen looked at Xiao Ruoxue. "You talk to Wang Ying. I'll walk around." "Good." Lin Duan smiled and looked at Mr. He. "Mind talking to me?" "No, don't mind." Teacher, he seemed to be a bit formal as he invited Lin Chen in. "You and Ying Wang are across the hall? How long has it been since they moved here?" Lin Duan began to ask questions, while at the same time sizing up the room. It's a police instinct. Chapter 70 visits. Below, the room was normal, and even the living room was filled with a wall of bookshelves full of books. "It's been 3 years since we moved here." "Oh, how are they affectionate?" Mr. Ho said. "Actually, the relationship is not bad. It's just that Zhang Shurqian would hit Wang Ying, which is considered domestic violence, right? If the woman resists, it naturally counts. If she doesn't, it's impossible to say." "I see Ms. Wang Ying, she's of a softer nature." "Ms. He said, "Yes, she's very nice. I'm alone, and she'll often call me over for dinner." "Oh." Lin Duan curiously looked at Mr. He. "You don't misunderstand. It is the normal relationship between neighbors. Distant relatives are not as good as close neighbors, and such a kind woman is Wang Ying. I think she is wonderful. On the contrary, her husband Zhang Shurqian, but on the contrary, it seems a little what?" "Teacher," he thought for a moment. "I teach math. Let me make an analogy. Her husband is like the denominator, a very common mass, while Wang Ying is the numerator, a very rare one. Oh, very unique analogy. Lyndon glanced around the room. You're not married? No, I'm not much of a relationship person. And women these days, I feel like they want more. They're all more greedy. Lin Duan laughed as the topic shifted back. Around the 24th, did Zhang Shiqiang beat his wife? Mister. He thought for a moment. Don't really remember. It seems like no, because every time there was a fight, I basically knocked on the door and went over to talk it out. Lin Chen asked some questions and finally asked, "What's your name?" He Liang. Okay, Mr. He Liang, let's change our contact information. If there's anything important, I'll ask you again directly. And of course, if you have any clues, you can contact me as well. Okay. Lin Dust came out of He Liang's house and again visited the neighbors up and down the street. Neighbors say, Wang Ying is a good person. Very kind. Like to arrange some flowers and plants. And extremely kind to people. Like children. Just her husband really not a thing Such a good wife also beat Hey. Gone? It's good that it's gone. Men like that deserve to die. While recording silently, Lin Duan asked again what happened on the 24th. Naturally these neighbors can't remember anything. Just one of the neighbors said, on the night of the 23rd, it seems like Zhang Shiqiang beat up Wang Ying again. Lin Duan wrote this message down, and then again went to the security room, to pick up a copy backup of the surveillance, from the 20th until today. It didn't take long for Xia Ruoxue to come out as well. How was the questioning? Xia Ruoxue shook her head. Just a general understanding of what happened on the 24th. Zhang Shiqiang didn't come back after going to work in the morning. Sent a message to Wang Ying at night saying that he wouldn't come back, and was finally killed. Come on, let's go to the hotel and have a look around. Lin Chen and Xia Ruoxue got into the car again and went straight to where the hotel was. Lin Chuan carefully looked at the map. The location where the hotel was located was equivalent to the northeast district of Changzhou. Wang Ying and the girls were staying in the west, and the location where Zhang Shiqiang's body was found was in the southwest district, which were three completely unrelated locations. When I arrived at the hotel, I showed my ID. And it just so happened that the front desk on the 24th was today's, and the two of them asked direct questions. Seen this guy yet? Xia Ruoxue showed a picture of Zhang Shiqiang. The receptionist looked at it and nodded. I've seen it. He showed his ID that night. Which room was booked? 1401. I have this room. Lin Chen went up to explore the room, and Xia Ruoxue continued to ask, did he have any anomalies at that time? Nothing out of the ordinary. Checked out early the next morning. Xia Ruoxue frowned slightly. Is there surveillance? Yes. Xia Ruoxue and her went to fetch the surveillance, while Lin Chen was in the room and didn't find anything. The room had been cleaned and was spotless. Then Lin Chen came back, and Xia Ruoxue was already getting the surveillance. After returning to the police station, the two began to turn over the surveillance. You can see that night. Indeed, Zhang Shiqiang walked directly with the front desk to book a room. However, the surveillance was blurry and not very visible, only roughly recognizable from the clothing garments. As he ate, Lin Duan asked, what's the time? Just after 12 p.m. Lin Dust muttered. Although Wang Ying two couples do not have a car, but directly call a car back not just? How uneconomical is it to stay in a hotel? Early the next morning, Zhang Shiqiang checked out. Can you find out what his trajectory was after he got out? Gotta find the tech section. Soon, the two found the technical section, and after inquiring there, the results were given. Zhang Shiqiang out of the hotel, directly on the subway, and did not go to work, but directly in the stalls thereof, and then get off the car. There is no rest of the track. As if to come to the southwest district of Changzhou near that stall, the person directly disappeared. So that's when Zhang Shiqiang's time was. He was socializing on the night of the 24th, and when it got too late, he booked a hotel, then checked out the next day, went to the area of the big stalls, and then disappeared, which means the murderer was in the area, staked out Zhang Shiqiang, and killed him and dumped his body on the spot? Listening to Xia Ruoxue's analysis, Lin Che frowned. I always feel that it's not quite right. He pulled down the system panel and looked at it. The order had already been generated and was in between looking for evidence. The radar couldn't be used because the purpose of the radar was to discover the order. And now the order was all generated, so naturally the radar was useless. However, Lin Chen instinctively still felt that something was wrong. The reason for the wrong was obvious. If Zhang Shiqiang was socializing on the night of the 24th and staying in a hotel, then the next day, why didn't he go to work, instead of coming here to the big stall? Normally, he would have gone straight to work. That is to say, at this point in time on the night of the 24th, the victim, Zhang Shiqiang, should have received some kind of message or encountered some kind of thing, which made him head to the big stall area, Xia Ruoxue asked. Lin Duan nodded slightly. It's possible. Have the people from the technical section check all of Zhang Shiqiang's connections and check his communication records. If there's really a problem, they should be able to find some clues out. After doing this, Lin Duan added, I'll go to Zhang Shiqiang's company in the afternoon to take a walk to see what's going on. Good. In the afternoon, Lin Duan went directly to Zhang Shiqiang's company and asked for someone directly. Zhang Shiqiang? He hasn't been on duty since 3 days ago anyway. Do you know what happened on the 24th? No. In the morning Zhang Shiqiang did not come to the company. We were originally a small company, and then he was responsible for the copywriting just finished, and docking customers, so it does not matter if he did not come. In the afternoon, he sent a message to go directly to the customer. Lin Chen pondered. That is to say, the 24th daytime all day, Zhang Shiqiang, in fact, did not come to the company? Chapter 71, The Truth. Here's the order of this case. Lin Dust investigates the case and finds that the timeline of the death is not right. If the company did not come to the company, then the dead person is likely to die before, rather than dying in the stall area. The stall area is just a dumping area, and rightly so. Lin Dust suspects Wang Ying, because of the neighbor he teacher and Wang Ying close relationship, and suspected to he teacher. During the period, the TV is already broadcasting the news of perverted murder case. Changzhou countless people are discussing. Lin Duan also talked to he teacher, and did not find clues, because there are doubts. The first is to say, if the deceased died on the 23rd, then how he booked the hotel and went to the stalls. If it is a double, then who is this double? The second point, the motive for killing it. Lin Duan at first thought that Mr. He had an affair with Ms. Wang Ying, but did not find out, and Mr. He has a very good reputation. At the time when Lin Dust suspected Mr. He, at the same time the city broke out another big case. That is, another person disappeared. Lin Dust they rushed to investigate and collect evidence. Finally found the dead, directly frozen made into ice sculpture, extremely perverted, and the appearance of the perverted murderer, but also cleared the suspicion of Mr. He. Lin Dust will be investigating the goal of conversion, tightly tracking down this murderer. After all kinds of tribulations and investigations, during the period of another perverted murder case, a man directly chopped up and made into fodder to feed the fish, and then the killer was found. A 50-year-old man, perverted, mentally unstable, admitted that he killed people, all of them. At this point, the case should be closed, but Lin Dust always feels something is not quite right. In the police station, and encountered someone to report that the companion is missing, is a very ordinary similar to the three and the great god of the laying youth. After asking a mouthful of questions about the location, Lin Chen realized that it was in that urban village near Wang Ying's house, and at this moment, Lin Chen's mind was like lightning crossing, instantly clearing up all the things that he hadn't thought about clearly. So, find Mr. Ho to confront him and start reasoning. Lin Duan's reasoning is like this: the murderer should be Mr. He, because he adores Wang Ying, and because Wang Ying suffers from domestic violence, so he strikes to kill and joins forces with Wang Ying to make a game. But how do you create the perfect piece of evidence to avoid police pursuit when you kill someone? Mr. Ho then found a lying youth and told him to put on Zhang Shiqiang's clothes, take his ID card to the hotel to book a room, check out, and then take the subway back to the big stall area, where you killed him and dumped his body in this area. Mr. He asked. Good reasoning, but why should I be redundant? Why not just dump the body? Lin Duan said, because in order to protect Wang Ying, if the body is directly dumped, after the time of death is locked, it's easy to lock in the murderer, but if it's freshly dead, then there's a conflict in the time assertion with before. Mr. Ho asked, what about the motive for the killing? Lin Duan said, you said before that some people are like the denominator, dispensable, like the general public, but some people are the molecule, valuable, and that's the reason why you kill people, because you want to protect this molecule, and you've been single so far, and you're an introvert, and haven't touched many women, so you're obsessed with Wang Ying. Teacher, he was silent. Lin Duan said, this case, it would have been easy for you to get away with it. In the middle of the time my suspicion of you shifted for a while, because you are very smart, after seeing the news released by the police, immediately is to use the same perverted murder method, will be the original body chopped up and fed to the fishes. The body in the lake is only Zhang Shiqiang, and it just so happened that the real psychopathic murderer struck, so you put this, all on him, and the police were close to closing the case, just one step away from you getting away with it. As for why Wang Ying was able to identify that lying flat youth as Zhang Shiqiang before, it was also because you and she had discussed it to give the police misinformation, and it was easy for the two of them to conspire and make some small moves. The two cases, strung together by mistake, and the fact that your killing caused the psychopathic murderer to kill as well, almost got me carried away as well. But no matter what happened in the end, you were arrested, Mr. He was silent for a moment, and just then, the door suddenly opened and Wang Ying came in. In tears, he didn't kill the person. I did. Lin Chen froze. Wang Ying said, that day he drank and beat me. I couldn't take it anymore. I took a dagger to protect myself. I didn't expect him to rush over and just, so stabbed to death. I didn't know what to do, so I looked for Mr. He to help me. Mr. He helped me dispose of the body and also tried to help me get rid of the law. Wang Ying was sobbing. So Mr. Ho chose to deprive another human being of his life to help you get away from the law? So far, the whole case has come to light. Author's note, this case was designed to be just that. Two cases stirred together, and if it had been written in its entirety, it would still have been great, but the author's mind fell apart, and that was the end of the book. Why did it fall apart? Because the positioning of the beginning is actually cool article, live catching criminals, and then dumping criminals, insert a simple crime solving. At the beginning are not set up the female lead, so people look at the previous paragraph, before leaving you a show, is actually will feel the plot is very silky smooth, but also very cool. But at this point in the writing, I felt I had to challenge myself. I felt the need to switch to criminal investigation content. That is, traditional crime solving and deduction. But this will actually lead to a problem. What is the problem? That is, the role of the system will be infinitely weakened, and the role of the openings will continue to become smaller, which will lead to the cool points to become lower. And this, in turn, led to the readers who were attracted in at the beginning of the conflict again, feel tarnished, because the writing style shift. The system of this kind of brainwashed text and the traditional text is still a bit of a conflict. There is no way. The second is to add a female lead. Since it's a traditional crime-solving text, getting a team to solve the case together would be a bit better. Unfortunately, the effect fails. So the lesson I learned is that I don't need to challenge myself. Just run wild on the road of cool writing and be done with it. Directly follow my own style. Can't shift my thoughts. Because if it's live catching criminals, it's really easy to write. And then dump a little bit. The coolness will come, but this can easily cause a single cycle. That is, read more will be tired. I inserted the criminal investigation to solve the case, but then turned to this content, and again, and the beginning of the conflict. As for the book not being written anymore, one of the reasons is that the stats were consistently low, and then the comments in the comments section were cursing every day. So I couldn't top that, and my mind was broken. That's it. This book ends here. My new book has actually opened, but I hide. You cannot see. Wait until the validation period I will put out. Expected to put out the time in the next month 15 or so. The new book. There are a few. The type is different, but are cool text, traditional text. I have another number to specialize in the traditional text well. That's it. Above.